Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Pirate building the strongest team first 001 they're all the same. Anyway, you are my family from now on. Both of you be my sons. Hearing this familiar yet unfamiliar classic line, Maji was at a loss. After all, in his past life, he was already in his 30s, while the white-bearded man in front of him looked to be in his 30s at most. So he refused without a second thought. It's impossible. Really? The one who answered with him was the young Marco. Of course, speaking of Marco, one cannot avoid mentioning how he ended up being recognized as Marco's son by the white-bearded man. In his past life, Maji was a doctor at a clinic. Although he hadn't started a family yet, his income was decent, so he lived a comfortable life. It may have had something to do with not getting married. But unforeseen circumstances struck. One day, while Maji was on his routine medical rounds, a speeding truck ran a red light and crashed into him head-on. Subsequently, he crossed over into the world of One Piece. In his past life, he was also a longtime fan of pirates. He had been following the series since his school days, but Oda, the old trickster, was too good at storytelling. At first, Maji was quite excited to arrive in the world of One Piece. After all, compared to his dull and ordinary life in the past, the world of One Piece was much more exciting. However, after a few days of familiarizing himself, he realized that he was just a pawn in the game. He was captured by the Celestial Dragons right at the beginning. That's how he met Marco as well. Fortunately, as a transmigrator, Maji's luck was not bad. He managed to escape with Marco and a group of future big shots. Advertisement. Although the world government's pursuit was still ongoing, they luckily ran into that guy, Whitebeard, in a nick of time. Of course, it might have been a plot development. Maji benefited from being with Marco, who was destined to become Whitebeard's eldest son. So as long as he followed Marco, he should be fine. After battling with Whitebeard and the world government pursuers, they successfully rescued Maji and Marco. Then came the very classic conversation just now. Faced with two different answers, Marco was shocked and delighted, but Maji decisively refused because he had never thought about being someone else's son. Why do you reject me, you little brat? Whitebeard mumbled while eating something. I'm not in the habit of calling anyone dad, Maji said. But I want to have a home. Whitebeard said. Why do you have to make someone else your son just because you want a home? Maji scoffed. Both of you are just kids, the age is just right, Whitebeard complained. I might be older than you. Maji shook his head. What did you say? X2 hearing this, both Whitebeard and Marco were shocked, looking at Maji in disbelief. I am already over 30 this year, Maji said. It's impossible, you clearly look like a kid, who are you trying to fool? Whitebeard said disdainfully. Yeah, how could you be over 30? Marco also shook his head in disagreement. Advertisement, because I, like you guys, ate a devil fruit and became like this, Maji said. Of course, he was lying because he didn't really have any fruit ability. Really? Marco doubted. I never expected you to be older than me, no wonder you speak like an old man. Whitebeard finally expressed his full disdain. Who would have thought Maji was older than him? Since you want a son, I think Pineapple Head is more suitable for you, but not me, Maji said. It's all the same, from now on you guys are my family, Whitebeard said dominantly. Whitebeard is over 30, Maji is 9 this year, original age, and Marco is only 7. A young man in his 30s with 2 kids under 10, established their own pirate crew. Their ship sails in the West Blue, not knowing where their destination is, but Whitebeard knows navigation well because he has been sailing since he was young, plus he was born in Sphinx, the great route to the New World, and has been roaming the New World for many years, so his navigation skills are not a problem. At this time, Whitebeard and Marco were sleeping because they had exerted a lot of energy in the previous battle. Although Whitebeard is very strong, the pursuit from the world government is also powerful, so in the previous battle, Whitebeard's energy consumption was quite significant, especially overdrawing his vitality. Although Whitebeard had replenished food, it was still hard to replenish the overdrafted energy, so in the future, he would need to use supplements to keep his vitality. But Maji happens to be a traditional Huxia medicine practitioner, and his specialty is in herbal tonics. Since these two guys were sleeping, the night watch duty naturally fell to Maji, who could endure it for now, as long as he kept a direction to see the land. Maji yawned and breathed out a puff of sleepiness. He was also starting to feel a bit sleepy now. He forced himself to stay alert and continued to steer the ship, wearing thick clothes, because the weather at sea was cold, and it was prone to fog. 002 sign in system sailing on the sea is not as glamorous as it seems, because of the high humidity at sea. The pirates seen by outsiders may appear glamorous on the outside, but in reality, they are mostly dirty and messy. Most of the pirates who are in a sorry state are the normal ones, very few of them look glamorous. Just as Maji was looking ahead, suddenly a voice came into his ears. Congratulations, host, on completing check-in. Successfully survived 1 day, and received a reward of 1 gold coin. What the heck is this? Maji was startled, then he felt something in his hand, and when he looked up, it was a shiny gold coin. Maji bit the coin at the edge, leaving a tooth mark, confirming it was real gold. The coin in his hand weighed about 100 grams. Could this be a cheat that all time travelers must have? Maji thought of something. This must be a cheat. Finally he was someone with a cheat as well. As long as I check in every day, I get a gold coin, and as long as I stay alive, right? But is there anything else besides gold coins? Marji tried to ask. Host, if you check in for 10 years, you will receive an additional reward. 10 years? That's such a long time, but what additional reward can I get? However, the system did not respond to his voice. Marji tried several times but to no avail. Examining the gold coin in his hand, his drowsiness vanished halfway, and in a while, the sky began to brighten. Marji went inside and woke up Whitebeard. Newgate, wake up. Marji shouted a few times, noticing that this guy had no intention of waking up. It seems like he was a guy who loved sleeping. Advertisement. But Whitebeard had a habit, even when sleeping, his alertness was very high. This was an instinctual response honed from growing up in dangerous environments since childhood. It can be considered an aspect of Haki. Previously in the original, the attack by Ace did not have any effect on him for a long time, until this guy got older and his reaction time slowed down. He was finally defeated by Square in the battle at the top. At that time, amidst the shock, Marzo truly realized that Whitebeard was indeed getting old, otherwise how could he not have reacted? Marji searched around and found a marine knife. He threw it directly at Whitebeard. Sure enough, Whitebeard was instantly shocked, then with one punch shattered the knife into pieces, causing an explosive shock that blew a big hole in the stolen battleship. Marji, what are you doing? Whitebeard turned to Marji in anger. I called you to wake up and check the time. Hurry up, now you either go look at the helm or go make food for me. Maji shouted angrily at the white-bearded man after the shock. Upon hearing this, the white-bearded man realized that Maji could not have wanted to kill him. Maybe he really couldn't be woken up, which is why he used this method. Then I'll go check the helm. Well, then I'll go cook. Then the two worked together. Maji cooked a large pot of porridge. There was plenty of food on this warship. After all, originally a warship housed hundreds or even thousands of people. Even if it was prepared for a week, it would be enough for them to eat for a month. Why not a year? Because there was the 666 centimeters tall giant, white-bearded man. How could his appetite be small? After making breakfast, Maji also woke Marco up, then he went to sleep, leaving the two of them on duty. When he woke up, it was already dark outside, and Maji was startled by the two. What are you two doing? Maji woke up to find that they had already docked, but the white-bearded man and Marco seemed unhappy. What's wrong with you two? Hungry, Marco said helplessly. Didn't you cook? Maji asked. Advertisement, I don't know how. Newgate, don't tell me you don't know either. Upon hearing this, the white-bearded man scratched his head, looking embarrassed. I cooked. Then where's the food? I accidentally burned it. You guys were waiting for me to wake up, right? Yes. Marco nodded. Maji went to cook, and then the three of them discussed finding the island as soon as possible, and finding a chef because there were too few of them now. They needed more partners. But the white-bearded man didn't need partners, he needed family. After they finished eating, Maji continued night watch. He had been waiting for 12 o'clock. Sure enough, when it struck midnight, the system voice rang out again. Host has completed check-in, successfully survived 1 day, received 1 gold coin as a reward. Indeed, checking in every day can earn you a gold coin. Can you see the check-in reward 10 years later? Maji tried many methods, still unable to figure out this system, can only temporarily leave it as it is, and then 1 gold coin every day, ensuring that he will not starve to death. Having left the Valley of the Gods for 4 days, the three of them finally arrived at an island. Of course, during this time, they also arrived at other islands, but Whitebeard said they should run farther away, as the world government might go after their remnants. 003 Of course I know better than you, I even know how you died. Because of the news about the Rocks Pirates being wiped out, they had already seen it in the newspaper on the 3rd day. For the whole world, this was a major news. Countless people took to the streets to cheer and celebrate the destruction of the Rocks Pirates. Everything about the Rocks Pirates is slowly being erased. Among them, Marine Vice Admiral Garp, who took down Rocks, is called the Marine Hero. However, just when everyone thought Garp would become the Fleet Admiral of the Marines, Garp chose to refuse, and even had a conflict with the Fleet Admiral Sora, and was then thrown out by Sora to be isolated for cooling down. Are we going to the island today? Maji asked Whitebeard. Yes, because this ship is almost done. Let's go to the island, sell the things on the ship, and then exchange for a new ship, Whitebeard replied. Well, but all the weapons on the ship are military weapons, you have to sell them on the black market, Maji said. You actually know about the black market? Whitebeard said in surprise. I told you, I'm older than you, do you not believe me? Maji said. I believe you now, but I don't know if there is a black market on the island. Whitebeard took his nodashi and went down. There was a city on this island, so there were many people on the streets. Whitebeard's huge figure walking on the street was imposing. Many people recognized his identity. This guy is Whitebeard Edward Newgate of the Rocks Pirates. No way, the Rocks Pirates were annihilated, and this guy hasn't been captured by the Marines. Should we inform the Marines? Are you going to inform them now? There's no benefit in notifying the Marines. Let's not provoke him. I heard this guy can easily destroy an island. There's just him here. What are we afraid of? You should know that his bounty is over 1 billion berries. Getting rid of him would make us worry-free for a lifetime. Hey, then you go. Whitebeard's appearance was really conspicuous, and soon someone had the audacity to attack him. Advertisement, of course. The result was naturally very tragic. Those ordinary people couldn't withstand a punch from Whitebeard. Well, I didn't expect that it was really there. Whitebeard found the target on this street, then pushed gate of opening inside. Welcome. This is a small tavern, and when the owner hears the doorbell ring, he knows someone has entered. He looks up to welcome them, but halfway through his words, his expression changes to a serious one. Now there's a warship outside, everything except the anchor is almost new, says the white-bearded man. We don't deal with warships, the tavern owner shakes his head. The ship also has cannons, ammunition, and firearms, the white-bearded man continues. How many in total? A lot. Then I'll have someone come pick them up at night. I need a boat. How big do you need? Not too big, medium-sized will do, and I'll leave the food on the warship. No problem, we only deal with arms here. Both parties didn't sign anything after negotiating, they just agreed verbally. And that's the rule of underground transactions, reputation is greater than anything, and contracts and agreements mean nothing when doing business with pirates. As the white-bearded man turns to leave, he suddenly stops and asks, do you have children here? Are you talking about slaves? I don't engage in slave trading, the tavern owner is taken aback, then shakes his head. Do you have orphans on this island? Orphans? There should be some, but I'm not sure. Okay then, give me a barrel of wine. Advertisement. The white-bearded man takes the wine and pushes open the gate, heading back to the warship from before. Did you find a buyer on the black market? Asks Marzi. Yes, I found one, we'll make the transaction at night, replies the white-bearded man. That's good, after all, the warship is too big, not suitable for the three of us. Currently, there are only the three of them, and with no anchor, how could they possibly control that warship, especially when the weather at sea is unpredictable and it's unsafe for men alone. Relying solely on the white-bearded man won't be enough. By the way, where's Marco? He went to buy books. Are you letting him go alone? Don't worry, this guy has the phoenix fruit, which is similar to Logia. He can turn his body into elements. Unless he encounters a powerful expert with Haoshoku Haki, he should be fine, said Majidao. You seem to know everything, Whitebeard said. Of course, I know more than you. I even know how you died, Majidao replied. What do you mean by that? I say I am a person from the future. Do you believe me? I mentioned my age and now I look like a child, Majidao said. You are a person from the future? Whitebeard's eyes widened at the words. So, do you know the future? Of course, would you like to know? I don't want to. Haha, you are truly Whitebeard. I did not misjudge you. Similar to the original plot, just like Luffy, he also chose to refuse. At that time, when Usopp asked Rayleigh about Raftel, Luffy's loud shout interrupted his question. 004 Did you want to kill all of them in Malta just now? Now Whitebeard knows that he came from the future, and believes what Maji said, but he still hasn't asked about it. And this will be their secret. Even if you came back from the future, it means you're still 9 years old, Whitebeard said sarcastically. Yes, so what? So, be my son, don't be ridiculous. Kurarara. The laughter of Whitebeard kept echoing on the warship, as if he had never been so happy before. Back when he was with the Rocks Pirates, he not only had to face the tyrannical captain, but also had to deal with scheming crewmates. And he had to guard against sneak attacks from those bastards every day, which had made him go without a smile for a long time. Being with Maji and Marco, he felt no such pressure at all, but rather found it very enjoyable, as if they were really a family. Huh? Marco has been gone for quite a while. By now, it was already very dark, and the underground world's merchants had sent people to move the weapons, and even sent a ship over, a normal-sized ship similar to the original Sunny, with modifications made to the gate to provide Whitebeard with a larger room. But Marco still hadn't returned, causing Maji to worry. That troublesome Marco hasn't come back yet. Yeah, why isn't he back? Advertisement Whitebeard also noticed this issue. It was dark outside. According to Marco's personality, he should have returned if he had gone out to buy books, so why hadn't he returned after a few hours, especially with the shops on the island closing soon? Wait, don't we have no money on us? Where did you get the money to give Marco for the books? Look. Maji flicked a gold coin towards Whitebeard. Seeing this, Whitebeard caught it and was surprised. You actually have a gold coin on you. Yeah, I gave one to Marco. You gave him one before? Yeah, what's wrong? That kid is probably being watched now that he has a gold coin. Whitebeard grabbed Maji and jumped directly off the ship. Huh? Maji has not yet recovered, but instantly realized that there might be a problem. Once Marco exposes the gold coins in his hands, even if he is a 7-year-old kid with devil fruit ability, he probably won't be able to defend himself. It's been so long since they left. Maji is not worried about Marco's safety, because as long as the fruit ability is on him, he is just afraid that the kid will be captured. Whitebeard anxiously led Maji to search on the island, covered with a powerful observation Haki. They quickly found Marco and the others. At this moment, Marco is fighting with 3 other kids against a group of adults. The 3 kids are about the same age as Marco, and they are dirty. The adults they are fighting against have different hair colors, holding weapons in their hands, and despite Marco's group managing to knock down several of them, the situation isn't particularly favorable due to the adults being more experienced. Although Marco is a Phoenix fruit ability user, his flames are not lethal and using his ability constantly consumes his stamina. Just as it seemed they were about to be caught, the adults suddenly felt a gust of wind behind them and their surroundings turned dark. Sensing something behind them, the adults stiffened and turned around. When they saw Whitebeard's indifferent eyes, their hearts skipped a beat. Advertisement. You despicable bunch actually dared to hurt my family. Whitebeard directly grabbed his sword. Don't. Before the others could plead for mercy, he struck with his sword. Get down quickly. Maji shouted at Marco and the others, and the 4 kids immediately crouched down. As the blade passed, blood splattered. Whitebeard was ruthless this time, even splitting the building behind him in half with his sword. Sitting on his shoulder, Maji felt a strong impact and instinctively grabbed his hair tightly. Because of his ability, the whole island was experiencing a violent earthquake. The range of Whitebeard's ability was too terrifying, causing a level of fear that those who had not experienced the earthquake before could not fathom. The entire land was shaking, the houses on the island quivered as if they were made of tofu. Fortunately, this earthquake was not too severe, so most of the buildings on the island were unaffected. Except for Marco, the other 3 kids were frozen, staring dumbfounded at everything. Maji grabbed Whitebeard's ear and yelled at it, "Newgate, can't you show some restraint? Can't you use Conqueror's Haki and not use a cannon to kill mosquitoes? Were you trying to kill Marco and the others just now?" Whitebeard also gradually came to his senses, realizing that he had been impulsive, but that was his nature. Currently, he only had 2 family members, Maji and Marco. When he saw Marco in danger, how could he not be anxious? Maji could understand his feelings, feeling both happy and angry at the same time because this guy's temper was too impulsive. 005 Can I change to a bigger boat now? I've had enough of you guys a long time ago. Marco, what's going on? Didn't you go buy books? Maji jumped down from the shoulder of Whitebeard to check Marco's body, found no problems and no injuries. It was the other 3 little rascals, who had just approached. Maji was a bit stunned, even though they were young, Maji recognized them. Joes, Saki, Beasta. 3rd Squad Captain Joes, 4th Squad Captain Saki, 5th Squad Captain Beasta. Joes was the tallest among the 3, Saki the oldest, followed by Beasta. He stole my coins. After losing the coins, I didn't dare to go back, so I kept looking for them. Finally found them, and they told me the coins were stolen. They wanted me to help them get the coins back. Marco pointed to Saki. Saki, who was already 10 years old and slightly taller than Maji, felt a bit embarrassed scratching his head. Who took the coins? Maji asked. That guy. Saki pointed to a corpse on the ground. Maji found his coins and people had started to gather. Whitebeard said to Marco and Maji, "We should leave." Okay. The 2 followed Whitebeard's footsteps and left. Saki, what should we do? 4-year-old Joes looked at Saki. Even though he was just 4 years old, he dared to fight alongside Saki. Joes was big for his age, almost as tall as Saki. Beasta, what are you looking at? Saki asked Beasta, noticing that Beasta had been staring in the direction Whitebeard and the others left. He's strong. Beasta said vacantly. Yes, he's strong. Let's go, Saki said. Saki, I want to follow him, Beasta said. Why? I don't know. He was very kind to Pineapple earlier. He killed for him. If we can join him, will he protect us in the future? Beasta whispered. Saki was taken aback. The trio had no parents. He worked in the kitchen and got kicked out for stealing food for Joes. Then he met the stray Beasta, and the 3 formed a small thief group. Marco caught the attention by flaunting a coin, leading to him getting followed and eventually robbed of the coin by another group. Saki, unable to swallow this, prepared to ambush the people who stole their coins with his 2 young partners. Just then, they met Marco who was looking for them, and they agreed to work together, leading to the scene just now. Witnessing the strength of Whitebeard, Beasta's heart wavered. Advertisement, are you serious about this, Beasta? Saki asked. Yes, I am serious. I want to follow him, Beasta nodded vigorously. What do you think, Joes? Saki looked at Joes. I'm hungry, Joes said, biting his finger. Then let's go. He has 2 kids with him, so he must like kids. Let's join him and see where it leads us. Saki made the decision and led Joes and Beasta to follow the path that Maji had taken. They finally caught up with them at the dock. What are you guys up to? Marco was still furious. Their coins had been stolen, and he hadn't settled the score with them yet. We want to join you. Please accept us. Saki stood in front of the bearded man. I don't take subordinates, the bearded man shook his head. Beasta looked disappointed. Joes rubbed his belly even hungrier, while Saki hung his head. Suddenly, a hand reached out in front of them, and the 3 looked up. Would you like to be my sons? Hooray, Margie, we need to change ships. Yes, it's time. It's getting crowded already, but... No money. Don't be like this, I know you have money. Mind your own business. Your money is mine, my money is everyone's. Don't talk nonsense, be practical. Unknowingly, 5 years had passed. The bearded man was now 41 years old, Margie was 14. What started as a pirate crew of just 3 people had grown to 6, then 10, and more, but all of them were still kids. Advertisement: the oldest, Saki, had just turned 15, while the youngest, Joes, was already 9. Though only 14, Margie was the leader of these children. If the bearded man was the father figure, Margie was like the mother, taking care of these rascals and finding time to teach them as well. Marco, Jozu, Sach, Vista, Wadibe, Flamenco, Rikuyo, these familiar names that will resound across the seas in the future, are now each little brats. The pirate crew has expanded to over 40 people, and they have entered the Grand Line from the West Blue. After 5 years of sailing, their ship is no longer usable, it's time to change to a new one. Although reluctant, with their increasing numbers, the ship acquired using marine weapons is not enough for their use. Dad is asking Big Brother for money again. Jozu and Marco whispered to each other, watching Maddie and Whitebeard arguing. Dad often borrows money from Big Brother, guess how much he'll get this time? Vista chuckled. 1 gold coin. Izo chuckled. 2. Rikuyo chuckled. You're all wrong, this time Dad wants to rob Big Brother's little treasury, Marco smirked. You're not joking, right? Satch exclaimed. Not joking, our ship has been around for 5 years, it was originally secondhand, Dad has always wanted a new ship but didn't have the money, so only Big Brother has money, he wants Big Brother to give money to buy a ship, Marco laughed. Can we change to a bigger ship now? I'm fed up with you guys. Wadibe hands on her waist. Big Brother cares more about you, go talk to Big Brother and make him take out the money, then we can change the ship, Marco chuckled. I'm not going, Dad can handle it, Wadibe said. Do you think Dad can succeed this time and let us change the ship? Vista said. It shouldn't be a problem. Satch smiled. Why? Because Big Brother has long wanted to change the ship, but he has just been saving money all along, Satch whispered. How do you know? Marco and others exclaimed. Since the last time they raided a merchant ship, Big Brother wanted to change the ship, but unfortunately the ship was destroyed by you guys. Big Brother asked where their ship was built from, actually no need for Dad to mention, Big Brother has long had the intention to change the ship. Satch smiled. So that's it, doesn't it mean Dad is wasting his effort? Marco and others all laughed. 006 What do we do now? Marine has surrounded this place. Indeed, Marjorie eventually resorted to the mentality of urgently changing ships with the Whitebeard, signed a series of unequal contracts with him, and finally took out his own little treasury. Joes, go fetch the box from my room, Marjorie turned back and said to the peeking Joes. Okay, Big Brother. Joes hurried into the cabin. Crack. Joes exerted force and stepped on the deck, creating a large hole. The wooden ship was severely corroded, causing Joes and the others, including Whitebeard and Atamos, to exert more pressure on the ship. Joes was already used to it, lifted his foot, and continued walking inside. Before long, he came out holding a metal box. The box was made by Marjorie 4 years ago and had a large lock on it. Everyone knew that this box was Marjorie's little treasury. Among them, Marjorie's combat power was the weakest, failing to even defeat Watabe. But Marjorie possessed an ability. He could obtain a small gold coin every day. According to Marjorie, it was his devil fruit ability. They were curious about how much money was in the little treasury, how many gold coins Marjorie had saved over the years. Taking out the key to unlock the box, a flash of gold blinded everyone present. So much money, Marco and the others exclaimed. Let me count. Marjorie calculated and found a total of 1231 gold coins, each weighing 100 grams. This amounted to grams. Calculating at a rate of 5,000 belly per gram of gold, there were 615,500,000 belly here. It was unexpected that Marjorie had such a large sum of money, and even Whitebeard gasped when the calculation was made. You actually have this much money? Big Brother, give me some money, Watabe clung to Marjorie's arm coquettishly. Get lost. Marjorie's hand landed on her face, pushing her away, however, Watabe still held onto his arm tightly. 1 coin for you. Marjorie couldn't bear it anymore and handed her a coin. Thank you, brother. Watabe took it happily, kissed Marjorie on the cheek. Marjorie wiped the drool off his face, and Marco and the others watched eagerly. Advertisement, you guys, it's pointless to give you money. I've inquired about the price of a ship. A brand new ship that can take us anywhere in the world requires a minimum of 300 million belly. At Newgate's current speed, the crew will only get larger, so we need a big ship, estimated to cost 500 million belly. The remaining 100 million belly will be used to purchase other things. Marjorie had already done the math. He had been saving money all along, until today when he finally took it out. Over the past 5 years, he should have accumulated 1825 gold coins. In these 5 years, 594 coins were spent on necessities like food, drink, and repairs. Apart from looted money, there were expenses for frequent banquets, compensation for damages, and various miscellaneous purchases. If there's no marquee, their days would have been much harder to pass. Where are we going now? To Seven Water Capital, the first half of the Grand Line. The shipbuilding industry in Seven Water Capital is the best. I've heard of it but never been there, Whitebeard nodded. I've been ready long ago. Marky took out an Eternal Compass. I bought an Eternal Compass to Seven Water Capital in the underground world before. We can travel directly there through the compass, Marky said. So you've been prepared long ago, Whitebeard said. Otherwise, when would we be able to change the ship, with you? Marky said irritably. Kula Lala, it's because of you that I feel relieved, Whitebeard stood up laughing. Kids, let's go, to Seven Water Capital. Yeah, everyone cheered. Elder brother, shall we have a banquet? No money, don't we still have 15 million berries left? That's my money. You bastards, Nugget, teach them a lesson, daring to steal money. No, Dad, it was Marco who stole. You rogue, Sack. It's none of my business, Dad and it was Sack who stole. Hey, have you heard? Nugget appeared on the Grand Line. On an unnamed island in the New World, a group of people were resting by the sea, the leading man laughed. I heard he's accompanied by a group of kids, the handsome middle-aged man with blonde hair beside him laughed. Advertisement, Nugit's dream is to have a family. Heard that those kids are all his family members. Ha ha ha, he's become a dad. Roger laughed loudly. Everyone sails for their dreams. Nugit's dream is just different. The former members of Rock's Pirates have started to become active on the sea, Rayleigh said. Ha ha ha, I look forward to meeting him again and seeing how his family is. Roger laughed heartily. What's so interesting about a bunch of kids? Jabba shook his head. I look forward to meeting him again. The Whitebeard Pirates appeared in the City of Seven Waters, causing chaos around the city and engaging in battle with the Marines, which spread throughout the world. At the same time, on this side of the City of Seven Waters, Maruki is getting angry with Whitebeard. I told you long ago, we are very close to Marine headquarters, keep a low profile. Our ship isn't even fixed yet. You guys, causing trouble everywhere, now being targeted by the Marines. Maruki roared at Whitebeard and the others. The others were obviously taller than Maruki, but all lowered their heads in front of him, looking dejected. A month ago, they arrived at the City of Seven Waters, and Maruki found Tom, commissioning him to build a large ship with a budget of 500 million belly. Tom took on the project and designed the Moby Dick according to Whitebeard's vision. It would take a month for Tom alone to build it, so Maruki let them stay on the island. But then they heard about several special islands nearby, such as the Food Kingdom and Sengoku Island. Whitebeard took this group of youngsters to play there. Somehow, they ended up in conflict with the Marines, defeating a Marine Vice Admiral. The Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku came over, and another major battle broke out. Whitebeard could only escape with his crew back to the City of Seven Waters. What do we do now? The Marines have surrounded this place, Maruko said in a low voice. We wait here and negotiate with the Marines, Maruki said. You want to negotiate with the Marines? How will you negotiate? Whitebeard asked. With the lives of all the people in the City of Seven Waters, Maruki said in a serious tone. What are you planning to do? Whitebeard exclaimed. Don't worry, it's just negotiation. The ship will be ready tonight. We can leave here then, Maruki said. If Garp and Zeph come to help, we won't stand a chance of escaping. Really? Are you all better now? Whitebeard said happily. You really are a stubborn boss, could you show some mercy? Macy yelled at Whitebeard. No one else dared to treat Whitebeard like this, only Macy dared to. Wait, let's go negotiate with Marine. Macy took a deep breath and headed towards the capital of Seven Waters. Whitebeard followed Macy out. At this moment, the Marine army had already surrounded the capital of Seven Waters, and as time passed, more and more Marine warships came to support. Leading this fleet was Marine's Chief General, Zhang Guo. General, Whitebeard is here. A Marine soldier who had been watching the pier turned back and shouted to Zhang Guo. Zhang Guo with an explosion head immediately stood up and walked towards the position of the front artillery. He didn't need a telescope, he saw Whitebeard, and also saw Macy under Whitebeard's feet. Zhang Guo. Whitebeard shouted from the island. Newgate. Zhang Guo stared at him, wary at all times. Bring the ship over. The warship approached and stopped several tens of meters away from the shore. Let us leave, Zhang Guo. Whitebeard said. You must be kidding, Zhang Guo said. Do you want the entire Seven Waters to sink into the sea? Whitebeard said. What do you mean? Zhang Guo had a bad feeling. Don't forget my abilities, if you insist on leaving me here, I won't go down without a fight. Think about how many people need to die to keep me here, at least the Seven Waters will have to bury under the sea, and how much will your Marines pay? Think about it, Zhang Guo, Whitebeard said. Are you trying to blackmail me, Newgate? Zhang Guo gritted his teeth. Not blackmail, but negotiation. I haven't caused any damage. As long as your Marines don't touch me, I won't touch you either, Whitebeard said. You are a pirate, and it's only right for Marine to capture pirates, Newgate, Zhang Guo said. So how much are you willing to pay to capture me? Just you alone, Whitebeard said. During the Warring States period, one of the big generals, Zepha, went home to see his son, while Garp, upon receiving news of Roger's appearance in the New World, rushed there swiftly. New Marine headquarters now has a vacant fleet admiral position. Could it be that they have to pull someone out of vacancy? Advertisement. Apart from the Marine headquarters, the Marine Fleet Admiral hardly ever personally goes to Mariajoy and is almost impossible to mobilize. It is indeed not easy for him alone to take down Whitebeard. As seen in the recent skirmish, it was impossible to keep him down. Warring States, you understand as well that I can't be kept here. Today I'll leave here for the New World, and you know I won't actively engage with the Marines and ordinary people, Whitebeard said. Having dealt with Whitebeard for many years, Warring States knew that what Whitebeard said was true, but he couldn't bear to just let Whitebeard go like this. However, the current combat power of Marine is not enough. Depending solely on him cannot take down Whitebeard. Moreover, during the skirmish, he also realized that Whitebeard's current strength had increased. Once the battle is released, not only will the capital be in danger, but the surrounding seas will also be severely affected, including the nearby Judiciary Island being hit by tsunami waves. Bam! 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 Just as Warring States was entangled in his thoughts, a warship appeared beside him at some point, cannons spewed flames, and there was a thunderous roar. 3 shells flew straight towards Whitebeard and his men. Who? Warring States said in anger. HMPH. Whitebeard snorted, raised his hand, formed a fist, and punched the flying shells. Boom! The air shattered like mirror, and the shockwaves hit the 3 shells, causing them to break within the shockwaves. The impact force did not stop and went straight towards the warship. Warring States saw the admiral on the warship, a vice-admiral of the marine faction of the world government, with whom he didn't have a good relationship. As the shockwave approached, Warring States coldly watched, showing no intention of making a move. The vice-admiral, evidently overestimating his abilities, unsheathed his sword to confront it. Boom! Under Whitebeard's shock impact, both he and his warship were shattered. Fool, do you think you can lay hands on him too? Warring States sneered at the scene, but when he turned his head, Whitebeard was already gone. I don't believe you won't come out, surrounding island. Your methods won't work. Whitebeard carried his naginata and ran. I know, his companion, Marquis, followed him, speaking as they ran. What do we do now? Continuing like this, we won't be able to deal with the Marines. If Garp and Zephyr come to reinforce, we will have no chance of escape. It's okay, the boat can be finished today, and the water gods come every other year. What are the water gods? They're tsunamis. Haven't you noticed that there are very few people on the island? Now that you mention it, there are indeed a lot fewer people than before. Where did they all go? Advertisement, they are evacuating. The tsunami is coming, and they have already fled to other islands. Are you sure there will be a tsunami tonight? Yes, it comes every year on time. Most of the island will be flooded by the tsunami, and the marine will either choose to dock or evacuate. Running back to the shipyard, Tom and his mermaid secretary, Coco Luo, were busy. Mr. Tom, will it be finished today? Asked Maji. I guarantee it will be completed for you, Tom smiled. Can our ship withstand the water gods tonight? Are you planning to confront the water gods? That's not easy. It's 100 meters high tsunami, even the ship I built wouldn't be able to pass. But now we are surrounded by the marine. If we can't break through with the help of the water gods, we will be trapped on the island waiting to die. There's no way around it. But when the water gods arrive, you can also wait for the marine to leave. They will definitely leave, they won't stay here and wait to die. Once they leave, you can escape immediately, and the marine won't be able to catch up with you. It's the only way. Maji sighed, not willing to take risks. Brother, our ship is really big. Jose came over. Thump. Maji tapped Jose's head. Brother, why did you hit me? Was it you who caused trouble? Maji said angrily. They were bullying people. What kind of people are we? Pirates. Are pirates good people? Yes. Who told you pirates are good people? Dad. Pirates are bad guys. We are bad guys. We do bad things. Those who do good things are the Marines. They are law enforcement officials. What's it got to do with us pirates? Margie knocked on Jose's head again. Ah, not only Jose, but also several other little brats were shocked. 008 Unimaginable World. Really crazy. Neptune, what exactly did you teach them? Have you ever seen pirates who are good people and do good deeds? Margie yelled angrily at the white-bearded man who was about to slip away. Margie was now teaching his son, but another elder came over and told them that 1 + 1 = 3, leading these kids astray. Haha, I didn't expect them to be so easily deceived. The white-bearded man stopped and laughed heartily. What? The people were shocked, holding their heads. Dad, how could you deceive us? So it turns out we are the bad guys. You told us that the Marines are the bad guys. From now on, we won't believe Dad's words anymore. Dad is the biggest bad guy. A group of children who were deceived by the white-bearded man were each holding a grudge and settling scores with him. Ha ha ha, you guys are so fun. Kokura came over and heard their conversation, laughing uncontrollably. These pirates were so amusing, an adult leading a group of children, and ironically the most mature one among them was a child. Margie was speechless at this moment, realizing that the trouble with the Marines was because of the white-bearded man. However, after this incident, the white-bearded man should be much more honest. Marco, keep an eye on the sea to see if the Marines retreat. Okay. Marco flew up into the air to investigate the movements of the Marines. After a while, Marco returned. A Marine warship docked, leading the Marines to land, and the rest of the Marine warships departed. It was obvious that the Warlord had received the information. The people on the island had already evacuated, but he decided to leave the Whitebeard Pirates and land for battle. They couldn't retreat now. Dad, what should we do? Marco asked Whitebeard. Margie, what do you think? Whitebeard looked at Margie. What else can we do? Fight them. Margie looked at everyone. Without going through hardships, how could these people grow? Although they were young, each of them was quite powerful. The number of forces landing from the Marines was not many, and Whitebeard was enough to attract the main firepower, so he would handle it. Advertisement, it's rare to hear this from our big brother, Saki chuckled. Don't get yourselves killed, Margie said. Don't worry big brother, we will definitely protect you, Joe fist pumped. Maji found out that his strength was indeed very weak. With the same training, he simply couldn't compare to these people. Based on Whitebeard's appraisal of him, he was just a very normal ordinary person, as ordinary as can be. The only good thing was his brain was very agile, managing the pirate group in an orderly manner. Maji took a gun and occupied a high point, watching as Whitebeard led a group of kids and engaged in battle with the Marines led by Akainu. In close combat he could only serve as target practice for these Marines, might as well be a cannon fodder. Bang! A bullet hit Akainu, but it was deflected. It had no effect at all, not even an itch. Akainu glanced at Maji, not even bothering to acknowledge him. Akainu transformed into a giant form, even larger than Whitebeard. The two of them engaged in intense combat. Explosions resonated on the island. Because of his size, Maji tried shooting at him, but it proved to be useless, so he had to aim at other marines instead. The battle continued for a while, the sky getting darker, the waves on the sea starting to surge. Apparently the gods of the sea were coming. Maji lay on a high point looking down. The distant tsunami had already appeared. The first wave was relatively small, but it would get bigger, accompanied by a fierce storm. Truly, we must fear the weather of the ocean. Maji saw the 100-meter-high tsunami. It was like doomsday. In his past life he had seen tsunamis in some countries, tens of meters high, almost wiped out a city. 100 meters high tsunami. Luckily the construction of Seven Waters City was strong enough. The drainage system was good enough to withstand such a terrifying tsunami attack. When the tsunami struck, both sides had to stop and move to higher ground. Whitebeard and Akainu's battle continued wherever they went. The outcome was hard to determine for a while. An incredible world, truly insane. Maji couldn't help but be amazed seeing two giant monsters battling. Apart from in the Valley of the Gods, this was the first time he saw Whitebeard in a fierce battle. Of course, the sea was vast, there were many strong ones, and the future seas would definitely face countless challenges and battles. Whitebeard was not invincible. In the world stage, talents emerged one after another. It was hard to imagine what kind of strong opponent could leave a wound on Whitebeard. Maji, your ship is ready. Once the gods of the sea pass, you can leave here. Tom came over to deliver the good news. Advertisement. Thank you, Tom. No need to be polite, I've earned money, getting closer to my dream. What is your dream, Tom? Maji suddenly asked. I want to build a train that can run on the sea, just like a land train, ignoring the waves of the ocean, connecting islands around the world. Ha ha ha. Tom opened his arms and laughed heartily. Such a great dream, Tom, you will definitely succeed. Bramink, who has been learning from Tom for some time. Ha ha ha, very ambitious, right? What about your dreams? Tom suddenly asked. Our dream. Maji looked at Whitebeard, who was still fighting, and then looked at Marco and the others. Being together as a family is our dream. Maji hugged Bramink and Marco. That's right, and to make Dad the One Piece. Ha ha ha. A group of excited kids cheered and started to board the Moby Dick. They started to get busy. With 5 years of sailing experience, they worked together with clear division of labor, quickly getting the ship ready and under control. Mr. Tom, how should we set off? The ship was still in the dock, needing to go down the waterway below to reach the sea below. Without seeing any equipment for dragging, how could such a huge ship go down? I've been ready, just waiting for you to set off. The water gods have just arrived, and another wave is just ending. I will send you off later, Tom said. Okay, Marco, go inform Newgate. Maji said. Leave it to me. Marco flew up into the sky, then flew back down shouting, Big brother, the Marines are coming. Don't let them come over, Mr. Tom. Hide well, do not expose yourself, hide quickly, Maji said, drawing his sword, with Jozu and Vista, jumping off the ship. Sure enough, the Marines noticed their ship, knowing their intention to set sail, and led Marine soldiers to intercept them. We cannot allow the Whitebeard Pirates to set sail, said the leading Marine Commodore. 009 don't participate in battles anymore in the future, you are unsuitable for battles. Take them out, don't let them get close to our ship. Maji rushed forward, raised his gun and fired a shot, holding a knife as he charged into the midst of the Marines. Although his strength was average, it didn't mean he lacked courage to fight the enemy. Especially at times like this, courage determined the outcome of the battle. The two sides fought fiercely, with Maji facing an elite soldier from the headquarters, and the outcome of their battle was difficult to discern. The soldiers were all surprised, never expecting to encounter such a skilled individual within the Whitebeard Pirates. What are you looking at? In the moment Maji found him distracted, the soldier drew a gun from his waist and aimed a shot at Maji's chest. Losing the support of one hand, the soldier's knife broke through Maji's own knife, leaving a deep cut on his chest. The soldier did not expect Maji to fight in this manner. Both of them were injured, with a blood hole in the soldier's chest and a bloody streak on Maji's chest. After a while, Maji got up, blood flowing from his chest, quickly staining his clothes red. Nevertheless, Maji continued to charge at another soldier, continuing the fight. Boom! Another huge tsunami crashed onto the island, causing the entire island to shake violently. As Tom just said, this was the final wave. Marco, go inform Newgate quickly. Maji found Marco and instructed him to call Whitebeard back. Marco immediately transformed into a phoenix and flew towards the intense battle, where golden light shimmered and earthquakes continued. You won't get through. A Marine officer in a Marine coat swung towards Marco. Clang! Maji stood in front of Marco. Despite the power difference, he was sent flying by the blow, buying time for Marco. Marco soared into the sky to find Whitebeard. Brother. Joe saw Maji being knocked away, punched 4 or 5 Marines away, and ran over. Seeing the blood on Maji's body, Joe's eyes widened in anger. I'll kill you. Joe's angrily charged at the officer, his fists in steel gloves striking out, catching the officer off guard, and sending him flying with a single blow. Not long after Marco left, a violent earthquake occurred, followed by heavy footsteps, as Whitebeard rushed back with a naginata in hand. Maji. Seeing Maji lying on the ground, Whitebeard became extremely anxious, tightly gripping the naginata, gathering his tremor fruit power onto the blade to form a wide transparent shockwave. Tremor blade. Advertisement. Whoosh. With a swing of the blade, all the marines were instantly sent flying by the shockwave. All the marines were taken care of under Whitebeard's single strike. Marshal, how are you? Marco, I'm not dead yet, why the hurry, cough cough. Marshal was picked up by Joe's. Hurry, the tsunami has ended, our ship is also fine, get on board quickly. Whitebeard looked around and, seeing Marshall's condition, he wanted to continue killing and take out all these marines who dared to harm his family. That's enough, let's go. Marshall grabbed Whitebeard's arm. All right, men, let's go. Whitebeard raised his nodashi and shouted. Everyone boarded the ship. Tom pulled down the gate, fixed a wooden beam on one side of the ship exploded, the ship tilted down. Everyone grabbed onto the ship, as it tilted to 70 degrees about to crash on the shore. Suddenly, the ship bounced up, dragged by the sea, and the current was fast, propelling their ship rapidly towards the ocean. A year ago, this was how they crossed the reverse mountain from West Blue to enter the Grand Line, so this kind of extreme speed descent was nothing to them. Row! The group shouted excitedly. Zhang Guo caught up, seeing the Whitebeard pirates already far away, his body began to transform back to its original form. Zhang Guo, it's none of your business, who would have thought their ship was hidden here? Should we continue the pursuit? The next stop is Fishman Island, they must be coasting at the Sabaody archipelago. No need, let them go to Fishman Island, the sea route to Fishman Island is very dangerous. Yes. Without the sea gods, their ship sailed quickly on the sea, deliberately adding 2 paddle wheels by Tom so they could travel quickly when there was no wind. As for power, it naturally came from steam engines, which required a large amount of fuel to operate. Brother, let me heal you. Marco used the flames of regeneration to heal Marshall's wounds. Marco is already very skilled in using his abilities, he can even regenerate lost limbs. Marshall recovered instantly and was back to his lively self. You shouldn't participate in battles anymore, you're not suited for combat, Whitebeard said. Advertisement, I am a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marshall said casually. Whitebeard was instantly speechless, didn't say anything, hung his head low lost in thought. Cheer up, you are the captain, we have a new crew member, let's welcome our new crew member. Marshall patted the shin of the towering Whitebeard. Men. Whitebeard raised his head, and everyone looked at him excitedly. Welcome our new partner, Moby Dick, let's start the banquet. Roar. Welcome Moby Dick, let the banquet begin. Ha ha ha. Wow. The banquet is the happiest, everyone is cheering, but Maji has a request, minors are not allowed to drink. In this world, adulthood is at 17, there are not many adults on the ship, so the alcohol on board is basically cheaper for Whitebeard. Newgate, are you not happy? Maji saw Whitebeard, who was drinking alone on the throne custom made for him, holding a keg of alcohol. No, I am very happy. I can't tell if you are happy or not. Maji sat beside him, holding alcohol in his hand. He said he was older than Whitebeard, and no one doubted, so he could also drink. Do you regret taking them out? How do you know? Guess, my thoughts are the same as yours. They're all a bunch of kids. Today's battle is the most difficult we have encountered so far. Before, with you leading, we hardly needed to do anything. What if you were delayed? We have to face the enemy. Did you see me getting hurt, so you are scared? If that's the case, Newgate, leave me in Sabaody. I don't want to be a burden to you. Maji finished speaking and took a sip of his drink. Nonsense, even if Lousy dies, I won't leave you behind, Whitebeard shouted angrily. Marco and others who were cheering at the banquet stopped, turned their heads in Whitebeard's direction. Enjoy studying during the spring festival. Reload 100 and get 500 VIP points. 010 We are the Whitebeard Pirates, do you want to join us? Maji, I forbid you to say such things again. Don't ever mention it again, and if you dare to leave without permission, I will break your legs, Whitebeard gritted his teeth. Maji remained silent. He did indeed have thoughts of leaving. Among the pirate crew, his strength was the weakest. The future gap would only grow wider, and as an ordinary person on the ship, he would only be a burden. For the Whitebeard Pirates, Maji's biggest role was definitely not in combat, but in logistics and medical care. Marco and others followed Maji to learn. Maji taught them reading and fighting beyond battles. Maji himself couldn't see it, but everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates knew very well, they couldn't do without Maji. They even willingly called him Big Brother. Without the money Maji saved, they wouldn't be able to afford a new ship. Old man, what does Big Brother want to do? Marco asked. HMPH, he thinks he's a burden and plans to sneak off the ship, Whitebeard coldly hummed. What? No, Big Brother, are you joking? How could we ever leave you? Did Blamenko provoke you? I'll go punch him. How could I provoke Big Brother? Jozu, you're slandering me. The scene was chaotic. Whitebeard shouted, all of you listen, take turns watching him, make sure he doesn't escape. Yes. Marco and the others kept a close eye on Maji, making Maji speechless. How could he bear to leave? The new ship was different. They smoothly sailed through the Devil's Triangle. Jozu, I'm taking a bath. What are you doing? I also want to take a bath. Ever since Whitebeard gave the order, everyone was watching him, eating together, going to the bathroom together, bathing together, even locking him up while sleeping, keeping a strict guard on him. Maji was both moved and wanted to scold these guys. The pointer had been pointing at the bottom of the red soil continent without moving. It was constantly pointing underground. Let's go to Sabaody, Maji said. I heard Sabaody is a special island, Vista remarked. I've seen from the tree. Technically, Sabaody isn't an island, but a mangrove forest formed by Uruki vine red trees. The island is formed from the roots of the mangrove forest, having unique landscapes and even an amusement park. Marco smiled. He loved reading, and Maji often bought him books, especially those related to medical care. Even with his healing ability, he still needed medical assistance. Maji wondered, if Marco hadn't been locked up, could his flames of restoration have saved Ace? Advertisement. It was indeed a possibility, a resurrection-like healing ability. Maji's detailed memory is not very clear. There are illegal areas and legal areas in Sabaody. Having been in this world for 5 years, combined with the original work, it is impossible to remember everything. Maji only roughly knows the situation over there. We need to take the ship for coding, Maji said. Coding? Others looked at Maji in confusion. It means wrapping the ship in a huge bubble, so that we can dive to Fishman Island, Maji explained. Can it be done with just a bubble? That's amazing, Whitebeard exclaimed. The red line coral trees will secrete a kind of branches similar to bubbles. Through special methods, they can envelop the ship, forming a protective film layer and then use gravity to sink the ship into the seabed, Maji explained to them. Each of them listened in amazement and started to get excited. So that's how it is. It's actually possible to enter the seabed in this way. Big brother, how do you know everything? Beasta looked admiringly. Read more books. I told you to read more books, but you never listen. Maji knocked on Beasta's head. Despite being much taller than him, Beasta laughed happily. I don't like reading. Marco likes reading. Reading more books is good for you, and there's nothing else to do anyway. We are almost at Sabaody. New Gate, have you been here before? Do you know any reliable coding artisans? Maji asked. Entering the seabed is not a trivial matter. It is necessary to find reliable coding artisans. If any tricks are played and problems arise with the ship model after diving, it could lead to disaster. I know one. New Gate thought for a moment and nodded. Perfect, we must find a reliable artisan, Maji said. Don't worry, that guy specializes in this and he will accompany us to Fishman Island, New Gate said. Oh, he will come with the ship? Maji's eyes lit up. Otherwise, do you think everything will be fine after coding? How can pirates easily trust others? They must bring the artisan along and let the artisan find a way back from Fishman Island on his own, Whitebeard said. I understand, Maji nodded. If that's the case, pirates wouldn't be afraid of the artisan tampering unless the artisan had a suicidal mindset in coding for them. We're here, Whitebeard smiled. At the words, everyone looked up and indeed saw a forest, with many bubbles reflecting colorful light under the sun. So beautiful, Whitebeard hugged Maji's hand tightly. Advertisement, Whitebeard, what are you doing? Big brother, don't even think about running away. I will never let you go, Whitebeard said fiercely. The boat is getting closer. Captain Whitebeard once said that numbers 1 to 29 are lawless areas. They landed in the mangroves at number 27. Before the boat even docked, 2 voices could be heard. Let me go, let me go. Ha ha ha, we didn't expect to catch 2 little fish people. They should fetch a good price. Sob sob, someone come and save me. I don't want to be taken as a slave. Save us, sob sob. The sound of a child crying. A shadow passed above them. Without needing to look, they knew who it was. Maji took out a small notebook. As the boat docked, there were many things written in the notebook, such as a procurement list and personnel to be assigned later. These guys were a bit scatterbrained. Maji needed to assign work to each of them and then give them money to go shopping. Clap. The small notebook was closed, and the boat docked steadily. Captain Whitebeard and his crew solved the problem as well, rescuing 2 peculiar species from the hands of the traffickers. We are the Whitebeard Pirates. Do you want to join us? Marco asked the 2, 1 adult and 1 child. Whitebeard Pirates? Never heard of it, is that so? You are fishmen from Fishman Island, right? We are heading there. Can you take us there? We can. Idiot, no, why not? Who knows if they're good people? But they saved us. 011 don't believe in the words of human beings. Humans are not all good people. The ferocious and peculiar fishman fell silent. Maji carefully observed the 2 of them and did not expect to meet them here. That Muir, the future captain of the 8th squad under Whitebeard, and the other fishman next to him looked somewhat familiar. He seemed to be the captain of a pirate crew under the Whitebeard Pirates, but Maji didn't know his name. Marco, Thatch, Blamenko, come over here, Maji called out to the 3 of them with a notebook in hand. Upon hearing Maji's words, the 3 ran back to him, and Whitebeard also walked over. The others gathered around as well. Muir and Elwang, who had been watching them closely, noticed that no one was around and thought they could escape by jumping into the sea. However, the 2 of them inexplicably approached to see what these people were up to. Is he the boss of the Whitebeard Pirates? Elwang wondered. I don't think so. Can't you see the pirate flag? That guy is Whitebeard. He must be the captain. Muir pointed towards Newgate. He just asked us if we wanted to be his sons, Elwang said. Don't believe what humans say. Humans are not good people, Muir replied. Okay, big brother. The 2 were curious runaways from Fishman Island, still underage orphans who wandered the Fishman Street. When they heard that a human wanted to be their father, they naturally refused. On the other side, Maji entrusted the 3 to lead the team to buy things. Marco was in charge of the medical group, responsible for purchasing medical supplies. Thatch was in the food procurement group, mainly tasked with buying food, while Blamenko was a shipwright and had to purchase some ship repair materials. This is for you, this is the shopping list. Maji handed the three a list and a bag of money. Having managed the Whitebeard Pirates for 5 years, he knew the prices in this world. Sabaody Archipelago was expected to be a bit more expensive, so Maji gave them 20% more than before. As it was Sabaody, the goods here should be abundant, so he took this opportunity to purchase more. Just as Maji finished instructing the three, several dozen hands suddenly appeared in front of him, big and small, all reaching out towards him, especially Whitebeard, almost touching his face. What are you doing? Maji transformed into Nami and lightly slapped each of their palms. Big brother, give us some money, Vita said with pouting lips. It's rare to come to Sabaody. I heard there's a shopping street here. I'm a girl. I want to buy pretty clothes, so give me money. Didn't I give you a gold coin last time? I bought clothes in St. Blanc, and I also bought your clothes. You. Advertisement indeed, a woman's spending habits are unimaginable. Maji had given Vita money many times before because she was one of the few girls in the crew, and he took care of her like a little sister. And you? What do you want to do? Maji looked at Whitebeard. I ran out of alcohol, Whitebeard said proudly. Maji almost couldn't catch his breath, angrily said, You be asterisk 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 D. Did you drink all the wine I bought? That amount of wine was not enough to drink. Whitebeard looked embarrassed elsewhere. Brother, I have a report. A few days ago, while you were resting, Dad stole 8 barrels of it. Whitebeard raised his hand. Here, I'll give you 100,000 berries. Maji took out 100,000 berries and handed them to Whitebeard. Brother, I want to report Dad. When he went to Food Island before, he stole a gold coin from you. Joes raised his hand and then looked at Whitebeard. Dad, I'm sorry. You guys. Whitebeard was so angry he almost spit blood. This is for you from Joes. Maji glared at Whitebeard, then took out 50,000 berries and gave them to Joes. The others received more or less tens of thousands of berries. In this world, 10,000 berries are equivalent to Maji's past life's $500 in spending power. Giving each of them 20,000 is about right. With a spending power of $1,000, they can buy a lot of things. You two come here. Maji suddenly called out to Masor and Aluing. The two glanced at each other and then walked towards Maji. This is for you, go buy something you like. Maji gave each of them 50,000 berries. Seeing the two of them receiving 50,000 berries, the other's eyes instantly turned red. Just as Maji turned around, a group of people warmly greeted the two. Brother Masor, I just saved you. Saki hugged Masor. Brother Aluing, you look talented. I'll take you out. Ipoita held Aluing's hand warmly. I saved you just now, don't believe them, B-Star added. Whitebeard, Joes, you two. Cough, advertisement. Whitebeard stood in front of the two with a Japanese sword in his hand. Dad. X2 The two saw Whitebeard's posture, and tears fell from their eyes. Betraying comrades will hurt their hearts, Whitebeard said lightly. Dad, this is 50,000 berries. Whitebeard took out half of the berries and handed them to Whitebeard. Dad, this is 25,000 berries. Joes also honestly took out half of it. Kura, you guys are truly obedient, Dad loves you. And you two Fishman kids, from today you are my Whitebeard's sons. As your father, I will take care of the money for my sons. Saying that, the white-bearded man disregarded the opposition of the two and took the money from their hands. The 4 fish stared wide-eyed for a moment. We haven't agreed yet. Before those confused words could be spoken, they saw everyone else had ran away, leaving only the two of them facing each other with their 4 fish eyes. Alright, let's do what we need to do, no solo actions allowed. The white-bearded man chuckled as he walked towards the island. Of course, Maji knew all this. The white-bearded man was actually waiting for him. After Maji came down, apart from Beasta and others who stayed on the boat, Maji took the 2 little fish people and followed the white-bearded man into the island together. I remember he is usually at the casino, the white-bearded man said. To find the plater, it will probably take about a week with our ship, Maji said. Sounds about right. Hey, do you know a plater named Blue? Maji asked a man on the street. Get lost you stinky brat, don't block my way. The man lowered his head without any second thought and pushed Maji away with one hand. Bang! He hit a wall and stopped in his tracks. Looking up, he saw the white-bearded man holding a scythe looking down at him. In an instant, he felt like he was going to die. 012 I'm going to Fishman Island, help me coat the boat. You are, bye. Whitebeard grabbed a person and squeezed slightly with force. Crack. The sound of bones colliding could be heard. You laid hands on my family? Whitebeard said in a deep voice. Please let me go, I didn't mean to, I didn't know he was your family, please, let me go. The person kept pleading in pain. Newgate, we are looking for someone, shouted Maki. Answer me, do you know where the plater brew is? Whitebeard asked. No, I don't know. Don't know? I know, I will definitely find him for you. Hurry up and go find him, if you don't, you'll be dead. After throwing the person down, the other party escaped in a rush. Whether they would find someone was uncertain. They are now in number 3 Mangrove, where there are many casinos. According to Whitebeard, the person is a gambling addict. They have already searched 7 or 8 casinos, but couldn't find the person. They asked many people but no one knew. Do you think he might be at the shipyard? Maki asked. No, that guy is also a wanted criminal. He wouldn't show up at the shipyard. His main job is to help pirates plate ships, Whitebeard said. Still no luck. Besides Whitebeard, no one else knew him. Others went shopping, and even if they met him, they wouldn't know where Brew was. Newgate, let the traffickers go find him. Maki proposed an idea that was quite damaging. Well, okay. Next, they grabbed a bunch of traffickers and sent them to the island to find people. At number 13 Mangrove, Shaki's bar is currently not there. At this moment, she may be the queen of Amazon Lily, the emperor of the 9 snakes. Or maybe not anymore, after all, Shaki said she retired 40 years ago. Advertisement that means she's no longer the emperor of the 9 snakes now, and perhaps the former king of King's Island is back to the 9 snakes because the Rock's pirates disbanded. The traffickers were still efficient, and finally found the person, but it was at number 21 Mangrove, on the side where their ship was docked. It was at a tavern that the person was found, and once found, they were brought over in a daze. What are you human traffickers up to? You're not trying to sell me, are you? Ha ha ha, who would want me? The trafficker dumped the person on the ground, and Margie could see the other person clearly. They looked to be in their 50s or 60s, with a big red alcoholic nose. They were quite tall, 3 to 4 meters in height. Hey, Blue, it's me, Newgate, the white-bearded man approached. Well, if it isn't Whitebeard, the number 1 thug of the Rock's pirate crew. Long time no see. The other person looked at Whitebeard in surprise, then laughed. Long time no see, Whitebeard nodded. Why did you send these traffickers to find me? You're not trying to recruit me as your underling, right? I have no intention of joining any pirate crew, and I'm not interested in playing pirate games with you all. Blue sat up. The traffickers had all fled, leaving only a few of them. So these are your new partners, a bunch of kids and even Fishmen kids, ha ha ha, Newgate, you're not really playing Pirate House with them, are you? Blue saw the minx, Mir and Ilurung, laughing heartily. They are all my family, Whitebeard said. Ha ha ha, I see, your dream. Alright, what business do you have with me? If it's nothing important, you'll have to treat me to a drink, Blue said. I'm heading to Fishman Island, and I need you to coat my ship, Whitebeard said. Sure, where's your ship? At Red Mangrove number 27. Bring it in, it's too conspicuous outside, bring it to number 23, Blue said. Okay, come with us, are you afraid I'll run away? Yes. Before we agree, know that it's not free, and it depends on the size of your ship. You know my rules, Blue cautioned. Don't worry, money is not a problem, Margie said. Blue glanced at Margie, slightly surprised, then nodded when he saw Whitebeard's lack of reaction. Advertisement. After finding their way back to the ship, they saw the Moby Dick, and the other party quoted a very high price. 1 week's time, 8 million berries, Blue said. That's expensive. Margie had inquired about the price. Usual ships like the Mary go for a few 100,000 berries at most, and for a big ship like theirs, 3 million berries would have been enough. But the asking price was 8 million. That's my price. If you don't believe me, you can ask Newgate. This has been the price for these years. If you can't afford it, you should think about your own reasons. There are many wealthy people on the island. If you don't go rob, how could that work? Blue explained. Here is the translation. Here is too close to the Marine headquarters. Let's be honest, do you have 8 million berries, Margie? Whitebeard asked. Yes, Margie nodded. Give it to him. After negotiating the price, Blue began to take action, first preparing materials, and then calling 10 people to help, giving each of them 200,000 berries. This guy plays as a subcontractor, 2 million, earning money lying down, watching the 10 craftsmen work. Don't worry, kid, this money won't be spent in vain. Facing the angry Margie, Blue said with a smile. You better guarantee safety, or I'll kill you first, Margie said fiercely. Haha, interesting kid. Newgate, your subordinate has character. You can rest assured that I will do it well for you, without worrying about problems. My skills will definitely give you value for your money. When the other items were purchased, the ship's coding work began. Margie let Blamink follow them to learn. Blamink liked shipbuilding very much. He had learned with Tom for a while, and now had the opportunity to learn coding, allowing him to learn secretly. As for the others, they continued to wait on the island. They could only move in the inactive zone, and they were getting bored after a few days. Kid, do you have money? Margie stared at Blue. Blue had no work and was constantly drinking with Whitebeard. Over the past few days, he also learned that Margie was the steward of Whitebeard's pirate group, in charge of the money. What do you want? Margie asked after hearing his words. Margie not only received a gold coin every day for signing in, he would also do business. When he arrived at an island, he would buy some special items from the local area and sell them on the next island. In addition to the money obtained by looting pirates, in fact, the Whitebeard Pirates were not that poor. It's just that Margie didn't want them to spend money recklessly, always telling them that the family was very poor. Whitebeard was very clear about his wealth, and Margie didn't keep it from him. 013 Make sure you keep safe, or I'll be the first to kill you. Do you want this? I can sell it to you cheaper. Brew took out a bag from his pocket, revealing a square fruit inside. Hey, do you know a plater named Brew? Maji asked a man on the street. Get lost, stinky brat, don't block my way. The man lowered his head without any care, reached out and pushed Maji away. Boom. He hit a wall, stopped in his tracks, looked up, and saw a white-bearded man holding a scythe looking down at him. In an instant, he felt like he was going to die. You are, White. The white-bearded man grabbed the person, squeezed a bit. Crack. The sound of bones colliding could be heard. Did you lay a hand on my family? The white-bearded man said in a deep voice. Please spare me, I didn't mean it, I didn't know he was your family, please spare me, the man begged in pain. Nougat, we are looking for someone, Maji shouted. Answer me, do you know where the Plater Brew is? The white-bearded man asked. No, I don't know. Don't know? I know, I will definitely find him for you. Hurry up and find him, if you can't, you're dead. Letting go of the person, the other party ran off in a flash, whether they will find someone or not is unclear. They are now at the Red Mangrove number 3, where there are many casinos. According to the white-bearded man, that person is a gambler. They have already checked 7 to 8 casinos, but couldn't find the person. They asked many people as well, but no one knew. Do you think he might be on the shipyard side? Maji asked. No, that guy is also a wanted criminal. It's impossible for him to show up at the shipyard. His primary job is to help pirates plate their ships, the white-bearded man said. Still couldn't find him. Besides the white-bearded man, they didn't know anyone else. When others went shopping, even if they encountered him, they didn't know where Brew was. Advertisement, Nougat, let the trafficker find him. Maji suggested a very damaging idea. Oh, that works. Next, caught a bunch of human traffickers and sent them to the island to find someone. The Red Mangrove number 13. There is no Shaki's bar now. At this moment she may be the king of the Amazon lilies, the emperor of the 9 snakes. Or maybe not anymore, after all, Shaki said she retired 40 years ago. In other words, the current 9 snake emperor is not her. Zephyr was the former king before the former king because the Rocks pirates disbanded. She should have returned to the 9 snakes. The efficiency of the human traffickers was still high, and they finally found the person, but it was in the Red Mangrove number 21, on the side where they docked their boats. They found the person in a tavern and brought them directly here, still in a dazed state. What are you human traffickers going to do? You're not going to sell me, are you? Haha, who would want me? The human trafficker threw the person on the ground. Maji saw the person clearly, looking to be in their 50s or 60s, with a big red boozy nose and a pretty tall stature of 3 to 4 meters. Hey, Blue, it's me, Nujetu, the white-bearded man stepped forward. Oh, isn't this Whitebeard, the number 1 fighter of the Rocks pirates? Long time no see. The other person, seeing Whitebeard, paused for a moment and then smiled. Long time no see. Whitebeard nodded. Why did you have these human traffickers look for me? You're not trying to make me your henchman, are you? I don't have any intention of joining the pirates, nor do I have any interest in playing pirate games with you. Blue sat up. The human traffickers had already fled, leaving only a few of them. Are these your new partners? Why are they a bunch of kids, and merpeople kids? Ha ha ha. Nujedu, are you really playing Pirate House with them? Blue also saw the 2 little merfolk, Majolnir and Eruang, laughing heartily. They are all my family, the white-bearded man said. Ha ha ha, I understand, your dream, okay, what's the matter with you looking for me? If it's nothing, you have to buy me a drink, Blue said. I'm going to Fishman Island, help me code my ship, Whitebeard said. Sure, where is your ship? In Red Mangrove number 27. Come in, it's a bit too conspicuous outside, come in at number 23, Blue said. Alright, come with us. Advertisement, are you afraid I'll run away? Yeah. First of all, it's not free, and it depends on how big your ship is, you know my rule. Don't worry, money is not a problem, said Majid. Bruno glanced at Majid, slightly surprised, and nodded when he saw the lack of reaction from Whitebeard. They found a boat to return on, seeing the Moby Dick, the other party quoted a very high price. 1 week, 8 million berries, Bruno said. So expensive? Majid inquired. He had heard about the prices and knew that for a normal ship like the Mary, it would cost only a few 100,000 berries. For a large ship like theirs, 3 million berries could have sufficed. However, the price quoted was 8 million. This is the price I offer. If you don't believe me, you can ask Newgate, and this price has remained the same over the years. If you can't afford it, you should think about your reasons. There are many rich people on this island. If you don't act, how can you compete? Bruno said. We are too close to Marine headquarters here. Let's be honest, 8 million berries. Does Majid still have money? Whitebeard asked. He does, Majid nodded. Give it to him. After agreeing on the price, Bruno started taking action. He prepared materials and called 10 people to help, giving each 20,000 berries. This guy was playing as an outsourcing factory, 2 million. He earned money by just lying there, watching the 10 craftsmen work. Don't worry, kid, this money won't be spent in vain. Facing the angry Majid, Bruno smiled. You better ensure safety, or I'll be the first to kill you, Majid said fiercely. Haha, interesting kid, Newgate, your subordinate has character. Don't worry, I will make sure it's done well. You don't need to worry, my skills will definitely give you value for your money. As the others returned with the purchased items, work on the boat's coding began. Majid had Brahmanik follow them to learn. Brahmanik loved shipbuilding and had learned from Tom for a while. Now he had the opportunity to learn coding and secretly pick up some skills. As for the others, they continued waiting on the island. They could only move around in the Forbidden Zone, and after a few days, they were getting bored. Kid, do you have money? Majid stared at Bruno. Bruno didn't work but instead spent his time drinking with Whitebeard. In these few days, He also learned that Maji was the steward of Whitebeard's pirate crew, the one in control of the money. 014 something you were afraid to take in Sabaody, did you get it from the celestial dragons? What are you up to? Maji asked after hearing his words. Maji not only received a gold coin for signing in every day, but he also did business. When he arrived on an island, he would buy some local special items and sell them on the next island. Together with the money obtained from plundering some pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates were not actually that poor. However, Maji didn't want them to spend money recklessly, so he always told them that their family was poor. Whitebeard was very clear about his own wealth, and Maji wouldn't hide anything from him. Do you want this stuff? I'll sell it to you at a lower price. Blue took out a bag from his pocket, revealing a square-shaped fruit inside. Devil fruit. Maji didn't expect that Blue would have something good, let alone a devil fruit. How much? 100 million berries. Why don't you take it to the auction house to sell it? You could probably get a higher price. This is Sabaody Island, a place with a black market. It's quite easy to handle dirty stuff here. Dirty things obtained by pirates, as well as things that cannot be sold through regular channels, can almost always be whitewashed here. Devil fruits are even easier, being valuable but not sold openly. It means that his stuff is even too risky for the black market in Sabaody Island, Whitebeard said calmly. Items that even the black market in Sabaody Island wouldn't accept, did you get them from the celestial dragons? Maji asked in shock. I hate smart people the most. Do you want it or not? If you don't, I'll put it away, Blue said. Let's talk about the price. I won't offer you too much, Maji said. 80 million berries, 8 million berries. Are you robbing me? Blue jumped up, pointing at Maji in disbelief. Black market items have their own prices. The one who holds this fruit now is in a tricky situation. Even those who eat the fruit will be chased by the world government. Thus, the price of 8 million is reasonable. Either you eat it yourself, or you sell it to someone else. Good things always find a way out. Since there are problems with the way out, the price won't be too high. I don't want to waste time. You can take the money outright. No, it's too low. 70 million berries. Any lower and I won't sell it. Blue took back the fruit and glanced at Maji secretly, only to find that Maji showed no interest or reaction. After a while, Blue couldn't help but say, 8 million is too little, how about 60 million belly? This is something I risked a lot to steal. Advertisement, I'll give you another 2 million, 10 million belly. 50 million. 11 million. I reduce by 10 million each time, and you only increase by 1 million? It's not little, 1 million can buy 5 slaves. Do you think money is easy to come by? We are pirates, not merchants. Every penny we have is earned through fighting. You've seen that our pirate crew is made up of children. We can only rely on our captain to fight. He has to support all of us. Do you think it's easy? And we just bought our pirate ship not long ago. We've already spent all our savings. Maji shrugged. How much money do you have? 12 million is too low. How much money I have is none of your business. This fruit was not obtained through legitimate means. You won't be able to sell it, and once discovered, you'll definitely be exposed. You've stolen a treasure, priced at 12 million belly. You can sell it if you can, if not, forget it. Fine, you'll have to give me a total of 20 million belly. Without another word, Brew handed the fruit to Maji, treating it like a hot potato, not wanting to hold on to it for a moment longer. Whitebeard had long witnessed Maji's negotiation skills, and for the Whitebeard Pirates, Maji was indispensable. Controlling the wealth of the entire pirate crew, more people would join them in the future, and having Maji ensured their livelihood. At a price of 12 million, Maji took possession of the fruit, went to the cabin to get the money for Brew, who then disappeared to hide the money. What fruit is that? Maji asked Brew upon his return. Baggy fruit. When eaten, the body turns into a bag, able to hold many things. Originally meant for the celestial dragons to feed their pets, I happened to obtain it, Brew explained. I'm not interested in its origins. Baggy fruit, Maji acknowledged the fruit. Brulmank. Maji called out to the ship. After a while, the chubby Brulmank jumped off the ship and ran up to Maji. Big brother, what's up? This is for you. A devil fruit? Brulmank exclaimed. Advertisement, it's the baggy fruit. When eaten, your body can turn into a bag. You like to hide things, so this fruit is perfect for you. Maji handed him the fruit. Big brother, can you really give this to me? He had hoarding tendencies, with a small room on the Moby Dick filled with lots of stuff he considered as treasures. Marlowe and others liked to tease him by taking his things and watching him get angry when he couldn't find them. Now there are bags of fruit, he can put things on himself. Take it. Maji threw the bags of fruit to him. Bloomink caught the fruit and came over to hug Maji. Thank you, big brother. Eat it. Okay. Bloomink ate the fruit in one bite, and in a while, 2 new pouches appeared on his chin, one for putting things in and the other for taking things out as he claimed. However, it cannot contain living organisms, just like the floating fruit, it has no effect on living creatures. Big brother, you can put your money here in the future. Bloomink had great ambitions, which was to conceal Maji's money, but this was not revealed. Dong. Without Maji taking action, the white-bearded man knocked on his head first. Hurry up and get to work. Ouch, it hurts, old man, I got it. Bloomink ran away in a hurry, probably to hide his things first. Why don't you eat it yourself? Even if it's a companion, you don't have to give it away. Blue was puzzled. I am also a capable person. Why should I eat the second devil fruit? Maji said. I see, you're a capable person. Blue understood. If it weren't for these days of getting along, he wouldn't have taken out this fruit. 015 You just have to call Neptune and say that Newgate is looking for him. The Whitebeard Pirates are about to go to Fishman Island. It's safer to give them the devil fruits. If they show up at Sabaody, they will definitely be targeted by the world government. Selling to other pirates may result in being betrayed, and pirates don't offer high prices. Don't assume all pirates are rich, many are actually poor. Riches are meant to be spent right away, that's the way of a pirate. Who knows if an accident will happen tomorrow, and then even if you have money, you'll be dead. Basically, pirates leave some treasures behind, spend the rest, expand if you want, just gotta spend money. He saw that the Whitebeard Pirates have someone good with finances, so he was willing to give them the money, thinking that Whitebeard was rich. But he didn't expect Whitebeard to haggle so well, slashing the price of the devil fruit from over 100 million to just over 10 million. You're so clever, why be a pirate? There are many clever people among pirates. Why can't I be one? Whitebeard found it strange. I think your abilities lie in business. You should be a businessman, being a pirate is beneath you, Bluto said. You're overthinking it. The most useless thing in this world is intelligence. Strength is what matters. Do you think our captain is strong? Without relying on him, no matter how much money I have, I can't hold on to it. It's like you having over 10 million berries now. If you had to choose between your money and your life, which would you pick? Meeting me was your lucky day. I follow rules, and you were useful to us. If you're no longer useful to us, I don't need to follow rules with you. I can just have our captain kill you and take the devil fruit back. Many people in this world are intelligent, but having strong power is crucial. Without enough power, even the greatest mind is just a pawn. After hearing Whitebeard's words, Bluto laughed, turning to Newgate. This crew member, don't seem like a kid at all. Your mind is too clever, your strength is not much. But you are smart, you know who to rely on. With him by your side, you'll be fine. Of course, he's my first mate, Whitebeard said firmly. Coding takes time, during which some overconfident fools challenge Whitebeard. However, these rookies don't need Newgate to intervene. Marco and others settle the fights. Newgate, as the saying goes, you can't see the rainbow without experiencing the storms. They need to grow. This sea is so dangerous, you can't rely solely on yourself. I can't count on you. They will become your helpers in the future. You can watch over and protect them now, but what about the future? Do you want them to follow you every day? Marco glanced at Whitebeard, clenching his fists. You're right. Sigh. Whitebeard was still protective, and watching Marco and the others in battle, he almost intervened several times. If it weren't for Whitebeard holding him back, he would have rushed in. Let Marco and the others fight the pirates, even if they get injured, it doesn't matter. Let them understand the importance of strength. Newgate, he's much more mature than you. Bluto sipped his drink nearby. 7 days passed, 10 craftsmen took the money and left. Bruno went up to inspect and found some problems. After fixing them, he went with them to the Fishman Island. This is my importance, Bruno said proudly. Advertisement. It was agreed from the beginning that they would go to the Fishman Island together. And in case of any problems, they would die together. Then, Muir, Arawang, you two can lead the way, right? Maji said to the two little fishmen. No problem, big brother, Arawang patted his chest. After 7 days, they had already become familiar with the Whitebeard Pirates. And had joined the Whitebeard Pirates, now they were members of the pirate crew. Their parents abandoned them in the Fishman Street, curious about humans, just like Kami. So they secretly came to the sea surface and saw Sabaody, but were caught unexpectedly. With 2 fishmen leading the way, their journey ahead was much smoother, and they were excited to dive into the deep sea. However, as they entered the dark depths of the sea, everyone began to feel afraid. In the deep sea, dangers lurked. Once the bubble bursts, their ship will instantly burst under the powerful water pressure. And all of them will be crushed to death by the seawater. The ocean is cruel, and surviving here is not easy. Margie's awe of the sea was much higher than theirs, and he was always nervous underwater. Thanks to the guidance of the 2 fishmen companions, they successfully entered the Fishman Island, without encountering the same crisis as the Straw Hat Pirates. Upon arriving at the Fishman Island and seeing the dreamlike crystalline ball, everyone was mesmerized for a moment. Hurry in, I want to check the situation. Once it's confirmed, you can go to the New World, Bruno said. No problem. Whitebeard nodded. The ship headed towards the entrance of the Fishman Island. The entire Fishman Island was surrounded by bubbles, half water, half land. Advertisement: the entrance was a metal opening, like a straw in a bubble, where one could enter the Fishman Island without the ship coating disappearing. Stop. Who are you? The guards of the Fishman Island surrounded them. Once identified as enemies, they would not hesitate to pierce the coating of their ship. Margie couldn't understand, with such a unique geographical environment on Fishman Island, how there were so many slave traders inside the island. He really couldn't understand how the royal family managed this country, it was just weak. You say being bullied on land is understandable, but the fishmen and merfolk are invincible beings in the sea. Who can fight the fishmen in the sea? Even with such strong racial gifts, it's used just like a piece of shit. We are from the Whitebeard Pirates. The Neptune Prince and I are good friends, declared Whitebeard. Do you know His Royal Highness the Prince? Asked a fishman guard. Wait, How come there's a fishman child on your ship? Another soldier came up questioning loudly. We were kidnapped by slave traders, and they saved us, explained Eloang. You were kidnapped by slave traders? Yes, we sneaked out and got captured by slave traders, but Dad saved us. Do you really know Prince Neptune? Whitebeard said. Just call Neptune over, say Newgate is looking for him. You guys wait here, I'll go get His Royal Highness the Prince. The fish man went inside. After a few minutes, Neptune arrived riding a shark. 016 Fortunately we are a new ship, this weather in the new world is too scary. Napoleon is now very young, and looks very powerful, holding a golden trident. It's really you, Newgate, Napoleon said happily when he saw Whitebeard. Hurrah la la la, Napoleon, long time no see. Yeah, long time no see. This is your new pirate crew, right? I heard about your affairs, I knew you must be fine. Earlier I saw Roger, he said you were okay. Oh, when did Roger come? It seems like it was a few years ago. That guy still hasn't died. Haha, you wish he were dead. Definitely. Come in, I have prepared fine wine for you, and thank you for saving our people. No need to be polite, they are now my family. What do you mean? They have joined the Whitebeard Pirates, and from now on, they are my sons, Newgate. What? No wonder they are all children. Wait a minute, you consider them your sons? Yes, Napoleon, I have a family now. Congratulations, Newgate. The Whitebeard Pirates received great hospitality on Fishman Island. Aside from Whitebeard, everyone else visited Fishman Island for the first time, seeing the fishmen all over the place, as well as the mermaids. Saki and the others couldn't take their eyes off. So beautiful. Mermaids, actual living mermaids, is that the mermaid princess? This is my first time seeing a female mermaid, so beautiful. Each one kneeling by the ship kept exclaiming. Bang bang bang. Makiji held a gun barrel, knocking each of their heads down one by one, making a sound like ringing a bell. What are you doing? Who told you to criticize others? No manners. Advertisement. Marco and others each held their heads, a big bump appeared on their heads, squatting on the deck with tears streaming down. It hurts so much, big brother. I was wrong, big brother. Who asked you to casually criticize others? We are now on someone else's turf, control your mouths, don't cause trouble. Wadib crossed his arms and said to them. Understood. Marco and others nodded with tears in their eyes. The previous discussion was not loud, but the fishmen obviously heard it, especially Neptune, who frowned slightly. Sorry Neptune, they are visiting Fishman Island for the first time, Whitebeard laughed. I understand, Newgate, but when will humans eliminate discrimination against our Fishman tribe? Neptune said. That day will come, Whitebeard said. As that's so. Neptune's interest was not high, he turned and led them into Fishman Island. The ship docked at the pier, Blue released the air, repaired the coating, Maji was not at ease with this guy, so he had the Fishman Island coating craftsman inspect it. After making sure everything was fine, he waited on the pier for a ship to Sabaody. 8 million is not easy to earn, money earned with life. They were entertained by Neptune on Fishman Island, Mayazal introduced them to a little friend named Jinbei, who is 14 years old this year. However, this little guy is not interested in humans now. Knowing that Mayazal and Elwang joined a human pirate group, and then recognized a thief as their father, he directly cut off ties with the two. I don't know you, we are not friends anymore in the future. Jinbei's reaction was very intense, apparently like the vast majority of fishmen, he harbors a lot of hatred towards humans. Jinbei. Mayazal did not expect Jinbei's reaction to be so intense, feeling very depressed. It's okay, you will meet again in the future. When you meet again, you will still be friends, Margie patted Mayazul's shoulder. Big brother, really, trust me, well, I trust you, big brother, Elwang nodded vigorously. During this time together, the two had a good perception of Margie and believed he was a good person, also believing in his words. Blue, you should stay on Fishman Island and board the ship, why not come with us to the new world? Marquise said to Blue. You're worried about the coding mishap, right? No need, I'll stay on Fishman Island. Someone will come up after a while, and I can naturally return to Sabaody. Blue took a sip of wine, chuckled. Advertisement. Don't worry, I've already taught that little demon everything I know. You can ask him if there are any issues. The person Blue was referring to is Brulemank. During this time, Brulemank has been learning the craft from Blue and has mastered the coding technique quite well. Big brother, I'm fine now. I've learned everything. You can rely on me in the future. Brulemank flexed his muscles proudly. Marquise finally felt at ease leaving Blue behind, and they departed from the other side of Fishman Island, floating upwards with the help of driftwood. What a beautiful place, hope to come back again next time. Marlowe and others leaned over the side of the ship, looking down at the entire Fishman Island. Just like a crystal ball, unfortunately, without direct sunlight, they couldn't feel warmth. After all, it is not the sun, the light at the bottom of the sea comes from the Eve Mother Tree. Without the Mother Tree, the entire Fishman Island will be plunged into endless darkness. It took 10 days to reach the New World from Sabaody. Once back on land, the weather in the New World taught them a lesson. Wow, why are there so many thunderstorms? The wind is so terrifying. Thank goodness we have a new ship, the weather in the New World is too dreadful. Help, I'm going to faint. Suddenly, the weather changed, with fierce winds and torrential rain. The adventures in the New World are far more dangerous than in other seas. The Whitebeard Pirates arrived in the New World in their 6th year of establishment. What's wrong with this system? Just 1 gold coin per day. Do we really have to wait 10 years? In the dim light of night, Marquis sat at the bow of the ship, holding the gold coin he had just received from checking in. It has been 6 years, and the system only reminded him of his 6-year anniversary, without giving him any rewards. Initially, he thought there would be rewards for checking in weekly, then monthly, and finally hoped for yearly rewards. Now it seems it will indeed take 10 years. I wonder what the reward will be. Big brother, are you okay? Beasta, responsible for the night watch, was practicing swordsmanship and approached Marquis, who was sitting and lost in thought. I'm fine, Beasta. Am I useless? Marquis said. Big brother, you're here again. Dad told us to take care of you. Please don't get off the boat, you are not a burden to us at all. Can you please not think like that? Beasta said excitedly. 017 Let's have a battle. If you lose, join my pirate crew. In the vast sea, you've seen the fate of those without strength, what they become. That's why our old man is great. Without him, we wouldn't know where we'd end up. Don't overthink it, big brother. With our old man protecting you, and us protecting you, isn't our becoming stronger all for the family? Maji simply nodded without saying anything. He initially thought he would be like other transmigrators, showing his abilities in this world, manipulating time, space, and air effortlessly. But in the end, he found himself at the same level as Spandam, just a useless person. Other than being a bit smarter, there was nothing else. The only value he could offer the Whitebeard Pirates was probably a gold coin a day. Upon entering the New World, he increasingly felt that it truly was a pirate's paradise, with old foes of the Whitebeard Pirates also present. They had already been through several battles, each extremely dangerous. Of course, Whitebeard's strength was formidable, managing to avert all risks. As Maji was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly noticed a shadow above him. Looking up, Maji quickly pulled out a whistle. Beep. The whistle sounded, waking up the sleeping members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard even tossed away his blanket and grabbed his naginata from beside him. Ha ha ha, Nougat, you've finally arrived. Maji was the first to notice, and as the whistle sounded, the entire pirate crew went on high alert. Everyone rushed out at once, seeing the enemy, a ship flying in the sky. A ship? How is a ship flying in the sky? Is it an airship? It has no wings, how is it flying up there? There's somebody. They're coming down. Whitebeard emerged from his room, gazing at the flying ship above. A figure suddenly dropped down from the sky. Nougat, everyone, step back, Whitebeard roared, gripping his naginata tightly, his dominance and power concentrated on the blade. Boom. Advertisement. 3 swords clashed together, the strong impact causing the Moby Dick to sink, creating waves around the ship. Marco and the others held onto the ship tightly, preventing themselves from being thrown off. Who is that guy? Marco grabbed hold of Marco to shield him from the impact. Sky-flying pirate, Golden Lion Shiki, Marco said. Captain of the Sky-flying pirate crew, Golden Lion Shiki, Marco exclaimed. Boom. The strong impact subsided, and Golden Lion Shiki floated in midair, wielding 2 swords and a cigar in his mouth. Biwahaha, Whitebeard, long time no see. Shiki, I do not want to see you at all. Whitebeard's expression turned grim as he brandished a sword and struck it into the ground. Don't speak like that. We used to be comrades, Golden Lion Shiki chuckled. Who's your comrade? Do you admit you are the subordinate of that guy? Whitebeard said indifferently. Of course, I won't admit it. Who would acknowledge being his subordinate? It was merely a partnership, but that guy failed in the end, Golden Lion Shiki smiled. Speak, what's the reason for you coming to me? Don't tell me you just want to have a fight with me, Whitebeard said. Golden Lion Shiki extended his hand excitedly. Whitebeard, join my pirate crew. Together, we can obtain that thing, and the world will be ours. Do you mean, you want me to be your subordinate? Whitebeard said in a low voice, his expression growing even darker, bordering on anger, with suppressed fury. Marco had known Whitebeard for 6 years and knew what kind of person he was. He must be very angry now. How could a king bow down to another person? Whitebeard could have become a subordinate of Rocks not because of his lack of strength, but because he lost a game. David challenged it, called it a human snatching game. After losing to Kaido, they became Kaido's subordinates. Otherwise, how could so many conquerors Haki users be willing to be in a pirate crew? The Rocks pirate crew was bound together by interests, with too much infighting among comrades. Golden Lion Shiki's words undoubtedly made Whitebeard furious. He would never allow himself to lose his freedom again. I know you are very angry, Whitebeard, let's have a fight. If you lose, join my pirate crew, Golden Lion Shiki smiled. I refuse, even if I die, I will not join anyone's subordinates again. Whitebeard grabbed the handle of the knife, took 2 steps, and slashed towards the Golden Lion. Advertisement. Ignorant fool. The Golden Lion drew out 2 swords to block Whitebeard's attack, and the two began to battle on the ship. Quickly activate the outer wheel Brumek, and Marco, take the explosives to attack their ship, said Maji. Yes, big brother. Leave it to me, big brother. The two immediately made arrangements to speed up the ship by activating the outer wheel, otherwise their ship would be destroyed if they continued to battle. Sending Marco to attack the Golden Lion pirates' ship was to buy time. The battle between Whitebeard and the Golden Lion was intense and terrifying, and others could not get close. Marco flew towards the Golden Lion pirates' ship with explosives. The people on board noticed Marco, whose body was covered in regenerative flames and could not be hit unless there was a super strong Haki direct lock, similar to Garp's fist. He threw the bomb under the Golden Lion's ship, sticking it on the keel. Boom. The bomb had an effect, directly breaking the keel of the opponent's ship, essentially disabling it. Why are ships afraid of torpedoes? It's because when torpedoes explode underwater, they can directly attack the vital points on the ship. Just like the human spine, once there is a problem with the spine, the body is easily paralyzed. Ships are the same way. Once the keel breaks, the ship is essentially disabled. Replacing a keel and rebuilding a ship is no different. Seeing his ship being bombed, the Golden Lion showed a hint of chaos. Battles between masters often depend on subtle changes. Luffy and Katakuri's battle was disrupted. Luffy also had problems. Katakuri was really tough. In that situation Luffy couldn't beat Katakuri. Finding a gap, Whitebeard seized the opportunity, delivering a devastating punch to the head of the Golden Lion. Crack. The atmosphere shattered, blood spurted from the Golden Lion's mouth, and he was blasted hundreds of meters away. The outer wheels on both sides of the ship were activated, speeding away further from the Golden Lion. 018 not just a warrior, but the cog of destiny, returned to the right track. What are you planning to do, Marquis? Whitebeard asked unhappily. If we fight on the ship, will the ship be able to handle it? Marquis replied. Got it. Although Whitebeard was not pleased, he understood what Marquis intended to do. Naval battles aim to destroy enemy ships. Using their own pirate ship as a battleground, with their strength, the Golden Lion could easily destroy their enemy's ship. Marquis, thinking of everyone's safety, knew he couldn't leave the battlefield on the ship. At least not on their own ship. As for the enemy's ship, it didn't matter how they fought. After being knocked back by the Golden Lion, Whitebeard quickly regained his balance, spit out the blood in his mouth, and saw the ship above him and the Whitebeard pirates escaping. Nugget, you can't escape. The Golden Lion accelerated towards the direction of the Whitebeard pirates, picking up speed. The ship Moby Dick was also speeding up, emitting black smoke, as it swiftly propelled towards the next island. Soon, they spotted the island where they would engage in battle. Whitebeard took the initiative to confront the Golden Lion, and the two clashed on the island. Let's move the ship further away, so we don't get caught in the crossfire. They temporarily moved the ship farther to allow them to focus on their fight. It was estimated to last a while. As the battle progressed, the island started to deform, shatter, with continuous booming sounds. Both were monsters, and their abilities could easily destroy an island. Luckily, there were no people on the island, as the consequences would have been unimaginable. Only by witnessing their battle could one understand the terror of their abilities, surpassing imagination, and impossible to resist. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, ending with the departure of the Golden Lion. Let's eat something first. Marquis instructed Sack to prepare food. Whitebeard had a big meal, then fell asleep on the ground. Satisfying. Whitebeard said one word before falling asleep. They are truly a group of monsters. Marquis shook his head and continued to stay on the island. Advertisement. Whitebeard slept for a day and a night before finally waking up. We have deviated from our course. Where to next for the next island? Marquis asked. Find an island with people on it, Whitebeard said. Okay. Maki nodded. An island with people will have a stable magnetic field, and among the 3 stable needles, there must be one with people on it. Maki, what's the deal with your devil fruit ability? Whitebeard asked. I don't know, but with a gold coin every day, I won't be able to spend it in this lifetime, Maki shrugged. It's better not to expose your ability. With 500,000 berries per day, anyone who sees it will be tempted, Whitebeard said. I've already thought about it. If his ability were known by others, they would lock him up and take 500,000 berries from him every day. Anyone would be tempted by that. 500,000 berries a day is simply not spendable, he would become a living ATM. Is this ability bad? It's not bad for ordinary people, but being able to bring out gold every day, how could it not attract attention? The adventure continues. The Whitebeard pirate crew encounters more and more opponents in the New World. There are too many pirates in the New World. After the Golden Lion, they encountered many other pirates. Some were wiped out by them, some chose to surrender. There are not many pirates in the New World who can become opponents of Whitebeard. Members of the previous Rocks pirate crew began to be active on the sea, like Charlotte Linlin, Akoku, Silver Axe, Captain John, Golden Lion, etc., but there is no news of Kaido, as if he was captured by the world government. After going around in the New World for 2 years, the Whitebeard pirate crew established their base, and the number of their companions grew. Many orphans heard that the Whitebeard pirate crew would accept new members and actively approached them. This year, Maki turned 17. According to the age in this world, 17 is the age of adulthood. Without reaching adulthood, one can only be an apprentice within the pirate crew. Marco is 15, and Watepe and others are already 17. Maki has been low-key in these 2 years. The new crew members know him, but they don't understand Maki like Marco and the others do. They only know that he is in charge of managing the finances of the Whitebeard pirate crew. Maki was writing something in his room, as more people joined and their territory expanded. Although they are pirates, the increasing number of people means more expenses, and many of the places protected by Whitebeard are not wealthy. Now with their pirate flag flying, to avoid attacks from other pirate crews, Maki is also helping them to make more money. Only when they have money can they give more wealth to the Whitebeard pirate crew. The sea is too far apart, making transportation inconvenient. It's very difficult to sell goods. The cost of underground world shipping is not low, and the profits are earned by merchants. Now there are not enough people to set up escort fleets. Maki thought with a pen in hand about the development direction of those islands, being responsible for the future of the entire pirate crew. Advertisement. Boom. Suddenly feeling the ship shake violently, and then the ship began to spin out of control, Maki quickly grabbed onto the table, which was fixed to the ship, preventing him from being thrown out. What have those guys done again? The vibration lasted for a while, then it rotated, then rose up, finally stopping. It was already a mess. Stepping out of the cabin, it was already a mess, the boat leaning against the shore, more like it was washed onto the shore, half lying and tilted. You guys. Seeing the boat stranded on the shore, Maji almost couldn't believe it. Big brother, are you okay? Marco came over. What's going on? How did the boat get stranded? We encountered a current, and somehow we were washed here. Marco scratched his head. Where is this place? I don't know, we don't know where it is either. Big brother, our purpose of this trip is not here, but we were brought here by the currents, and then we used a huge carp to rush up. Unexpectedly there is land here. Blamank laughed foolishly. A huge carp. Did we climb up a waterfall? Maji thought of something and exclaimed. Yes, big brother, do you know this place? Marco asked. I know, this is the country of Harmony, Maji nodded. The country of Harmony. The legendary warrior kingdom. So, we can see warriors here, right? Not just warriors, it's really the gear of fate, back on track. Maji looked into the distance, the country of Harmony, seeming to start from here. Maji, are you okay? Whitebeard came over. I'm fine, Newgate, it's a bit dangerous here. Maji waved his hand. 019 You have no idea at all, stop talking nonsense, and get to work quickly. Dad, this is Wano Country, just as Big Brother said. Marco exclaimed. Wano Country, I didn't expect this place. Rumors say this country is not open to the outside world, and has always been in isolation, and there is a strong group of warriors here. It's better not to provoke them. Let's wait until our ship is fixed before we leave, said Whitebeard solemnly. Dad, this is Wano Country, are we not going in? Marco and others were disappointed. Be honest, Marco. Since both Dad and Big Brother said it's dangerous here, as an apprentice sailor, you should be honest, said Whitebeard with hands on his hips. Just because you're 2 years older doesn't mean you'll grow old faster than me, Marco joked. Marco. Whitebeard chased after him in anger. Since you said that, then it's really dangerous here. Only Whitebeard knew Marco's secret on the whole ship, so they believed him. What should we do next? Whitebeard asked. No need to do anything, someone is coming to find us, be ruthless when the time comes, Marco sighed. Whitebeard fell silent. Apparently the future that Marco knew was not changed, and Marco didn't seem to want to change the future. Dad, Big Brother, what are you two talking about? Joes listened to the conversation between the two, a bit confused. Stop talking nonsense, unload the goods from the ship first and help Blamenco repair the ship, Marco arranged for people to work. What about us? Whitebeard asked. You guys just sit here. Yes, just stay like this, Marco smiled. Big Brother, what does this mean? Why do you want us to wait here? Admos asked. Since Big Brother said so, then it's Big Brother's decision, we'll wait here as he says, Joe said. Why do you guys just blindly follow whatever he says? Fosa asked in confusion. Shut up, Fosa. If I hear you say something like that again, I won't be nice to you, Marco said angrily. Here they come. Marco was checking for losses on one side, while Whitebeard's side began to fight. After a few rounds in the animation, in reality, Whitebeard knocked him down with one punch. Similar to encountering Roger, Minister White killed Oden. Whitebeard initially feared the opponent because he sensed the opponent's conqueror's haki. Advertisement. The opponent's haki was strong, and the conqueror's haki did not hide anything. With Marco's reminder, Whitebeard did not underestimate him, but gave it his all and knocked him down with one punch. Facing Oden's request, Whitebeard naturally was unwilling, wanting to kill him right away. What kind of person is Oden? He just wants Whitebeard to take him out to sea, but of course if Whitebeard's strength is not enough, he would be done in by him. Really thought there are kind people in Wano Country. In the following days, they did not enter Wano Country, but Kazuki Oden brought them Oden hot pot. Marco. That guy. Whitebeard found Marco and sat next to him, saying. Marco lowered his head and wrote on a wooden box, recording losses, what needs to be supplemented, and so on. Do you want him to come aboard? Marco asked. No, I don't want to. Whitebeard said. I know what you're thinking, Newgate. He's indeed a daimyo of Wano, and you fear scenes like the ones with Rock's pirates from back then, an ambitious fellow might bring instability to our pirate crew. Marco put down his pen, looking up at Whitebeard. I do quite like that guy, but, do you want to know the future from me? Never mind, let it be. Whitebeard shook his head and chose to leave. The ship was quickly rebuilt, and Kazuki Oden sent them Oden hot pot again. Whitebeard's pirate crew also served Oden fine wine. According to Blamenko's estimates, the ship needed 2 weeks to be repaired. Really? It takes so long. Marco sighed. During this time, Oden came over several times. Nekomamushi and Inuarashi also became good friends with Marco. Lord Oden is really tireless, but all have been rejected by your captain, Nekomamushi laughed. Ha ha ha, Dad would never agree to let Oden join. We also can't change Dad's mind. Only our big brother can change Dad's mind. He's our most important companion and the only man who can change Dad's mind. We all respect him. Unless he nods, Dad won't let Oden join us, and once rejected by him, no one can board our ship. Marco said. There is such a person, he must be very strong, Nekomamushi exclaimed. Like Whitebeard. Very powerful, Inuarashi said seriously. Advertisement. No, Big Brother is very weak, Marco said with some disappointment. Weak. Inuarashi and Nekomamushi were surprised. Big Brother is just an ordinary person, very ordinary, Marco quickly adjusted his mood and smiled. What kind of person is he? Inuarashi and Nekomamushi were curious and with Kinemon, they took Oden back again. Master Oden, just give up that idea. Whitebeard won't agree. If you want to leave Wano with the help of the Whitebeard Pirates, you can only find one person, Nekomamushi said with a smile. Yes, there is a person in the Whitebeard Pirates who they all call Big Brother. It seems like only he can change Whitebeard's mind, Inuarashi nodded. Hey, Nekomamushi, Inuarashi, what are you talking about? Kazuki Oden scolded. Sorry for speaking out of turn, Nekomamushi smiled. Big Brother. Kazuki Oden remembered this person. The next day, Oden sneaked out again and headed straight for the Whitebeard Pirates. Who is your big brother? After a few days, everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates already knew who Kazuki Oden was, and their relationship was good. The person asked by Kazuki Oden looked bewildered. Big brother. We don't have a big brother on our ship, the newcomer shook his head. Fool, it's Marco, Irawan, who was helping to move wood nearby, said. Oh, Marco, why do you call him big brother? The newcomer asked. You just don't understand. Stop talking nonsense and get back to work. Irawan, isn't Marco quite weak? He's just an ordinary person. Shut up. If you dare say Big Brother is not good, I'll tell Dad to kick you out of the pirate crew. What? Irawan, where is Marco? Oden went over to ask. If judged purely on strength, he is indeed a decent combatant. Have you seen that person? He is Big Brother Maji. Elawang gestured towards the grass beside them. A young man sat there reading a book, looking out of place among his surroundings, displaying a demeanor completely opposite to that of the Whitebeard Pirates. Without hesitation, Oden headed straight towards Maji, standing before him in an instant. Are you Maji? Can you allow me to join you, with Whitebeard's permission? Oden looked at Maji with anticipation. Are you sure you want to join us? Maji closed the book and looked up at him. Absolutely. 100% sure. I really want to join you, Kazuki Oden replied. Then you must think carefully. Your decision now could bring calamity to Wano Country. The whole country could be plunged into crisis, even face destruction, because of your decision, Maji warned. How could that be possible? Are you kidding? How could Wano Country possibly? Hearing Maji's words, Oden didn't believe it at all. But when he looked into Maji's eyes, his intuition told him that everything was true. Especially from the moment they locked eyes, he was certain that this person before him could influence Whitebeard with his aura, demeanor, and calmness. My decision will lead to the destruction of Wano Country. Kazuki Oden laughed heartily. Impossible, impossible. Wano Country will continue to exist even after I leave. It won't be destroyed because of me. You must be trying to scare me, ha ha ha. While Oden laughed, Maji didn't interrupt him but continued watching him with a serene gaze, devoid of any ripples, emotions, or disturbances, as calm as a stagnant ancient well. After laughing for a while, Kazuki Oden noticed that Maji was ignoring him, which made him feel awkward, as if a group of crows had flown over his head. You're so boring. I have my dreams, and I'm tired of this life here. I yearn for the world outside, Kazuki Oden roared. Everything was predetermined long ago. It's pointless for you to seek me out. The only one who can decide for you to board the ship is Newgate. You figure it out on your own. The only advice I can give you is this: only the present can change your fate and the fate of Wano Country. Once you leave Wano Country, everything will unfold as I've said. HMPH, boring. I don't want to talk to you anymore. You're a boring person. In the end, you can't decide anything. I'll go find Whitebeard. I will definitely open Wano Country. Kazuki Oden left without looking back. His heart must be in great turmoil now, torn between believing Maji's words and pursuing his dream of leaving Wano Country. As Oden left, Maji opened his book once again and started reading. In fact, even if you don't leave Wano Country, it will still face destruction. With someone as foolish as you, Wano Country's suffering is inevitable in your hands, Maji sneered at the fool's intellect. Even if he stayed in Wano Country, the big snake would still find ways to manipulate him. For the big snake, he was a better instrument for use, smoothly becoming the lord of Wano Country. The failure of Wano Country was intricately linked to the current lord of Wano, Kazuki Sukiyaki. Killing wasn't thorough enough, failing to resolve all issues from the root, in a small place with many problems. Advertisement. Of course, Maji also coveted the fertile land of Wano Country. 99% of the world's seastone comes from Wano Country. Wano Country is a treasure trove. If it continues to be developed, it will yield a wealth of metal ores, not to mention the Pluton battleship beneath. Guarding a treasure mountain, yet choosing to isolate oneself behind closed doors. I wonder how laughable the reasons were back then. That led them to choose isolation. From a normal person's perspective, Maji couldn't understand. Staying in Wa for 2 weeks. The ship was repaired, the holes patched up. The sails and mast were replaced. Taking advantage of the night, Whitebeard ordered to leave Wa. Although I feel a bit sorry to Oden, I left our treasures for them. Even if just to repay for the food they provided during this time, Whitebeard said. Dad, you left the treasures without Big Brother's consent, Thatch chuckled. He must be resting now, Whitebeard said somewhat embarrassed. I'm here, Maji said, sitting on the side, looking up at the moonlight. In terms of strength alone, he is indeed a formidable fighter, Jozu said. In fact, Dad also liked Oden, right? Marco said. Well, even if I do like someone, taking away the royal family of a country is still too troublesome, Whitebeard said. Here it comes, Maji suddenly said. Advertisement. What's going on? Whitebeard looked up, a chain flew over. Oden grabbed the chain and followed their ship, with Toki holding onto Oden. The people on the ship were shocked by their actions. Marco prepared to release the chain to let Oden go back, but Whitebeard chose to bring Toki back. Leaving Oden in the sea. We're going down the waterfall, hold on to the ship, Maji shouted, grabbing the ship pole. You guys, are you ready? We're going down the waterfall, Whitebeard shouted. Coming down the waterfall, facing Toki's request, Whitebeard gave 3 days. As long as Oden could follow them for 3 days, he would let Oden board the ship. To ordinary people, it was almost impossible to achieve. But if it were Maji, he might have died when falling. Kazuki Oden was a natural monster, the power of his lineage was indeed enviable. You guys play, I'm going to sleep, Maji stood up. Big brother, I'll also go rest, let's sleep together, Jozu said bouncing over. No, Maji refused without hesitation. Stingy. Who told you to keep stealing Big Brother's money? I didn't steal much money at all. Instead, it was old man, spending recklessly, leaving so much wealth for Oden without Big Brother's consent, Huibe retorted. No, I checked with Maji, he said it's okay to leave it, Whitebeard said, blushing, isn't that right, Maji? Yes, after all, absconding with the future daimyo of Wano's money might not be enough, but he won't stay too long either, Nukte, in a few more years. Forget it, I won't say any more, I'm going to bed. Let's consider that money is Oden's salary for the next 4 years. 021 Even if I die, you cannot die. 4 years later, Oden will join Roger's pirate crew. Maki has gone to sleep. Over the next 3 days, they just happen to pass by Glacier, and Oden is tortured enough in these 3 days. This is the extremely dangerous New World Sea. With just an hour to go, the entire Whitebeard pirate crew is cheering him on. In the last 10 minutes, Oden let go of his hand and heard a woman's cry for help. As expected, Kazuki Oden and Toki joined the Whitebeard pirate crew, and the Octopus pirate crew also became one of Whitebeard's pirate crews. Okay, you two can come out now, Maki said. Thank you. Nekomamushi and Anuarashi walked out of the cabin. Anuarashi, Nekomamushi, how come you are here too? The captured Ashura Doji exclaimed. We knew Lord Oden would come up early, so we hid on the ship in advance waiting, Anuarashi laughed. That's right, that's it, but we were still discovered by Mr. Maki first, Nekomamushi said. Thank you, Mr. Maki, for taking care of us these 3 days, Anuarashi said. Maki discovered them and left them food, otherwise they would have starved for 3 days. Who are you exactly? Why are you different from them, completely out of place? Ashura Doji looked at Maki. Maki picked up a book and sat down to read. I am a traveler who boarded this ship and became one of them. In the future, you will also be a member here, all one big family. The people on the ship respect you a lot, even though your strength isn't that great, Nekomamushi said. I am the weakest in strength on this ship, Maki nodded. But everyone respects you a lot, why is that? Anuarashi asked curiously. Maybe because I was the first companion of Newgate, Maki said. Ah, you were the first one to join the Whitebeard pirate crew. Yes, Maki nodded and continued to read with his head down. Advertisement. No wonder everyone calls you Big Brother, Nekomamushi and Anuarashi nodded. How is Lord Oden? Ashura Doji asked. Untie the rope on him, said Maji. Okay. The two untied the rope on Aizen, and the 3 went to the island to meet Oden together. Sure enough, Oden's arrival made the ship lively, everything that was normal for them was fresh to him, encountering enemies, encountering different islands. Things were happening every day. Oden started writing his sailing diary, documenting everything he had seen. Maji, it seems like you are deliberately hiding yourself, and you don't interact much with the new crew members, Whitebeard found Maji. The current Maji rarely appeared, either finding a quiet place to read, writing something, or managing finances. The new members only knew there was a person named Maji, never calling him Big Brother. He seemed like a transparent person, living in the Whitebeard Pirates, gradually losing his presence. It's okay, it's good to be able to read quietly, besides, there's no danger, isn't that what you've always wanted? If you feel restricted, I still won't let you leave the ship. So, Rest assured, everything will come, just like when I asked you what kind of ending you wanted. La la. You remember. I understand, I won't let them disturb you in the future, but remember, you are my first mate and the big brother of this ship. If I'm not here, you have to take care of this home for me. 2 years passed, Oden and Toki gave birth to Momonosuke, and the entire Whitebeard Pirates cheered. Everyone cheered for the birth of new life. Whitebeard was drinking, but he looked towards Maji reading quietly in the corner. Let it be you. Maji adjusted his glasses. Reading for a long time had made his eyesight a bit weak. Although this world was all sea, each country had its own culture, and there were many magical adventures. Maji was reading about the great scammer Nolan D. The Golden Land is indeed real. Should I go there once? Burka has the thunderous fruit. Would it be helpful for me to eat it now? Maji muttered. He had thought about eating a devil fruit, but after realizing that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get stronger, he understood that it was the system playing tricks on him. Perhaps giving him a coin every day was just to ensure his survival in this world. There was a grand banquet on the ship. Maji mingled with the crowd drinking, his presence becoming lower and lower. The newcomers didn't understand Maji, and people like Marco had been told by Maji not to bother him when he didn't exist. Advertisement. Naturally, Marco and others couldn't understand. Later Whitebeard approached them, telling them to treat Maji as if he didn't exist. They were helpless about this, secretly keeping an eye on Maji, afraid he would leave without notice. It's been 10 years. Maji took a sip of wine. Looking at the moon above his head, it had been 10 years without him noticing. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations on surviving a day, you have received the reward of Haki Grandmaster. Maji's hand paused for a moment, unable to hold back a smile. 10 years, damn it, I've been waiting for 10 years. Maji exclaimed excitedly, taking the wine jug and drinking it down in big gulps. Ha ha ha, I've finally become somewhat useful. Maji lay on the deck and fell asleep deeply. Big brother has never been drunk before, it seems like the first time. Yeah, first time seeing it, big brother seemed like he was crying just now. Take him inside, his physical condition can't handle sleeping outside, said Whitebeard as he approached. Yes, father, Marco responded. I'll do it, Izo volunteered. You go away, I'll handle it. Marco carried Maji towards the cabin and laid him on the bed. Big brother, it's been 10 years. You gave me this life, and I will protect you for a lifetime. Even if I die, you cannot die. Waking up the next day, Maji felt everything was so clear. What people said, their heartbeats, even their thoughts, and their next moves. Haki Grandmaster. Maji felt it. It was unbelievable. His Haki had leveled up directly. His vision was restored, he could see 1,000 miles away, and could sense others' heartbeats and conversations. Haki Grandmaster is the ability to infinitely amplify the senses. It's truly amazing, but the physical condition hasn't improved, just gained an ability to preserve life. Maji saw someone knocking on the door. He could also see the person behind the door and predict the future occurrences with his Haki, letting him see what will happen next. 022 Filter out my sight and sound. You have such dominating presence, how do you do it? It's Marco. Big brother, are you awake? I'm awake, what's going on? Mark pushed gate of opening open. Marco smiled. Dad is calling you to discuss something. Okay, let's go. At the bow of the ship, the executives of the Whitebeard Pirates were present. Mark, you arrived just in time, let's discuss something. Whitebeard had been waiting, specifically for Mark, as everyone knew Mark's importance, except for Izumi, who looked puzzled at Mark. Mark had been on board for 2 years, and although Whitebeard knew him, he found Mark to be quite ordinary, weak in strength just like an ordinary person. Other than reading books and managing money all day, there wasn't anything particularly outstanding about him. The biggest difference was probably that he was Whitebeard's first companion, so the people on the ship respected him. You want to divide the teams, right? Mark said. Whitebeard nodded, knowing that Mark had insight into the future. Yes, how do you suggest we divide? Whitebeard asked. First team, Marco, in charge of medical, ensuring the crew's health logistics. Second team, Oden, in charge of combat, leading the way in external battles as the sharpest blade. Third team, Jozu, to complement the sharp blade, you'll lead the third team. Fourth team, Saki, the chef team in charge of food logistics. Fifth team, Vista, the remaining combat team members will be led by you, and you'll be responsible for their training, Mark said. Did everyone hear that? The Whitebeard Pirates will now be divided into 5 teams, Whitebeard said. Oden, you will be the captain of the second team. Kazuki Oden looked reluctant, but Whitebeard disregarded his thoughts and assigned the second team to him. Big brother, why can't I be a captain? Harib complained. You'll understand in the future. Now, let's split into teams, choose your teammates and divide based on numbers, Mark said. Understood. Everything seems to be moving in a positive direction. Mark found Kuiri Eru, the future captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 10th team. Big brother, do you want me to build a sniper rifle for you? Kuiri Eru asked in surprise. Yes, you have a better understanding of firearms. Please build me a sniper rifle, at least it can be useful, Mark nodded. Sure, I'll make it for you, Kuiri nodded. Here's the money. We're like brothers, no need for money. Take it, materials require money. I'll have it ready for you in a few days. Thank you. Advertisement. Days seemed ordinary, but with Oden's recklessness, they turned extraordinary. One day, Whitebeard brought a young man onto the ship. When Mareki saw the man, his pupils contracted. Teach. Blackbeard, now called Marshal D. Teach. If he killed him, there would be less trouble in the future. Of course, he was now a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, so if he killed him, it would have a huge impact on the entire crew. The rule of the Whitebeard Pirates is to not harm companions. If he killed him now, everything would change. Where would the Whitebeard Pirates go? Have you been practicing with guns recently? Whitebeard sat next to Mareki. I divided into 5 teams, I feel much easier. Besides the second team, I trust all the other captains, Mareki said. Newgate, can I kill someone? Who? Teach. Why do you want to kill him? He will bring destruction to the Whitebeard Pirates in the future. He is our companion now. What if I must kill him? I won't agree. Don't you believe in the future? I don't believe. Quote. When will Oden leave? Whitebeard asked after a moment. In 2 years. 2 years. He is destined to return to the land of Wano. No, he is not going back to the land of Wano. Never mind, I can't chat with you too much. Knowing too much about the future is useless to me, like knowing which day I will die, boring. Maji, don't change anything, I know my ending is not perfect, I don't want to kill any family members. With a sniper rifle in hand, Maji would shoot a few shots when he was idle and would shoot a few people when he encountered enemies. Oden's reputation grew bigger and the bounty on him increased. Advertisement. The Whitebeard Pirates grew stronger. They also left the New World and headed to the North Blue. After wandering North Blue for a year, they crossed the reverse mountain into the Grand Line once again. On that day, Maji felt an overwhelming dominance and walked out of the room involuntarily. The time has come. The Whitebeard Pirates clashed with the Roger Pirates. In the battle, Maji did not join but watched from a distance. Why are you here? Aren't you a member of the Whitebeard Pirates? Why aren't you joining the fight? Maji sat under a tree to avoid the rain, holding a book and reading with his head down. A voice came from his ear, but Maji didn't even look up, and calmly said, I am different from them. What's different? Aren't you a member of the Whitebeard Pirates? Rayleigh asked in surprise. He also accidentally discovered Maji, who was not old but had an extraordinary temperament. Rayleigh always felt they were being watched, which made him uncomfortable. I am a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, said Maki. Then why don't you join the battle with your companions? Because I am weak, I would die if I went up there. Ah, you are weak. Rayleigh didn't think so, on the contrary he thought Maki was quite special, somewhat aloof. Yes. Rayleigh drew his sword and slashed towards Maki. Maki seemed not to react, the sword fell on his neck, already touching the skin. You. Rayleigh seemed to sense something, his gaze became even more serious. What have you done to me? Rayleigh asked. Just a test, I only blocked your observation Haki. Maki closed the book and looked up at Rayleigh. Blocked my observation Haki, how did you do that? It's simple, my observation Haki is stronger than yours, so I can block yours. Stronger than me, so that's how it is. Do you know what the consequences are when 2 strong observation Haki users lose their Haki? Rayleigh's face suddenly changed drastically as a dark shadow rushed towards him. And because his observation Haki was interfered with, he did not foresee the next situation at the first time. What did you do to Maki? 023 What happened to that person? Why do you care so much? The breath of a fierce beast does not need to be seen or heard to sense the domineering aura. When Whitebeard sensed danger approaching Marco, he rushed over immediately and unleashed a full force strike towards Rayleigh. Rayleigh wrapped Conqueror's Haki around his blade and used all his strength to block Whitebeard's attack. The collision of Conqueror's Haki sent Marco flying, about to crash onto the ground. Big brother. A pair of wings crossed the sky, as Marco caught Marco in midair. If you can't catch me, I'll be dead. Marco grimaced. How could I let you die? Marco smiled. Whitebeard and Rayleigh's battle ended in a draw, with Rayleigh being knocked away by Whitebeard and Roger taking over the fight. Are you okay, Rayleigh? Jabba and Oden exchanged a few rounds and came over to Rayleigh's side. I'm fine. Who exactly is that guy? Rayleigh looked up at the sky. Marco was watching him with a calm gaze, which made him feel scared as if he had been exposed completely. Jabba, do you know who that guy is? Rayleigh asked. I don't know. The Whitebeard Pirates have only a few well-known captains and executives, I've never seen him before. Jabba shook his head. What's up with that guy that makes you so concerned? His observational Haki is stronger than mine. Rayleigh said. That's impossible. He blocked my observational Haki just now, leading me to be suddenly attacked by Whitebeard. But he looks so weak. He probably has a natural ability for observational Haki like Roger, but lacks in other areas. Natural ability for observational Haki like Roger. The battle lasted for 3 days and nights, with breaks in between. After 3 days, both sides had enough and started to sit down and drink together. They didn't inflict harm on each other, and instead started exchanging goods and doing business. Speaking of Marco, I don't know much about him either. He seems to have joined the crew a long time ago, loves reading, and lacks fighting ability, but he's a financial wizard on our ship, managing all the finances. A member of the Whitebeard Pirates responded to Rayleigh and Jabba's inquiries. Being in the crew for a long time does indeed hide a big secret. Jabba said. I'll go talk to him. I'll go with you. Marco was meditating on the shore, realizing that there was almost no way to improve his observational Haki, so he sat idly, bored. Although the system allows him to level up directly, the experience is not enough. Through meditation, he can maintain the Haki state of observation for a longer period. Hey, what are you guys up to? Marco and others stood in front of the two, not letting them get close to Maki. I just want to have a chat with him. Don't worry, I won't use force, Rayleigh smiled. Marco, let them through, Maki said. Big brother. It's okay, we're not fighting anymore. Marco finally let the two pass. Seeing Maki sitting on the ground, the two looked down at him. Jabba was seeing Maki at such a close range for the first time and indeed found his aura to be completely different from others, too calm and frighteningly composed. Rayleigh sat cross-legged in front of Maki, smiling. Your name is Maki, right? Why is your aura so different from theirs? Clearly you're all young people, but you seem like an old man with a lot on your mind. Because I am older than both of you combined, Maki said. Huh, Rayleigh and Jabba were stunned, carefully examining Maki but found nothing special. You must be joking. How could you be older than both of us? Jabba laughed. Roger will die in 2 years, and you will find the final island in a year. Roger will also be the One Piece, Maki said. What are you talking about? Rayleigh and Jabba's expressions changed. I am a person who has come from the future, Maki said lightly. Rayleigh and Jabba couldn't sit still, standing up immediately. This secret is known only to Nougat. Besides Nougat, you are the second and third people to know it. You may not believe me now, but in a year, you will know. Oh, and Oden can join you. The gears of fate will turn. You have come too early. Advertisement. Rayleigh and Jabba didn't believe what Maki said at all. However, what happened next filled both of them with fear. Roger requested Kazuki Oden to join the Roger Pirates. Whitebeard naturally disagreed, even becoming angry. Nougat. Maki spoke up at this moment. Maki, let's go. But Oden has agreed. Roger, for 1 year, I will hand over Oden to you for 1 year. Rayleigh, Jabba, why are you both not happy? What's wrong exactly? Roger saw Rayleigh and Jabba silent, bowing their heads, and they had already set sail. The Kazuki Oden family was taken away from the Whitebeard Pirates. Roger was feeling good now, originally thinking that Rayleigh and Jabba would understand him, but seeing the two with serious faces, he didn't know what they were thinking. It's nothing. It's nothing. They both shook their heads one after another. I know you can't accept Oden now. Oden is not a bad person. Roger laughed. Roger, what is it, Rayleigh? Nothing, really. Advertisement. Is there really nothing? We'll tell you in a year. Alright, Roger's character was just like Whitebeard's, trusting his comrades. Since Rayleigh and Jabba were unwilling to speak, he decided to wait another year. Rayleigh and Jabba glanced at each other, seeing the fear in each other's eyes. The future. Someone from the future told them what would happen in the future. No matter how strong someone is inside, they will still be shaken. Who doesn't want to know what will happen in the future? The ability to predict the future. Someone from the future. Seeing the indifferent eyes of Maji, coupled with Whitebeard's immediate agreement to let Oden follow them because of Maji's words. One can imagine how high Maji's position is in Whitebeard's mind. They had already inquired enough. Maji was Whitebeard's first comrade, not strong, but in charge of the pirate group's finances, managing the whole Whitebeard Pirates systematically. In their eyes, Maji is not weak in strength, but terrifyingly strong. They have never seen such a powerful observation Haki, and can only shield their Haki, locking their observation Haki. Jabba also experienced it. He was used to fighting with observation Haki and felt very uncomfortable, feeling no different from a blind man. A year later, if it turns out as he said, tell Roger. Rayleigh said. Okay. 024 I knew that guy couldn't be caught by the Marines, his life is coming to an end. Two people quietly discussed, while Roger just hesitated for a moment, then held a hot pot party on the ship. Are you reluctant? Whitebeard watched Roger's pirate group go away, and Marco walked up to him and sat down. Just as you said, can fate not be changed? Even if I disagreed just now, I feel that Oden would secretly follow along, just like when he left the country of Wano. Whitebeard said. Yes, something more delicious caught his attention, he would not hesitate to leave the Whitebeard pirate group. As you said before, he is not a subordinate type of person, joining the Whitebeard pirate group was only to allow him to sail. Marco said. It makes me a little sad to hear you say that. Whitebeard pouted, feeling upset from the start, now feeling even worse. Why be sad? Who isn't just a passerby? I'll go along with what you said, won't change anything, let everything proceed smoothly. Marco said. Until I die, yes. Thank you, Marco. Don't mention it, there's no need for thanks between us. Hurrah la 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 la, I kind of hate the way you are now. Why? Your existence makes me feel like I'm waiting to die. Can anyone live without dying? That's impossible. Then that's it, ignore my existence, live every day well, enjoy family happiness, you see, now you have so many children, just enjoy your life. Indeed, this feeling is really bad. Whitebeard looked dejected. Right, this parting is like a farewell forever. Marco stood up. You mean, you understand what I mean. Whitebeard was very hurt, Didn't know if it was for the better, but knowing made it even more painful. The position of the 2nd Division captain of Whitebeard's pirate group became vacant. As the sharpest blade of the Whitebeard pirate group, losing this blade seemed to make the Whitebeard pirate group much quieter. Previously, because of Kazuki Oden, the whole pirate group was lively, especially when they arrived at the next island. Oden always did some reckless things, causing them quite a bit of trouble. Now that Oden was gone, the liveliness disappeared, leaving everyone feeling quite subdued. Have you seen Inuarashi and Nekomamushi? Kinemon searched their ship but didn't find the cat and dog. They sneaked into the Roger pirate's ship, McTavish said. Ah, advertisement. The cat and dog left too. These two troublemakers didn't even say goodbye. The same as before, sneaking off. Whitebeard sighed, indeed some people just couldn't be kept. The adventure continued, the Whitebeard pirates traveled all over the world, facing more and more enemies but defeating them all. Many people voluntarily joined them, becoming members of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard accepted almost anyone, also taking in orphans. A year later, a piece of news shocked the world. The Roger pirates reached the final destination, finding the legendary One Piece. Gal D. Roger became the One Piece, but the D in his name was quietly changed by the world government to Gal Roger. On that day, on an island with blooming cherry blossoms, Roger found Whitebeard. Newgate, I've been waiting for you. Roger wasn't wearing his hat, holding a drink in his hand, waiting for Whitebeard on the island. Roger, are you alone? Whitebeard asked. Yes, I disbanded the pirate crew, Roger said. Why? Because the time was not right. You have a companion named McTavish, right? Can I meet him? Under the cherry blossom tree, the three sat on the ground. McTavish was just a normal person, standing at over 1.8 meters tall, only 22 years old this year. Rayleigh and Jabra told me, is everything destined? Roger looked at McTavish and asked. Do you want to change it? McTavish asked calmly. I want to know, will the future really come to pass? You mean the prophecy on Fishman Island? You even know about the prophecy on Fishman Island. I know. Do you know if I will have children in the future? I know. Great. Ha ha ha, that's enough. Neptune, do you want the great secret treasure? I can tell you where it is. I'm not interested, that's not my dream. Advertisement. The future is very interesting, Neptune, it's a pity we are in the wrong era. Well, I can't see it anymore. I don't know how much time I have left. Coca-Cola says I only have a few months left. I wonder if what I did was right. I don't know, arrange it yourself, you don't have much time left. Alright, too bad, can't see it all. Your existence is truly regrettable, no wonder Rayleigh and Jabba are always worried. Neptune, it must be tiring to have companions like these people. Whitebeard nodded at Maddie. It's tiring, but it's also reassuring. You guys catch up, I won't spoil your fun. Whitebeard passed out under the cherry blossom tree, and Roger was already gone. Indeed, Oden didn't come back, he returned to Wano. Izu, do you want to go back? Whitebeard knew Oden's whereabouts and knew that it would be difficult for Oden to come out again. Something must have happened in Wano to make Oden stay. Izu was Oden's vassal, for the people who were on the ship with Oden, now that Oden has returned, he should also return. Lord Oden said to let me stay on the ship for him. I will follow Lord Yasui's orders and continue to stay here, Izu said. Okay, then continue to stay on the ship. Whitebeard finally had some consolation. After all, Oden was his brother, and after he had been gone for more than a year, he still missed him. Since losing Kazuki Oden, the Whitebeard pirates had become much quieter. Another year passed, and Roger became the One Piece, and the whole world was searching for him. The latest news shook the world. Roger was captured by the Marines. One Piece was captured by the Marines, causing a sensation throughout the world. Dad, Roger was captured, Marco and others exclaimed. In their eyes, Roger was on par with Whitebeard, and the fact that he was captured by the Marines was unbelievable and difficult to believe. Dun dun dun. Whitebeard picked up the jug and started drinking, but his gaze turned to Marco. Feeling Whitebeard's gaze, Marco calmly said, he surrendered. Kura kura kura. I knew that guy couldn't be caught by the Marines, his life is near its end, Whitebeard remarked. Yes, Marco nodded. What plans does he have? It will shock the world. Kura kura kura, it's something only he can do. 025 Big Brother, come with me. Help me manage the pirate gang. As expected, news soon spread that the Golden Lion had infiltrated the Marine headquarters but was defeated by the combined efforts of the Warlords and Garp, causing the two strongest figures on the sea to fall successively. Now, it seemed that only Whitebeard remained on the sea. After the Golden Lion's capture, Roger was executed in the East Blue, everything appeared so natural. Whitebeard found Maji and they sat down to drink. Is this his plan? Did you know about it early on? Yeah, the era ahead will go berserk. You will have to face more enemies, Maji smiled. That B***** D has left me with trouble. It seems there won't be a shortage of enemies in the future. Whitebeard suddenly understood Maji's meaning. Yes, there will be more enemies in the future. If they want my head, they'll have to see what strength they have. Whitebeard was unrivaled in his swagger, ushering in the great age of pirates. With numerous pirates on the sea, they often encountered pirates who dared to challenge them recklessly. Ha, these guys are too weak. Arriving at Sabaody archipelago once again after many years, it was now a gathering place for a large number of pirates. Upon learning that Whitebeard's pirate crew was there, some pirates foolishly attempted to challenge them. There was no need for Whitebeard to act, as Marco and the others could handle the fights. Hurry to the new world. Those brats are causing chaos in our territory, Whitebeard said. Due to the influx of pirates in the New World region, the situation had become chaotic. They called for reinforcements and informed them of attacks in the area. In a rush, they headed back to stabilize the territory. It will take some time for the coating, old man, Marco chuckled. Roger really knows how to stir up trouble. With so many pirates suddenly appearing, the sea won't be peaceful in the future, Whitebeard sighed. It's not a good thing for ordinary people. Now everywhere there are pirates, snatching whatever they see, Beasta said. Unbelievable how audacious they are. Saki kicked away a pirate under his feet. Broman said it will take 2 more days for the coating to be ready, Marco said. Then let's wait 2 days, Whitebeard nodded. After 2 days, the ship's coating was ready. They set sail for Fishman Island, where the crew had Fishman comrades to lead them safely underwater. Advertisement. Arriving successfully at Fishman Island, Whitebeard raised their banner on the island, incorporating it into their territory. 6 years later, Maji's 20-year signing bonus came through. As a armed conqueror grandmaster, this advancement was huge, and he could finally cultivate his strength. The strength that he couldn't enhance before, he could now elevate. Armed with Conqueror's Haki, he was raised to its peak, now able to use flowing cherry blossoms. Because Whitebeard's pirate group was vast in territory and personnel, they began to split people up. Any of you, who wants to go independent and establish your own pirate group? Whitebeard asked the executives. What do you mean, Dad? Asked Beatty and others in confusion. It's exactly as it sounds. Our pirate group is getting bigger and the number of people is increasing. In the future, we'll need to split up the manpower. The current situation is not suitable for managing a single pirate group anymore. I must strictly control the number of people. Apart from the 16 teams, the rest of the people will be separated from the pirate group, to establish your own pirate group. Dad, are you asking us to leave? Beatty exclaimed. Not really, but to let you protect our territory in a different way. Then, I need Big Brother. Beatty hugged Maji. After a moment of silence, Whitebeard said, go ask him. If he's willing to go, take him with you. Okay. Beatty nodded, turned around to find Maji. Big Brother, come with me and help me manage the pirate group, Beatty said while holding Maji's hand. The two had confirmed their relationship many years ago and had married with Whitebeard as their witness. Sure, I'll go with you, Maji said, glancing at Whitebeard and nodding at Beatty. Thank you, Beatty said, hugging and kissing Maji. Maji, have you made up your mind? Whitebeard asked. Yes, I have. I will maintain everything until your death, Maji nodded. Okay, I understand. I'll wait for you, Whitebeard nodded. Beatty, Aboida, Andre, Aluan, and Kinj split from Whitebeard's pirate group and established their own pirate group. Continuing their pirate status, they sailed in the New World, protecting Whitebeard's territory. Advertisement. With their newly established pirate group, Beatty took several companions in a broken ice ship, considered as their initial crew, and the fame of the Ice Maiden Beatty gradually grew, helping Whitebeard's pirate group hold their position. The relationship between Maji and Whitebeard has been very good, and they have a child. Big Brother, our business is doing better and better. How about we stop being pirates? 2 years later, Whitebeard suddenly said to Maji. Are you willing? Not willing. Then forget it. But Big Brother, you. It's nothing, I'm fine. Don't underestimate me. Don't treat me as someone powerless. Captain, there's trouble. Enemies are attacking our factory. The Whitebeard pirates not only occupy islands, but also collect money from them. For the development of the pirate group, Maji developed the islands, established many factories, and promoted the development of the islands. For example, one of the islands managed by Whitebeard is suitable for growing cotton. The cotton grown on the island can be large and of good quality, suitable for making high-quality fabrics. However, there has been constant warfare here. It wasn't until Whitebeard took over here 2 years ago and bought machines through underground black market channels that she set up a clothing factory here. The entire island brought in billions of berries in income after a year, allowing the people on the island to live a good life. The richer the island, the more it attracts pirates, which led to being attacked. To dare attack the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, seeking death. Whitebeard immediately steered her icebreaker towards it. The island had flags with Whitebeard's symbol, and generally, pirates from the New World would not dare to provoke the Whitebeard pirates. Either they have strength and courage to provoke Whitebeard, or they are newcomers who don't know their place and enter the New World wanting to challenge the strongest of the age. When they arrived, the island was already ablaze, and Maji's expression darkened. He hated it when others destroyed his things. The factories he had painstakingly built were now in ruins. Damn it, I'll find out who did this. Whitebeard was extremely angry and went ashore with her crew. On the vast sea, only with strength, anyone can become an emperor, but there is only One Piece. Surely they are pirates. The two sides met and started fighting directly. Maji was also filled with anger. Dweebei had never let him take action, leading the people on the ship to call him a pretty boy. The other side's strength is not weak. With a bounty as high as 240 million berries, Dweebay's strength is comparable to that of a marine rear admiral. The two sides engaged in a battle. Maji picked up his sniper rifle, aimed at the pirate who was currently fighting Dweebay. Bang! The gunshot rang out. The bullet tore through the sky. The pirate felt something, but found himself unable to move. The bullet hit him squarely in the chest. Dweebay was startled and turned to look. Maji had put away the sniper rifle. Big brother's strength. Dweebay was filled with doubt. The opponent she had just found a bit challenging was taken down by Maji with a single shot. Looking at the location of the wound, it was a clear indication of the opponent's position. He had fired in advance. Looking at Maji's cold eyes, Dweebay realized something. Kill all these trash, hand them over to the Marines to exchange for bounties, Dweebay ordered. Back on the ship, Dweebay looked at Maji. Big brother, you really tricked me. Dweebay pounced on him, biting Maji's shoulder. Hiss, I didn't trick you, my abilities will gradually unlock as time passes. It's only been 20 years, and I've unlocked a part of it, Maji gently stroked her hair. So that's how it is, the longer the time, the stronger your abilities get, right? Why didn't you tell us? Dweebay complained. Because I didn't know it would turn out like this. I used to be very passive. Thank you all, Maji embraced Dweebay. I'm happy for you. Dweebay hugged Maji tightly. You've worked hard. No, you're the one who has worked hard, being questioned by so many people. Haha, I never care about those things, I only care about the people around me. The two embraced for a long time, leaving the other crew members speechless at the sight. They couldn't understand why their ice queen would fall for a wastrel. Many of them later joined the Whitebeard Pirates. Some even joined other pirate crews. They knew Maji was good at financial management. Especially good at freeloading. Advertisement. No one ever gave Maji a second glance. Who would respect a freeloader? The pirates that were taken out, their heads traded for bounties by the islanders to the Marines. Don't let any bit of the world government's wool go unshorn, especially when it's worth hundreds of millions of berries. Whoever took them out, just take the money. The reputation of the Whitebeard Pirates in the New World is growing, with more challenges naturally arising. Every year, new pirates emerge, either challenging them or others. One rookie pirate crew suddenly made a name for itself, the Red Hair Pirates. A newcomer stirring things up in the New World, taking out many big pirates. Since Roger's death, one powerful figure after another has emerged. Everything is moving towards the future. Maji and Whitebeard meet once a year, to celebrate Whitebeard's birthday. 32 years have passed since the incident at the Valley of the Gods. On Whitebeard's ship, Maji is now 41 years old. His son with Whitebeard is already 12 years old. Dad, where's Mom? In the cabin, Maji is reading a book, the door is pushed open, a child with black hair and eyes enters. What's wrong with you? Maji is surprised to see his son looking so dirty. I got into a fight, the child clenches his fist. Did you win? Of course, I did. Then why are you looking for your mom? I want to eat. Go find your Uncle Hat, he's the one who cooks. I want to find Grandpa Whitebeard, and Uncle Marco, Uncle Saki cooks really good food. Saki. Maji thought of something at his words and shook his head. I understand, let me take you there. Really? Of course. Advertisement. Forget it, Dad, your words mean nothing, I'm going to find Mom. Maji shook his head with a wry smile. This kid has been influenced by the other crew members. I don't know what ideas they instilled in the child. Now, like everyone else, they all think that this old man, his father, has no real power and his words are not effective. Apart from being handsome, he is just a freeloader who relies on his looks. These years, Marcy has not shown his strength and has really been looked down upon. In a while, Whitebeard came back, looking not too good. What's wrong? Red Hair Shanks has become the new emperor of the sea. Whitebeard handed Marcy a newspaper. On the paper were Red Hair's recent exploits. 6 years ago, he had already lost an arm in a battle with Haki, but the story of the Red Hair Pirates in the New World did not stop. This time, he took down a big pirate, completely sealed his emperor status, and became the new Great Sea Emperor alongside Whitebeard. So what? As long as you have strength on this sea, anyone can become emperor, but there is only One Piece. Marcy laughed. What are you waiting for? Whitebeard stared at Marcy and asked. What are you talking about? Marcy smiled. Don't lie to me. What promise did you and Dad make? Why doesn't Dad want to see you? Whitebeard asked. Come here. Marcy hesitated for a moment, opening his arms. Seeing Marcy's gesture, Whitebeard blushed and walked over, sitting on Marcy's lap, and the two embraced each other. Marcy buried his head in her neck. Nugget needs a stage. Just wait a few more years, and you'll know. This is what I promised him. You are too low-key. Even your son looks down on you. Hugging her husband's neck, Whitebeard used her chin to rub his hair. It's okay. The little guy will know in the future. Marcy said indifferently. He seems to really like Dad's side. How about sending him over there? Do you want him to accompany Nugget? Dad doesn't like you, but he really likes him. Dad is getting older. It might be good to send him over there. Then let's send him over. I'll take you on a trip. Marcy said. Really? Whitebeard said happily. Yes, let's go out for a walk. Things will only get more chaotic in a few years. Okay, let's set sail, starting from the base camp towards the Whitebeard Pirates. It's not easy to find someone in the New World, but there is something called a life card, held by every captain and lieutenant. By moving in the direction indicated by the life card, they arrived at the location of the Whitebeard Pirates 4 days later. Dad, a ship is approaching. Who is coming? Whitebeard sat on his grand throne, with an IV drip attached to him. He had changed his hat to a headscarf due to severe hair loss, which didn't look good, so he simply tied on the headscarf, curling his lip. At 68 years old, he was getting old. 027 Now you can go anywhere in the world. One of his men looked through a telescope and said excitedly, "It's old sister Whitebeard's icebreaker." Old sister Whitebeard's icebreaker. Whitebeard's hand, prepared to drink, paused. Dad, big brother is here, I saw him, he's on the ship. Marco exclaimed. Long time no see, big brother. Joes clapped his hands. Yes, it's been a while. Saki and the others nodded. What are they here for? Whitebeard squinted, his expression not very welcoming. Dad, you haven't seen big brother in 10 years, right? Marco said. Calculating the time, it had indeed been 10 years since they split up 12 years ago. They had seen each other in the first 2 years, but then Marco stopped coming, only Whitebeard would bring the children to see him. Before the icebreaker could fully stop, a figure had already jumped over and landed on the Moby Dick. Grandpa Whitebeard, I'm here. Rocky, with the same hair as Marco, came to Whitebeard's side. Kura, little Rocky, you finally came. Whitebeard hugged him. Hee hee, Grandpa Whitebeard, I missed you. Fearless of this sea emperor, Rocky held his arms and shouted. If you miss me, come find me, Kura. Whitebeard said happily. Let me tell you, I fought with the adults, and I won, 1 punch per person, much better than my old man. Rocky waved his arms. You compared yourself to your old man. Kura, you don't understand your old man at all. Whitebeard chuckled, shook his head, and looked at Marco walking towards them, carrying a jug of wine. Big brother. Marco and others came up excitedly to greet him. It had been quite some time since Marco had seen them, and they were all in their prime. Advertisement. Long time no see, everyone. Marco smiled. It's been 10 years, big brother, I've missed you so much. Marco hugged him. I've come to see you all and to ask a favor. Marco said. I knew you had something coming here. Whitebeard fixed his gaze on Marco. Brought some wine for you. Marco placed the jug of wine in front of Whitebeard. Luo Shu looked at his father and then at Whitebeard, unable to understand the relationship between the two. Everyone else respected Whitebeard, but he couldn't see any trace of it in his own father. What's the matter? Whitebeard picked up the wine jug, opened the bottle and sniffed it. It was white wine. Making a lot of money from brewing white wine, Margie's pirate crew, especially the Whitebeard's crew, was the richest among dozens of subordinates. Every year, they would send him money and wine, and he naturally knew it was Margie's intention. We are planning to travel with Whitebeard for a while. Luo Shu likes you a lot, so I'm thinking of leaving him with you for you to teach him in the future, Margie said. Before Whitebeard could speak, Luo Shu was already excited. Dad, Mom, really? Can I really stay with Grandpa Whitebeard? Since you like it here, then stay here. This kid is getting harder to discipline. Dad, please help us out and look after him, Whitebeard said. Where are you going? Whitebeard asked. Traveling. We've been in the New World for years and plan to go around the world, Margie said. All right, wherever you are now, you can go anywhere in the world. Whitebeard looked deeply at Margie. After 10 years, he felt even more unable to understand Margie. Even without using Haki, he could sense the power hidden inside him. This intuition was still there, and there was someone else hiding among the crowd who also felt it. The Haki is so terrifying, what's going on? Is Margie really that strong? Wasn't he the weakest member of the pirate crew? Why does he have such a dominant presence? There are some places I still dare not go to. Since that's the case, Newgate, I entrust the child to you. See you in 4 years, Margie said. 4 years. Whitebeard said in a low voice. Yes, 4 years. Enough, thank you Margie. Advertisement. This is our agreement from years ago. As the two spoke inexplicable words, others couldn't understand. Next, Marco and others reminisced with Margie, all of them being captain-level individuals. Luo Shu looked puzzled. In his eyes, the people of the Whitebeard Pirates were all strong and reputable warriors, especially Grandpa Whitebeard, who was the strongest person in this sea. Why was his weak father so close to them, as if they all respected him greatly? Uncle Satch, why are you all so good to my dad? Was my dad strong before? Luo Shu asked Satch, who was busy in the kitchen. Haha, no, your dad used to be the weakest person on our ship, Satch laughed. Then why is everyone so close to my dad, and so respectful of him, especially Uncle Marco, he even cried. Before I joined the Whitebeard Pirates, your dad was already a member of this pirate crew. He was Dad's first mate. I heard from Marco that your dad saved his life back then, and even gave him the Phoenix Mythical Zone Devil Fruit. We all received help from your dad back then. Even if he had no power, he was our big brother, and we have always respected him. Oh, so Dad was Grandpa Whitebeard's first companion. Luo Shu exclaimed. Yeah, don't underestimate your old man. He is a remarkable person. I just don't know what agreement he reached with Grandpa back then. He became more low-key afterwards. The new recruits have no idea of his existence. Only us old-timers know about the big brother. What agreement did they make? They left the child to be cared for by Whitebeard and traveled around the world together as a couple. Let Marco and his group take care of things on the construction site. After more than 10 years of operation, the current situation of New World, unless there are newcomers who don't care about their lives, will not break the current situation. Even though they knew it was a big opportunity, very few people dared to make a move because all who went in never returned. Located on the edge of the Red Soil continent, crossing the windless belt to reach West Blue. The two of them met here once. Wadi Bay is from West Blue, while Maji and Marco can also be strictly considered West Blue people. The former Valley of the Gods no longer exists. The two of them revisited the paths they took in West Blue. Haha, it was here back then when Saji stole the coins I gave Marco, and then got robbed by other thugs. He, along with Beasta, Joes, and Marco, fought a group of thugs here. It's been over 30 years now. Maji sighed. As they revisited the paths they took in the past, their mindset had changed a lot. Since Maji told Whitebeard that he knew about the future, Whitebeard didn't want him to interfere in the world's changes. 028 Whitebeard Pirates, a bit of an impression, it just crossed my mind, you are that little devil from back then. He doesn't want to hear about the future unless it's a special circumstance. Just like the matter of Oden, Maji has already told him that Oden is dead. So they haven't met for 10 years because Whitebeard couldn't bear the outcome. He hoped Oden was still alive, and when he found out Oden was dead, he preferred not to know. After spending a year in West Blue, walking the path once taken by Whitebeard's pirate crew, and even meeting someone who recognized Maji. Climbing Reverse Mountain to enter the Grand Line, Maji saw Kalex. You're from Whitebeard's pirate crew, I remember you, Kalex said to Whitebeard. Old man, you're not dead yet, Whitebeard exclaimed. How could I be dead when even Whitebeard isn't dead, Kalex retorted. Are you looking for trouble? I don't mind giving you a ride, Whitebeard said angrily. Ha ha ha, don't be angry, what's the point of arguing with an old man, Maji stopped Whitebeard. I know you. Rayleigh and Jabba have mentioned you to me. What did they say about me? They said you're very scary. Joking, how could I be scary? I didn't think so before. What can a little devil be afraid of? But seeing you now, I think you're actually quite scary. You give me the feeling of a volcano, ready to erupt at any time. Rayleigh and Roger said, if you want to know the answer, go find you. I think I already understand. Do you want to know your answer? Do you know my answer? Your answer is to stay here. But the answer to the whale below is in the future. In the future. I understand now, thank you. You're welcome. Sometimes knowing the future is not a good thing, it's more about fear. Yeah, you must be living a hard life, guarding secrets but unable to change, even if you want to change, there are people who don't want it. Maji fell silent, knowing too much about the future and not being able to change it, he could already sense everything. In fact, you don't have to worry about so much. Since you are here, the future, in a way, already includes your existence. Thinking too much actually binds yourself, Kalex said. I made a deal with Newgate. After he dies, I won't have to care about the future anymore. Maji laughed, took a bottle of wine and started drinking with Kalex. So that's it, it's Whitebeard who's restricting you. Since he's restricting you, it means it's advantageous for him in the future. Advertisement. No, it's not advantageous for him in the future, he will die on the battlefield. I see, just like Roger, both like the hustle and bustle. Yeah, Maji sighed, continuing to drink. Hidebae watched from a distance, unaware of what they were chatting about. When Maji had drunk enough, he finally left Gemini Cape. He wants to change, but Whitebeard doesn't want to. He has always been abiding by the agreement with Whitebeard. He is someone who values promises. Kalex shook his head. It's hard to imagine what kind of brilliance Maji will shine without Whitebeard in the future world. Why are you talking to him so much? A former crew member of Roger Pirates, actually staying here. Hidebae said. Roger is dead, where else can he go if he's not here? Let's continue on, I'll take you to the sky. Maji said. To the sky, yeah, they went to Whiskey Peak, then to Little Garden, where they saw Zoro and Raji. You two are still fighting, could you stop? Maji shouted to the two. Do we know you? Zoro looked down and asked Maji. I'm from the Whitebeard Pirates, you've forgotten, we met over 20 years ago. Maji said. Whitebeard Pirates, rings a bell, I remember, you were that little guy back then. Zoro said. You mean the little squirt who will give birth to the sun god, Raji said. It looks like you still remember me. Of course we do, there aren't many sun gods known throughout the world. We Elbathians have always revered the sun god and have been waiting for the sun god's birth. Zoro said. How long before the sun god can come here? Raji asked curiously. It'll probably take another 3 years. Maji said. 3 years, we can still fight for another 3 years. Zoro said. Exactly. Raji excitedly agreed, and the two of them resumed fighting. The record needed to be stored for a year, they prepared the needles in advance and came to the Drum Kingdom. Marquis has been here before, visited many doctors. He himself is a doctor, and Marco's medical skills were taught by him. Advertisement. Having visited here and visited Gurewa, he found that things had changed, and there were fewer doctors. The king became Walpole, and the doctors in the whole country were persecuted. Are you looking for Dr. Gurewa? Upon hearing their origins, the people on the island were sweating profusely. In this country, Dr. Gurewa has become taboo. Except for the 20 doctors, Gurewa is the last doctor. Every time someone needs treatment, they either have to go to the king or find Gurewa. We don't even know where she is. If we could find her, the king would have gone to see her long ago, the residents of the island said. With that being the case, Marquis could only helplessly give up, unable to find the person. Gurewa was considered his teacher, teaching him pharmacology for a period of time, so since he couldn't find Gurewa, Marquis went to Alabasta. In Alabasta, there were the 7 warlords of the sea. Crocodile was there, and Marquis had seen this guy. After Roger died, he went out to sea to challenge Whitebeard and ended up getting beaten up. A 7 warlords of the sea hiding here must have a purpose, that guy. Wadib said with a deep voice. Indeed, he must have a purpose. Shall we go talk to him? Forget it, I'm not interested. You said you'd take me to the sky. Let's go then. Leaving Alabasta, Marquis took Wadib to Skypia. The ice-breaking ship stayed below, while Marquis and Wadib took a small boat up. They had been to Skypia before, but the sky was very dangerous and ordinary people dare not go there casually. How did you know there was Skypia here? Wadib exclaimed when he saw the gate of heaven. I read it in a book, Marquis smiled. In a book? Yes, in a book. Wadib didn't dwell on it too much. Marquis had read too many books, and after decades of reading, perhaps he had seen records of Skypia in some obscure book corner. Auntie, can you take us up there? Amazon, guarding the gate of heaven, nodded, and a lobster appeared to send them to the Sky Island, land of the gods, 3,000 meters high. 029 Is this the guy attacking us, the Logia Guro user? Are there still islands in the sky, is this the Earth? Wadey Bay exclaimed. The former Golden City Shangduila is here. Didn't I tell you the story of the big liar Nolan do before? It's true. The Golden Township is right here, Maji said. Really? The Golden Township is here. Wadey Bay stared with wide eyes at the island in front of her with curiosity. This is the map of Gaia Island. Look at this is the map drawn by Nolan do back then. Compare the two, isn't there a large piece missing, Maji said with a smile. Really? How did you know, brother? Reading books, Maji chuckled. So, there is a lot of gold here. Yes, there is a lot of gold here, Maji nodded. Great, let's go grab the gold. There are only 2 of us, we can't take a lot of gold. We can take some. Okay, Wadey Bay nodded. The boat headed towards the island. When they approached the shore, a thunderous sound came from the sky. Wadey Bay looked up and saw lightning. Be careful, HMPH. Maji's eyes narrowed, and a domineering force condensed into a black lightning bolt that shot up into the sky. The black energy pulse collided with the lightning, and in an instant, the lightning shattered. Wadey Bay was shocked to see this scene. The dominance affected the entire sky, turning into black lightning heading in a certain direction. Enel, who was bored eating fruit in the temple, sensed something and just heard 2 people plotting to take his gold. He casually wiped them out. He thought it was a trivial matter, but suddenly a terrifying momentum locked onto him. Before he could dodge, the black lightning pulse pierced his body, breaking Enel's pride of invincibility in an instant. Ah! Enel let out a scream, immobilized by the conqueror's Haki. His subordinates, and all the people from the realm of the gods, were lying on the ground, stunned by the conqueror's Haki from a far distance. Who are you? Enel felt his consciousness fading. Eventually, unable to bear it, he lost consciousness. The time continued for a short while. It was the first time Wadey Bay saw her man exerting all his power. This overwhelming Haki made her feel that it surpassed Whitebeard. This is your true strength. Wadey Bay looked at Maji. It's just a small trick, Maji smiled. Advertisement. Ha! A slap fell on Maji's chest. You've deceived me so painfully. With tears in her eyes, Wadey Bay pounced on Maji. My strength grows stronger as I grow older, and I only just awakened the conquerors few years ago. Maji felt no pain at all, holding Wadey Bay tightly. When Wadey Bay's emotions had calmed down, Maji brought her to Golden Town, where they saw the ruins and Enel's Ark. So much gold, really so much. Wadey Bay was extremely excited to see so much gold, which was very valuable. I'll take you to see the most valuable thing here. Maji took Wadey Bay up a huge vine and found the golden bell. This is the golden bell. Seeing the large bell made entirely of gold, Wadey Bay was stunned, and Maji also felt sentimental. It was too big. Who would have thought to use so much gold to make a bell? But what's underneath is the most important thing, the historical text. This is the historical text. Wadey Bay naturally knew what historical text was. Pirates in the New World all knew what it was. Unexpectedly, there was a piece of it here. Unfortunately, it's black, not red. Wadey Bay was disappointed after seeing the color. Don't underestimate this piece of historical text. It records the location of Poseidon. Maji said. Poseidon. You mean the Poseidon from the ancient 3 weapons? Yes, it records the location of Poseidon. The text here was left by Roger. Maji pointed to the text next to it. Indeed, Roger understood ancient languages. No, it was Oden who understood ancient languages. Wadey Bay was stunned. so when Roger wanted to follow Oden back then, it was to translate the historical text. Yes, if Oden hadn't helped him, how could he have found Raftel? Do you know all of this? I do. Maji extended a finger, Koa Haki gathered on it, and gently wrote a few big words on the gold. Eccentric taste. Wadabe saw the words written by Maji and covered her mouth, laughing. Open black lens bracket Roger is nothing, Whitebeard is the world's strongest, close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Ha ha ha. Maji is indeed wickedly interesting, finishing writing with Wadabe. This is the temple, this guy is the one who attacked us, the user of the Logia rumble fruit. Wadabe kicked Enel, didn't expect such a person on Skypia. Enel sensed something, opened his eyes, looked up to see Maji and Wadabe. In an instant, he jumped up, turned into thunder and flew into the air. Thunder, come down, Maji sternly reprimanded. The voice roared in Enel's ear like a bell, making him fall from the sky. Impossible, I am a god, how could this? Quote. Enel screamed in his heart, trying to move, but no matter what, he couldn't move, his legs simply didn't listen to him. He looked up at Maji, trying to peer into his heart, only to find that even Haki couldn't be used, completely suppressed, an unprecedented feeling. Who are you after all? My wife and I are here on a trip, no need to be nervous, little guy. Maji walked in front of Enel, facing him eye to eye. You are definitely not an ordinary person, what is your purpose? Enel said. No purpose, just here to take a look, you provoked me first, okay, I'm done looking, ready to leave, is it okay to take some gold? No, no problem, take as much as you want. Enel felt the threat of death, tremblingly said. Not too much needed, we can't carry that much gold anyway, prepare a bigger ship for us and give us some shells. Finally, Maji couple left Skypia with a pile of gold, returning to Gaia Island. Hey, what happened to you guys? On Gaia Island, Wadabe saw his subordinates with injuries one by one, actually beaten in the first half. Who beat you guys? The captain is a very capable newcomer. Wadabe's subordinates said. 0300, defeated the Shichibukai, looks like he's quite powerful. Newcomers, you were actually defeated by a newcomer, Whiskey Bay found it somewhat incredible. Even if their strength is not great, they are still pirates from the New World, fighting their way out of the New World. Some of the executives were even brought out from the Whitebeard Pirates. Although they may not be the top in the Whitebeard Pirates, they are still junior captain level, yet they were defeated by a newcomer. Our treasures were also stolen, another person whispered. Our treasures were stolen too. Who dares to steal my things, where are they? Whiskey Bay said angrily. They have already left, chase after them, yes. A group of people started to get busy, but when they saw the shells brought back by Maji, they felt somewhat dissatisfied. Due to Whiskey Bay's husband's identity, they could only keep their frustrations to themselves. Take all that gold. Whiskey Bay pointed to several large boxes nearby. Upon hearing Whiskey Bay's words, they opened the boxes and saw them packed full of gold, leaving them all astonished. Why is there so much gold? Don't worry about that, this was brought back by Maji, hurry up and put it away. The gold almost merged with the boxes. After Enel melted the gold, he poured it directly into the boxes. There were a total of 10 boxes, all filled with gold. The two of them could hardly move, it took 4 people to bring 1 box of gold inside. To you, these gold coins may not be as interesting as these shells. Whiskey Bay sat next to Maji. Maji was playing with these shells, picking one up and saying, this is a wind shell. When combined with a heat shell, it can be used to make a blow dryer, which can be used to dry your hair in the future. Maji said with a grin. Seeing Maji's smile, Whiskey Bay felt warm inside, turning her head away in a proud and shy manner. You do have a conscience. The Great Sea route is fixed, so the pirates who attack their people will definitely appear on the next island. Soon enough, on the 3rd day, they were caught up too. That flag looks familiar. Maji saw the flag on that pirate ship and remembered something, but couldn't quite recall. Advertisement. Captain, it's them. With Whiskey Bay backing them up, the lackeys became much more courageous. On, take them out. Wadib has been fighting on the sea for more than 30 years, he has seen all kinds of opponents, and he has even fought in one piece. Leading his subordinates to kill in the past, their strength was already stronger than the average pirates. With Wadib, they quickly knocked down the opponents. You wait, when our captain comes back, you'll be in trouble. You captain, bullying my subordinates when I'm not around, I want to see who dares. Wadib sneered. After waiting for a while, a group of people hurried back, led by a young man wearing a cowboy hat and a light yellow shirt. Let go of my subordinates. The young man said, it's you who bullied my subordinates, so bold, daring to bully even my subordinates. This captain is the guy, you need to be careful, this guy took down the 7 warlords of the sea, Hancock. Oh, took down a Shichibukai, seems to have some strength. No matter how powerful the Shichibukai are, they are still a group of decently strong individuals. It's unexpected that this new pirate actually took down one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Fire fist. The opponent wouldn't hesitate to act just because Wadib is a woman. He jumped up, flames ignited on his fist. It's actually a Logia. Wadib drew her sword, armament Haki wrapped around it, and she slashed at Ace's fire fist. Boom. With a loud noise, the flames extinguished. Ace realized he had met a tough opponent, as the other effortlessly broke through his fire fist. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Whitebeard possessed the strength of a Yonko crew captain. Each captain's strength is formidable, despite varying bounties, they can still take on the average Shichibukai without any issues. Half a day passed in this battle, the two gasping for breath as they looked at each other. Ace was always cautious of Whitebeard's sword, feeling the danger looming, luckily using his powers swiftly to avoid getting slain by her. What's going on? Why do I feel in danger? Ace muttered. Since setting sail, even facing 7 warlords of the sea like Hancock, he never felt such pressure. Facing a woman, he unexpectedly felt threatened. Are newbies nowadays this powerful? Besides Logia abilities, their combat power is also strong. Whitebeard swung the western sword in her hand, becoming extremely serious. Are you hungry? Do you want to take a break and eat something? Advertisement. At this moment, Maji came out with a bowl of noodles, heading towards Whitebeard. Big brother, I'm still in battle. Whitebeard grumbled. You need to eat to have the energy to continue the fight. Maji smiled, then looked at Ace. Isn't that right, young man? When Ace heard Whitebeard calling Maji big brother, he felt that something was wrong. Could it be that this man is the leader of the pirate group? He could handle one person, but he couldn't really beat 2. You have a point, Ace's stomach grumbled. Have your meal, we'll continue fighting later. Maji picked up the chopsticks and blew on them. Whitebeard bit her lip, feeling somewhat embarrassed to show affection in front of so many people. Is she really going to let Maji feed her? I'll feed myself, big brother. Whitebeard still couldn't relax in front of others, so she reached out to take the food. Seeing Maji and Whitebeard's interactions, the others were already used to it. Their children are already 13 years old, so there's nothing unacceptable about it. Ace went back to find his companions, had a meal, rested, and then the two of them fought again. By dawn, Ace gained the upper hand and the fight was about to end. Maji woke up. All right, young man, you can leave now, Maji smiled. Big brother, I haven't lost yet, Whitebeard said. You've already lost. Just let them go, Maji said. Hey, our captain was about to win, what do you mean by letting us go? That's enough, let's go. Ace interrupted his subordinate's words, glanced deeply at Maji. For some reason, his intuition told him that this smiling middle-aged man is not someone to mess with. Just now, in an instant, he sensed danger, extreme danger, like the feeling of seeing Garp. Ace led his subordinates to leave, and Whitebeard was still somewhat unhappy. Big brother, why let them go? You'll know in due time, Maji smiled. Here we go again, since you said that, I'll just ignore it. They continued their adventure, and after a few months, Whitebeard finally understood what Maji meant. He actually joined our pirate group. 031 UR, Pluton Rayleigh, you're actually in Sabaody. Whitebeard was stunned after seeing the news. Not long ago, he had seen the news of Ace being defeated by Whitebeard and happily laughed for a while. Only a few months had passed, and now he saw the news of Ace joining the Whitebeard Pirates. A few more months went by, and he saw the news of Ace becoming the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. He's taking Oden's place, could it be that Dad is planning? Ace joined the Whitebeard Pirates and became a member of the crew. Maji took Whitebeard all around the world. They also visited the East Blue and South Blue. As long as they crossed the calm belt, it was fine. Along the way, they saw many different things and encountered many peculiar islands. We've been out for several years, it's time to go back. Crossing the upside-down mountain again, Whitebeard said to Maji. It had been 4 years, visiting 3 seas. Except for not going to the North Blue, they had been through the East, South, and West Blues, as well as the first half of the Grand Line, twice. This was their 3rd time. All right, let's go back. Maji felt like it was time to return, so they decided to head directly to the New World. When passing by the city of 7 Waters, they stopped for a while. Time flies, Tom has been gone for many years. Whitebeard thought of Tom. Back in the day, Maji was still very active and fought alongside them but got seriously injured. She still remembered Whitebeard's immense anger and Maji's desire to leave the crew. He was too weak back then, and Whitebeard didn't want him to go. Both tortured each other, and Maji gradually started to fade away. Thinking back, it had been 30 years. Yeah, time flies. Maji looked at the current city of 7 Waters. Crocus is probably still there, Whitebeard said. Let's ask to find out. Maji inquired about Crocus's whereabouts and learned that she was now in the infirmary, and would only return after some time. Just as they were about to go find someone, Maji saw a familiar drunkard figure alighting from the sea train. Sister Crocus. Maji exclaimed. Advertisement. Sis. Who's calling me? Coco looked up to search. Oh, Granny is that person. A girl with braided hair next to her pointed ahead. Let me see. Getting old, can't see very clearly. Coco put down the bottle, stared ahead, eyes a bit blurry, slowly focusing together. Are you? Coco sis, long time no see. Fairy Bay approached. You look a bit familiar, little girl, but I seem to remember this little guy next to you. It's you, the little guy following Whitebeard back in the day. Coco said happily. Ha ha ha, long time no see, Coco sis. Maki laughed. It's really you, little rascal. I haven't heard any news about you for years, thought something happened to you. Coco was a bit excited, hadn't seen each other in 30 years. Back then, she came to the city of Seven Waters in distress, met humans, and gave birth to a child with them. She had an employment relationship with Tom, being his secretary. Her mixed blood son and a human girl had a granddaughter, the braided girl, Chimney, next to her. Ha ha ha. I'm good, Coco sis, do you remember her? Fairy Bay, we are married now. Maki said. Congratulations to you too. Back then, I could already see that the little girl liked you. You used to secretly give her money, and I knew you liked her too. Coco said happily. Fairy Bay felt a bit embarrassed. That embarrassing incident from 30 years ago, she also knew Maki had been taking care of her, giving her much more money than others. So, the two got together after reaching adulthood, and later left the Whitebeard Pirates before having a child. Yeah, I like her. Maki smiled. That's great, let me treat you to some drinks, together. Coco invited. Coco was already 70 years old, but with a cheerful mindset, it was hard to tell. That night, they had a meal at Coco's house, very happy. After all, it was a gathering of old friends. The next reunion, no one knew when it would be, or if there would be another one. Arriving at Sabaody, Maki brought Fairy Bay to the bamboo pole bar. Welcome, oh, esteemed guests have arrived. Shaki didn't think much when she saw Maki, as she didn't know him, but she showed surprise when she saw Fairy Bay. Why are we here? Fairy Bay asked. This should be the pirate captain I switch Fairy Bay under Whitebeard's flag, right? Didn't expect a big shot here. Shaki said. Do you know me? Who are you? Fairy Bay found the woman in front of her extraordinary advertisement. Shaki was a little surprised. Of course I know, and your husband too. Although not very famous, my husband has always thought about you, mentioned you several times. Big bro, who is she? Fairy Bay turned to Maki and asked. Former Captain Shaki of the Nine Snake Pirates, her companion, has returned, Maji said with a smile. Ding ling ling. The doorbell rang, and a person with long white hair, wearing straw sandals and a cloak, walked in. Your dominance is getting stronger. I spotted you as soon as I landed on the island, looking for me, aren't you? The person who walked in said with a smile. You are Pluten Rayleigh, you are actually in Sabaody. Widub carefully examined and exclaimed in surprise. Long time no see, little girl, it's been over 20 years since we last met, Rayleigh greeted. I didn't expect you're still alive, you've been hiding in Sabaody. What do you mean hiding in Sabaody? I've been living here, the Marines know I'm here, Maji knows too. Rayleigh, let me introduce you, my wife, Widub, Maji said with a smile. Oh, you're together now. Congratulations, ha ha ha, Rayleigh laughed. Our children are already in their teens, not something you can compare to, Maji smiled. Yeah, what do you want from me? Please help me plate my ship with a film. Going back to the new world. Yes, it's time, been out for almost 4 years. Time flies, the little brats from back then are now middle-aged, seeing you gives me a surreal feeling, is Newgate doing well? He's doing fine, can't quit drinking, as for his health, been fighting for decades, can't be in top shape, like you, hiding here gracefully. Ha ha ha, he can do it if he wants to, I believe you can. Plating me, right, no problem, but don't skimp on the money, I know you're rich, by the way, did you bring me some wine? Here it is. Maji brought a large bottle of wine with him, Rayleigh's eyes brightened. 032 I didn't expect to meet you guys here. Jinbei, what is he doing at Marine headquarters? I've heard that you've been making money brewing wine in New World, Shaki, this guy is the boss of Bacchanalia. Rayleigh opened the bottle and said. Bacchanalia, I didn't expect you to be a tycoon. Shaki chuckled. It's really fragrant, this taste, how many years has this wine been aged? 16 years, it's been kept all this time. I drank a bottle with Mr. Katakori back at Sabaody Archipelago. Maki smiled. Katakori, is he still at Sabaody? Come, have a drink with me. Rayleigh smiled. Sure. Inside the Red Mangrove Tavern at Sabaody, Maki and Rayleigh enjoyed their drinks. You seem more optimistic than before. Rayleigh remarked. I've figured out some things over the years, so I'm indifferent now. Maki smiled. Are you really indifferent? Rayleigh smiled. I am, it doesn't matter who finds One Piece, my family is the most important to me. I have a wife, children, and so many brothers. My dream is the same as Galdi. Rogers, family is more important than anything. Maki smiled. You've really changed, you're completely different from when I saw you over 20 years ago. Back then, you gave off a terrifying, calm terror. Now your eyes are filled with hope, hope for the future. Big changes, it's good that you figured things out. The future is the future. I'm not as old as you yet. Maki chuckled. That's what you said. Jabba and I together aren't as old as you. Rayleigh chuckled. I was just teasing you guys, there's no way I'm that old. I just wanted to scare you for a bit, didn't expect you two to fall for it back then. Haha, even Roger came to me. Maki found it amusing. Roger came to you, what did he say? Rayleigh asked. He was feeling down, he was born too early. If he could live 20 more years, he definitely wouldn't choose to surrender. Maki smiled. Yeah, he didn't have much time left, that's why he decided to surrender, which led to the Great Pirate Era. Rayleigh nodded. Roger did that for the sake of the world. The future world will sink into the bottom of the sea, discover the issues sooner, and resolve them sooner. It's just a temporary pain now. Only those who don't understand keep cursing Roger. You can tell from Mary Geoise that the sea level has been rising. The idea of the Iceberg Island ship in the anime laid the groundwork long ago. Advertisement. How can the sea level only be rising in Mary Geoise? The entire world is rising. It's okay, the newcomer has already appeared, I believe you will soon see him. Margie smiled. Are you saying that the king has been born? Rayleigh squinted. He had been to Raftel with Roger and knew what the so-called king was. They had been to Raftel too early, and now Roger couldn't see it anymore. He wanted to see who the king really was. You will definitely see him. He will come here in a few months, and by then you will surely see him in the crowd. Margie said. Is it Ace? Rayleigh suddenly asked. You know. Margie smiled. How could I not know? Portgas D. Ace. That's Rouge's surname. I at least know of Rouge's existence, naturally knew that child belonged to Roger, but the age doesn't quite match. Rayleigh said. What doesn't match? Rouge is an amazing mother, she let her child stay in her belly for 2 years. Margie said. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh was stunned, and Shaki and Warib who had been mothers themselves were even more incredulous. 2 years in the belly. How is that possible? Warib exclaimed. So, in order to protect her child, Rouge died when she finally gave birth to the child. Margie said. This is incredible, to be able to keep the child in her belly for 2 years. Warib could only admire. Roger's child. Who is it? Warib asked. Ace. 2 years ago he fought you. Margie smiled. What? Are you saying that the current 2nd Division Captain Ace is Roger's child? How could he? Warib said in disbelief. Ha ha ha. Do you find it absurd? The old man didn't want to become the One Piece himself, but he chose to protect Roger's child. Margie said. Whitebeard protecting Roger's child, it's a bit like a dream. Shaki said. Does the old man know his identity? Warib asked. Yeah, Ace looks quite like Roger, so naturally he knew it was him. The Marines probably also found out Ace's identity, so the old man decided to protect him. Margie nodded. We should thank Whitebeard for that. Rayleigh said. Advertisement. No need to be polite, he is now a member of our Whitebeard Pirates. Margie smiled. I haven't seen that child yet. You will see him. The two continued to drink, both heavy drinkers, unable to get drunk. Rayleigh went to coat the icebreaker ship with Margie with tools, while Levide took Warib to play on Sabaody Island. Having been here several times, there was a different kind of emotion upon returning. Big brother, this boat is, as Wadey Bay and Wadi Bay walked, suddenly they saw an unusual boat on the shore. Is he also in Sabaody? Marquis was also surprised and walked towards the boat. Hey, who are you? A group of people stood in front of them, not allowing them to approach, precisely speaking, a group of fishmen. Is Jinbei here? Marquis asked. Do you know the captain? The fishmen relaxed a bit upon hearing Jinbei's name. I'm Wadey Bay, just inform Captain Jinbei that I have arrived, Wadey Bay said happily. Wadey Bay, wait, are you the Ice Witch Wadey Bay? The fishmen exclaimed. Yes, it's me, Wadey Bay nodded. Wadey Bay, please come inside. Our captain has gone to the Marine headquarters, Vice Captain Aladdin is here, the fishmen respectfully invited the two aboard. Marquis saw Aladdin floating in midair with a bubble ring. Aladdin is a merman. When a merman reaches 30 years old, they can turn their tail into legs. Clearly, Aladdin did not want to walk on land with legs like humans, so he used a bubble ring to fly in the sky. Wadey Bay, it's really you, Aladdin said happily upon seeing Wadey Bay. I didn't expect to run into you here. Why did Jinbei go to the Marine headquarters? Wadey Bay curiously asked. It's a bit embarrassing to say, but some members of our pirate crew left before and went to the East Blue. Recently we heard news that they seem to have been defeated in the East Blue and captured by the Marines. Jinbei went to communicate and see what the situation is, Aladdin explained. 033 Sack, you can't lag behind, okay. East Blue, Fishman, is that Arlong and his crew? Maji remembered hearing Arlong's name when they were in the East Blue, but had never met them. Yes, Aladdin looked at Maji, as if he had seen him before but couldn't remember. Who is this? He is my husband, Maji, introduced Wadebe. Hello, Mr. Maji. Aladdin looked Maji over and reached out his hand. Hello, Aladdin. Maji hadn't seen Whitebeard in 10 years, missing out on Jinbei and Whitebeard's brotherly drinking. Who would have thought that Jinbei, the sea knight of the 7 warlords of the sea, was a member of Whitebeard's pirate crew, and even the kind who drank with them. Aladdin decided to treat them to a meal, and Jinbei returned. Is there a guest? Jinbei returned from the sea and landed on the ship, seeing 2 humans and showing a surprised expression. Boss Jinbei. Wadebe waved at Jinbei. Wadebe, how come you're here? Jinbei exclaimed in surprise. Haha, just passing by Sabaody, preparing to return to the new world, didn't expect to run into you, Wadebe said happily. I heard from my old man that you've been traveling around the world. Jinbei said. Yeah, it's been almost 4 years, getting ready to go back, Wadebe nodded. 4 years is quite a long time, big brother. Jinbei turned to Maji. Long time no see, Jinbei, Maji nodded, the last time he saw Jinbei seemed like 10 years ago. Unlike others, Jinbei treated Maji with great respect because Maji had taken good care of them. When Arlong called Maji big brother, Jinbei, though a bit older than Maji, also addressed him as big brother. Has your issue been resolved? We heard about that Arlong from the East Blue, causing all sorts of trouble, Whitebeard asked. He indeed has done many bad things. This time, the Marines are not going to let him go, but instead detain him, Jinbei said. Advertisement with his protection, Arlong was able to act recklessly in the East Blue, but this time he had clearly picked the wrong fight by colluding with Marine members. The Marines won't let him off the hook again. Since he's no longer a member of the Sun Pirates, let fate decide. You've already done enough for him, Whitebeard said. Ha ha ha, it's all in the past now. Are you guys preparing to go back to New World? Do you want me to send you back? Jinbei said. Our ship is already coded, I estimate it will be ready in 3 or 4 days, Maji said. Then let's wait for you together, I will escort you to New World. The situation underwater is complex, it will be safer with our escort, Jinbei said. Then thank you, Jinbei leader, Whitebeard said. No need to be polite, we are all family, Jinbei said happily. Rayleigh's coding speed was not fast, so Maji asked him to call more people to code together. The Sun Pirates also came to help. When Jinbei saw Rayleigh, he was shocked. Hey, he looks familiar, Jinbei quietly approached Maji and asked. He is Pluton Rayleigh, Whitebeard smiled. What? Jinbei finally met the person he had seen more than 20 years ago on Fishman Island. At that time, Rayleigh had already joined the Fishman Royal Guard, accompanying Prince Neptune who was still a prince to meet Roger's crew. It's really Pluton Rayleigh, he's actually in Sabaody, Jinbei said softly. Maji said it's a blessing in disguise, Whitebeard said. It's not exactly a blessing in disguise. The world government and the Marine headquarters both know he's in Sabaody, but they dare not act against him, Maji said. Why? Jinbei was puzzled and even Whitebeard was unclear. It's simple. Rayleigh and Roger have both reached the final destination and obtained the great treasure. Roger disbanded the pirate crew and let all the members disperse. Unless the world government and Marine can wipe out all of them, if even one survives, the world will not be at peace. Him being here actually makes the world government and the Marine hesitant to act rashly. If they make a move on him, what if the remnants of Roger's pirate crew hidden elsewhere come out? They might spill all the secrets they know, causing even greater chaos in the world, Maji explained. I see, Whitebeard said. I think there's more to it, Jinbei smiled. Advertisement. Another point is, Rayleigh is very strong, he is equal to Roger, would his strength be weak? If the Marine wants to capture him, they would need to deploy at least 2 admiral. There are few people left who threaten Fishman Island with this flag, protecting Fishman Island for a full 20 years. Looking up at the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marty felt a lot of emotion. After staying on Fishman Island for a day, they set off directly. Back in the New World, perhaps it had been too long since they returned, and they were taught a lesson by the weather of the New World. Indeed, the weather in the New World is harsh, Marty laughed. Fortunately, our ship is sturdy. I want to go see Rosh, he must have grown a lot in 4 years. Whitey muttered. Not seeing his own child for 4 years, he really misses him, starting from the Red Soil continent. In a certain sea area of the New World, the Whitebeard Pirates and other pirate crews clashed. As the assault team of the Whitebeard Pirates facing outside threats, the 2nd Division is always responsible for external battles. Once any enemies invade their territory, the 2nd Division always rushes to confront them in the first place. The enemies they encountered today were a bit tricky, and after receiving the news, the 4th Division nearby rushed to their aid immediately. Ace, we are teaming up again, Saki smiled. Saki, don't lag behind, Ace smiled. Don't worry, I definitely won't. With the 2 of them working together, they resolved the pirate crew. Saki began to check the spoils of war with his men, and actually found a devil fruit in the enemy's cabin. Ace, look at this, what is it? Saki exclaimed joyfully. Devil fruit. This is a good thing. What kind of fruit is it? Ace asked curiously. Meanwhile, the people nearby had seen this scene and their eyes sharpened. The pair of eyes that had been hidden very well finally showed greed. I don't know what kind of fruit it is, we need to go back and compare it with the encyclopedia, Saki said. 034 he said he wanted to take Dad to Raftel, let him become one piece. Are you not eating? Ace asked in confusion. I still don't know what kind of fruit it is. If it happens to be some trash fruit, eating it would be useless. Let's keep it for now and decide after we know what kind of fruit it is, Saki replied. Alright, let's go back then. Oh, I just got a message from Dad, asking us all to go back. He said there's a big celebration today, Ace said. A big celebration? What celebration? Saki asked curiously. I don't know either. Dad said it that way, all mysterious, Ace shrugged. It must be something major about to happen. Let's hurry back, Saki said. Hey, Teach, what's wrong with you? Ace shouted. Nothing, Captain Ace, Teach quickly recovered. Let's go, Dad is very happy today, wants to treat us. Let's hurry back for a feast, Ace smiled. Alright. The Whitebeard Pirates were indeed very lively at this moment, everyone received the order, and all 16 division captains returned. Kurara, long time no see. I thought you two were going to bring me back a grandchild this time, Whitebeard looked at the standing Marco. Your body has worsened a lot, I've treated you several times, Maruko. Marco looked at the intravenous drip Whitebeard, shouting to Marco. Big brother. Boom. A punch landed on his pineapple head, leaving other newcomers stunned at the scene. The first division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco, was punched. Who is this person? A newcomer whispered. I don't know either, only know he is Lashu's father. Oh, Lashu's father. It seems like the captains all respect him greatly. What is his identity? Never heard of him. Dad is so happy, haven't seen him this happy in a long time, and he's scolding Dad. The newcomers watched from afar as the captains laughed heartily one by one. Maruko, I told you, Big Brother would definitely hit you when he's back, Jozu laughed heartily. Big Brother, I know I was wrong. Marco smiled with a big bump on his head. Advertisement, Nugget, you can't keep drinking like this with your body, from now on limit the supply of Emperor liquor to him, Maji said. Maji, you can't do this, without alcohol, what's the point of life, Whitebeard said. You can drink, but not too much, I've told you before, adjust yourself now, Maji said. Come on, I even prepared a welcome ceremony for you coming back, and you treat me like this? Nugget, you're over 70 now, still think you're 36, Maji said. 36, it's been 36 years, the little devil from back then is now over 45. This time when you come back, there's something I need to tell you, Whitebeard said. What's the matter? Wait until everyone's here before I say. Dad, where's Louise? He's with Ace, he's in the 2nd division, aren't rookies and interns all in the 5th division? Your son is like a wild monkey, causing trouble everywhere. Later on, after Ace joined, he even had a fight with Ace. Originally wanted to compete for the 2nd division captain, and then he joined the 2nd division. Rakio laughed. He wants to become the 2nd division captain? Maji chuckled. Yeah, big brother, my nephew has big ambitions. Guess what he said? Brumming said. What did he say? Maji asked curiously. He said he wants to take Dad to Rafted Road and make him the One Piece, ha ha ha. Everyone laughed at the words, and Vitabe's face turned dark. Damn it, how dare he say such things? When he comes back, I will teach him a lesson. Vitabe scolded. Maji smiled, his own son was a variable, an unprecedented person in this world, and he didn't know how he had grown up, he hadn't really taught him much, all taught by Vitabe. Following these bastards for 4 years, who knows what they will become. Kulalala, Maji, every day alive is a day, don't think too much, where did you go for these 4 years when you went out? Whitebeard asked. I went to West Blue, South Blue, East Sea, traveled 3 routes in the first half, and also returned to the places we went before. Oh yeah, Joes, I also went to your hometown, Maji said. It's been a long time, I've already forgotten, Joes laughed. Has Sachi and Ace not returned yet? Whitebeard asked. I have already informed them, they should be back soon, Marco smiled. By the way, elder brother, Weedibe, you haven't met Ace yet, have you? Let me tell you, he is a very interesting person. He falls asleep when he eats. You will see at the banquet later. I met him before you guys did, Weedibe gave Marco a look. Advertisement, huh? The others looked puzzled, disbelief written on their faces. I encountered him 3 years ago in the first half, and we had a fight, Weedibe said. Really? What happened then? I won, Weedibe raised his head. How is that possible? You can beat Ace, Weedibe, you must be joking. I really won, don't believe me? Ask Maji. Ha ha ha, he won, facing his wife's gaze, Maji chose to lie. The others did not believe at all. They knew Ace's strength and knew Weedibe's strength even more, it was impossible to beat Ace. More and more people returned. The Whitebeard Pirates had 16 teams with 5 Moby Dick ships. Apart from the main ship, the remaining 4 were used by several teams, and the 5 ships gathered together, moored on the sea. Ace and Sachi returned, along with Losh, who was already 16 years old and had a sword at his waist. Mom, Dad, Losh saw Maji and Weedibe, excitedly called out. You've grown up, Weedibe embraced Losh excitedly. Elder brother, Sachi saw Maji return and exclaimed. Ace stood aside, watching. Are they Losh's parents? We were just talking about you. Have you fought with Weedibe? Yeah, we fought for a day and a night, Ace nodded. Who won? Marco asked curiously. I was about to win, but I didn't dare to continue. Why don't you dare to go on? I feel like if I continue, I will be killed. Ha ha ha, Weldabe's strength is not that strong, what are you afraid of? 035 This is my request, as well as my order as the captain. I'm not afraid of her, I'm afraid of that guy. Who is he? Why do you all call him Big Brother? Ace pointed to Maji. You're afraid of Big Brother? Haha, I didn't expect that. Ace, come here, let me introduce you. Marco pushed Ace to stand in front of Maji. Maji smiled and looked him over. Nice to see you again, Fire Fist Ace. Ace, let me introduce you, this is our big brother, the only big brother of the Whitebeard Pirates, Maji. He is the #1 crew member of our Whitebeard Pirates, a person who founded the pirate group with our old man. Marco introduced. The #1 crew member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ace didn't expect Maji to have such a status, no wonder so many people respect him. Karara, everyone is here, Whitebeard said cheerfully at this moment. Dad. Ace looked at Whitebeard. I have called you back this time to announce a major event. Now that Maji is back, this matter is very important, it concerns the future of the Whitebeard Pirates, and it is also my order as the captain. Whitebeard stood up and said seriously. Seeing Whitebeard's serious expression, everyone present was shocked. This serious side of Whitebeard was rarely seen. I have decided. Karara, I am already 72 years old. How much time do I have left to continue? It's time to consider the future, Whitebeard said with a smile. His words made everyone present extremely uncomfortable. Indeed, Whitebeard was getting old. Unconsciously, each of them was already in their 40s or 50s, and when Whitebeard adopted them, he was already in his 40s or 50s. Time passes so quickly. Maji couldn't help but sigh. Yes, time waits for no one. How many more years can I spend on this vast sea? How many of those who were with me back then are left? Whitebeard said lightly. Everyone could feel the sense of a fading hero, and Ace couldn't believe it all, saying, Dad, you haven't changed at all. You are still the strongest on this sea. You will find One Piece. Advertisement, One Piece. I have never cared about so-called One Piece. I just want to be with my family, Maji. Whitebeard looked down at Maji. Go ahead, what's the matter? You make me feel like you're dying. Maji smiled. You idiot, what are you saying? A newcomer said angrily. Shut up, big brother and dad are talking. Who do you think you are? Shut your mouth. Joe saw that it was his teammate and became angry. Although you are all my family, but you have joined this family for too short a time. Maji is my first companion, the big brother of this ship. He will lead you in the future on this sea. I now appoint Maji as the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Once I am gone, the Whitebeard Pirates will be under his responsibility. Whether to disband or to continue will be entirely up to him. As soon as Whitebeard's words fell, there was silence in the room. No one expected this. The future of the Whitebeard Pirates was handed over to Maji. I'm not interested. Before others could react, Maji smiled and waved his hand. Maji, this is my request, and also my order as captain, Whitebeard said. I have already agreed to your request long ago, and made a commitment with you for 36 years. As for the captain's order, my captain is Whitebeard, not you. So I won't listen to you, Maji said with a smile. Kulalalala, you don't get to decide this. You will always be the #1 crew member of the Whitebeard Pirates. You are the most important companion of Edward Newgate. Look at the people behind you. Marco was saved by you, Jozu, Thatch, Vista, Rikuyo. Who among them was not raised by you? They all call you big brother. Are you going to just stand by and watch your brothers being bullied in the future? Whitebeard said. Dad, Marco and others looked at Whitebeard. The rest were shocked. They never knew about this. No wonder the captains all respected Maji so much. It turns out that these elder members were taken care of by Maji when they were young. It's settled then, if I'm not around, the pirate group will be your responsibility. Those who want to leave can leave, and those who want to stay can stay. As for you, as their big brother, I believe you are not a heartless person. If one day I'm not here, it will be up to you to lead them forward. You will always be brothers, always the best partners. Whitebeard said. You're either blackmailing me or saying that phrase again. You better live well first. At least I can let you live for another 10 years, Maji said. Kulalalala, why live for so long? Where's my wine? Whitebeard said, searching around, but the wine jug was missing. Dad, big brother is right. For your health, drink less wine, Marco said, holding the wine jug and smiling. Advertisement, Marco, you rascal, Whitebeard said angrily. Dad, just listen to big brother, at least let us take care of you in your old age. You raised us, so let us take care of you, Vista said tearfully. Lousy is not dead yet. Why are you crying? Whitebeard was actually touched in his heart, but he was furious because of the missing wine. Maji believed that his body was fine, not noticing the beautiful blonde nurses around him. This old lecher was surrounded by quite a few beautiful women. Enjoy yourself and stop worrying. Isn't there a welcome party prepared for today? It hasn't started yet, Maji said. Kulalalala, it's ready for you. Boys, let's start the party. Marco, bring me my wine. I want to drink, Whitebeard shouted. Give him juice, don't let him drink wine, Maji said. Maji, you jerk. Usopp, I want to eat Oden, Maji suddenly said to Usopp. Usopp, who was usually silent, looked at Maji and nodded. Whitebeard glared at Maji. Since Oden left, they never had Oden again, for fear that Usopp would remember Oden. Oden is a delicacy from Wano Country. I've been to Wano, Ace said. Wano Country has already become the territory of the Beast's pirates, and they all know that Oden has died. It's been a long time since that name was mentioned, everyone is a bit dazed, and before they knew it, more than 20 years have passed. Yasu was making Oden in the kitchen, with Maki leaning against the kitchen door watching Yasu make Oden. Have you never thought about going back to take a look in these years? Maki asked. As a retainer of the Kazuki family, I will obey the orders of the Lord and carry on, Yasu replied. 036 conquerors domineering, is this big brother's true strength? Okay, in 2 more years, I will let you go back, said Maji. You will let me go back? Itadori squinted his eyes. If the Whitebeard Pirates are still around, as a family, I will assist you, Maji said. Although I don't know what skills you possess, I still thank you, Itadori said. The fragrance is so nice, your cooking skills are not inferior to Oden, Maji smiled. Making a simple hot pot is easy, Itadori said as he looked at a large pot of soup. Bringing the pot out, they ate and drank on the ship, enjoying different performances. There were also beautiful nurses dancing. Newgate, you really know how to enjoy, hiding in the Golden House for so many years, Maji laughed, embracing Newgate and holding a wine glass. Kura 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 Kura, who asked that girl, Hidive, to like you? You seem so serious. Whitebeard laughed. Dad, are you trying to spoil Maji? Hidive said dissatisfied. Brother, do you regret getting married now? If you hadn't agreed to Hidive's proposal back then, you might have more than just Loshu as a son now, Saki chuckled. Next to them, Loshu drank, looked at his mother, and didn't expect that it was his mother who proposed to his father. TCH, how did my mom fall for my dad? Is it just because he's good-looking? Loshu muttered. Haha, little Loshu, you don't know, this is called a love cultivated from childhood. Your father and mother met when they were 10 years old, and their feelings are deeper than you think. Teach, why are you daydreaming? Why aren't you drinking? Ace said to Teach behind him. Yes, got a bit distracted, Teach chuckled as he raised his glass. Rare gathering of so many people, they happily ate and drank. No fight, no acquaintance. Ace and Hidive clinked glasses and laughed. I didn't expect you to join our pirate crew, we are now family, my son Loshu will follow you too, sorry for the inconvenience, Hidive said. No, Loshu is an important ally, he's very strong, Ace said. Is that so? Hidive looked at Loshu. Loshu's face showed pride, completely different from his father. You are nothing like your father, he is gentle and refined, how did a bandit like you come out? Hidive felt her son had strayed. I am a pirate, not a bandit. Besides, I don't want to become someone like my father, he's too weak, lawless Luo. Advertisement. Who told you your father is weak? You just don't understand him, HMPH. My father is very weak, everyone knows that. You fool, don't be disrespectful. Whitebeard punched Luo and sent him flying. Ace laughed awkwardly, indeed inherited the style of his parents, so much like Garp. Luo is still young and doesn't know anything, I hope you can educate him well, Whitebeard said. I'll make sure he learns. Ace nodded quickly. Everyone drank a lot, singing and dancing, and performing various acts. Then a group of musicians on the ship sang the pirate song, Pink's Wine. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Bringing Pink's wine to your side, like the sea breeze following its will, breaking through the waves. Singing loudly, happily, with all the Whitebeard pirates present. It continued until well into the night, some people fell asleep on the deck, some made their way back to their rooms to sleep, except for those on guard duty, who were already asleep. Marshall also fell asleep. In the moonlight, suddenly awakened, Aokiji felt a bit chilly and thought of returning to the room to sleep. Oh, I better go back to sleep. I'll get up in the morning to make breakfast, need to prepare the dough first. Yawning, Aokiji muttered as he walked back to his room. At the same time, someone sneaked out of Aokiji's room, then heard footsteps behind. Who's there? Aokiji rubbed his eyes, trying to see clearly. Captain Aokiji, it's me. The voice sounded, and Aokiji blinked and stared. Oh, it's Teach. What are you doing standing here? Aokiji asked casually. Oh, nothing. Just came out to use the bathroom, Teach chuckled. So, what are you holding in your hand? Saki saw Teach's hand behind his back. Father, how did you come here? Teach suddenly yelled behind Saki. Advertisement, father. Saki turned around. Father is not here, you. Teach pulled out a dagger from behind and stabbed towards Sachi's back. A hand suddenly appeared, grabbing the dagger. You dare lay a hand on a comrade. A pair of angry eyes stared at Teach. At that moment, Teach felt his breath stagnate. Saki also felt something. The murderous intent was too terrifying. He was scared and turned his head, only to see a hand grabbing the dagger behind him. Elder brother. Saki looked at the person holding the dagger and then at the person wielding it. In an instant, a chill ran down his spine, and cold sweat broke out. If it weren't for Maji's appearance, he would have been doomed. Teach, what do you want to do? Saki still couldn't believe that Teach wanted to kill him. The Whitebeard pirates have only one rule, not to harm comrades. You have violated the greatest rule of the pirate crew, you deserve to die. Maji crushed the dagger in his hand, Conqueror's Haki bursting out towards Teach. Boom. Only Teach and Saki knew the terror of this Haki, even more terrifying than what they had seen from the red-hair pirates. Conqueror's Haki, is this big brother's true strength? Saki looked incredulously at Maji. They had always thought Maji was weak, just an ordinary person, but now, it seemed they had completely underestimated him. The armament Haki he just displayed when crushing the dagger, and now the Conqueror's Haki he was using, were enough to dominate the seas. Boom. A fist solidly hit Teach, his massive body crashing through several layers of planks and onto the deck outside. The action was loud, and Whitebeard and the others were very vigilant. When Maji showed his killing intent, they had already opened their eyes. What's going on? Why is there an explosion sound? Who is it? One by one, they woke up. Haha, I didn't expect big brother, you actually have this kind of strength. It seems I underestimated you. Teach fell on the deck, Maji and Saki chased out, but Teach had already jumped into the sea before finishing his words. 037 definitely possible, Ace is very strong. A speedboat quickly left the Moby Dick. This guy had already prepared an escape route long ago. Give me the knife. Maji took the knife from Saji's hand, the aura wrapped around the knife, and swung it towards Teach. Boom. At that moment, a wave was stirred up, causing the knife originally aimed at Teach to deviate and fall into the sea. Bang. The sea exploded, raising water dozens of meters high. Maji and Saji watched Teach escape. As this fate, Maji watched Teach, who was getting further away, unable to catch him. Big brother, what are you doing? Saji, Marco and others came out of the cabin. Whitebeard also walked out with a halberd. Maji? Whitebeard looked at Maji, waiting for his explanation. Dad, Teach just tried to kill me, Saji said with lingering fear. What? Whitebeard widened his eyes. Marco and others were all stunned. You said Teach tried to kill you? Whitebeard said angrily. Yes, I just found out he came out of my room. I wanted to ask why he came out of my room. He lied to me that you were behind me, and tried to stab me with a dagger when I turned around. Luckily Big Brother found him and scared him off, Saji said. Maji. Whitebeard looked at Maji, unconditionally trusting him. Do you remember what I told you back then? Maji said. 20 years, you. Whitebeard remembered. When Teach came on board initially, Maji wanted to kill Teach, but was stopped by him. Now it seems to have set the stage for the present. Maji hurried back, also for Saji. Why? Why would Teach try to kill you? Ace, as the 2nd Division captain, couldn't believe it. Teach was his subordinate, and subordinates assassinating the captain was something he couldn't tolerate. Devil fruit. Did you guys get a devil fruit? Maji asked. How did you know, Big Brother? Saji said. You go check, is the fruit still there? Saji came out with an empty box. It's gone. That's right, he stole the fruit and even tried to kill Satch, who found him, said Marja. Advertisement. All of you step back, Marja. Whitebeard shouted. Marja stayed at the back of the ship. The rest of the people with serious faces. Today's matter is not small. Taking action against their own companions. If it were any other pirate crew, that would be quite normal, but it happened in Whitebeard's pirate crew, which is absolutely not allowed. Whitebeard's pirate crew has an ironclad rule: do not harm companions. If you want the fruit, you can ask your companions for it. It's obvious that Teach wanted to steal the fruit and then escape from Whitebeard's pirate crew. It shows that he had known what the fruit was a long time ago and had already planned to leave Whitebeard's pirate crew. As for harming companions, maybe he didn't plan it from the beginning, but when Satch discovered his actions, he decided to sneak attack and kill Satch from behind. This matter cannot be left unsettled. Especially after being in Whitebeard's pirate crew for over 2 years, already the 2nd Division captain, Ace under Captain Teach. He couldn't tolerate his subordinates betraying the pirate crew, especially turning against his good friend companion. I cannot forgive, Ace tightly clenched his fist. Ace. Other captains looked at Ace with concern. If it were them, they couldn't accept it either, after all, they're companions. Whitebeard and Ace faced each other. You once reminded me, now I hope to get an answer from you. What will happen if you don't interfere? Whitebeard said calmly. You will die. Marja looked up at him. The two locked eyes. Kurlalala, it's so serious. In that case, what should we do? Whitebeard said. It's up to you. What do you want to do? Continue or pretend you didn't know? Marja said. What would you do? Whitebeard asked in return. Just treat him as non-existent. Don't take that guy seriously, since Saki is still alive. Just pretend that there is no Teach. If you see him in the future, then take care of him, said Maji. Originally, he could have directly killed Teach, but in order to give a reasonable explanation to Whitebeard, he wanted to capture Teach, but he didn't expect that Teach had already prepared to escape. Advertisement. After successfully doing so, without saying a word, he chose to flee. Even the sea was helping him, preventing the final blow from hitting Teach. Well, let's handle it this way. I have a bad feeling. Whitebeard nodded. Dad, Big Brother, something's wrong. What happened? Fosa ran over in a hurry and shouted to the two. Whitebeard asked. Ace just left secretly. He went to chase Teach, Fosa said. What? Whitebeard widened his eyes. Marshall, Thatch, you two find him back from the sea and the sky. Maji ran out, shouting to Marshall and Thatch. Okay. Without saying a word, one of them soared into the sky, straight up to search, while the other plunged into the sea, swiftly searching for the target. Things happened too suddenly, exceeding Maji's expectations, somewhat beyond his anticipation. Damn, that be asterisk 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 D. Maji cursed angrily. Big Brother. Seeing Maji's angry look, the others looked at each other in silence, each not knowing what had happened. Prepare a ship for me, I'm going to the front half, Maji said. Maji, you. Teach probably will escape to West Blue or North Blue. Ace is probably catching up. The two will eventually reach the Grand Line. I will go to the front half to find them. Once I find Ace, I will bring him back, Maji said. Do you have to chase them back? Whitebeard asked. Do you think Ace can defeat Teach? Maji asked back. He definitely can. Ace is very powerful, Jozu said. Other captains also nodded one after another. They all had high hopes for Ace. Ace could serve as the 2nd Division captain because he had strong enough strength. In terms of combat ability, even Marshall was not his opponent. Don't underestimate Ace, who has been fighting in the New World for 3 years. If you think he's not capable, you're mistaken. And Teach's strength, in Ace's eyes, he could serve as the 2nd Division captain. Even if Teach didn't have the power of a devil fruit, his combat power was still very strong. Whether it's animation or comics, he is portrayed as a greedy and cowardly person. Didn't even consider the double damage brought by the dark fruit. Can an ordinary person bear the double pain? 038. The life card is just ahead. Simply follow the direction of the life card to move forward. Have you ever thought about the fruit that Teach devours? He is willing to betray his pirate crew for that fruit, and even harm his comrades. What kind of fruit do you think it is? Margie took a deep breath. Brother, are you saying Ace is not a match for Teach? Lakio said incredulously. I'm afraid he underestimated the situation. I have to go find him and bring him back. Don't act recklessly, Margie said. How do you plan to go? Let me go with you, Wadebe said. No need, it's more convenient for me alone. Once I find him, I'll bring him back. No one knows my identity, or that I belong to the Whitebeard Pirates. It's best for me to go, Margie said. Maybe it's too dangerous for you to go alone, Wadebe said. Trust my skills, I've been around in this world for over 30 years. Margie smiled. Margie, I leave it to you. Go bring Ace back, Whitebeard nodded. Okay, Margie nodded. Brulemank, this is a shell obtained from Skypia. Install it on the ship for me. Margie took out the jet dial extorted from Enel and handed it to Brulemank for modification. Shells like these are rare in the first half of the Grand Line and the Four Seas, but not so uncommon in the New World. Many miraculous shells can be found in the black markets. They are just not abundant, and the only way to obtain Skypia shells is from Skypia itself. The shell Margie brought out is an extinct species. Brulemank took the shell for processing and completed the ship modification. If Hawkeye can travel the world on a coffin ship, he can naturally achieve this too. However, when it was light, Margie was somewhat speechless seeing the ship modified by Brulemank. Just a simple arrangement would be enough, got it? Margie initially thought a ship similar to the Moby Dick would suffice, but ended up with a small luxury ship. I wanted Big Brother to be comfortable. Brulemank scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. I appreciate your kindness. I'll try my best to bring him back. You guys are really giving me a hard time, Margie said. Be careful, Whitebeard said. Don't worry, it's not easy to keep me here. Just wait for my news, Margie said. Margie boarded the ship, activated the 2 shells, and quickly left the Moby Dick. Advertisement. Alright, we've left. You can come out now. Margie sat at the helm and knocked on the hull. Creak. The door behind slowly opened, and a figure walked out from inside. Have you seen Law? On the ship of the Whitebeard Pirates, Wade was looking for his son, searched around but couldn't find him. Law, haven't seen him. Marco said. I haven't seen him either. Jozu shook his head. Could he still be sleeping? Vista said. No, I saw him last night. Wade shook his head. Look for him, he can't just disappear. Whitebeard said. Oh, I have his Vivre card. Suddenly Wade remembered something and took out the Vivre card. The Vivre card started moving. Following its direction, Wade looked towards the distant sea and realized something, his face becoming even more gloomy. Others also noticed the direction of the Vivre card. Could it be? Marco and others' expressions started to change. He sneaked onto Big Brother's ship and left with him. Vista and others exclaimed. Ah, the whole Whitebeard Pirates were in chaos. At the same time, in a certain sea area in the New World, Maji looked at the figure hiding in the cabin, who looked a lot like him, but a bit more like his mother. Dad. Law was at a loss for words. Do you know what you're doing? Maji stared at his son. Law and Maji looked at each other. Law was at a loss because he was discovered too early. He thought he could hide for a few more days until they were far away from the Whitebeard Pirates, then he would reappear, and by that time, Dad wouldn't be able to send him back. But he was discovered shortly and would soon be sent back. Dad, please don't send me back, I can take care of you. Law said. Advertisement. Are you sure you can take care of me, and not the other way around? Maji chuckled, realizing he didn't get married in his past life, but now he had a wife and child. Though he always wished for a daughter, life happened in such a way that when he didn't want children, they came along. Wade and he were already sleeping together at 19, only to have this son at 29 10 years later. Maji seldom taught him, it was all Wade looking after him, never thought he would have independent time with his son. Dad, I've been a pirate for 4 years, I know the sea very well. Law said. I was originally planning to send you back, but since you want to stay with me, then let's go and explore together, beyond the New World, said Majid. Thank you, Dad, Luoshu said happily upon hearing this. But remember, you have to take care of me. If you can't do that, I will still send you back, Majid reminded. No problem, I will make sure to take good care of you, Luoshu replied confidently. By noon, Majid regretted his decision as he watched the black smoke billowing from the kitchen, unsure of what to say. You are just like your mother, completely lacking talent in this area, Majid remarked. Both mother and son were not good at cooking. Wadebe had studied for 20 years but had long given up. At the beginning of their relationship, she wanted to cook for Majid herself but almost poisoned him. Since then, Majid never let Wadebe enter the kitchen again. Little did he expect his own son to be just like her, completely lacking talent. Let me take over. The life card is just ahead. You just need to follow its direction, Majid suggested. On the helm, Majid had Brumank make a cover and place Ace's life card on it. This way, they didn't need a needle, they could just go in the direction to find where Ace had fallen. Majid quickly made some noodles and served them for both father and son to eat together. We're veering off course. Majid glanced at the direction of the helm, noticing they had deviated quite a bit. Oh, Luoshu hurriedly corrected their course, a bit flustered. Majid was speechless about his son. He was talented in battle but lacking in practical life skills. You can learn a thing or two from Ace. Although he is a pirate, he has learned noble etiquette, even if it might not be useful, Majid suggested. Indeed, Captain is very polite, Luo Shu agreed. 039 I just want to confirm the time, when did the Straw Hat Pirates leave? Yes, exchanged it with a companion's life. Maji said words that Lu Shu couldn't understand. Father and son, one responsible for the day and one for the night. After 4 days, they entered the windless zone. It's west blue, Maji said. Dad, this is a windless zone, what should we do? Lu Shu looked nervously at the Poseidon species churning not far away. Don't be afraid, just go through it. Our ship has 2 jet snails. Maji activated the maximum wind power, the ship took off, swiftly traversing the sea towards west blue. There were Poseidon species chasing behind them, but apparently they couldn't catch up with their speed. Ha ha ha, Dad, so exciting. Lu Shu faced the wind, like a husky sitting in a car, opened his mouth, enjoying the thrill of adventure. You really take after your mother's personality. Maji continued to step on the wind gate, increasing the strength. However, the Poseidon species were not slow either, with such a huge body, their movements were swift. Especially a rabbit-like Poseidon species, very fast, with red eyes catching up. Seeing it about to swallow them with its wide teeth open, Lu Shu drew 2 knives, ready to fight the Poseidon species. Maji was very satisfied with his son's performance and chose not to resign himself, but to take down this Poseidon species. Get back. Maji stared and glanced at the Poseidon species. The rabbit Poseidon froze in place, not daring to move. Maji retracted his gaze and continued forward. Why did you stop? I wanted to take it down, don't know if the meat is good to eat. Lu Shu regretted. Let's leave the windless zone first. If you kill it here, the smell of blood will attract more Poseidon species. Maji said. Okay. Lu Shu reluctantly put down his weapons and followed Maji to West Blue. The Ace's life card continued to guide their direction. Father and son followed several places from West Blue, and finally the red soil continent stood before them. Dad, is this the inverted mountain? Lu Shu exclaimed as he watched the rising sea currents. Yes, this is the inverted mountain. Get ready, we're going up the mountain. Honestly, running so fast. Maji was almost speechless. Ace's speed was obviously faster. In just a few days, from the time when Luffy had a bounty on his head and was still in the Whitebeard Pirates, before Luffy entered the Grand Line, he had already arrived there ahead of time. It can be seen that during this period, both Teach and Ace were desperately accelerating. Advertisement. Maji could only follow behind them, chasing from one place to another. After crossing the inverted mountain, Maji had already lost count of how many times he had arrived at the Twin Capes. Hello, Kalex, are you there? Why is it you again? You've climbed Reverse Mountain several times in the past few years. Kalex pushes open the gate of opening. Have you seen a kid with a straw hat come here? Maji asks. A kid with a straw hat, you mean Luffy and the others, right? Kalex says. It seems they've arrived. Alright, I have to go to the Drum Kingdom. Maji closes the door casually. You jerk, I'm inside here. Ouch, my nose. Kalex angrily opens the door, covering his nose and cursing loudly. Teach's route is to Drum Kingdom, then Alabasta, followed by Jaya Island. I don't know where the last island is, Maji mutters, completely ignoring the raging Kalex behind him. Hey, why are you looking for Luffy and them? Kalex asks as he follows out. I'm not looking for him, I'm looking for his brother, Maji says. His brother, what do you mean? Kalex asks. Roger had a son named Ace, you know. I thought about it before, then thought it was possible. Roger said if he had a son, he would name him Ace, but age-wise it doesn't match up. Fire Fist Ace is the captain of your Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, and he's only 20 years old now. Roger has been dead for 22 years. He is indeed Roger's son, I won't explain further. He left the Whitebeard Pirates on his own, and I'm looking for him. I haven't seen him. Alright, I'll keep looking. Why are you looking for Luffy then? Nothing, I'm just confirming the timing. When did the Straw Hat Pirates leave? It's been several days. They left Whiskey Peak, and the next stop is Little Garden. You might want to go to Little Garden to find them. I'm not going there. I'm going to the Drum Kingdom, Maji says. The Drum Kingdom. Dad, look, there's a whale, a huge whale, with many scars on its head, and there's a pirate flag too. Haha, what an ugly pirate flag. At this moment, Rox notices something and shouts at Maji. Advertisement. Maji looks over and sees Laboon coming over, with the Straw Hat Pirate's skull drawn by Luffy on its head. It's quite ugly. Is that your son? Kalex asks. Yes, that's my son, Rox. Actually, he does resemble you quite a bit, but compared to you, his personality is more like that of your wife. So that means he's my child. We've all gotten old without even realizing it. Don't worry, in a little while you'll receive news, fate is just that interesting. From the way you speak of fate, it seems like fate has taught you a lesson. I really dislike it when others know about my fate. Old man, just stay here and behave. Margie couldn't be bothered with him anymore and left without another word. Rox was still curiously observing Kolax, only to realize he was just an old man making faces. Margie returned to the ship and set sail towards the kingdom of Drum Island. He wasn't sure of the exact timeline anymore, but Teach appeared in the Kingdom of Drum, and Ace also showed up there. Luffy didn't receive the message left by Ace in the Kingdom of Drum. Instead, he was deceived by false information and headed to Alabasta. When Marji arrived at the Kingdom of Drum, he saw a cluster of cherry blossoms. Late again. Last time I didn't see Kurha, but this time I should be able to. Docking the ship at the shore, he led Rocks towards the location of the royal palace following the cable car. At this moment, the mountain of the Kingdom of Drum was like a sea of cherry blossoms, and Marji and the others came up through the cable car. Someone is coming. Kurha, who was drinking on the mountain, looked towards the cable car. Someone. Dalton took out his weapon and prepared himself as the Kingdom of Drum had been too lively lately, and he had to fight for the kingdom. As the wind and snow diminished, two figures, one large and one small, appeared on the mountain. Long time no see, Dr. Kurha. Marji placed his hands in his sleeves to warm them up. Who are you? Kurha couldn't recognize him at first, until Marji got closer and then she remembered. Oh Dad, I lost the captain's life card. Bang. A foot kicked over. Maji dodged it, and this long leg was directly placed on his shoulder, facing him head on. Hey, who are you? Luo Shu was startled, gripping the handle of the knife nervously. Luo Shu, don't be rude, Maji said calmly. I'm asking who you are, isn't this my disciple, little Maji? Did you bring wine for your old mother? Gulewa smiled. I did. A few years ago, I came but couldn't find your whereabouts. This time, I brought good wine for you. Let's have a drink together, Maji replied. This little brat has a big temper. Is he your son with that wild girl? Gulewa looked at Luo Shu and asked. How dare you insult my mother? Luo Shu replied angrily. Indeed a child of that wild girl, Gulewa nodded. In the end, you were still taken by the wild girl, giving birth to an impolite wild child. I'll kill you. Upon hearing his mother, Wadib, being called a wild girl, not once but also being called a wild child, Luo Shu was so enraged that he drew his sword and attacked. Clang. Dorson's ice-cutting knife blocked Luo Shu, and the two began fighting in the snow. Teacher, I brought the wine. Maji took out a bottle of wine from his bosom. You're sensible. The two of them drank in the icy wilderness. It has been almost 30 years since they last met, and Gulewa was still the same, the last time she was seen at 109 years old. Teacher, you're getting younger and younger, Maji commented. When he first came here to learn from her, Gulewa had lived for so long. Her medical skills should be the strongest in the world, no one could surpass her. Even that reindeer, while the future was uncertain, at the moment, no one in the world could compare. As a doctor, especially a traditional Huxia medicine doctor, Maji naturally sought advice from Gulewa. I'm only 139 years old, still a young girl, Gulewa said. Haha, you are indeed the strongest in the world, Maji said happily. At 139 years old, Gulewa was flawless in both looks and skills, having witnessed too much. When the two giants in the small garden were wreaking havoc on the sea, Gulewa was already 39 years old, already a top doctor. What use is being the strongest when you will die in a few years? The state of that old white-bearded man, if he honestly cooperates and follows your treatment, he can live a few more years without any problems. But if he insists on being restless, then it's hard to say, Gulewa said. Advertisement. Well, I'll try to keep him away from battles as much as possible, Maji nodded. A few months ago, a guy named Blackbeard came to Drum Island and looted the whole country, even scaring away the king. What does this have to do with the Whitebeard Pirates? He's a traitor from our pirate crew. A traitor? Didn't expect to see a traitor around someone like Whitebeard, very rare. The battle between Dalton and Lao Shu continued, with Maji and Gulewa drinking in the snow. I'm currently looking for the vice captain of our pirate crew, who is chasing the traitor. HMPH, old man, you can't do it. Lao Shu stood proudly in front of Dalton. Despite using the power of the gum-gum fruit, Dalton still couldn't defeat the 16-year-old Lao Shu. Kids who have fought their way out of the new world are not something Dalton can compare with. Not bad, brat. Gulewa glanced, not surprised at the outcome of the battle. It's reasonable for the children of the Whitebeard Pirates, a crew of monsters, to be monsters. Dalton lay gasping on the ground, surprised that he lost to a young boy. Lao Shu, come here, Maji called out. Lao Shu held a knife, staring at Gulewa. Let me introduce you, this is my teacher, Dr. Dory. Maji introduced. Lao Shu didn't say anything, arrogantly looking at Gulewa, not accepting that his mother is a wild woman. Just like his mother's personality, Dory chuckled. Yes, grew up with his mother since childhood. Maji smiled. A child's personality is innate, it will only change during the growth process. It's already good if a teenager can be filial to his parents, Gulewa smiled. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates are very filial indeed, with some exceptions. I won't linger, I need to continue looking for people, Maji said. Leaving already? Gulewa felt reluctant. Chopper was her proud disciple, that's true, but her first student was Maji, the well-mannered young man she truly liked. Yes, teacher, I'm really happy to see you again. I will bring wine next time I visit you, Maji bowed to Gulewa, just like 30 years ago, and set sail again. Go, the sea is a man's true home, you bastards are all the same, Gulewa smiled. Lao Shu, let's go, stop staring, Maji didn't force his child. Advertisement. At birth, man's nature is evil. Maji never thinks that children don't understand. Children do understand, but children are born with a tendency to do wrong. It is just in the process of growing and learning, they learn some principles, under the constraints of morality and law. Without law, without humanity, there are quite a few beasts on this vast sea. There are many people similar to Satan's saints, who knows how many. Their own son will gradually understand in the future, there will be rebelliousness during adolescence. To them, a million is just a number. When they truly enter society and start earning money, there will naturally be people to teach them a lesson. Some teach their children with time, which will help them understand this vast sea even more. Descending along the rope, back to the ship, Maji glanced back at Gulewa. Even from 1,000 miles away, he could see Gulewa's face, waved his hand, stepped on the wind gate, and left the kingdom of Magnetic Drum. Next stop. Alabasta, from the icy regions to the hot desert zone. Maji vaguely remembered the plot, following the direction of the life card. Ace was on the island. Someone is on the island, Maji said. I need to find the captain. Rox had already run out with the life card in hand. Maji could only follow his footsteps. One day passed. Maji found Rox, who had lost his way in the desert, hiding under a rock and sticking out his tongue. Dad, I'm so thirsty. This is the desert, here's some water for you. Maji rode a camel and tossed him the water. What about the life card? Maji asked. Where is the life card? Rox started searching his whole body. Maji had a bad feeling. The legendary unreliable teammate finally showed up. Dad, I lost the captain's life card, Rox said with a pale face. Foolish acts have consequences. You know you made a mistake this time. Maji took a deep breath, not scolding him, but found it interesting. 041 I have to break through here, otherwise we will be buried here. A small mistake can make one's son grow more mature. This lesson is more valuable than anything he could say, letting him experience and grow on his own. Dad, what should I do? Lu Shu knew he had made a big mistake and could only seek help from his father whom he used to look down upon. I'll think of a solution, come with me. Maji remembered that Luffy had a card on him, so he had to find Luffy to get a portion of that life card from him. Yes, Lu Shu became more obedient now, following Maji. Maji rode a camel while he walked on foot, considered as his punishment and to make him feel a bit better inside. Father and son went to the capital of Alabasta, Aruba. Luffy would eventually go to that place. They needed to find the life card to find the person, otherwise, they would have to go to the Marine headquarters. After all, so many years had passed, Maji couldn't remember the original plot. After 2 days of travel, they finally arrived in Aruba. They almost lost their way in the desert, but luckily encountered a group of desert bandits, people similar to pirates. They, kindly, gave Maji a ride and escorted him to Aruba. Dad, this country is so chaotic. Lu Shu was amazed as he watched the battles in the capital. The world has never been peaceful. As long as people have desires, there will be wars wherever they are. Maji continued riding the camel, with Lu Shu leading the camel ahead. Father and son entered the city. There were battles everywhere. Father and son walked on the streets, and both the king's army and the rebel army led by Kosa noticed them. Hey, make way for us. In addition to the spies sent in by Crocodile, most of the rebels were ordinary people. They didn't really want to fight with the army at first, after all, they were compatriots. You fight your battles, we are here to find someone. Maji said. Get lost. Suddenly, a rebel attacked them. When the king's army saw the rebels attacking ordinary people, they naturally fought back. The two sides started fighting again. Some people still restrained themselves, but in the presence of traitors, the war couldn't be stopped. Lu Shu led the camel through the crowd of fighters, heading towards the direction of the palace. Advertisement. Maji looked up in the direction of the bell tower. A shell was launched into the sky, followed by a violent explosion. However, the war did not stop because of the explosion, it continued to rage on. Maji heard a strong voice calling for the fighting to stop, but unfortunately, there were no signs of the battle ceasing. The heir of the Nefertari family, IM cares about her. What is it that he cares about? Vivi should have a secret on her, otherwise IM would not take her into account, treat her the same as Princess Shirahoshi of Poseidon, and even care more about her. It is the royal tomb of Alabasta. Maji disappeared on the back of the camel, and when he appeared again, it was already in the underground palace. At this moment, Luffy was fighting with Crocodile. Besides the two of them, there were also Cobra and Crocodile. Who are you? Cobra asked, covering his chest. Robin also struggled to lift her head to look at Maji, who suddenly appeared, but Luffy didn't pay attention. Crocodile also paused for a moment due to Maji's sudden appearance, and was knocked away by Luffy. It contains the historical text of the whereabouts of Pluton. In fact, I know the whereabouts of Pluton. Maji reached out to touch the historical text, feeling the sound coming from the stone. Since he saw the Grand Master of Observation Haki, he had often heard different sounds. Throughout Labaston, besides Vivi's voice, this voice was the loudest. You know the whereabouts of Pluton. Crocodile recovered, staring at Maji intensely. With the sudden appearance of Maji, all four people present looked at him, it was too abrupt. We finally meet, Monkey D. Luffy. Maji turned his head to look at the bloodstained Madara. Luffy. Uncle, who are you? Luffy gasped. I came to find my companions, but I lost the clue halfway, so I had to come find you. Maji said. You're looking for your companions. Who are your companions? I still have to defeat this guy, uncle. I'll talk after I'm done. Luffy said. Crocodile of the 7 warlords of the sea, it seems you don't remember me. Maji looked at Crocodile. Who are you? Crocodile couldn't remember where he had seen Maji. It doesn't matter, since you know the whereabouts of Pluton, then quickly tell me the location of Pluton. Saying that, Crocodile flew towards Maji, appeared behind him, and the broken gold hook was replaced by a dagger with scorpion venom. Be careful, uncle, Luffy said nervously. Advertisement. Really disobedient. Maji reached out his hand, and everyone saw Crocodile being held in his hand, and then. Boom. Crocodile was pressed hard on the ground, instantly with blood flowing from his head, lying motionless on the ground. The 3 people present widened their eyes. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, was solved like this. Luffy had fought with Crocodile before and was well aware of Crocodile's strength. The shock this scene brought him was unparalleled. It can be said that Maji is the most terrifying person he has ever seen, his intuition tells him so. Sorry, I used a bit too much force, it looks like it's going to collapse. Maji raised his head and looked around. The underground palace was already in ruins from their battle. He didn't expect that with just a little force, the palace would start collapsing. Do you still have the strength now? Can you make a hole, otherwise we will be buried here? Maji said to Luffy. Uncle, who are you exactly? Luffy asked. Oh, me, I am Ace's companion, here to bring him home. Maji smiled. So you're Ace's companion. Luffy's face suddenly turned into a smile. Yes, I am looking for him. Maji nodded. I need to break through here, otherwise we will be buried here. Luffy jumped up into the air, clenched his fists, and attacked the wall. Rubber, go wild. The underground palace quickly collapsed. If they didn't get out soon, they would surely die. In the end, Luffy broke through the palace, lost his strength, but still reached out to bring both Cobra and Robin out. As for Maji, he threw Crocodile out and emerged from underground. Uncle, Luffy left a smile for Maji before passing out. Because of the rain, the battle also stopped. Maji heard Vivi's shout and saw the members of the Straw Hat Pirates coming towards them. 042 Is this the thing Ace gave me? What are you going to do? Crocodile looked at Robin vigilantly. He's been poisoned by a scorpion, and I have the antidote here. Robin supported his body and poured the antidote into Luffy's mouth. Where did you get it? Marine checked Luffy's body but didn't find the Vivre card. He remembered that Luffy had Ace's Vivre card in his hand, which was kept inside the straw hat. However, the hat was not with him now. Do you know the whereabouts of Pluton? Robin asked Marine. Yes. Then do you know the whereabouts of the Rio Poneglyph? I know a part. How can we know all of history? You will find out as you continue. Robin looked at Marine, covered his injured abdomen, and slowly walked away. Crocodile took Luffy with him, while Marine stayed behind looking worried. He didn't expect Luffy to lose his straw hat. If Ace's Vivre card couldn't be found, the only option would be to head to Alabasta early, kill Teach, and then bring Ace back. Crocodile is here. Marine came over, led by Tashigi. They noticed Crocodile lying on the ground and saw Marine. Sir, what did you just see? Tashigi asked Marine. I saw him being defeated by a young man wearing a straw hat. Marine replied. I knew it was him, the Straw Hat Kid. Tashigi didn't think much about it, as Marine was not a wanted criminal, and she thought he was from Alabasta. Dad, Roronoa approached with a camel, waving at Marine. Who is that guy? Tashigi looked at Roronoa, feeling familiar, but her main focus was to capture Crocodile. Dad, why are you with Marine? The guy who was just taken away couldn't be. Yeah, Crocodile of the 7 warlords of the sea. Marine nodded. I see, that explains it. Dad, did you find the Vivre card? No. Marine shook his head. What do we do next? Either wait for 3 days, or set off to the sea now to continue looking for Ace. Will we find him in 3 days? Yes, we should be able to find him in 3 days. Advertisement. Then let's wait for 3 days. Okay. The father and son decided to wait for 3 days. 3 days later, the Straw Hat Pirates set sail again. Congratulations on adding a new companion. Due to Robin's joining, except for Zoro, the rest of the crew of the Straw Hat Pirates have been subdued by Robin. A sudden voice made Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji shocked and defensive. You are. Luffy looked at Marco, thought of something but couldn't recall. Captain, have you forgotten? He is the companion of Fire Fist Ace that we saw in Alabasta. Robin explained after a moment of confusion. Yes, uncle, I remember now. You are Ace's companion, Luffy exclaimed happily. Ace's companion, that means. Sanji realized something. The Whitebeard Pirates, Zoro said gravely. Ace's companion. What brings you here? Nami relaxed, glad he wasn't an enemy. I'm searching for our captain's whereabouts. Do you know where he is? Izo asked. You are one of Ace's crewmates. Hello, I'm Luffy. Luffy waved at Izo. I am Izo, 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. And this is my father, Marco, Vice Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Izo introduced. Vice Captain. The Vice Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. I've never heard of a Vice Captain in the Whitebeard Pirates. Sanji, Zoro, and Robin all spoke at the same time. Nugito is talking nonsense. Ace disobeyed the captain's orders and left the Whitebeard Pirates on his own. I came to bring him back. But my son is a bit foolish, he lost Ace's Vivre card, so I had to come find you. Do you have a piece of Ace's Vivre card on you? Can you give it to me? What is Ace's Vivre card? Luffy asked. It can't be that, right? Nami wondered. Who is it? Luffy looked puzzled at Nami. It's him, Usopp said. Luffy, do you still remember what Ace gave you before he left? Zoro hinted. The thing Ace gave me. Is it this? He took off his straw hat and found a piece of paper inside. A lifesaver card, Law exclaimed. Is this the lifesaver card? Everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates looked at the paper. Advertisement. What is a lifesaver card? Luffy asked. It's a paper made from someone's nail clippings, you can use it to locate that person. Maji explained. Are you going to use this paper to find Ace? Luffy asked. Previously, my son lost Ace's lifesaver card in Alabasta, which prevented us from finding Ace, can you give me some? Maji said. Sure. Luffy handed Ace's lifesaver card to Maji. Maji took it, tore off a small piece, only as big as a fingernail. Is this enough? Luffy asked. It's enough, we only need a little. Maji took out a jar and threw the card in. How does this thing find people? Nami curiously asked. Law took the bottle and said, look, it's moving, the card will go search for its owner, moving in the direction of the owner. Law explained. So that's how it works, how fascinating. Nami said. So I can find Ace with this paper, right? Luffy smiled. Exactly. Maji nodded. That's great. Luffy grinned. There is one more thing, I need your agreement. Maji squinted. What else? Sanji and Zoro became alert. It's not a big deal, just follow you for a while, we will naturally leave when we get to a certain place, let us follow you for now. Maji said. Sure. Luffy agreed directly. Luffy. Other people exclaimed, adding one more Robin is fine, but now there is also the father and son, Maji. In the following days, they did travel with the Straw Hat Pirates to several islands. The small boat followed them from afar, until their compass malfunctioned and a ship fell from the sky, then Maji took it seriously. Skypia, we are going to Skypia next. Uncle Lao Shu, do you want to come with us? Luffy said upon learning about Skypia. No need, we have other things to take care of, we will part ways on the island, Maji replied. Oh, uncle, are you going to part ways with us here? Luffy said somewhat regretfully. They had spent some time together, and Luffy had developed a fondness for Maji and Lao Shu. Here is good enough, Maji nodded. 043 How dare you insult Lord Doflamingo, it seems like you were looking for death. Luffy smiled and invited Law. Hey Law, do you want to join us in the Straw Hat Pirates? No, I am a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. I would not join another pirate crew, Law refused. Alright then, Luffy said regretfully. The others remained silent. Law could have agreed, but Margie didn't give them a good feeling, this middle-aged man was too mysterious. With the help of the Monkey Mountain salvage team, they stole a compass and arrived at Gaia Island. Alright, let's split up here. Law, you wait for me here, Margie said to Law. Okay, Law replied as he watched Margie leave. The island was chaotic. Gaia Island had a town called Magic Valley Town, which belonged to the Lawless Zone, a pirate's paradise. It was indeed chaotic on the streets. Margie walked down the main street and saw Luffy and Zoro being dragged by Nami. Margie! Nami exclaimed. Zoro and Luffy looked at Margie, who was laughing at them. You guys are really stupid, but thank you anyway for helping me find someone, right, Teach? Margie raised his eyebrows at the person behind them. The tall, sturdy man sitting in the middle of the road was sweating. Teach. Luffy and Zoro suddenly looked up, remembering what Ace had said. Open black lens bracket I am looking for a guy named Teach. He is a traitor to his comrades, stole from them, and tried to kill our comrade, committing unforgivable crimes. I will bring him back for judgment. Close black lens bracket. Ha ha ha, Margie, didn't expect to meet you here, Teach laughed. I actually came to find Ace, but since I couldn't find Ace, meeting you beforehand works. What do you say we do, Teach? Margie approached Teach. Brother, spare me this time. I admit I took the devil fruit, but Ace isn't dead. You stopped me, I got carried away at the moment. Please spare me. Teach, who was originally sitting eating cherry pie on the street, changed his posture and knelt before Margie, begging. 24 years ago, I asked Newgate whether I should kill you or not. He spared you once back then you escaped recently. This is the third time. If you agree to come with me now, that's fine. If not, there's nothing more I can do. Margie approached Teach step by step. 24 years ago, Teach widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at Margie. Advertisement. Yes, 24 years ago, I wanted to kill you. You are not a straightforward person, you are an ambitious person. I already knew, especially the two other voices inside you, Margie said. His Kanbunshoku Haki had already reached Grandmaster level 24 years ago. How could he not know about Teach's situation? As a doctor, he also understood Teach's physical condition, it was unimaginable that he had 3 hearts. It wasn't that Teach couldn't sleep, he dared not sleep because if he fell asleep, the person waking up might not be him. Big brother, please spare me. Just pretend I'm a fart and let me go, okay? I beg you. Teach kept kowtowing. Maji had already reached Teach, looking coldly at him. Big brother. Just as Maji stood in front of him, Teach suddenly raised his fist and punched Maji. However, all his movements had been seen through by Maji long ago, his next step, his future. Maji easily took a step back, Teach's fist brushing past him. Really, you should have died a long time ago. Maji grabbed his arm, effortlessly throwing him over his shoulder, smashing him into the adjacent building. What happened? Nami completely missed what had happened. Luffy and Zoro's eyes widened, they saw Teach's actions, but even they found it hard to react unless they were prepared in advance. Maji not only dodged, but his counterattack was completely invisible to them. Too fast. Who dares to disturb this grandpa's drinking? A group of people stormed out of the tavern, shouting at Maji, then seeing Luffy and others standing on the street. You dare to disturb this grandpa's drinking. Seems like you need more beating. Bellamy angrily stared at Luffy and others. Wow. There was a commotion behind in the tavern, Teach staggered out clutching his back, crying in pain. So painful, so painful. Maji didn't even look at Bellamy, he kept staring at Teach. Advertisement. Paying the price for eating that fruit, since I can't find Ace, let's deal with you first, Teach. Let's go back and face judgment. Maji said. Teach, upon hearing this, stopped rolling on the ground, his head bleeding, looked up at Maji in horror. Hey, buddy, are you deaf? Daring to disturb me drinking. Bellamy walked angrily to Maji, looking down on him. Maji finally looked at him and smiled. You are Doflamingo's subordinate, right? Get lost. I'm very angry now, even if Doflamingo comes, he will die. Maji's words were harsh to Bellamy's ears. His master was indeed Doflamingo, whose status was as high in Doflamingo's mind as Whitebeard in Ace's heart, extremely revered. How dare you insult Lord Doflamingo, looks like you're asking for death. Bellamy clenched his fist, springing up his arm. Maji, be careful, Nami shouted. Spring, fist. Bellamy's fist smashed towards Marge, and Marge just raised his hand to block it with a blast in the air. Ha ha ha, you're finished, no one can stop Bellamy's fist. Bellamy's henchman laughed. However, Bellamy's face gradually changed from laughter to seriousness, looking down at his own fist and then at his arm. From his fist upwards, the whole bone of his forearm was broken. This punch was harder than hitting steel, never encountered before. Ah! Bellamy fell to the ground, clutching his right hand in pain, his hand swollen, rolling on the ground like Teach just did. Marge looked back to where Teach was originally, only to find that he was escaping. Seriously, wasting my time. Marge stomped on Bellamy's head. Boom. The ground shook violently, and a huge crater appeared in the ground burying Bellamy like a dead dog. 044 Aren't you afraid? Just now I felt really terrified. Nami Zoro Luffy saw this scene and didn't know what to say. They didn't see anything special, but there was a sense of strangeness everywhere. Teach, where do you want to run to? Margie instantly disappeared from the spot. Gone, Nami said. So fast. Zoro exclaimed. Uncle. Luffy's eyes widened suddenly. Teach heard the sound of wind behind him, a sense of crisis hit him. He knew he couldn't expose his back, so he hastily dodged his body. Boom. A foot precisely stepped on his body. Even though he had given a warning and dodged, Margie still captured his next move. Encountering the color of observation Haki that sees the future, unless one's speed surpasses him, it is impossible to avoid his Haki predictions. Boom boom boom. 7 to 8 buildings were destroyed consecutively, Teach was buried in the ruins. More and more pirates gathered to watch the excitement. The marine town was originally a gathering place for pirates. However, Bella, with the highest bounty, was crushed by Margie like an ant. They knew a big shot was coming. Phew. Darkness spread out from the ruins. The darkness was like photons, just like fireflies. Countless dark spots formed a large patch of darkness, quickly swallowing everything around, all buildings, and people included. What is that? Luffy and his two companions looked from afar, witnessing the darkness engulfing everything around it. All buildings touched by the darkness were consumed, and some people couldn't even escape and were absorbed by the darkness. The darkness quickly spread to Margie's feet, and Margie curiously reached out his hand. Boundless, it felt like diving into Fishman Island, entering an endless deep sea, with that silent and terrifying darkness. Advertisement. Brother, I never thought your strength would be this powerful. No wonder Dad made you the vice captain and led us on. It seems that it's not just me who misjudged you, even Marco, who is closest to you, also misjudged you. About my ability, for this ability, I've been Whitebeard's son for over 20 years. Do you think I would willingly call him Dad? I just wanted to find this fruit more conveniently. I waited for him for over 20 years and finally saw it, yet it was obtained by Saki. I didn't plan to do anything to him, blame him for finding out. Big brother, how's my ability, the reputed most vicious demon fruit, Logia dark fruit? Teach exclaimed. It is indeed a good ability, but what's the use? Marshal D. Teach walked over, took a step, and the darkness that had been spreading along his legs suddenly disappeared, making everyone afraid to get close to him. Haki. Teach saw this scene with deep dread. He had felt Marshall was extraordinary long ago, especially when he saw him 4 years ago. He was even more shocked at that time. It had only been 4 years, but Marshall's presence had become even stronger. However, Marco and others seemed not to have noticed. Big brother, I heard that you are also a devil fruit ability user, getting a gold coin every day. Then you must not know what the ability of my fruit is. Teach pointed his right hand at Marshall. What is it? It's dark water. Teach spread his 5 fingers, and darkness spouted from his palm, forming a vortex, and a suction force burst out. Marshall's body flew uncontrollably towards him. So its attraction, the fruit ability disappears only after contact. Marshall muttered in his heart. Dark water was not targeting devil fruit ability users but exuding an attractive force. Once in contact, his darkness would be devoured of its power. Otherwise, how could a person without a fruit be attracted over? Clearly, it was not only targeting devil fruits. Ha ha ha. Teach raised his fist and punched towards Marshall. Bang! Marshall's fist struck over. With the powerful conqueror's Haki enveloping, black lightning pulses burst out, darkening the sky over the whole island. Apart from a few individuals, everyone was within the range of conqueror's Haki, and they fainted. My head hurts. On the street, Burgess knelt on one leg, holding his head. The same goes for Van Auger, who was already almost unconscious and lay on the ground with his horse. Advertisement. Do you think you can do anything to me with just the power of a fruit? Marshall coldly said, stepping on Teach's chest. On the streets of the island, except for Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, everyone had already fallen down. Are all these caused by Marshall? Nami felt weak in the legs, sat with her legs together, and stared blankly. At the very least, he's the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Although I haven't heard of him, his strength speaks for itself. Zoro said seriously. Haha, as expected of Ace's vice captain, so strong. If the vice captain is so powerful, then how about the captain? The captain must be very strong. Luffy said cheerfully. That guy is Teach that Ace is looking for. Just now I could feel he's not an ordinary person, also a devil fruit user, right? Zoro said. Aren't you scared? I felt really terrified just now. Nami trembled. It's fine. Zoro said. I'm not afraid, Uncle is not targeting us. Luffy said. Brother, please don't kill me, please spare me, I won't dare anymore, I'll go back and apologize to my father, it's my fault, I will definitely go back with you, I will kneel down and apologize to my father, please spare me. Teach kept pleading. If I had known earlier, why bother at the beginning, I have always known your intentions, your ambitions, but Newgate doesn't allow me to kill you, so I can only kill you here. Maji raised his hand, fingers clenched, aimed at Teach's head and thrust forward. Facing the threat of death, Teach was not an ordinary person either, this guy's strength is no weaker than that of the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Thinking he had no strength, thinking he could only rely on the dark fruit. His huge body itself possessed terrifying power beyond ordinary people, especially under the threat of death, he burst out with a strong will to survive. He threw off Maji, lifted up his other hand, and took out his weapon claw from his waist. Teach's weapon is claw similar to Wolverine's, a weapon that could leave marks on the face of the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. Just imagine, that's red-haired Shanks we're talking about. A man who could leave marks on the face of red-haired Shanks, even if he was a young red-haired, is by no means an ordinary person. 045 Can you really escape like this? Where exactly are you trying to run to? Poochie. The sound of tearing in the air, Margie leapt past, leaving the building behind him neatly sliced like tofu, with the slashed debris flying out hundreds of meters. Zoro was stunned to see this scene, a flying slash. Huff, huff. Teach stared at Margie above, wiping the blood off his head. Dark cave path. Darkness erupted from behind him, forming a vortex. Release. The absorbed building debris was sprayed out, thrown towards Margie. Margie's body dodged in place, unable to be hit at all, even when he tossed out a whole house, Margie easily dodged it. Is that all? Margie looked at Teach. I really didn't expect it. Big brother, your strength is so strong, even stronger than red hair. Such dominance was only seen in Rogers. No, even your dominance surpasses Rogers, he is One Piece, why do you have this dominance? Teach's eyes were filled with fear. Margie's eyes were too calm, so calm that there were no ripples, others might still have emotional fluctuations, but Margie seemed indifferent to everything, as if everything was under his control. If Roger was the king of the pirates, Margie gave the feeling of being the king of the world, with his attitude of indifference towards the entire world. I don't know, it's inherent. Margie shrugged. How could he explain the existence of the system? With the rewards he received after 30 years of signing in, he didn't know what rewards he would receive in the future. I envy you for having such great strength. If I had your strength, I wouldn't pursue devil fruit in secret. Teach said. Mist, you can also have this kind of strength, but you are relatively lazy, not putting effort into improving your strength, instead blindly pursuing devil fruit abilities. In plain terms, you are not confident enough in yourself, or you are overly confident in this devil fruit. Margie said. Yes, after all, it's a legendary devil fruit. Back then, that guy deceived many people into becoming his subordinates with this fruit. Teach chuckled. Naturally, Margie knew who Teach was talking about. Whitebeard had mentioned to him that the owner of this fruit had tricked them using this trick. In the later incident at the Valley of the Gods, with the Rocks pirates wanting something, perhaps Shanks and the current Teach also wanted to obtain a yet-to-appear devil fruit. 36 years had passed since the Valley of the Gods incident, and Teach was 7 years younger than Marji, only 38 years old now. The timeline matched perfectly, indicating a possible relationship in this aspect. After all, ever since Luffy's family was revealed, Sanji's family, even with Frankie's father possibly being a member of the Cypher Pole, they discovered besides Chopper, there was a more mysterious Nami. Who knows, in the end, the whole world may be a travelogue of the second-generation group. Since you know about this, it seems you know that pirate crew very well. Marji smiled. Although when I was mature enough, he was no longer around. Yet tales of him will continue to circulate on the Great Sea. Elder brother, come with me and let's do this together. Advertisement. Dad is getting old, as long as you join me. The whole world will eventually be ours. With my abilities, my methods. Combined with your wealth, your intellect. In the future, the whole world will be ours. What are the celestial dragons? What is the world government? The whole world will be under our control. By then, you can have whatever you desire. Is that not good? Teach exclaimed loudly. Maji chuckled at Teach's words. Did not expect this guy to say such things in front of him. He wasn't one of Buggy's foolish subordinates. Besides, Buggy has the Conqueror's luck on his side. Various strokes of luck accompany him. Are you just trying to gain my submission, Teach? Maji continued. I have lived for more than 10 years, read books for over 30 years. Even if I do nothing, I have a gold coin to live by every day. What do you think I lack? Do not try to provoke me with your ridiculous speeches. I am not someone who is in need of your charity. Now you are just my prey. Behave, follow me back, or else I will have to kill you here, Maji stated. Haha, Big Brother is indeed Big Brother, I knew you wouldn't agree, Teach laughed. The darkness beneath him enveloped his entire being. Maji's eyes narrowed, instantly drew a handgun from his waist. Remember, he had become a sniper when he awakened observation Haki 26 years ago. Bang! A bullet with Conqueror's Haki flew out and hit the darkness. Advertisement. Ah! A pitiful scream echoed from within the darkness. You can still escape in this way. Maji gazed at the chaotic scene, lost in deep thought. This is the second time. Teach escaped from his grasp for the second time. How should I put it? He never thought that the darkness fruit had other abilities. Being hailed as the most evil devil fruit, it was indeed formidable. Able to negate all other devil fruit powers and make them disappear. As well as devouring, swallowing everything and spitting it back out from within the darkness. Then there's the negative effects. First, unable to transform like other Logia fruits, but having a physical existence. Second, suffering double the damages and pain, making oneself more agonizing. Teach now exhibited the fifth ability. Swallowing himself. Just now Marquis was careless, did not expect Teach still had a trick up his sleeve, and used darkness to devour himself. Just like those things that were devoured by him, swallowed himself into the darkness. Thus allowing his true self to leave through the darkness, where exactly he went, Marquis still doesn't know, completely unable to know where he went. At the very least, he is no longer within the range of Guy Island. Marquis's Haki did not detect him on Guy Island. Really managed to escape, and with this kind of method, where did he run off to? Marquis muttered, if Teach has this kind of escape method, he really needs to pay attention next time. Outside of Guy Island, on a ship made of bundled wood, Burgess was carrying a mass of dark substance. When he got this thing, Burgess's first thought was to leave Guy Island with Van Augur and Doc Q. Are you sure? Did the captain ask you to do it? Doc Q asked weakly. Yes, the captain said, if his power appears before me alone, he must ask me to leave with it. Burgess opened the jar, releasing the dark substance inside it. The dark substance spread out, forming a black hole, followed by a large mass of dark substance spraying out, forming a vortex. 2 Stone 046 Captain, who exactly laid a hand on you? Teach climbed out from the inside, blood flowing from his body, his face deathly pale. Panting, it hurts so much. Teach's screams of pain echoed on the sea, a fist-sized hole in his chest, with his bones shattered and internal organs injured. Captain, Burgess exclaimed nervously. Seeing this scene, Van Augur was also shocked. It was the first time he had seen Teach injured so severely. From West Blue all the way here, they had only witnessed Teach's invincibility. It was the first time they saw Teach so severely injured. Doc, hurry up and treat the captain, Burgess urged, restraining Teach's knife. Let's relieve the pain first. Though half dead, Doc's movements were swift. He took out a medical kit and gave Teach an injection to alleviate some of his pain. Doc knew that Teach's willpower couldn't be numbed by anesthesia. He first numbed the pain, let Teach calm down, and then started the operation to remove the exploded bullet fragments from his body. Such a large wound. I thought it was a cannonball. How could a small bullet have such a huge impact? Doc exclaimed in surprise after removing the bullet. Van Augur extended his hand. Let me see. Doc handed him the bullet, and Van Augur examined it. It was a very ordinary bullet, with nothing special about it, not even as good as his sniper rifle. Looking at Teach's wound, typical bullets cause a cavity effect after penetrating. If you have seen bullets penetrate a gel-like substance, you would know that the area behind the bullet would create an airburst. Once entering the body would be expanded, making it difficult to survive if it hits the organs. But this bullet clearly did not burst after passing through the body. It burst outside the body, shredding Teach's outer defense, creating a large hole in his chest. It did not seem like a bullet hit, but more like a cannonball hit. What kind of ability could give such power to this bullet? Van Auger's head was full of confusion as a sniper, completely unable to understand why a small bullet could cause such severe damage. Doc's hands were covered in blood. Finally finished, he treated Teach's internal organs, but the external wound was too large. With a determined heart, he cut a piece of flesh from Teach's belly to patch it up. It should be okay now. Doc, panting, collapsed on the ship. The nearby white horse, as strong as its owner, also collapsed. If one didn't know, they would think it had exerted a lot of effort as well. Both the captain and his pet were living on borrowed time, looking like they were about to die. Captain, who attacked you after all? Burgess asked. Advertisement, Rob Lucci. Teach still had some consciousness. The effect of the painkiller was still somewhat working on him, but because of the dark fruits effect, it still hurt a lot. Especially after the surgery, the recovery was very painful. But the people in this world were all monsters, able to recover quickly despite the severity of their injuries. Who is Marshal D. Teach? Asked Akainu. He's the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Teach replied. The Whitebeard Pirates. Vice captain. Burgess and Akainu gasped in shock. Fortunately, they ran fast. If they didn't run, they would surely die with Teach. That power from before almost knocked them down before they even saw the enemy. The vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. I haven't heard of that, but since he's the vice captain, it means he's very strong, said Doflamingo, lying on the deck sticking out his tongue. Give me food, I need to eat, Teach shouted. Burgess opened a wooden box containing a lot of food and handed it to Teach to eat. Teach swallowed mouthfuls, voraciously devouring the food. The more he ate, the faster his recovery, and his wounds were already itching and burning. Quickly escape, find a target, only by seeking the protection of the world government can you escape from that guy's pursuit, Teach said while eating. His fear of Marshal D. Teach had filled his entire heart. That kind of dominance was something he couldn't handle now. He didn't dare face any of the four emperors head-on. That's why he wanted to escape the moment he got the fruit. Against Whitebeard, even the elderly Whitebeard could easily kill him. Now this Marshal D. Teach appeared, and he definitely didn't want to die, especially not at the hands of Marshal D. Teach. At this moment, Teach just wanted to get far away, to escape quickly. On Guy Island, Marshal D. Teach watched as Teach escaped, feeling speechless. We couldn't find him. It seems he got away. Marshal D. Teach shook his head. Advertisement, Uncle. Luffy and the others shouted from behind. Alright, our paths end here. I should continue to find Ace. You guys are going to Skypia, right? On the other side of the island, there should be a luxurious villa. Inside, you'll find a person who knows how to get to Skypia. Going to Skypia will be a pleasant surprise. Marshal D. Teach waved his hand and walked towards the shore. One can only wonder what kind of expression the Straw Hat Pirates will have when they see the information he left on Skypia. Marshal D. Teach set sail again. Dad, where are we going next? Asked Law. We continue looking for Ace, Marshal replied. Oh, what's wrong with you? Nothing, it's nothing. You want to go to Skypia? No, Skypia is nothing special in the New World. It's not like I haven't been there before. I just find them an interesting bunch of people. There are many interesting people out there, let's find them first. Yes. The father and son set off, moving in the direction of the Eternal Pose, completely separating from the Straw Hat Pirates here. As for whether the future path of the Straw Hat Pirates will follow the original storyline, that remains to be seen. After all, the Grand Line is the Grand Line, with unpredictable weather. Even with the Eternal Pose, the father and son had to stop multiple times due to weather changes. Dad, how much longer will this storm last? Lucio looked up at the sky. Because the storm was too strong, their ship couldn't move and they were trapped on an island, unable to move. It's been over 10 days. I asked the locals, they said it would usually last about 20 days, Maji sighed. They were taking a straight line, completely ignoring the islands on the Grand Line, who knew they would encounter a fixed storm and be forced to stay on the island. Each island had a different magnetic field, more like a planet than an island. 047 Sir, can you save our captain? Our captain has been captured by the Marines. The capital of the Seven Waters is home to the water gods, and the island they inhabit has the storm god. Every other year, a huge storm hits, lasting for over 20 days. Almost all buildings on the island are destroyed, so the residents live in caves. According to them, ancestors arrived here due to shipwrecks. Shipwreck survivors kept coming, settling down gradually, and the population on the island grew. They inquired whether a father and son wanted to stay. There is no magnetic connection between their island and others, making it like a solitary island where even pirates do not venture. 20 days, so long, Luo Shu despairingly thought. They must wait that long. Maji looked at the storm. The most dangerous aspect of the sea is not people but the sea itself. The raging waves render even the largest ships mere playthings. Perhaps it's fate. Maji looked at the thundering sky helplessly. With limited sailing skills, he couldn't navigate the huge storm with his son unless it was a suicide mission. Let's wait. The father and son waited for a few more days until the storm ceased. The island had been devastated, yet the people rejoiced. Maji and his son did not understand their elation and curiously followed them to see. This is. Maji finally understood why the islanders preferred enduring such fierce storms and not leaving. Besides destruction, the annual storm brought them hope for new life. After the water gods left, the salt they left behind had an unusually pleasant taste, and when the storm departed, it left them with treasures from the seafloor. A plethora of seashells, within which resided beautiful black pearls. They survived by selling these black pearls to the wealthy and powerful. You and your son know our secret. Stay with us. The island's hundreds of residents surrounded the father and son. Dad, what should we do? Luo Shu asked nervously. It's up to you. Do you want to stay here? Maji chuckled. Impossible. I still need to find Captain Ace. Luo Shu shook his head. It's up to you. Maji smiled. Since they were now seen as enemies, and having discovered the island's secret but wanting to leave, escaping was a dead end. Human nature is truly intriguing in such experiences. Luo Shu drew his knife to fight against the islanders, descendants of pirates and common folk, who stayed on the island for mutual benefit. Some of them had decent fighting power, which made Luo Shu quite eager to fight. Advertisement finally, after more than 10 minutes, the battle ended. And one person took down dozens of strong men. Maji also took away a lot of black pearls. Dad, why do you need this? Luo Shu, panting, looked at his father snatching their black pearls. You, wooden head, if you don't like it, your mom does. I plan to make a black pearl necklace for her. Maji took a box from them. They were pirates, they never leave things behind, and there is no reason not to plunder. Oh, Luo Shu nodded. Father and son set off again. Seeing that Ace's lifecard was still intact, Maji breathed a sigh of relief. It would be best if Teach and Ace hadn't met because of him. They were halfway there but still had half the way to go to Sabaody. When I find that person, I'm going to break his leg, Maji chuckled. Luo Shu silently prayed for Ace in his heart. The father and son did encounter pirates. A pirate ship was drifting on the sea, and their boat happened to be out of food. Captain, after getting on board, they found that the people on the ship were all very depressed. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? Luo Shu, who was ready to make a big move, didn't know where to start. These people seemed a bit pitiful. Our captain was arrested by the Marines, a man in a woolen vest said tearfully. Sob, sob, sob. A lion beside him cried, but Maji heard its thoughts. It was thinking about eating meat. Captain, we can't save you. I can only become the new captain, another man with a blue and white checkered scarf said. I am the vice captain. I am the next captain, the man in the woolen vest said angrily. I am the chief strategist. I am the next captain. The man with the scarf raised his head and glared at him. I am the captain. I am the captain. The two of them argued directly and were about to fight. Enough. Who are you guys? A beautiful woman with fair skin and long legs walked out, carrying a wolf's tooth stick on her shoulder, stopped the fighting between the two, and also looked at Luo Shu. My name is Luo Shu, from the Whitebeard Pirates, looking for my captain, Fire Fist Ace. Luo Shu introduced himself. Advertisement, Luo Shu. I don't know, wait a moment. The Whitebeard Pirates. Fire Fist Ace, are you Fire Fist Ace's companion? Do you know Captain Ace? We know, Fire Fist Ace is a good friend of our captain. Our captain was captured by the Marines, can you save our captain? Ah, who is your captain? Clown Buggy. Clown. Buggy. Loshiru's eyes widened suddenly. Do you know our captain? Mochi asked excitedly. Never heard of him. Loshiru shook his head. You guys are so pitiful, your captain is captured. Loshiru shook his head. The Whitebeard Pirates don't have this worry. It's a surprise if the Marines can catch Whitebeard. It seems that this Buggy Pirates crew isn't that great either. The captain was actually captured, and the crew is still fighting over who will become the captain. I just heard you say your captain knows my captain, Fire Fist Ace. How do they know each other? Loshiru curiously asked. We met not long ago at sea, and then we became acquainted, Kabaji said. Through Loshiru's curious inquiries about Ace, it turned out that they had met, but then separated after some time without any useful clues. Sir, can you save our captain? Our captain was captured by the Marines. Except for Alita, everyone else knelt before Loshiru. Sorry, I can't do it. You should choose a new captain. This lion is quite interesting, Loshiru patted the lion. Do you sail alone? Alita curiously scrutinized this young man and indeed saw some traces of Ace in him. People with the same personality, carefree. 048 think of other ways to save people, go to Sabaody first. No, I came out with my father. My old man is on the ship, said Maji. Father? The members of the Buggy Pirates looked curious, a father and son coming out together? Maji jumped up, Buggy Pirates, he still remembered, had seen Buggy before, but now Buggy had been captured by the Marines. It seemed he was digging for some treasure and ended up being taken to a Marine base. Seeing Maji, compared to Roshue, it was clear that they were indeed father and son, but their styles were completely different. Arlita frowned when she saw Maji, she didn't like this well-mannered person. The type she liked was like Monkey D. Luffy, the kind of domineering man who could knock her out. Father, they said they met Captain Ace before, Roshue said. Well, Buggy, it's been a long time. Haven't seen him for over 20 years, but I do miss that red nose, Maji said. Huh? The members of the Buggy Pirates tilted their heads, with question marks appearing above them. From Maji's tone, it was clear that he knew their Captain Buggy. Father, do you know their captain? Well, I've met him a few times before, Maji nodded. The Whitebeard Pirates and Roger Pirates had clashes in the New World, so he had encountered them several times. The last time they met was when Oden left. That year? Roshway was curious, and others were curious too. Obviously there was a story behind it. Their captain, the Clown Buggy, was an intern on Gold D. Rogers' ship back then, and he was good friends with the current 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks. Over 20 years ago, they often clashed with the Roger Pirates, so they encountered each other frequently, Maji said. What? All members of the Buggy Pirates looked shocked, unbelieving, unable to imagine. Their despicable and cowardly captain turned out to be a member of the Roger Pirates and good friends with the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks? Had this been said by anyone else, they would have thought it was fake, impossible. But Maji was Roxu's father, as Roshway had said. He was a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, with Captain Ace being the leader. So Maji was also a member of the Whitebeard Pirates and a senior figure. May I ask who you are, sir? Arlita no longer dared to underestimate Maji. The person standing in front of her was definitely a big shot. The other members of the Buggy Pirates were extremely nervous. They had encountered a big shot. My old man is the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Luo Shudao. Gasp. Advertisement for a moment. All that could be heard was the sound of gasps, everyone staring in disbelief at the man before them. Marichi, this gentle and refined man, was actually the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. In terms of hierarchy, Marichi's status is no less than Rayleigh of the Roger Pirates. Being a vice captain means that if the captain encounters any issues, the vice captain will become the new captain. Marichi, being so young, as the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, with Whitebeard's current age, Marichi will sooner or later become the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. A big shot of the 4 emperors pirate group, thud. Suddenly, Mochi knelt down, kowtowing to Marichi, saying, "Please, sir, save our Captain Buggy." Upon hearing this, the others also felt an urge and knelt down as well. "Please, sir, save our Captain Buggy. You're thinking too much. Why would I want to save that guy? He's probably been taken to impel down and should forget about coming out in this lifetime," Marichi said indifferently. Upon hearing this, the Buggy Pirates burst into tears. "What about food?" Marichi asked his son. "Almost forgot. Do you have any food? Give us some, don't make us snatch it, or you will regret it," Luo Shudao smiled. The people of the Buggy Pirates immediately brought them food. They didn't ask for much, mainly fresh water. Father and son left. The Buggy Pirates continued crying. Their captain was captured, and now their food was taken away, making their cries even louder. Marichi went to cook. Luo Shudao was steering in front. Suddenly there was a shout from Luo Shudao. "Dad, Dad." Luo Shudao came out with a frying pan in his hand. "What's wrong?" Seeing his son looking shocked, Marichi found it inexplicable. "Dad, look, Captain Ace's lifecard." Marichi looked in the direction he pointed at. Ace's lifecard showed signs of burning. "He's injured," Marichi said in a deep voice. "The person who can hurt him in the first half, besides Marine, very few, has most likely already chased after Teach and engaged with Teach." "Full speed ahead," said Maji. Advertisement no time to care about eating, accelerating with all his might in pursuit. Father and son spent 3 days and finally saw Marine headquarters. "Dad, it's Marine headquarters." Luo Shu's face was pale, hands trembling. The lifecard he obtained from Luffy was now only the size of a pinky fingernail, still slowly burning. "No time, unless we rush into Marine headquarters. We can't get out now. Once we enter Marine headquarters, we can only go to Sabaody." "Dad, what should we do? What should we do? Captain Ace has been captured." "Calm down. If he's captured, he's captured. Think of other ways to save him. Let's go to Sabaody first." Maji took a deep breath. No choice, 2 options, either go to the city to save people, or go to Marine headquarters to save people. First, contact Whitebeard. Seeing Marine headquarters not far away, the father and son could only sail to Sabaody. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters, facing Ace brought by Teach, the Marines were shocked and at the same time, as Fleet Admiral, Sengoku also had some fear towards Teach. Ace defeated a Shichibukai, then entered the New World, becoming the 2nd Division commander under Whitebeard. Ace's strength can be imagined, but he was still taken down in this manner, captured in front of them. "Well, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, as we discussed before, now our captain qualifies to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, right?" Lafitte stood next to Teach and spoke. "Of course, no problem, it will be announced to the world," nodded Sengoku. "Haha, great, thanks Fleet Admiral Sengoku," Teach laughed. "Can first stay at Marine headquarters?" "What are you planning to do?" "Nothing, just staying at Marine headquarters, waiting for orders." "No problem, Bluno, take them down and arrange it." "Yes." Teach and his crew were taken away. Sengoku looked at the captured Ace. 049 How are things going now? Can we save that person? "I have been looking for you all this time, didn't expect you to come knocking on the door automatically, saving me a lot of effort. Take him to impel down, notify the Marine bases to be prepared for battle, inform the admirals to come back, and ask me to go to Mariajoy." Under the rapid arrangement of the warlord, the entire Marine headquarters quickly sprang into action. Some Marines who knew about this incident understood what it meant. 2nd Division Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Portgas Diaz, has been captured by them. What they are about to face is the Whitebeard Pirates. 5 vice admirals stationed at the Marine headquarters are in charge of escorting Ace to impel down. Their buster call specifications are at impel down, where they are responsible for guarding until the warlord returns from Mariajoy. A tense atmosphere hangs over the Marine headquarters. Captain Teach, our plan needs to change, said Lafitte. Ha ha ha, originally planned to catch the Straw Hat Kid, but Ace came to us instead. It seems more effective. Our Shichibukai status allows us to enter Impel Down legally. Once in Impel Down. Teach was excited, the original plan changed, and a better plan emerged. Captain, do you think the Whitebeard Pirates will attack Impel Down? They definitely will. I understand Pop's character. Pop sees Ace as hope. Although there is Marco guarding, it is obvious that Marco does not approve of Ace. Once Pops dies, the Whitebeard Pirates will definitely split. For his son, Pops will definitely attack Impel Down. Then we can take advantage of the situation and release those prisoners from Impel Down. Teach schemed. His 4 subordinates are quite powerful, but not enough in the new world. He needs stronger partners. Because Ace was captured, the plan changed, making it easier for Teach to achieve his goals, and even had other plans. Such as the Tremor fruit. At the Sabaody archipelago, Marco found Shaki. Nice to see you again, aren't you going back? Shaki looked surprised to see Marco. Something happened. Can I borrow your Den Mushi to make a call? Sure, take it. It's anti-eavesdropping. Indeed, you are an information broker, always meticulous. Advertisement being too close to the Marine headquarters, it is most prone to eavesdropping. Shaki sells information, and for the transmission of information, a secure channel is needed. Den Mushi certainly has special anti-eavesdropping measures. In fact, it's a lazy white bull for eavesdropping and a black one for anti-eavesdropping. Shaki's Den Mushi is quite large, similar to the Marines, with signal coverage worldwide. Marco dialed the number, and the Den Mushi sent out a signal. After a while, it started to ring. Blue blue blue. Click, this is the Whitebeard pirate crew, who are you? In a sea area in the New World, the transponder snail under the flagpole of the Whitebeard pirate crew rang, and a pirate picked it up. I am Maki, let Nougat take the call, Maki said. Maki, vice captain. The pirate just remembered that Maki was appointed as the vice captain. Without delay, he took the transponder snail to find Whitebeard. Dad, Vice Captain Maki's call. Did you find Ace? Marco stood up. It seems that I found him. Jozu crossed his arms. I have a bad feeling, but Whitebeard said something else. Red-haired came before, now Maki's call made him uneasy. Hey, Maki, how is it over there? Whitebeard asked. Not good, that idiot was indeed as I said, beaten badly. You should have his lifeguard, check it and you'll know his situation. Maki's tone on the phone was very flat. What? Saki hurried into the cabin, and soon came out with a glass jar with a piece of paper burning slowly inside, only the size of a thumb remained. Advertisement, Maki, what exactly happened, what's going on? Whitebeard asked angrily. It's simple, I encountered a storm, couldn't catch up. He found Teach first, fought with Teach, and got defeated. And now? Where is he? Was he captured by Teach? Teach is not stupid, he knew I was chasing from behind, so he sent him to the Marines and got the position of one of the 7 warlords of the sea. What? He dared to. Whitebeard's anger was almost explosive. Not many people knew Ace's identity. Teach also didn't know how important Ace was to the Marines. Inadvertently, sending Ace to the Marines would not let Ace go just because of Whitebeard's relationship, because Ace is Roger's son. Damn. Whitebeard trembled with anger. In the tavern, Shaki was caught off guard by the explosive news. The vice captain of the Whitebeard 2nd Division, Fire Fist Ace, failed in capturing someone, was instead defeated, and even handed over to the Marines. From the tone of Whitebeard, it seemed like they were planning to take action against the Marines. Maria, what's the situation now? Can you bring him back? Asked Whitebeard. I can't do it. The person has been sent to Impel Down. It's just the 2 of us. How can we save him? I'll give you some suggestions now, replied Maria. Go on. Attack all Marine bases in the New World. It's best to use hostages for exchange. Attack Egypt, capture Buddy the Clown, and exchange him. Second, I'm currently on Sabaody. There are many celestial dragons here. I'll get a few of them, use them for exchange. Third, declare war, directly attack Impel Down or Marine headquarters. You choose, top, middle, or bottom. Maria's 3 suggestions left Shaki stunned. Indeed, they were all crucial targets for the world government and the Marines. Hearing Maria's words, even Whitebeard was taken aback. The first suggestion was the simplest, attack the world government's base in the New World and force them to exchange hostages. The second was a bit risky, using celestial dragons as threats. Even if it's Roger's son, the Marines would have to accept the exchange. The third was the worst choice, attacking Impel Down in Marine headquarters, a move only a fool would make. After finding out that Teach had escaped, Maria began to contemplate how he could change the outcome if the Summit War were to occur again. Attacking Marine headquarters was a foolish approach. There were other ways to blackmail the world government to release the person. Why attack Marine headquarters? 050, according to the plan, announce the public execution and force him to come to the Marine headquarters. Can only say the pirate's mind is rigid, they do not understand flexibility. Marquis doesn't like to resort to violence. On the contrary, using violence is his last resort. If he can achieve the greatest benefit with the least cost, that is the ultimate victory. Using violence is the most foolish way. In his past life as a doctor, Marquis once saw a family where their child was hit by another child. The family of the aggressor refused to compensate, the children were minors, and it couldn't be resolved. So the father of the child who was hit started hanging around their house and the school gate every day. After 3 days, the problem was smoothly resolved. You can't say he broke the law, he didn't do anything wrong, just loitered nearby. Attacking the mind is the priority, gaining the maximum benefit with the least cost. What should we do now? Whitebeard asked. We should immediately launch an attack on the New World Marine base, the more chaos the better. If we can draw the Marines away, I can exchange a celestial dragon for our people, Marquis said with a smile. That would be very risky for you, Whitebeard cautioned. Not risky at all, just do as I say, Marquis smiled. Okay. Whitebeard accepted Marquis's suggestion and began to act. There must be some spies within Whitebeard's pirate group. A pirate group of tens of thousands cannot be free from infiltration. After Whitebeard's pirate group was activated, the world government immediately knew of their actions. People here were detained, and after a few hours, all Whitebeard pirates in the New World were assembled. The other 3 emperors of the sea were immediately cautious. Indeed, it has happened. Advertisement in the headquarters of the Red Hair Pirates, Shanks said helplessly. Just got the news, Fire Fist Ace was captured by the Marines, Beckman said. Whitebeard will definitely take action next. I wonder if they will attack and pell down, Lucky Roo said. That's unlikely, it's located in the calm belt. How can they break in? It's an underwater structure, going in means certain death, Jesus Burgess preached. No one knows what his next move will be. Besides, Whitebeard's group still has a mastermind. According to Mr. Rayleigh, with him in the Whitebeard Pirates, it's hard for them to go wrong, Shanks said. Is that the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates? Beckman asked curiously. I forgot, you guys have not met him before, Shanks replied. We haven't even heard of him, Beckman and others shook their heads. Not just him, many people in the New World were shocked when they learned that the Whitebeard Pirates had a vice captain, as they had never heard of this name before. Whitebeard is already very old, and now a vice captain emerges, indicating that he is likely Whitebeard's successor. Moreover, it's not a sudden emergence, he has been with Whitebeard for 36 years, being Whitebeard's very first companion. Such a person being unknown truly baffled many intelligence agents. He has clashed with Captain Roger and Whitebeard many times in the past, but has never been seen in action. The only time he acted seems to be when he fought with Mr. Rayleigh. According to Mr. Rayleigh, his observation Haki was so strong that it shielded Mr. Rayleigh's observation Haki, Shanks explained. Shielded Pluton Rayleigh's Haki? Upon hearing Shanks' words, the Red Hair Pirates executives present found it unbelievable. They had encountered Pluton Rayleigh at Sabaody more than 10 years ago. They knew how strong that man was. In his prime, Rayleigh's Haki was suppressed, unbelievable. Mr. Rayleigh's words are probably correct. Let's see what Whitebeard does next, Shanks said. Wano, Whole Cake Island. Whitebeard's 2nd Division Captain, Ace, has been handed over to the Marines. Interesting. Our own person turned traitor and was captured while trying to capture the traitor, and then exchanged for 7 warlords of the sea. Very interesting, Newgate, you're quite old, you should have died long ago. Charlotte Linlin gleefully devoured a large cake in the castle upon hearing the detailed information. Advertisement, Mom, the Whitebeard Pirates are mobilizing, gathering all the captains and all the pirate crews under them, Parasparrow reported. They should take action soon. Keep an eye on them. Once the Whitebeard Pirates leave the New World, strike their territories, especially on the side of Wano Island, Charlotte Linlin instructed. Wano Island is owned by Kaido, with several neighboring islands making a lot of money. Charlotte Linlin has long coveted them but refrained from acting while Whitebeard was still around. Once the Whitebeard Pirates encounter trouble, she is determined to take over, along with Fishman Island. Understood, Mom. Parasparrow nodded and left to continue monitoring the Whitebeard Pirates' movements. Kaido's actions will escalate. Once Whitebeard leaves the New World, he will immediately target the Whitebeard Pirates' territories with no mercy. The most nervous ones are surely the Marines. The information spread so quickly to Whitebeard's ears, and his actions are too rapid. Originally in Mariajoy preparing to return to Marine headquarters, Fujitora immediately returned to Mariajoy to meet the 5 elders. The Whitebeard Pirates are mobilizing. Currently, we do not know their intentions, Fujitora reported. According to the plan, announce the public execution and force him to come to the Marine headquarters. Vokori Sandao. One Piece Roger's son must cut off his evil bloodline, as well as Whitebeard's pirate group. We must not let Whitebeard become invincible, kill him while he is still alive, and kill the current pirate's momentum, Bite-san said. Whitebeard is someone who values his crew, he will definitely come. Just announce the execution time, give them enough time to prepare, and catch them all at once, Seidan-san said lightly. What if Whitebeard doesn't come? Zhang asked deeply. Then execute Fire Fist Ace, Nasu Lang-san said. Understood, I will go prepare now. Zhang turned and left the main hall of power. Someone like Whitebeard will definitely come, Mizu-san said lightly. Zhang returned to headquarters and began issuing orders. At this moment, someone returned to the Marine headquarters and appeared to be quite upset. Zhang, I'm back. Garp sat very impolitely on the sofa, took out a bag of tea leaves from the coffee table and brewed himself a pot of tea. Have you seen your grandson? Zhang asked. 051 It's really difficult to handle, is the world government really determined to kill? What? I didn't see it. Garp said. I have something to tell you, Admiral Jonkuo said dryly. What is it? About the Whitebeard Pirates. Oh, Whitebeard is dead. There's trouble within the Whitebeard Pirates, you knew about it before. Yeah, and then? The 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace, has been defeated. Upon hearing this, Garp's hand holding the tea shook, hot tea spilled on his hand, but he didn't notice it at all, instead looking at Admiral Jonkuo. He lost, and then? The person has been captured and is being pushed into impelled down. Quote. Silence filled the office. I have discussed with the 5 elders and decided to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace. Zonkuo, do you know what the consequences will be? Whitebeard is someone who values his companions, not like the old Roger. We are facing the 4 emperors of the New World, living legends. Garp spoke in a deep voice. I know, but this is an order. You are well aware of Fire Fist Ace's identity. He is Roger's son, with the most evil blood in the world flowing in his veins. He must die, just like Whitebeard who sheltered him. He cannot die a natural death. He must end up like Roger, like Gold Lion, defeated by the Marines. Admiral Zonkuo said, that will lead to a war. If we fear death in war and do not act against them, what kind of Marines are we? What kind of justice are we upholding? Garp, you should know this. Luffy is your grandson, you have let him go several times, but Portgas D. Ace is not, he has no relation to you. You should know your identity, I am informing you, this matter cannot be stopped. I understand, handle it yourself. Advertisement. Garp put down the teacup without taking a sip, and left without looking back. The order to notify the 7 warlords of the sea has been given. This time, we must eradicate the Whitebeard Pirates. Beep beep beep. Urgent recall by the world government. Something big is happening. What exactly is going on? After returning to Dressrosa, Doflamingo taught Bellamy a lesson and then left. He has now received a letter from the world government on the island. A moment later, Doflamingo learned the intelligence information from Trebol. So, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Portgas D. Ace, has been captured. The Whitebeard Pirates are going to make a move, Doflamingo exclaimed. In fact, the first person notified by the world government was Kuma. They wanted Kuma to inform Gecko Moria. The other 7 warlords of the sea are easy to find, but Moria is hiding in the Devil's Triangle, making it hard to locate him, so only Kuma can track him down. The Marines are in action. After the Whitebeard Pirates made their move, they finally revealed their intentions. They attacked Marineford, capturing the world government's scientist, Vegapunk. The news shocked the whole world. No one thought that instead of directly confronting the Marines, Whitebeard would attack the government's facilities. Not only that, but at the same time the attacks also targeted the Marine New World G14 and G5 branches. They split their forces, capturing both Marine bases and taking tens of thousands of Marine soldiers as prisoners. Whitebeard Pirates' sudden actions shocked the world, prompting speculation about what could have led them to target Marine and world government institutions. Have the Whitebeard Pirates gone crazy? Are they declaring war on the world government? On Sabaody Archipelago, a group of pirates were discussing. The newspapers had spread all over the world, with the World Economic News Morgans tirelessly distributing them, faster than Marine's announcement about Ace. Can I have a look at the newspaper? A hand reached out towards the group of pirates. The leader of the group, a man with golden curly hair, responded as if from a sect. Hey, who are you to speak to our captain like that? Here, Hawkeye just gave the newspaper to Maji after a glance, then started playing cards. Maji took the newspaper and read it, finding more detailed information. The Whitebeard Pirates split into 3 parts. Whitebeard led one team to attack and capture Egghead, also known as Bald Head Island, and took Vegapunk. Marco led the team that attacked the G5 branch, quickly taking it over and capturing tens of thousands of Marines. Then Jozu led the team that took over the G14 branch, successfully capturing everyone there. There were some injuries, but the Whitebeard Pirates' attack caught the world government off guard, especially with Marine diverting forces to the front line, making it easier for them. Advertisement. Now, they have a large number of prisoners in their hands, including the world government's chief scientist. Looks like you've done a good job. Maji handed the newspaper to Hawkins. No need, I've already read it, Hawkins said. Can you help me with some calculations? What do you need to calculate? Hawkins was sweating profusely. Earlier, he had calculated his fate. All outcomes were death, with only one way out. Obedience, 100% survival. The rest led to death. Calculate if my next plan will succeed, Maji smiled. I've calculated the next plan. Hawkins started divining with cards. The success rate of staying here is 50%, leaving here is 50%. No matter how you calculate it, it's always 50%, Hawkins said. So it's a 50% success rate, quite difficult. Is the world government determined to kill? Maji grabbed Hawkins's hand, the one he had just spoken with, and pushed him down to the ground. Hawkins kneeled on the ground, with Maji sitting on him. He didn't dare to move, feeling the fear of death just now. Give me some advice, should I stay here or leave now? Maji looked at Hawkins. Stay here. Hawkins was sweating profusely, his death probability had risen to 90%. Quite annoying, let's wait and see. I don't believe in fate, even if there's destiny, I will break it. Maji stood up and left, leaving Hawkins and his group behind. Oh, isn't that Maji? Someone suddenly walking by spotted something. Maji sensed someone approaching him and turned around, seeing a familiar face. Zoro, long time no see, why are you alone? 05 to arrest these three guys, threaten the world government. Maji saw a person, it turned out to be Zoro from the Straw Hat Pirates. I didn't expect to meet you here. Have you found Ace? Zoro asked, drinking his wine. No, not yet, but once I find him, I'll give him a good beating, Maji sighed. Sabaody Archipelago is the final surface island of the Red Soil continent. We should be able to wait for Ace there. Don't worry. By the way, where is Roronoa? Zoro inquired. I left him at the inn. What about Luffy and the others? Why are you alone? Maji asked. I'm not with them, Zoro replied. Maji suddenly remembered that this guy seemed to be a bit clumsy and getting lost was normal for him. The two arrived at the Redwood No. 24. Just then, the world noble, Charlo Saint, appeared. Due to getting lost and not recognizing the world noble, Zoro acted against him. Luckily, they were stopped by Bonnie. Maji stood by, contemplating whether to make a move now. He didn't know if Luffy and the others would act as well. If they attacked and injured this family, it might give them a chance to escape. Over at Marine headquarters, things were urgent. Aokiji and 2 Marine bases were attacked, tens of thousands of people became captives, and now the Whitebeard Pirates had made a demand. They already know that Fire Fist Ace is in our hands. They want to exchange him for their hostage, Bej Punk. If we don't release Ace, they will kill Bej Punk, Admiral Sengoku frowned. Is this something pirates would do? I didn't expect them to play this card, Vice Admiral Momonga frowned. We were careless, not paying attention to the situation in the New World. It's very likely that our internal information has been leaked, and the Whitebeard Pirates acted as soon as they learned about it, Admiral Akainu said. It's possible, after all, the Whitebeard Pirates' actions were too swift. In just 3 days, they completed their deployment and captured people. We only just started mobilizing here, and trouble has already started in the New World, Vice Admiral Momonga said. What should we do next? Should we continue with the plan as it is? If we publicly execute Fire Fist Ace here, tens of thousands of Marine captives will become Whitebeard's victims, Admiral Aokiji said. Sengoku was also troubled. He couldn't tell the 3 admirals and the Marine vice admirals present that the 5 elders had decided to have Ace killed, ignoring those people. The only thing they cared about was Bej Punk. Thus, the 5 elders were also in a bit of a dilemma. After all, no matter what, if tens of thousands of Marines and soldiers died, it would be unfortunate, but Bej Punk still had a role. They couldn't just let him die like that. Whitebeard. Sengoku covered his head. Vice Admiral Suru interlocked her fingers and said, Whitebeard was obviously prepared and knew as soon as possible that Ace had fallen into our hands. So they started their actions on the same day, swiftly taking over 3 military fortresses in the New World. Currently, the lives of tens of thousands of Marine soldiers are in their hands. Either we release Fire Fist Ace, or we choose to break the net. One Fire Fist Ace is nothing. The lives of tens of thousands of Marine soldiers are the most important, a Marine Vice Admiral said. Advertisement. Nonsense. Any pirate should be eliminated. We cannot refrain from killing pirates just because of hostages, Vice Admiral Doberman said. Then let me ask Vice Admiral Doberman, is one Fire Fist Ace more important, or the lives of tens of thousands of Marine soldiers? If it's just your life, Vice Admiral Doberman, then it's worth it in my opinion. But tens of thousands of Marine soldiers would lead to our forces becoming uncontrollable in the New World, especially with several Vice Admirals within. Vice Admiral Doberman, I know you're eager to eradicate pirates, but you can't joke about the lives of tens of thousands of Marine soldiers. I propose a hostage exchange, releasing Fire Fist Ace to settle matters with the Whitebeard Pirates. Fire Fist Ace's original name is Portgas D. Ace. His father is One Piece, Gal D. Roger, said Admiral Akainu. What? Some generals present widened their eyes in disbelief, looking at Admiral Akainu. Fleet Admiral, what you just said. I didn't hear wrong. Fire Fist Ace is Gal D. Roger's son. The vice admirals present were in an uproar. Only the admirals and a few Marine officers knew about this, while the rest looked incredulous. It is precisely because of Fire Fist Ace's special identity that now you understand why I am so conflicted. If he were just an ordinary pirate, we would have let him go without hesitation. It's not like we haven't let outstanding individuals out in the past. The problem is Fire Fist Ace's identity. He is Gal D. Roger's son. Once we let him go, think about what the future will be like. Whitebeard is getting older. The future Whitebeard Pirates will have Ace take over, and the legend of the 4 emperors will continue. Perhaps even a new One Piece will be born, ruling the world. Admiral Akainu's words left the Marine Vice Admirals present speechless. No wonder Admiral Akainu was in a dilemma, and no wonder the current decision was so difficult. On one hand was the son of One Piece, on the other hand were tens of thousands of Marine officers and soldiers. Was it worth sacrificing tens of thousands of lives and a large number of scientists to kill one person? Perhaps there is another way, suddenly said Akainu looking up. What way? Akainu was looked at by Admiral Akainu. Within the Marine headquarters, after a while, a staff officer hurried in, pushing the gate of opening, sweating profusely. Report to Fleet Admiral Akainu, at Sabaody Archipelago, a celestial dragon was attacked. Who did it? Advertisement. Admiral Akainu slammed the table in anger, looking at the three Marine admirals. It was done by Straw Hat Luffy, Eustace Kid, Trafalgar Law. Straw Hat Luffy, Akainu said in a deep voice. It's him again. Admiral sighed, it was Garp's son. It seems a visit is necessary. Kizaru stood up proactively, causing Akainu sitting on the couch to hold back. My speed is fast, I will resolve this quickly. Akainu glanced at him, while Admiral and others also looked at Kizaru. Kizaru, who had always been leisurely, unexpectedly took on the task proactively, quite unusual. If it were Aokiji going, it wouldn't make sense, because he is Garp's disciple and would never harm Luffy. If Akainu went, Luffy would probably die, causing a possible mutiny within the Marine. Kizaru, who had no particular connection to Garp, seemed like the best choice. His willingness to go actually relieved Admiral. You go and handle the matter quickly, resolve it as soon as possible, we need to carry out the plan. Admiral nodded. Don't worry, I will resolve it quickly. It's really absurd for such things to happen at this critical moment. The new recruits nowadays are really reckless. Kizaru turned into a beam of light and flashed out of the headquarters. On Sabaody Archipelago, Rayleigh watched amused as the celestial dragons were being beaten up. I didn't expect to see you here. What's going on? Rayleigh asked Mariko. It's a bit troublesome. I'm considering something right now. Mariko looked at the three fainted celestial dragons. What are you considering? Rayleigh inquired. Capturing these three and threatening the world government. How about that? Mariko suggested. 054 I don't think so, you are the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, right? Kid, Luo, and Luffy all looked at Maji at the same time. Kid and Luo didn't know Maji's identity. Upon hearing what he said, they both thought he was crazy. Why are you kidnapping celestial dragons? What's going on? Rayleigh asked in surprise. It's a long story. Maji was about to explain when the Den Mushi in his pocket suddenly rang. Ring ring. Hello, this is Maji. Maji picked up the Den Mushi. Big brother, we got a response from the Marines, they agreed to the exchange. Marco's voice came from the other end of the line. Alright, got it. If you're slow, I have 3 celestial dragons in front of me, ready to be taken away, Maji chuckled. Big brother, you're not going to attack the celestial dragons, are you? Marco sounded shocked. No, not to the point of attacking. But they were beaten by someone else, Maji laughed. Someone dared to attack celestial dragons. Haha, that's trouble, Admiral of the Marines will take action, Marco said. Yeah, Maji nodded. Alright then, I'm going back. Maji said. After hanging up the phone, Maji breathed a sigh of relief. Since the Marines agreed to the exchange, the second plan was no longer necessary. You guys are lucky, otherwise, I would have really caught you. Maji kicked one of the celestial dragons. Killing them would be useless, so let them live. If he really killed them, there would be no turning back. It's none of my business. I'm going back to the new world, Maji told Rayleigh. Although I don't know what's going on, since you said so, then goodbye, Rayleigh said. Goodbye. Maji waved and left the auction. Straw Hat Kid, who is that guy? Do you know him? Luo and Kid, along with Luffy, were outside fighting the island's garrison. Luo asked curiously as they took down the garrison. He sensed that Maji was unusual, and anyone who spoke with Pluton Rayleigh like that was definitely not an ordinary person, like a friend. How could they, people like them, have not heard of such a person? Uncle is the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, a very easygoing uncle, Luffy said with a smile. The Whitebeard Pirates, vice captain, Luffy, who are you trying to fool? The Whitebeard Pirates don't have a vice captain, only 16 division commanders, Law said. I don't know either. Ace is the commander of the 2nd division, and Uncle's identity was told to me by Uncle himself. I'm not sure, but Uncle is very strong, not inferior to the old man who just fought. It shouldn't be fake, Luffy chuckled. The Whitebeard Pirates having a vice captain is indeed the first time I've heard. Judging by his conversation with Silver's Rayleigh just now and his method of trying to kidnap a celestial dragon, it might be true, Kid said. I've never heard of this person. What's his name? Law curiously asked. Maji, Uncle Maji, and his son Lashu, Luffy said. Advertisement. Maji. Law and Kid remembered this name. Maji arrived at Shaki's bar, where Lashu was inside. Dad, how did it go? Lashu asked anxiously. It's been settled. The Marines have agreed to the exchange. Shaki, do you have a way to send me to the new world? We can only go through Fishman Island, Shaki said. Are there any fishmen you know on the island? If so, introduce me to one. The situation underwater is a bit complicated. If there is a fishman to guide us, we'll arrive at Fishman Island faster, Maji said. It would be great to have someone like them guide us in the past. Without a fishman companion to guide us, there might be many dangers underwater. I'll reach out and see if there's anyone suitable. By the way, your ship hasn't been coded yet, Shaki said. I almost forgot. Let's wait for Rayleigh to return, Maji said. Okay. Not long after, Rayleigh returned, bringing all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Haha, Uncle Maji, Lashu, how come you're here? Luffy and the others exclaimed upon seeing Maji and his son. It's fate. I've known Shaki for a long time, Maji said. I see. We didn't see you when we came earlier, Sanji said. We went out for a bit, Lashu replied. Rayleigh, we're setting sail. Help me coat the ship, Maji said. The little straw hats also need plating. Shaki chuckled. Our ship is small, it will be done in half a day. Maji said. No problem, uncle, our ship will take 3 days. Luffy said. Admiral Marine is coming soon, are you sure you can stay here for 3 days? Maji chuckled. Will Admiral Marine really come? Zoro asked. They have fought against Aokiji before and know the terror of the Admiral. In front of the Admiral, they are powerless. Well, we'll see. Rayleigh talked about the Roger Pirates with Maji and his son. Eventually, Rayleigh took something and left with Maji's son to coat their ship. Luffy and the others left the bar to wait on the island for 3 days, until their ship was coated, then they could leave. Do you think they can survive? Maji chuckled. I don't know. Rayleigh shook his head. It will be exciting to watch then. Maji smiled. With Rayleigh, they went to the side of the ship, which was docked in the mangrove where the bar was located. The small boat was easy to get in. Advertisement. Rayleigh worked quickly, starting to plate the ship. As for Hatchin, who was injured, he couldn't help guide them. Maji and his son had to leave on their own. Soon, there was a rumbling on the island, followed by a red mangrove tree falling. Aren't you going to check on them? They might die. Maji chuckled. I was planning to check after finishing the plating, but it seems too late now. Rayleigh took out a knife from a pile of things. Watch the ship, I'll go check out the excitement too. Rayleigh saw his old man leisurely riding a bubble car to catch up to him. Next to the red mangrove forest, at mangrove number 12, the Straw Hat Pirates ran into Kizaru and the Peacemanists, with Maji witnessing the Straw Hats being beaten. Moreover, Kizaru kept waiting for Rayleigh to make a move. It really is my big brother-in-law. Maji couldn't help but laugh at Kizaru's actions. Rayleigh caught up with Kizaru to fight, and the bear attacked, dispersing the Straw Hat Pirates. When the Straw Hat Pirates disappeared, Kizaru stopped and looked up at Maji, who was watching from the sidelines. Are you also a pirate? Asked Huang Zong. Yes, replied Marquis with a nod. It's really scary, pirates are everywhere, Huang Zong commented. So, is this battle over? Marquis smiled. I don't think so. You are the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, right? Huang Zong said. No, Marquis shook his head. Not. Huang Zong was surprised, and even Rayleigh looked at Marquis in amazement. Does this mean a denial? What does this mean? I have never acknowledged that I am the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, so I am not. Marquis shook his head. I see, but you are still a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, so you are still a pirate, Huang Zong nodded. Yes. As Marquis finished speaking, Huang Zong, who was a meter taller, had already instantly moved beside him, lifted his foot towards his head, and kicked upwards. Boom. The laser light hit the root of the red tree, causing a violent explosion. 055 After exchanging hostages, launch an attack on the Whitebeard Pirates. Turning around to look at the explosion, Maki patted his chest and sighed in relief. Scared me to death, are all you Marines like this? Enjoying sneak attacks. Under Huang Yuan's glasses, his eyes fixed on Maki. The speed of that strike just now was something that only a few in the world could dodge, faster than the speed of light, even surpassing the speed of light itself. Such a sudden attack being evaded made him feel shocked. Remember to send the person back. I was originally planning to kidnap a celestial dragon. Fortunately, you agreed in advance, Maki said. Huang Yuan was taken aback by Maki's words. Fortunately they agreed in advance. Otherwise, would it be the celestial dragons? So that's how it is. Be prepared on both sides. If the Marines refuse the exchange, were you also prepared to kidnap a celestial dragon for the exchange? Asked Huang Yuan. Yes, be prepared on both sides. I can only say that you agreed a bit too quickly, beyond my expectations, Maki chuckled. It's really terrifying, the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. It seems that this time the actions of the Whitebeard Pirates were also your idea, Huang Yuan stared at Maki. Well, after all, you also have people you care about. Capturing our captain, we can't let you actually capture him, Maki smiled. I will report your information to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Concealed within the Whitebeard Pirates for 36 years without revealing your true strength, what kind of person are you really? Huang Yuan said solemnly. It's not that I haven't revealed it, it's just that you haven't seen it. Alright, Vice Admiral Borsellino, can we leave now? It seems like there's no longer the target you need here, Maki smiled. I really want to kill you, but now it seems that it's not something I can do alone, Huang Yuan said. Actually, you can try. Maki suddenly appeared behind Huang Yuan, grazing his hand against him. Huang Yuan, like a startled bird, felt his scalp tingle, even a sense of imminent death. This feeling was too intense, the first time he felt this way since becoming a Marine Admiral. That strike just now was like a Shinigami placing their scythe on his neck. Don't be afraid, just playing around. Let's go. Rayleigh still needs to polish my ship. Maki left a departing figure for Huang Yuan, waved his hand, and walked towards the direction of the Great Bear. Scared, right? Don't underestimate him. If he had used his full strength just now, even if you didn't die, you would have been severely injured, Rayleigh chuckled as he sheathed his sword. Huang Yuan didn't say anything, sweat appearing on his forehead as he watched Maki standing in front of the Great Bear. 36 years, long time no see, Great Bear. Upon hearing Maki's words, Rayleigh and Huang Yuan both looked at the two in astonishment. 36 years of no meeting. They knew each other 36 years ago. Shang hadn't been completely remodeled yet, looking down at Maji. He only recently learned about Maji's information, the second in command of the Whitebeard Pirates, just promoted to be the vice captain. His appearance shocked the whole world. Unexpectedly, the Whitebeard Pirates had a vice captain. Everyone was wondering if Whitebeard was getting old and looking for a successor. They all thought it would have been chosen from those captains, most likely Marco, and then Ace. Never had they expected it to be someone unheard of, a man named Maji. According to the Whitebeard Pirates introduction, he was Whitebeard's first companion, joined the Whitebeard Pirates 36 years ago. He was the one who raised many of those captains, making many captains admire and respect him. Shang really couldn't remember where he had seen this person before. But his brain quickly picked up on something. 36 years ago. The memories from 36 years ago surged, his gaze towards Maji changing. Could it be that you are also? Back then I followed behind you three. After you took 2 devil fruits, I also grabbed one. Although I didn't eat it, I managed to escape from the Valley of the Gods with nougat, Maji said. Hearing Maji's words, Shang remembered that indeed there was a young boy following them back then. When the 3 of them took 2 devil fruits, he managed to grab one. Then they handed one over to Charlotte Linlin, and when the second one was about to be taken, he ate it and fled from the Valley of the Gods with Ivanov and Ginny, while Maji also took one and disappeared. Did you eat that fruit back then? Shang asked Maji. No, I gave it to a dying child. After he ate it, he survived. By the way, his name is Marco, a commanding officer of the Whitebeard Pirates. Our luck was good. We encountered Nougat from the former Rocks Pirates at the time, and he led us out of the Valley of the Gods, Maji said calmly. Kizaru and Rayleigh also heard this. The Valley of the Gods. Devil fruits. Rocks Pirates. Rayleigh looked at the two in disbelief, never expected that both of them were survivors of the Valley of the Gods catastrophe. You both are survivors of that disaster, Rayleigh exclaimed in shock. When we caused trouble back then, the Rocks Pirates almost succeeded. Marjorie smiled at Rayleigh. Advertisement. We didn't expect it to be so chaotic back then. Rayleigh chuckled. Kizaru didn't say much. He had heard about the incident at the Valley of the Gods, but he wasn't personally involved. He knew about it but not the specifics. Now it seemed that there were hidden secrets back then. Both Kuma and Marjorie were actually survivors from the Valley of the Gods. I know you don't want to recall that past, but I have good news for you. Your daughter is on the island, looking for you. If you really care for her, you should take her and leave. She's been treated by Dr. Vegapunk and there's no need for you to keep serving the Marines. It will only turn you into a killing machine, and you might even turn against your comrades and family. And by the way, Vegapunk is currently in the hands of our Whitebeard Pirates. If you want to break away from the world government, now is the best opportunity. Take your daughter and escape, she's been waiting for you to come home. It's unknown if Kuma understood his words or if he had any concerns. With his daughter's recovery and escape, he should take advantage of his remaining consciousness to flee and find Vegapunk. After all, Vegapunk is now in the hands of the Whitebeard Pirates, which might save his life. The decision is up to him. Rayleigh, I'm leaving. My ship hasn't been coded. Rayleigh smiled and left with Marjorie. Kizaru looked up at his friend Kuma, and they both acted as if they had been discovered by Marjorie. Kuma. Kizaru looked at him, his meaning clear. Whether to make a decision to take Bonnie away. He is now free. Bonnie has recovered, just take her away and he won't become a complete robot. Polaris. Kuma looked at Kizaru, and they locked eyes. Let's go. Kizaru's tone was light, different from Marjorie's call to Rayleigh just now. It was clear from his tone that Kizaru wanted Kuma to go far away, preferably taking Bonnie with him. Thank you. Kuma smiled. This is the best opportunity, Kizaru said. I understand. Kuma nodded, holding a Bible in his hand, and turned to move in a certain direction. Kizaru turned to Tashigi next to him. Have the pirates been captured? They have, but I need to quickly return to Eighthead. I didn't expect the Whitebeard Pirates to kidnap the doctor, they must have done it while I was away. Tashigi, as if she hadn't seen the scene just now, carried a large axe. Having caught a bunch of small fries served as reparation to the celestial dragons. As for the Straw Hat Pirates, they couldn't be found. After Marjorie's ship was coded, he took his son to Fishman Island, then back to the New World and rushed to Eighthead. Whitebeard's pirate group is stationed there now. The entire world knows that the Whitebeard Pirates attacked the world government's facilities, but they still don't know the reason. On the day when Ace left Sabaody, the world newspapers spread the news worldwide. Pirate Blackbeard Teach caught Fire Fist Ace and handed him over to the world government, taking over the title of the new 7 Warlords of the Sea, replacing Crocodile and becoming the new 7 Warlords of the Sea. Ace, the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, fell into the hands of the Marines. No wonder the Whitebeard Pirates had such a big operation. On the Sabaody archipelago, Kid and others who narrowly escaped watched and commented. That guy said he would kidnap a celestial dragon. It seems that because of this, the Whitebeard Pirates vice captain. Law said in a sullen tone. Will the Whitebeard Pirates go to war with the Marine headquarters? Apu laughed after reading the newspaper. I never expected something like this to happen. No wonder there are so few station troops on Sabaody Island. Drake, with bandages wrapped around him, spoke with a tough stance. The Whitebeard Pirates have tens of thousands of marine prisoners on one hand, and on the other hand, they have captured their captain. Yoroj chuckled. The supernovas were discussing fervently, and some stood in front of a little girl. Bonnie had turned into the appearance of a little girl, tears flowing as she looked at the people in front of her. The Bonnie that Zoro encountered was the true age of Bonnie. Father. Bonnie hugged the big bear's thigh. A.B. The pirates around Bonnie were actually the little rascals who bullied the big bear before. Seeing the big bear appear before them, they were extremely excited. Thank you all for your hard work. The big bear gently patted Bobby on the head. Father. Bonnie couldn't restrain herself and burst into tears while hugging the big bear. Don't leave, take Bonnie around the world. Bonnie hugged the big bear's neck. Okay. The big bear nodded, gently showing his smile. The drama on Sabaody archipelago ended, and Kizaru returned to the marine headquarters. How did it go? Kizaru said to Kuzan. The Straw Hat Pirates were all taken care of by the big bear. Kizaru said. The big bear. Kuzan looked puzzled at Kizaru. He is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, so he must have the world government's orders. The Straw Hat Pirates were taken care of by him. Let's not talk about this matter for now. We have already planned. 7 days later, exchange hostages with Eggheath in the New World. The 3 of you will take the hostage there, said Kong. By the way, one thing to mention, I ran into the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates on Sabaody Island, said Kizaru. The person called Marthy. Akainu looked up and asked Kizaru. Yes, he was there watching the fun, Kizaru nodded. What was he doing on Sabaody? Kong asked. Advertisement. He was kidnapping celestial dragons. If we didn't agree to the exchange, he would have taken the 3 celestial dragons on Sabaody and exchanged them with us, Kizaru said. What? The Marines present were all shocked. It was too bold to exchange hostages by kidnapping celestial dragons. The idea to exchange hostages should have come from him. That guy's brain is very clever, just like Pluton Rayleigh from Roger Pirates, Kizaru said with a hint of awe. Why didn't you capture him on Sabaody? Akainu asked. Do you think I didn't want to? I almost didn't make it back. Kizaru's words shocked everyone present once again. You almost didn't make it back. Kong looked at Kizaru in disbelief, with some confusion. One should not underestimate the people in this world. That guy gave me the same feeling as facing red-haired, no, even more terrifying than red-haired. No wonder he can be Whitebeard's successor. His strength should be similar to those 4 emperors, Kizaru said. Is this your analysis, or the result of your confrontation with him? Admiral Suru asked sternly. Although it was a brief confrontation with only one move, it was obvious. Just like red-haired, both are masters in terms of dominance, Kizaru said. It looks like we need to reconsider our actions this time, Admiral Suru said. Kizaru just went out for a while, it seems there is a new action plan. Fleet Admiral Kong, what action plan? After exchanging hostages, launch an attack on the Whitebeard Pirates, Kong said. Are we going to war with the Whitebeard Pirates in the New World? Kizaru was surprised for a moment. Yes, I've already gathered everyone, including the 7 warlords of the sea. This war is going to happen. It's the world government's highest order to launch a full-scale war to annihilate the Whitebeard Pirates, Kong said. Kizaru looked at the people present. Kong, Akainu, Aokiji, and Admiral Suru. It was clear that only they knew about this operation at the moment. As mentioned before, led by the 3 admirals, this was the first time Marine was gathering their forces to start a war against the 4 emperors. You guys will go to Eggheath in 7 days, Kong said. Why after 7 days? We need to mobilize, gather at Wangsha Tien Yuan High. Maji arrived at Eggerhut. 2 years ago, this future city was Marine's 8th research institute. The scientist and defense war god Satan is also a scientist, and the world government has established many research institutes worldwide. The main research direction is still on human body, and the 8th research institute used to be the same. Now, after being transformed by Bej-Punk, it has become a future city. Besides its main body, Bej-Punk also has 6 clones. Maji informed Whitebeard in advance, so all 6 clones were captured. Dad, older brother and Luo Shu are back. A member of Whitebeard's pirate crew saw a ship appearing at sea, looked through a telescope, and hurriedly reported to Whitebeard. They finally returned. Marine should be taking action as well, Whitebeard said. It's been 7 days. According to Marine, they should be coming in about 3 days, Marco said. New guide. After a while, Maji came in, and Whitebeard looked at Maji and said, your method is really good. We still need to be careful. Marine may not give up easily, Maji said. What do you mean? Just a guess. Regarding Bej-Punk, I want to see him. There are 7 of them in the dungeon, Whitebeard said. I've never seen the smartest person in the world. I'll go check it out. Maji left Whitebeard and the others, and followed a companion to the dungeon. At this moment, the dungeon held many people, including Vice Admiral Virgo from Marine G5 branch, Vice Admiral Dahl from G14 branch. These Vice Admirals' bases were no match for Whitebeard's pirate crew and were easily taken down. Nice to meet you, Dr. Bej-Punk. Maji greeted the 7 Bej-Punks inside the cage. Of course, the main person he greeted was the one with half an apple on his head, resembling a certain scientist. Bej-Punk's long tongue, and the picture in his memory of a certain scientist, were very similar, with a mischievous and childish appearance. Of course, it also reminded him of another person, Charlotte Perosparrow. Having a large tongue, could it be that Charlotte Linlin's first man was? Perosparrow's intelligence is not low either. Never mind, really never mind. Although a bit explosive, really never mind. Who are you? Vegapunk had a pair of long legs, wearing pants that didn't look much different from big boots. The previous big brain had already been cut, replaced with an antenna for signal reception on top of his head. Hearing Maji's words, he looked up at him. These pirates were all impolite, very rude to them. Suddenly hearing someone call him doctor made Vegapunk somewhat uncomfortable. 056 comparing you to us, I feel like you are insulting our Whitebeard pirates. Nice to meet you, my name is Maji, Maji smiled. Maji. The beige punks looked at Maji. Are you the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates? Shiva asked. It was given to me by Newgate, I didn't admit it myself, Maji smiled at Shiva. Let us out. Violent Atlas slammed a fist on the railing. What is your purpose, why did you capture us? Lee asked. York was sleeping, Edison was still coming up with ideas for research. Pythagoras was looking at Maji, probably analyzing him. The commotion here alarmed the people on the marine side. Those detained here are all marine officers. Upon hearing the words of the beige punks, they all looked towards Maji. The vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, the commander of this operation, was the one who led Whitebeard to attack the Marine Base and Research Institute. It seems you still don't know. Didn't you tell them? Maji looked at his companions. LaCroix scratched his head and said, without the boss's orders, we are only responsible for capturing people. So that's it. Thank you for your hard work. Then tell us why you were captured. In fact, it's simple. The purpose of capturing you is for exchange. The second captain of our pirate group was captured by traitors and sent to the Marines. The Marines want to execute our captain, so we had no choice but to capture you for exchange. Maji shrugged. So that's why you captured us to rescue your companion. Did the Marines agree? Beige asked. As of now, it seems they did, Maji smiled. Why say, as of now? Beige asked. From what I know, the Marines mobilized quite a lot this time. 3 admirals, over 10 vice admirals, and even the 7 warlords of the sea. I'm not sure if they came to exchange hostages, Maji explained. What are you planning to do? Are you going to kill us? Not necessarily. Just exchanging hostages will do. We are people who love peace. PFF, pirates loving peace, Vice Admiral Doral sneered. As a marine in the New World, you should understand how chaotic the New World is. But have you heard of the Whitebeard pirates harming ordinary people? Don't paint everything black or white, don't be like a Kainu. Not all marines are good, there aren't that many pirates at sea, Maji laughed. What do you mean? Vice Admiral Doral asked angrily. My point is simple, marines are not necessarily just, and pirates are not completely evil. At least the actions of the Whitebeard pirates in the New World are much better than you marines. Although we are pirates, we have not done anything heinous. In terms of conduct, how many people have died because of the celestial dragons, how many have become pirates due to hunger, and how many have been persecuted by the marines? Can you be certain that there are no corrupt individuals in the marines? I can assure you that there are no corrupt individuals in the Whitebeard pirates. We are just a group of homeless orphans, living under Whitebeard's protection in this world. Those who have been through storms will hold umbrellas for others. We are not like you trash who preach justice every day but easily resort to massacre. Comparing yourselves to us is an insult to our Whitebeard pirates. Middle-ranked officer Dor found herself speechless after Maddie's words. She was not young and had seen it all. As a marine stationed in the New World base, she understood the Whitebeard pirates, almost exactly as Maddie described, not having done anything bad. Their goal in battles was also only other pirates, never harming ordinary people. Even because of their good reputation, numerous islands in the New World even hoped that the Whitebeard pirates would station in their islands. The places protected by the Whitebeard pirates prospered for over 20 years, becoming the happiest places in the New World. On the contrary, the Marines were very pragmatic, they would not protect any place that did not pay tribute. Even when they discovered pirates on an island, while bombing the pirates, they would also involve the island's people. Because they were not lawful citizens but outlaws, killing them was not a crime. No matter how well the world government's propaganda is done, the truth is the truth. This Vice Admiral Dorier, I have no interest in joining us. Get lost. Dorier almost shouted in anger. Why are you shouting so loud, lady? Vice Admiral. Maddie smiled. Advertisement. You damn pirates, Vice Admiral Dorier said. I admit that pirates deserve to die. Many pirates have died in our hands, but many have also turned over a new leaf and become good people. Still, the same phrase applies, in terms of actions and intentions, what makes a person good, I think everyone has their own judgment. Maddie chuckled. You have a silver tongue, completely different from a pirate, Virgo chimed in. I know you, Don Quixote Doflamingo, a marine undercover planted by the Don Quixote family's top executives, you've been an undercover marine for over a decade. Maddie smiled. Originally, he didn't want to pay any attention, but he insisted on speaking and seeking death. Upon hearing Maddie's words, the faces of all the marines present changed drastically, and even the 7 warlords all looked at Virgo. You are defaming me, Virgo said solemnly. Whether or not you defame yourself is clear in your heart. Do I need to say it out loud for you? Look, this is your Marines. The so-called Vice Admiral is just a homegrown spy. And he is also the first base commander, so close to Dressrosa. Do you really think Doflamingo's conveniences come from nowhere? You Marines are even worse than rotten. Such scum can exist within the Marines, deceiving and manipulating. Is it interesting? Haha. Maki laughed. Virgo, is it true? Vice Admiral Dor stared at Virgo. Vice Admiral Hound next to him also stared at him. Virgo remained silent for a moment. Since Maki could say it, it means his identity has already been exposed. Don't listen to him. I would never betray the Marines. I am the base commander of Marine G5 branch, Virgo said. It's okay. I don't have any evidence against you, but as long as I investigate, I will find out. For example, you don't actually have a sister. You often take leave to visit your sick sister but actually go to Dressrosa to meet Doflamingo. And then there is Gid, the good son of Warring States, who died at your hands. Warring States never expected it. He promoted you and his good son, a celestial dragon, Doflamingo's brother, Gid, died at your hands. Maki laughed. How do you know all this? Before, Virgo could still argue, but now Maki's words undeniably revealed all he had done before. Just by investigating, it would be known that he didn't actually have a so-called sister. And there indeed exists his association with the Don Quixote family. Virgo also no longer concealed, directly asking Maki how he knew all this. Upon hearing this, the Marine officers present received a shock of 10,000 points. The Vice Admiral base commander of the prestigious Marine base turned out to be a pirate spy. And the adopted son of Warring States Fleet Admiral died at his hands. Is that adopted son a celestial dragon? Or Doflamingo's brother? What does this mean? Doflamingo is also a celestial dragon. These are all world-shaking secrets, unexpectedly spoken out casually by Maki. I can only say it's a coincidence. The world government and Marine collect pirate information, and I have also been collecting some information over the years, such as the Marine in the New World, the world government institutions in the New World. Unfortunately, it was revealed that you are associated with Doflamingo. Maki laughed. Then you also wouldn't know about Nancy Rhodey, Virgo said in a deep voice. Well, that's hard to say. After all, I do know about Doflamingo, but you probably don't know that he is a Marine, and he is the adopted son of the Warlord, Maji chuckled. Indeed, I didn't know that. There are many secrets in this world, many things you don't know about. Well, now I'll tell you. Take a look at what they call justice. Vice Admiral, do you still think Marines are good people? A group of bad pirates is not as bad as a bad Marine because the bad Marines created the 7 warlords of the sea, those legally plundering pirates. Whose fault is it, the pirates or the Marines? A world incapable of proper governance, only skilled at exploitation. In reality, you are just lapdogs of the celestial dragons. More precisely, lapdogs of the person sitting on the empty throne, including the 5 elders who have lived for hundreds of years, are all the same, all lapdogs. You live in a huge scam. Don't you agree, Drive? Vegapunk. Maji finished speaking to the Vice Admiral and turned to look at Vegapunk. The Marine officers present looked at Maji with fear in their eyes for some reason. Just now when Maji was speaking, they felt that what he said was true. Living in a huge scam. Marines are lapdogs, even the 5 elders are lapdogs. Are the celestial dragons the ones managing the world, or is it the person Maji just mentioned sitting on the throne? It seems the world is not as simple as they thought it to be. I don't know what you're talking about, Vegapunk shook his head. It's okay if you don't know. I trust you. Rest assured, as long as the Marines return ace, I will send you back without harming any of you, even him. It's your Marines' business, not mine, Maji smiled. Who are you exactly? Why do you know so much? Virgo asked angrily. I actually don't know much, like what really happened during the blank 100 years, what Joy Boy and I am looked like, why the sun god Nika failed back then, so many doubts. Of course, it's normal that you don't know much since you're living in a shallow place, and what you see is limited. I think the doctor must know a lot, Maji continued. I don't know anything, Vegapunk shook his head. Boom. With a loud explosion, Virgo tore open the cage, his hands wrapped in armament Haki, both hands pitch black. Once his identity is exposed, if he returns to the hands of the Marines, he wouldn't survive, even if his master is Doflamingo, it would be difficult for him to survive. The only plan for now is to break out and escape from here. I'm going to kill you. Virgo rushed towards Maji, while Lao, Ruo, and others reacted quickly. 0. Request for fresh flowers. Maji didn't even turn his head, just watched the two sides fight, smiling and said a few words to Vegapunk. Vegapunk's face changed slightly, while others were distracted by the fight and didn't hear what Maji said to Vegapunk. Vegapunk quickly recovered, looking at Maji in disbelief. Facing the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Virgo actually managed to break through and rush behind Maji. Big brother, be careful. Lao, Ruo, and others exclaimed. In the tense atmosphere, Maji dodged his hand, and at some point, his hand appeared on top of Virgo's head, pressing down forcefully. Boom. Virgo's face had an intimate encounter with the ground, causing the entire island to shake violently. Advertisement. Under the fearful gaze of everyone, Maji threw the lifeless Virgo back into the cage. Don't underestimate me, although I'm not good at combat, it's still easy for me to kill you. Big brother's strength. Lao, Ruo, and others were witnessing Maji taking action for the first time. Even though Saki had mentioned several times how strong Maji was, they still didn't believe it. After knowing Maji for over 30 years, they were not clear about his true strength. Witnessing Maji easily crush a Marine Vice Admiral for the first time, they finally understood. Just now, Virgo managed to break through their encirclement and came out, indicating his strength. However, facing Maji, he was effortlessly overpowered. They seemed to see the shadow of Whitebeard in Maji. Finally, they could understand why Whitebeard wanted Maji to be the vice captain, continuing to live in the new world with them. It was to let Maji protect their safety. Put some chains on him. No need to kill him, it's better to hand him over to the Marines. If the Marines kill him, it's like slapping 7 warlords of the sea Doflamingo in the face. If Marine lets him go, it would be even more interesting. Marine actually bowed to the pirates. Doflamingo is a celestial dragon. In his eyes, Marine is no different from dogs. I want to see what will happen next, Vice Admiral, are you curious? The expressions in Marine's leader's eyes towards Maji became more fearful. If they used to think Maji was good at tactics and eloquence, now seeing his strength made them even more afraid. A person on par with Whitebeard. The Whitebeard Pirates have such a strong person, but they have no idea. It's terrifying. Their hiding is too deep. Looking back at Buggy Punk, Maji smiled, turned around and left, leaving the others to continue watching. We have received news. The people from Marine have been sent out from the pushing city, and now it is estimated that they will reach the new world. Witty came over and shared the latest information. Newgate, we need to prepare for war. I know, it's already been arranged. Whitebeard nodded. Marine definitely won't just want to negotiate with them. According to the information Maji received, Marine is mobilizing on a large scale. The fighting strength of Marine headquarters, battle members drawn from other branches, plus the 7 warlords of the sea have also been summoned. Originally, they could still reach Jinbei. When they contacted the Sun Pirates again, they received news from Aladdin. Jinbei went to Mariajoy and never came back, missing for 7 months already. Jinbei must have encountered some trouble, Maji judged. The original Jinbei tried to prevent the war by opposing Marine's decision to execute Ace, but ended up being suppressed by Admiral Sengoku. A 7 warlords of the sea was easily taken down by Marine Fleet Admiral and imprisoned in Impel Down. It is very likely that Marine knew about Jinbei's relationship with them and was afraid that Jinbei might turn the tide on the battlefield, so they took him down directly at Marine headquarters. Will Jinbei be in trouble? Don't worry, if all goes well, Jinbei is still a Shichibukai. He is the representative of Fishman Island, the only link between the world government and Fishman Island to ease relations. Maji said. It has deviated from the plot, and he doesn't know what will happen next. As the Whitebeard Pirates and other pirates waited for Marine's news, in the first half of the Grand Line, in the place of the calm belts. Under the 3 major institutions of the world government, the advancing city is currently experiencing a riot. The Straw Hat Pirate, Luffy, invaded the advancing city at some unknown time and caused chaos with the captured Buggy. Meanwhile, the Marines took Ace out in advance, and Magellan threw Luffy on the 5th level of the advancing city. Unexpectedly, Bon Kure managed to break into the 5th level with Luffy and found the Revolutionary Army officer Ivanov. With their help, they entered the 6th level. Taking advantage of the vacancy in Marines' forces, the Blackbeard Pirates, who were supposed to head to the New World with the Marines, disappeared and appeared in the advancing city. What did you say? Blackbeard is not among the new troops. An angry Admiral Akainu, who was stationed at Marineford, exclaimed. Yes, Fleet Admiral Akainu, we currently do not know the whereabouts of Blackbeard, Teach, and his subordinates, Vice Admiral Brands nervously responded. 057 Wait, trouble will come when the people from the world government arrive. You should leave soon too. Damn it, that guy won't flee at this critical moment, or is there another purpose? Warlords still do not know Teach's actions. Now Marines' forces have all been withdrawn to the New World, preparing to battle against the Blackbeard Pirates. There's a serious shortage of troops in the first half, and if Blackbeard has any motives, who knows what might happen. On the side of Impel Down, Luffy learned that Ace had been taken away, and was relieved that Ace was exchanged back. However, in order to escape by himself, he took Jinbei and Crocodile with him. The disappearing Blackbeard Pirates invaded Impel Down, cutting off communications, making it impossible to contact the outside. Magellan made a foolish decision, releasing Shiryu. As a result, Blackbeard Pirates met Shiryu, who killed them instantly, and Shiryu saved them instead of being released by him. Watching Luffy, Jinbei, and others escaping, Magellan returned to Impel Down but was ambushed by Shiryu, and was then controlled by Blackbeard, unable to use his abilities. Do you want his abilities? Teach looked at Shiryu, who lay motionless on the ground, and smiled. No, if I eat his devil fruit, I will die first. Shiryu does not want the beneficial fruit even if it costs his life. It's a pity, such a powerful fruit. Blackbeard shook his head. If you kill him, the world government and Marine HQ will chase you forever, Shiryu said. Ha ha ha, then let's not kill him. I am not interested in his laxative fruit. Let's go, we should leave here, it will be troublesome when Marine arrives later. Blackbeard laughed. How interesting, never thought we could live and get out. Doflamingo smiled. The outside world, the air is so fresh, meow. Beast's King laughed. Although you saved us, it doesn't mean we will obey you. Barrel Joe said. Don't say that, after all, we are companions. Doflamingo smiled. Hehehehe. Evil Wolf laughed behind them. War is about to break out in the New World, we must hurry. Teach said with a smile. Going to the New World, you just said Marine will go to war with the Blackbeard Pirates, what's the use of us going, can your plan be realized? Shiryu asked. The success rate is high. Then let's give it a try, if successful, the future will be ours. Doflamingo said. If it fails, you will work for me, meow. Beast's King laughed. Then I will kill you first. Van Augur pointed his gun. Thieves, ha ha ha, let's go to New World, thanks to Straw Hat Kid, he should also be heading to New World, we will meet in the future. Upon receiving the news at Marine headquarters, Admiral Sengoku rushed over for the first time. Seeing the critically injured Shiryu and the advancing prisoners, he ran too many prisoners and felt like the sky was falling. Blackbeard Pirates, I won't spare you. Dozens of marine warships set sail for Egashira. Almost all the pirates in the New World shrank back and dared not continue to act recklessly. It's already very clear. Marin captured Fire Fist Ace, while Whitebeard Pirates captured tens of thousands of Marines, plus Buggy. Ha ha ha. Gotta exchange hostages, but looking at the Marines' stance, it's probably not just a simple hostage exchange. Inside Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin exclaimed. If it's just an exchange of hostages, involving Marine admirals and 7 warlords of the sea, there will probably be a war, Perospero nodded. Should we fish in troubled waters? Charlotte Linlin said. It's better not to, Mom, Perospero said. Why? Charlotte Linlin looked displeased at her son. If we appear rashly, both sides may consider us as enemies. Even if we have to go, it's better to do it when they are about to finish. Moreover, it's uncertain whether they will fight. If they don't, and we intervene rashly, the two sides may consider us as enemies. Perospero's words made sense, and Charlotte Linlin quickly understood. It seems we can only wait. Is Kaido still at a standstill? Charlotte Linlin asked. For now, he can't come out, he's blocked by red hair at the entrance, Perospero said. That little devil red hair has a lot of things going on. It would be fun if he lets Kaido out, Charlotte Linlin said angrily. Kaido likes to join in the fun, likes to fight everywhere, and is the most aggressive. He has clashed with the Whitebeard Pirates many times. With such a good opportunity, he would definitely not miss it. However, red hair seemed to be acting crazy, appearing around Wano Country and blocking Kaido at the entrance. Kaido doesn't dare to act recklessly unless Wano Country is abandoned. Currently, the only one who can move in the New World is her. Other pirates, even if they have strength, dare not act rashly. The forces gathered by both sides now far exceed their expectations. Anyone who gets close will be crushed. After escaping from the advancing city, Luffy and the others arrived at Sabaody. The whirlpool was of no use to them. Jinbei, with his companions, a group of sharks pulling a warship, bypassed the whirlpool from the advancing city and arrived at the group of islands of Sabaody along the Red Soil continent. Ace was sent back to the New World, that's great. Luffy received the news and breathed a sigh of relief, exhausted and collapsed on the ground. Marines sent Ace back, but behind the scenes, they are planning to wage war against the Whitebeard Pirates. I'm going to the New World to help my old man and the rest. Jinbei said. Jinbei, do you think the Marines will fight against the Whitebeard Pirates? Luffy asked. I was arrested because I opposed the Marines after learning about their plans, Jinbei nodded. What is the next plan of the Marines? Crocodile asked. Advertisement. They are going to attack my old man and them in the New World. Why wait 7 days? Because the Marines need time to gather their forces, form a super fleet. In any case, this battle will be opened, it is an order from the world government. Jinbei said. We can't miss that, Crocodile said. Luffy, thank you, I'll say goodbye here, I'm going to the New World. Jinbei said. Let me take you there. A voice appeared behind them, startling the people present to turn around. Luffy widened his eyes. Take my companion. A slap fell on Luffy, sending him flying again. Go to where you should go. The bear spoke lightly. Bear, Ivan called out in surprise. Long time no see, Ivan. The bear smiled. 3-7 warlords of the sea. Jinbei and Crocodile stared cautiously at the bear, while others were shocked to see this scene. 3-7 warlords of the sea gathered together, an unimaginable sight. Why didn't you go to the New World with the Marines? Jinbei asked. As the most loyal lapdog of the Marines, Tyrant Bear, why are you here? Crocodile asked. I am no longer one of the 7 warlords of the sea, just like you. The bear said. Jinbei was stunned for a moment, while Crocodile laughed and said, have you betrayed the world government? I was already a pirate, how could I betray them? I just heard what you said. Are you heading to the New World? I can help you. The giant bear opened his hand, revealing the paw pad in his palm. Jinbei and Crocodile both knew the bear's ability, which could make people fly in the sky for a long time, much faster than sailing on a ship. Please, send me to Egahad. Jinbei walked up to the bear and said. Go get some food first, it will be a 2-day flight, the bear said. Thank you. Jinbei immediately went to find something to eat. Crocodile also went to find some food without saying anything, his intention was already clear. Bear, how are you doing now? Ivankov walked up to the bear, two old comrades meeting again. I'm fine, Ivankov. That's great. But why did you send the Straw Hat Kid flying? He looks so much like Dorag. I knew it a long time ago, he is Dorag's son. I see, you were protecting that kid, but he's seriously injured. Trust him, he's Dorag's son, the bear said. True, I saw a miracle of life in him, Ivankov nodded. Jinbei, Crocodile, and Mr. One were eating their meal, and Buggy also joined them to eat. Facing the gaze of the three, Buggy had already exposed that he was a Roger Pirates member. He stubbornly said, "What are you looking at? I'm also going to participate in the war." The three didn't say anything, not taking Buggy seriously. Buggy's subordinates looked at him with admiration, shining with admiration. No wonder Captain Buggy. This is the domineering attitude of a One Piece crew member. Being brothers with the red-haired four emperors, Captain Buggy is ready to take down Whitebeard's head and become the new four emperors. Captain Buggy, you are so great, we will follow in your footsteps and go to the battlefield together. Buggy, who was eating, almost choked on his food. He was just hungry and looking for an excuse to eat. How did it turn into this? No matter how you look at it, it's just hunger, looking for an excuse to eat, and speaking so grandly, murmured Mr. 3 Galdino. Shut up, Buggy angrily shouted after being exposed by him. Listen, this lord is going to make a big move in the new world. I will definitely take down Whitebeard's head. Have you all heard? Quickly eat. Once you're full, you will also follow this lord to the new world. New world. Ah, a cry of despair came from the sky. People wrapped in bare paws flew in the sky like shooting stars. The one crying in despair was Buggy. I didn't want to go. Buggy's cry resounded through the sky. Why do I have to go with him? Mr. 3 Galdino responded to Buggy beside him. Following Captain Buggy's footsteps. Take down Whitebeard's head. Captain Buggy will become One Piece. One shooting star after another streaked across the sky. Jinbei, Crocodile, Mr. One, and others were flying in the sky, heading towards the edge of New World. Only the members of the Revolutionary Army remained. Advertisement. The bear and I will return, Ivankov said. No, I still have something to do, so I won't go back, the bear shook his head. Why? Ivankov asked in confusion. Father. At this moment, a girl ran over. Father. Ivankov looked at the Bonnie who looked in her 20s and fell into thought at the sight of the graceful Bonnie. She is. Could it be? Ivankov saw the shadow of Ginny in Bonnie. She was the captain of the first-generation Revolutionary Army's East Army. She is the child of Ginny and me, Bonnie. This is Ivankov. Bonnie looked up at Ivankov. Her face was too big, which startled her at first sight. Next to the bear, Bonnie reverted to her original age, becoming a little girl. What's going on with Bonnie? Ivanov asked in confusion. Bonnie is a user of the age fruit, which allows her to change her age at will, said Kuma with a smile. I see, she's similar to Ginny, Ivanov remarked. Do you know my mother? Bonnie asked in surprise. I have been friends with your father and mother for over 30 years. Who? Ivanov suddenly sensed danger and turned to see an old white-haired man walking towards them. I just wanted to ask, where did you send the Straw Hat Boy Luffy just now? The newcomer was none other than Rayleigh. I sent him to the Amazon Lily, Kuma replied. Amazon Lily. Rayleigh was stunned, as he was familiar with that place, and it was where his old friend, the former emperor, resided. Thank you. Rayleigh nodded and walked away. Who is he? He looks familiar, Ivanov whispered. Pluton, Silver's Rayleigh, explained Kuma. Pluton Rayleigh, the first mate of Roger from One Piece. Ivanov exclaimed. The first mate of One Piece. Bonnie watched as Rayleigh walked away, having heard of him but never expected to see a living legend. I will take you back, Kuma said. No need, we can sail back on our own, it's not too far, Ivanov replied. All right, I will take Bonnie to Edgetown, Kuma said. Why, isn't there a war about to break out there? Even if you are no longer with the Revolutionary Army, what are you going to do there? Ivanov expressed his concern. I need to find Dr. Vegapunk and ensure his safety, Kuma stated. Okay then, I will head back first. It will be troublesome when the world government officials arrive. You should also leave soon, Ivanov said. Goodbye. Kuma left with Bonnie, while Ivanov departed with his Revolutionary Army members from the Sabaody archipelago. As for Rayleigh, he paddled away on a small boat from the Sabaody archipelago. The new world was incredibly quiet. Marshall received the news of the advance on the city. As long as someone escapes from the city, the news will definitely not remain concealed. So bold, daring to invade the city of Advance. Upon hearing the intelligence, Whitebeard laughed. This fellow, with a red nose. I remember now, seems to be the small fry by Roger's side, the guy with the red hair. Old man, his name is Buggy. Marco said with a smile. Yes, Buggy, the guy with the red-haired brat. Marshall, the Marines have mobilized. Once they make contact, it will probably. Whitebeard looked at Marshall. Well, as expected, they will likely launch a war against us. Marshall nodded. Then we must be prepared. Whitebeard said. Non-combat personnel return to the base, combat personnel stay behind. Except for the Whitebeard Pirates, the remaining pirate crews evacuate from Eggerhead, wait on the outskirts. If a war breaks out, you attack from the outside. Marshall said. Whitebeard's pirate crew consisted of 15 captains, plus over 40 ship captains. Do as Marshall says, Whitebeard instructed. Old man, what are we afraid of? Let's just face them head on and fight, Edward shouted. Yeah, old man, no need to wait for them to make a move, we can strike first. Kalma said. Can't you all hear? This is a plan, you one-track-minded idiots, even if I speak, you don't listen. Whitebeard looked at them with some anger. Old man, they are doing it for our own good, don't blame them. Marco stepped in. Don't worry, we will be prepared for battle. Once we engage, we'll hold them back, and you attack from behind. Then we'll destroy the Marines. Jozu said. Let's follow the old man's orders. Squardo said. When I'm no longer here, whether you stand on your own or continue to stay in the pirate crew, I hope there is only one voice, listen to Marshall. Marshall is the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, and I will pass on the position of captain to him in the future. If you disagree, you can leave the Whitebeard Pirates now, Marshall will agree. Whitebeard said with a serious tone. Old man, even though they already knew it would be like this, these captains still found it hard to accept. Apart from the captains who have split from the Whitebeard Pirates, the majority of captains are still dissatisfied with Marshall. Even if it were Marco or Ace as captain, it wouldn't matter, but it had to be Marshall. Even though Marshall was Whitebeard's first companion, they did not approve of him. 058 Are you trying to provoke an all-out war between us and Marine? Whitebeard can see their thoughts, so he doesn't say anything. Once the deal is done, he will hand over power to Maji, and then they will understand. After the meeting, Whitebeard chased them all away, leaving only the captain and Maji. Once I'm gone, you need to be more careful, Whitebeard said. Everyone has their fate. If you're gone, I might be gone too. Don't think too much, live well, this family will fall apart without you, Maji replied. You are still too low-key, it has been like this for years, which has led to them not acknowledging you, Whitebeard said. I didn't agree to be the vice captain either. My life has never had a goal. If I didn't know you all, I probably would live quietly somewhere, Maji shrugged. Your ambition is the same as mine, that's why I hope that after I'm gone, you can take care of this family well. Don't worry, I won't let you die. You talk as if I'm going to die, Whitebeard said unkindly. It's you who's been arranging things after you're gone, preparing before death. Who knows what you want to do, Maji said helplessly. Alright, I won't say any more. Just listen to him, he has a lot of tricks. Don't worry, Dad, we'll listen to Big Brother. Dad won't think he can arrange anything himself. Haha, Dad will just charge into battle. Big Brother knows how to deal with the Marines, what can Dad do? Probably preparing for a decisive battle with the Marines. Just don't listen to Dad. Marco and others began to discuss loudly after hearing Whitebeard's words, their laughter echoing in the air. You little bastards, get lost, all of you. Whitebeard turned red with anger, almost drawing his sword, and finally chased them all away. Leaving only Maji sitting in front of him, motionless, staring at him. HMPH. Whitebeard snorted and sat on his throne. You have such a bad temper, do you want me to bring back those pretty nurses for you? Maji joked. You and them are all bastards, they are little bastards, you are a big B*******************, D, Whitebeard said. By your logic, you're an old B******************, D, Maji laughed. Who isn't a B*********** D among pirates? Since I'm playing the role of your dad, what does it matter if I'm called an old B***********, D, Whitebeard reached to his side, where there used to be a wine pot, but Maji had come back recently, and the wine pot was gone again. You are broad-minded, but I am not your son, said Majid. Lousy raised you all by himself, you are also his son, Whitebeard grinned. You're overthinking it, I have never called you, you've seen this family, without you, it will definitely fall apart, Majid said. You really don't want to take over. I can only protect so much, some people will not accept me, even if you are still alive, I have a plan to discuss with you next, Majid said. Go ahead, Whitebeard sighed, knowing that Majid's plan was unlikely to be a good one. Whitebeard Pirates, it's time to split up, Majid said in a deep voice. Time passed quickly, 3 days went by in the blink of an eye. On the side of Eggers, the Whitebeard Pirates' 4 ships were docked by the sea. Captain, spotted a marine warship, a lookout sailor shouted. Be on guard, Whitebeard said. Everyone prepared for battle, as the first warship appeared, followed by a large number of others. There were hundreds of warships in total. Marco, go tell them to send a warship over for a hostage exchange, Whitebeard said. Got it. Marco immediately flapped his wings and flew towards the Marines. The Marines also spotted the 4 Moby Dick ships of the Whitebeard Pirates, making them all very nervous. Marco flying over attracted the attention of all the Marines. Who is that? The Whitebeard Pirates are coming. It's the first squad leader of Whitebeard Pirates, the Phoenix Marco. All the Marine soldiers looked at Marco. As the first squad leader of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco's reputation was always significant, especially in the New World. That's the Phoenix Marco, rumored to be able to be reborn from fire, the man who cannot be killed, Dashichi said, looking up at Marco. Animal type mythical zone devil fruit, possessing abilities similar to Logia, evaluated Logia user smoker. An animal type devil fruit with abilities similar to Logia. Dashichi exclaimed. Yes, his ability is similar to that of a Logia. Smoker nodded. Marco stayed suspended in flames above the leading marine ship, looking at the other side. You can't move forward anymore, you can only send out one ship for exchange, Marco said. How can we confirm that our people are safe? Yellow Monkey stepped out and asked. It's simple, you can take people to the island, the Marines are all inactive, we haven't touched them, is Ace here? I need to confirm, Marco said. Bring the people up, Yellow Monkey shouted behind him. In a moment, Marine soldiers escorted Ace out. Ace, Marco called out. Marco. Ace didn't expect to see Marco again. You'll be able to go home soon. Marco looked at Yellow Monkey and said, so, you can send someone to the island to check, all the Marines are on the island. No problem. Advertisement. Yellow Monkey dispatched a ship to Ekvid. Marco kept his eyes on Ace. In Ekvid, Yellow Monkey landed on the island. Seeing the densely packed Marines on the pier, as well as the 7 Vegapunks, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Doctor, as long as you're okay, Yellow Monkey said. I'm fine, they didn't do anything to me, Vegapunk said, not even bound. The Marine soldiers had no weapons in their hands, all were tied up. Vice Admiral Dole, are they all here? Yellow Monkey asked. They are all here, except for the casualties from the previous battles, Vice Admiral Dole nodded. 014602408 Philu 184,492,390. Why are you suppressing Vice Admiral Virgo? Yellow Monkey asked in confusion. Reporting to General Yellow Monkey, Virgo is a spy for the pirates, an insider of marine planted by the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo, Vice Admiral Dole said angrily. Oh, he's actually a spy, how did you find out? Yellow Monkey looked surprised. Vice Admiral Dole suddenly looked behind Yellow Monkey and opened his mouth. Yellow Monkey turned around and saw someone standing behind him. Here you are again, with your elusive speed. It must be a form of color of observation Haki. I didn't even sense your presence. Yellow Monkey cautionally said. That's because your Haki is too weak. Maji replied. Well then, it's confirmed now. We can exchange hostages. Yellow Monkey said. No problem, the person is right here. Hand over Ace to us, and we will leave naturally. Maji said. Okay. Yellow Monkey nodded. Contacting the fleet with a Den Den Mushi, Maji also contacted Marco, asking him to take Ace away. Marco, you can take the person away now. Maji said through the Den Den Mushi. Okay. You can release the person now, everything is fine with the captive over here. Yellow Monkey said. Understood. Dogman nodded. Marco landed on the battleship, all the Marines stared at him. You can unlock the handcuffs. Marco said. Dogman reluctantly took out the key and unlocked Ace's handcuffs. Ace twisted his wrist and walked towards Marco step by step. Marco grabbed Ace, transformed into a phoenix, and flew straight up into the sky. Marco, I'm sorry, Ace said. No need to apologize. Don't think this matter is over just like that. The real test is about to come. Marco said. What? The Marines are going to launch an attack. After the exchange, Maji also withdrew with the others. When Maji returned to the ship, the 4 ships of the Whitebeard Pirates were ready to leave, and the Marine battleships had scattered. It's starting. Doflamingo and others walked out of the battleship. He, Whitebeard Pirates, you can't escape this time. With 80,000 Marines gathered here, just one Whitebeard Pirates group is no match at all. Hawkeye and Boa Hancock did not say anything, just stood on the deck looking into the distance at the Whitebeard Pirates. Only 4 of us, the remaining 3 did not come. It seems even Kuma has betrayed the world government. Jinbei's Fishman pirates are just a vassal of the Whitebeard Pirates. That guy Blackbeard actually attacked Impel Down as soon as we arrived in the new world. It's becoming more and more interesting. What will be the fate of this world? Doflamingo exclaimed excitedly. Get ready. Akainu walked out of the warship, holding a Den Den Mushi in his hand, while Aokiji sat on the deck, leaning his head against a box with one hand supporting his head. At this moment, the Marines were like cats eyeing a mouse, watching as this mouse stood in front of them ready to flee. All the cannons of the warships were aimed at the 4 Moby Dick ships of the Whitebeard Pirates. The sea, which was just windy moments ago, suddenly calmed down. Fire. With the command given, dozens of warships fired in unison. Ace, who had just landed on the deck and hadn't had a chance to catch his breath, saw countless cannonballs flying towards them. The Marines have launched an attack. Without any welcoming ceremony, Jozu and others busied themselves, preparing for the upcoming battle. Have something to eat first, recover, and then you'll have the strength to continue fighting later, Marco told Ace. Thank you for your hard work. I prepared some food for you. Thatch pushed a food cart over with a smile, loaded with food, and said cheerfully to Ace. Pound. Alright, stop fretting. We're all family, who hasn't made a mistake? What you need to do now is to quickly regain your fighting strength because we'll need your help in the next phase, Vice Captain of the 2nd Division. I understand. Ace nodded, picked up the food, and ate it hurriedly. After just a few bites, Ace stood beside the food cart, tilted his head back, and fell into a deep slumber. Of course, his hands didn't stop moving, continuing to eat while asleep, quickly replenishing his energy in preparation for the upcoming battle. Thatch, with a smile on his face and seeing the barrage of cannonballs, drew his twin swords from his waist. It seems like it's time to take action, and you were the ones who acted first, so don't blame us. Big Brother has prepared a gift for you. In Thatch's smiling eyes, an endless intent to kill was revealed. As the cannons roared, Whitebeard took the lead, punching the air and shattering it, the shockwave hitting the cannonballs, causing all the cannonballs within its fan-shaped range to explode. The remaining cannonballs were intercepted by other captain-level crew members. As the Marines fired and advanced, the Whitebeard pirates fought back while retreating, preparing to fall back to Air Island. Advertisement. The battle has begun. On Air Island, Vice Admiral Dewar and others exclaimed. Huang Yuan, is this our plan? Asked Vice Admiral Hound. Yes, we were originally planning to wage war against the Whitebeard pirates, nodded Huang Yuan. Then let's join the battle too, the Whitebeard pirates are coming this way, said a rear admiral. You guys go get your weapons, nodded Huang Yuan. Suddenly, Huang Yuan felt something and broke out in a cold sweat. Boom. There was a sudden violent explosion where the Marines' prisoners were standing, flames shot up into the sky and engulfed everyone present. The explosion was so powerful, the shockwave tore apart numerous Marine soldiers, causing numerous casualties. Huang Yuan grabbed Buggy, quickly disappearing from the scene, while the other 6 buggy pirates didn't even have time to react and were blasted away by the explosion, falling into the sea. The violent explosion caught the attention of the Marines, who watched as flames shot up from the island. In the distance, the Marines who were bombarding the Whitebeard pirates were dumbfounded, and Kizaru immediately stood up. Damn Whitebeard pirates, exclaimed Aokiji angrily. Hee, the Whitebeard pirates really don't hold back, Doflamingo said excitedly. Did they place explosives below the location of the Marine prisoners in advance? Moria gasped. At least tens of thousands died in that explosion just now, said Mihawk solemnly. We wanted to turn the prisoners into fighting force, but in the end, they were all sent to heaven. The Whitebeard pirates are ruthless, their methods are ruthless, Doflamingo said, both excited and fearful. Akainu watched the coast where flames were soaring into the sky, gritting his teeth. He never expected the Whitebeard pirates to be so ruthless. There was a flash on the deck, and Huang Yuan returned to the warship, holding Buggy in his hand. Are you okay? Huang Yuan asked Buggy. I'm fine, but... Buggy turned to look in the direction of the dock, where smoke was billowing. The place where countless Marine soldiers had just stood was now flooded with seawater. Countless body fragments were floating on the sea, and a few survivors such as Vice Admiral Doberman were still alive. Akainu took a step forward on the deck, anger causing magma to flow from his body as he raised his hands towards the sky. Meteor volcano. Bang bang bang. A burst of molten lava was shot into the sky and began to fall under the influence of gravity. On the side of the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard turned to look at the explosion. The impact just now almost overturned their ship, showing how powerful the explosion was. Before he could speak, he heard cheers in his ear. Wow. Without guessing, he knew who was cheering. The power of the explosion is not small, said Marco with a smile. By doing this, are you trying to make us have an all-out war with the Marines? Whitebeard said. It was always going to be an all-out war. We are pirates, do you think the Marines will let us off easily? They are too naive, openly declaring war on us, why should I leave those Marines to strengthen their forces? Marco replied casually. Originally, Marco did not want to cause innocent casualties. Since they chose to continue the battle, they were now enemies. Since they were enemies, there was no need to have mercy on them. Being kind to enemies is being cruel to oneself. The Marines are coming over, said Marco. Marco saw the future scene and said to Marco, everyone, retreat to the island quickly. It's too late, they're coming. Whitebeard looked up at the path of the sky. Indeed, it was too late. Countless volcanic bombs fell from the sky, each as big as a giant's fist. Under the influence of gravity, they fell with flames. There were too many of them, even more difficult to defend against than cannonballs. This scene was like doomsday. Whitebeard took the lead, leaping high and slashing towards the sky. Tremor blade. A shockwave swept out, forming a fan-shaped sky. The sky exploded, and the visible shockwave, carrying vibrations, surged towards the volcanic bombs like a tide. Boom, rumble, rumble, rumble. Wherever it passed by, those volcanic bombs were shattered into countless pieces. Kura 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 kura, Akainu you brat. Whitebeard landed on the deck, looking at the distant Aokiji. Akainu gritted his teeth, staring at their direction. Of course, the volcanic bombs did not stop. Marco and others took action one after another. Fujitora's meteors could be intercepted, let alone volcanic bombs. Jozu leapt into the sky with a kick, using his diamond body to shatter one. Marco kicked 3 in a row. Under the sky rained a shower of stones, with Kizaru raising his leg to watch it all. We've arrived at the shore. 059 firm mindset, full of dominance, this man has no flaws at all. The 4 Moby Dick ships of the Whitebeard pirates finally docked. The Marines launched a fierce bombardment against them. A fleet more terrifying than a buster call, aiming to sink the Whitebeard pirates along with the entire island. You are destroying the future. Marco lamented. No choice. Yellow Monkey shrugged. Don't bombard the Poneglyph records, I beg you Borsellino, don't bombard the Poneglyph records, that is a human treasure, don't bombard there. Marco grabbed Yellow Monkey's clothes, excitedly pleading. Sakazuki. Yellow Monkey looked towards Akainu. Don't bomb the tallest building there. Akainu glanced at Marco, took out a Den Mushi and issued orders. If they were civilians, or even soldiers on the island, if they get bombed, so be it. The poneglyph records are important to the world government. Akainu would not bomb something the world government valued. What are the poneglyph records? Tashigi, curious after receiving the orders. It's a big brain, Smoker explained. A big brain. It's Marco's brain, storing Marco's memories. You can come, surround the Marines. Maji issued new instructions through the Den Mushi. On the other end of the line were over 40 pirate groups that, upon receiving Maji's orders, set off from nearby islands. The Marines continued bombing the island, while the Whitebeard Pirates retaliated with their cannons. Both sides engaged in a back and forth, without a direct confrontation. At sea, the Marines clearly had the advantage, but the final battle relied on landing operations. With pirate ships appearing in the rear, the Marines were forced to discontinue the bombardment. Kuzan. Vice Admiral Haku came out to give orders. With Akainu absent, Vice Admiral Haku was in command of this war. Understood. Kuzan stood up and jumped into the sea. Ice time. Frozen coast, facilitated the landing of Marines. Seeing this scene, Marquis couldn't help laughing. Originally, the conflict was between the Whitebeard Pirates attacking Marineford, but now, with his intervention, it had turned into Marines attacking Eggerhead. This war naturally attracted war correspondents. A ship was floating in the sky. Of course, it wasn't the Golden Lion, but Morgan's World Economic News. His flying ship was accompanied by a group of seagulls, flying in the sky. Through his footage, it was broadcasted to several surrounding islands and even farther. This guy made a lot of money from this live broadcast. Those who watched the live broadcast had all paid for tickets, especially those from the underground world. Haha, it's getting exciting, Charlotte Linlin clapped happily. The Whitebeard Pirates are so ruthless. The explosives inside have killed so many Marines, Perospero marveled. No pain, no gain. They are all enemies. The Whitebeard Pirates' actions are really satisfying, Montour laughed. Mom, are we really not going? It's not far, we can go and take down the Whitebeard Pirates, Katakori shuddered. We can go, Charlotte Linlin said. In that case, we can set off now, Perospero stood up. Indeed, but our goal is not the Whitebeard Pirates, it is. Linlin said excitedly. The armies of the world were assembling. Outside Cake Island, dark clouds gathered, and 60,000 homies forces were assembling, with hundreds of ships in all sizes gathering. Over the skies of Wano and Onigashima, dark clouds also loomed, with a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Darn red hair. Kaido sat on his throne drinking, just finishing a battle. He had gone to fight the red hair pirates, but that guy didn't fight fair, surrounding him with a group of people. His 3 disasters weren't matching up with the red hair's crew, so the beast pirates were being suppressed. At Eggerhead, Marines had already begun their landing operations, with a portion fighting other pirate crews at sea. The Marines led by the 3 admirals began their attack. Shoo! Boom! A laser beam flashed past and exploded among the Whitebeard Pirates. The landing troops were pacifists. Marine boarded Egghead under the cover of a group of robots. Whitebeard also rushed out. Several people worked together to destroy a pacifist. The Straw Hat Pirates can also work together to destroy pacifists. None of Whitebeard's pirate members are useless. Several people can easily destroy one together, facing off against Marines' forces. Clang! 2 knives clashed. Beasta confronted the macaque lieutenant. Just retreat, why fight? You Marines are despicable, Beasta laughed at the macaque. Marines eradicate pirates, it's only right. The macaque said. Because of your actions, those captured Marines died. It's your fault. The people killed by your pirates will have them seek revenge for them. Advertisement. Words are useless, their deaths are all due to Marines' decisions. Shut up. Ha ha ha, speechless, aren't you? You Marines are despicable, Beasta laughed. Foul-mouthed pheasant. A huge ice bird flapped its wings and attacked. Pirates along the way hurriedly dodged. The huge ice bird rampaged, instantly injuring hundreds of pirates. Joes rushed up, using his body to withstand the ice bird's direct impact. Stop. Joes forcibly stopped the massive ice bird, seizing the bird's sharp beak along the way, then performed a spin. This is for you. After dozens of spins, he forcefully launched it towards the marine warship. The air on the warship became hot, magma dripped onto the deck, and the arm carrying the flowing magma was extremely dangerous. Eruption. Akainu punched, destroying the ice bird and unleashing a volcanic bomb again. Open black lens bracket. 014602408 Flolu 184,502,170 Close black lens bracket. Fist. The flame fist impacts from the side. Under the fist, all the erupting volcanic bombs are destroyed. Ace, who had recovered a lot, appears in front of the Marines. The terrifying Whitebeard Pirates, Doctor, go in and have some tea. Kong couldn't bear to watch and transformed into a flash heading straight for the Whitebeard Pirates. 8-foot Kwang Jade Hook. Marco, it's up to you, Jozu said casually. No problem. Marco flapped his wings and flew up, while Jozu looked at the 4 people coming down from the battleship. I'll go meet those 4. Marco could hold off Kong. Just hold off, definitely not a match for an admiral when it comes to real fighting. In this world, the odds are 50-50, apart from Crocodile, Marco is also the same. He could forcibly hold off anyone for a while. All sorts of factors in the Summit War are seriously weakening the Whitebeard Pirates. Garp's fist, the restrictions of the Sea Prism Stone, and Whitebeard's old illness recurrence are what allowed Kong to successfully ambush Marco. Otherwise, Marco would have had the strength to continue fighting. Moreover, relying on his own strength to lead the captains in retreat under the condition of only having supplementary fruit abilities. Jozu naturally believed in Marco and also believed that Ace and the others could hold off for a while. Just a little worried about Whitebeard's condition, hoping there won't be another ambush. A battleship docked on the ice. 4 people jumped down from the battleship. Foo foo foo, going to war with the Whitebeard Pirates, so exciting, they are all a bunch of monsters. Doflamingo laughed. So many corpses, can be made into so many zombies. I heard that under Whitebeard's banner there is even an ancient giant clan, descendants of Ors. He, I can't wait to get his corpse. Moria exclaimed excitedly. I hate places full of men. Hancock frowned. She didn't want to come, and now she was very worried about Luffy's situation. She heard that he had escaped from prison, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but at the same time, she was even more worried about Luffy's safety. Hawkeye kept his eyes fixed on the front, sensing danger approaching with his sharp sixth sense. There's danger ahead, Hawkeye said in a deep voice. Doflamingo and the other 2 looked ahead at his words. As the cold wind dissipated, a person was walking towards them, and as he passed, all the Marines who tried to attack him fell around him. This scene attracted the attention of numerous Marines, and more Marines rushed towards him. Without exception, within 10 meters of him, they all lost control and fainted. On the warship, Vice Admiral Garp frowned. This kind of dominance is extraordinary, Garp said in a deep voice. Edward Newgate, Vice Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Vice Admiral Garp said after comparing a photo. There were many orphans in the Whitebeard Pirates, some without even a name, all taking Whitebeard's surname. The name of Newgate sounded like a proper name, so the Marines thought he also took the surname of Whitebeard. People with that level of dominance are rare in the world, that level of control, Garp said with trepidation. Seeing others fall and continue to fall, a rear admiral couldn't bear it and rushed forward. Within 10 meters, his movements slowed down. Within 5 meters, his breathing became rapid, sweating profusely, and his movements slowed down more and more. Finally, as he reached 4 meters, he took a step and collapsed at Newgate's feet. Quote. Doflamingo was trembling with fear. The eyes staring back at him were even more terrifying than Hawkeye's. Too calm. Eyes that ignored everything. To him, people were like ants. Who is he? Hancock asked, also shocked by Newgate's gaze, seeing this kind of gaze for the first time. Hawkeye didn't speak but reached behind to grab the handle of his sword and drew the black sword from the scabbard. Advertisement. Hello, all 4 of you. Newgate finally reached them, exactly 10 meters away. Who are you? Gecko Moria had been hiding on the dark thriller bark for years and had no idea who Newgate was. Don't talk about him, even Doflamingo found out recently. I'm Maji, a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. The 4 of us are recruited 7 warlords of the sea. We are all pirates. Let's not fight. How about you go to the side and have some tea? Wait for us to finish. Maji smiled. What are you? I've never heard of you. Does the Whitebeard Pirates have someone like you? Dare to let this lord leave? Mariah said. The other 3 looked at Mariah as if he were an idiot. It's perfect for this fool to test Maji's skills. All 3 had this thought. Let Mariah try it out. I'm not something, I'm definitely a person. How about it, the 4 of you, give face, don't interfere, just watch from the side. Maji continued to smile. Scattered bats. Why should Lousy give you face, what are you? The shadow under Mariah's feet turned into bats, and the bats with their teeth bared flew towards Maji. However, when they were about 10 meters away from Maji, those bats melted into black liquid as if they had encountered high temperatures, dripping onto the ground. My shadow bats. Mariah tried to control his shadow, but found that the shadow was lying on the ground motionless. What kind of ability do you have, actually countering my ability? Mariah said in horror. It seems the 4 of you are not cooperating. Maji took a step forward, releasing Conqueror's Haki just like Doflamingo, and at the same time, threads appeared in his hand. Hancock raised her foot, releasing Conqueror's Haki as well, while Mahawk gripped his swords. The 3 felt a black shadow pass through them. The speed was so fast that besides Conqueror's Haki, they couldn't even capture the movement with observation Haki. Mahawk only saw a glimpse of a shadow. So fast, Hancock exclaimed. Boom. There was a violent explosion on a nearby warship, half of it destroyed, and a man covered in blood with 10 fist imprints on his chest fell on the broken warship. Many soldiers on the warship were unlucky. The surviving Marine soldiers went to see the explosion. 7 warlords of the sea, Mariah. This. Shichibukai defeated like this. On the nearby warship, Garp and Vice Admiral Suru could see very clearly. Just now, such fast speed, Garp said. He defeated the 7 warlords of the sea in an instant. It seems he has reached that level as well. There are more and more young people in this sea, Vice Admiral Suru said faintly. Suru, I will also take action later. Garp clenched his fist. Yes, you are the main combat power, Vice Admiral Suru nodded. The original 4 people standing in their positions remained 4 people, but instead of Moria, it was replaced by Maki. Why, Can't you three give me face, or do you also want to end up like him? Maki turned to the three. Doflamingo found himself unable to move, sweating profusely, his body completely locked up by an invisible large hand. And his Haoshoku Haki only protected his body from being crushed by this hand. This is Haoshoku Haki. How can such a Haki exist? How did the Haki on this man's body achieve this? Doflamingo saw the situation of Haoshoku Haki around Maki. It was almost condensed into a physical form, equivalent to the Koa Haki's entwining effect. And Maki's Haoshoku Haki entwined enemies within 10 meters. He had never seen such control of Haki in his life. An unprecedented feeling of suffocation. Boa Hancock also felt the same way, encountering a person with such terrifying Haki for the first time. It wasn't noticeable from a distance, but only when close did they realize how terrifying it was. Like waves, one after another swept in, constantly impacting their will. Please spare him. Hancock suddenly looked pitiful. Maki looked at her with a smile. I have known my wife for 35 years, and my son is 16. Do you think your charm can influence me? Hancock's face darkened, unwillingly clasping her hands together and making a heart shape. Love, love, sweetheart. The pink rays fell on Maki, not affecting him at all, but turning everyone behind Maki into stone. This man has absolutely no interest in the Yuan family. This was the second time Hancock encountered such a person. The first time was Rufy. Rufy was simply unaffected since he didn't understand what beauty was. In his eyes, they were all the same, just about average people. And Maji had a wife and children. Logically speaking, he should have an appreciation for beauty. But her power surprisingly had no effect on him, while clearly it affected others. So, there are only two reasons. One is that Maji has a strong mind and is like Rufy, not understanding beauty, or he is extremely loyal to his wife. The second reason is Maji's dominance, which has made him immune to the effects of all Devil Fruit abilities, making it impossible to affect him with Devil Fruit powers. A firm mind and dominance, this man has no flaws at all. Hancock felt a bit desperate inside, realizing she couldn't win this battle. Buzz. Suddenly, they heard the sound of metal vibrating. They looked up to see Hawkeye slashing towards Maji. In their eyes, the slash hit Maji, piercing through him. Did it hit? Doflamingo took a deep breath. Hawkeye's pupils shifted, looking to the side, and the slash spread out, affecting both Marines and pirates. 060 Your self-righteousness seems more like evasion, without truly following your heart. I was scared, almost got hit. Maji's voice came from beside, the shadow just now disappeared, Maji stood a little distance in front, just a bit off. Such strong dominance. Wait, he didn't move just now, it was my strike that deviated. Eagle Eye was shocked at the thought. Just now, he clearly made a move towards Maji, he could confirm Maji didn't move, standing at the same spot just now, while his strike deviated. There could only be one possibility, his vision was affected, causing a deviation. You've affected my visual judgment. Eagle Eye stared at Maji. Found out. Huh. Maji smiled. How did you do it? Eagle Eye had never seen someone like this, dominance could reach such a level, actually affecting his sixth sense, causing a deviation in his senses. It was like spinning in place for dozens of rotations, then being asked to walk in a straight line. The brain had trouble receiving information, actions started being affected, not under control of the brain. Seeing is not believing. Eagle Eye had fought against numerous strong opponents, including many dominant experts. Especially the battle with Red-Haired had lasted for years. This type of dominance was something he encountered for the first time, unprecedented. You want to know? Maji chuckled. You won't tell. Eagle Eye said. It's actually very simple, as long as my observation Haki is stronger, I don't want to waste energy with you, leave, if we continue, I won't be polite. Maji's tone gradually became cold. Doflamingo and Hancock both felt suppressed, if they disagreed, they would definitely end up like the moonlit Moria just now. Seems like I'm not destined for this war. Doflamingo chose to quit without hesitation. Hancock glanced at Maji. I'm withdrawing. What about you? Maji looked at Eagle Eye. I want to give it a try. Eagle Eye said. I'm not interested. Maji drew a gun from his waist and fired a shot at Eagle Eye. Bang. Gunshots rang out. The bullets didn't seem like they would hit Hawkeye, and he didn't make any dodging moves. But to the three of them, it seemed like the bullets were flying towards Hawkeye. Sensing something, Hawkeye quickly dodged. Phew. The bullet grazed his clothes, leaving a mark on his arm. Hawkeye is injured. Akainu, who was battling Whitebeard, turned back in surprise. Kura, did you really think Hawkeye is weak? That kid with the knife can't be a match for Hawkeye. Whitebeard chuckled. Hawkeye calmly looked down at his arm, where moments ago the bullet was clearly aimed at his side, but it narrowly missed hitting his heart. Just a little bit. If he hadn't managed to dodge in time, he could have died. Oh, you figured it out. Hawkeye smiled. My Haki was affected. Hawkeye stepped back, creating distance between him and Whitebeard. Whitebeard released the aura around him, Doflamingo and Hancock's restraints were lifted. The two looked at Hawkeye in surprise, not expecting him to continue the fight. The next battle has nothing to do with me. Doflamingo walked away. Hancock glanced at Hawkeye and chose to leave as well. The two did not head towards the Marines but left the battlefield. Doflamingo, Boa Hancock, what are you up to? Vice Admiral Doberman asked. We have lost, consider us dead. Doflamingo waved his hand. What do you mean? Are you betraying the world government? Doberman asked angrily. We've never followed orders, where does betrayal come from? Doflamingo retorted. I have never pledged allegiance to the world government, you begged me to be one of the 7 warlords of the sea, but now the opponent is too strong, the Don Quixote family feels the danger. Hancock wasn't a fool, continuing the fight wouldn't benefit her. She tried to use her abilities to influence Don Quixote, but found that this man had no interest in her, signaling the end of the battle. The 2 Shichibukai withdrew from the battlefield, one was severely injured and unable to continue, leaving one more on the battlefield. Everyone looked at Don Quixote. As soon as this man made a move, 3 out of the 7 warlords of the sea withdrew. If Haki fails, I will take action, otherwise Sakazuki's group will be unstoppable. Garp reached out to pull off his cloak and began to limber up his joints. This battle has been a failure for the Marines from the start, Vice Admiral Suru said. The timing, location, and people are all unfavorable. Since they set sail for the war against the Whitebeard Pirates, they were destined to lose. Moreover, they received additional intelligence that lingering further would be very dangerous, as pirates from the New World were beginning to gather towards this side. Hawkeye showed a clear fighting spirit. Rarely encountering an opponent, Hawkeye wanted to see for himself what Mihawk was capable of. Advertisement. Doflamingo, who had withdrawn from the battlefield, kept his attention on Mihawk. The legendary first mate of the Whitebeard Pirates, let me see, what strength do you possess? Hawkeye stared at Mihawk and launched an attack without hesitation. Mihawk swiftly approached, his hand striking with such speed that it was invisible to the naked eye. In Mihawk's eyes, although visible, he could not evade the attack due to its rapid speed. Mihawk chose to counterattack. Shockwave. Lifting his fist, Conqueror's Haki enveloped it, compressing the air into a tangible force. At that moment, Mihawk released all his Haki power. Boom. The Conqueror's Haki condensed into tangible, black lightning-like thunderous pulses. The thunderous Haki raged, causing anyone, whether Whitebeard's crew members or Marines below the rank of captain, to faint in its wake. Smoker reached out to catch the fallen Tashigi, turning to look in Mihawk's direction. The impact of the Haki made the world lose color, and the winds and clouds surged. Even Whitebeard was taken aback, and his own Haki erupted in response. A flaw from many years of battles, his automatic defense activated when facing a powerful opponent made Whitebeard feel the danger of Mihawk's Conqueror's Haki. So the dominance inside him also responded. I didn't expect it to be so violent. Whitebeard had long known that Kaido had Conqueror's dominance. Unlike Oden, he still had to guard against Defense Shield at the beginning. Treating Kaido differently, no matter how strong Kaido's dominance was, Whitebeard would not be intimidated by it. He had absolute trust in Kaido. This is Big Brother's dominance. Looking at the people falling continuously, Marco and others were incredulous. Ace, who was fighting Aokiji, was startled by Kaido's dominance. I always felt he was dangerous, turns out it's true. Ace said solemnly. It seems what Borsarino said was right. Aokiji was also shocked, the dominance was too strong. The battlefield suddenly quieted down. Over 95% of the people had fainted. Only the strong ones could rely on willpower to sustain. Hey, is this his dominance? It's too exaggerated. Doflamingo said in disbelief. At this level of dominance, petrification is ineffective. Even if petrified, it will be broken free by his dominance. Hancock said indifferently. I have already told you, Big Brother is very strong, you didn't believe me, Sachi smiled at Zais and others. I see it now, Vist smiled. Is this still the Big Brother we've always doubted? Fosa said in disbelief. As expected, Izo took a deep breath. At the same time, Hawkeyes had already rushed to Kaido, Conqueror's dominance wrapped around the blade. As the world's greatest swordsman, with strength comparable to the 4 Emperor's red hair, possessing 3-color dominance was not surprising. Boom. The blade fist expanded, erupting a black thunderous Conqueror's dominance pulse through the air, ice around bursting, huge waves in the sea. Dozens of warships swayed on the sea, 2 dominances blending together. Hawkeyes remained serious, while Kaido smiled at Hawkeyes, continuously exerting his dominance. I won. As Margie's words fell, the ice behind Hawkeye exploded, and his dominance pierced through his sword edge and struck his body. At this moment, Hawkeye's dominance shattered, his expression finally changed, looking incredulously at Margie. As the distance between the two grew farther and farther, he found himself unable to stop, his body flying out like a kite with a broken string. Hey! Margie left him with a smile, pointing with his fist, everything turned into nothingness, and even the battleship behind him was obliterated by Margie's fist. The power of Conqueror's dominance entangled fist, the fist of the king. Hawkeye disappeared from sight, landing on a battleship, clutching his chest, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Hawkeye actually lost. Doflamingo's sweat dripped from his forehead, never thinking that Hawkeye would lose after just one move. Having mastered the full power of 3-color dominance, it seems I have underestimated myself too much. Margie muttered. He never thought his strength was so strong. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have wasted so much time and just settled Doflamingo and Hancock directly because they were of no use. It seems that I need to be more high profile in the future, being too low-key is not good. Maji looked towards the direction of the battleship, where Vice Admiral Suru and Garp were looking at him. Shall we continue the fight? Maji's voice rang in the ears of the two. Vice Admiral Suru looked at the battlefield, then turned to look at the three people behind her dressed in white suits and masks. You've seen it too. Shall we continue? The three looked at each other and said, we need to consult with the 5 elders. Advertisement. Hurry up, Vice Admiral Suru said lightly, turning to Garp. You go. If you can't defeat him, I will declare the battle over. Continuing is not beneficial to the Marines. Alright, I'll go handle it. Garp jumped down from the battleship. Quote. Seeing Garp jump down, the Whitebeard pirates all stared at him. With a step forward, a surge of energy spread from under his feet, the sky dimmed, and the dominance rising to the sky made the clouds billow. The collision caused by the domineering force created countless black thunderstorms. Garp, Whitebeard said in a deep voice. He acknowledged Garp's strength and was a little worried about Maridi. Garp is about to make a move. On the Marines' side, with so many people just falling down, the battlefield fell silent, and with Hawkeye's defeated impact, the morale of the field was low. Now that Garp has stepped forward, he has undoubtedly boosted their morale. The Marines who have not fallen continue to fight with high spirits, preparing to launch another attack on the Whitebeard pirates. Young man. Garp stared at Maridi. We've met before, Vice Admiral Garp. Maridi smiled. Met before, when did we meet? Garp walked towards Maridi step by step, and with each step, he could feel his momentum rising. God Valley. Mariji's words made Garp's momentum suddenly pause, then continue to rise. So you were part of the remnants back then. Garp regarded Maridi as a member of the Rocks Pirates. No, I was a slave, hunted down like an animal by the celestial dragons on the island. Mariji's words were light, but every person standing on the battlefield seemed to hear them. Except for Nuge and Marco, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates on this side all looked stunned. What did he just say? Muir couldn't believe it. As someone who almost became a slave, he knew what a slave was, and Maridi turned out to be a slave. A slave of the celestial dragons. On the Marines' side, they were all stunned too. The vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates was once a slave of the celestial dragons. This is a bit too explosive. Ha ha ha. Didn't expect that, did you, Marines who proclaim justice? Do you know what I have been through? Thrown on an island like animals. Then the celestial dragons hunt us for fun. And you Marines are outside protecting, not letting the news leak out. Such hunting, the celestial dragons do every 3 years, and each time tens of thousands of people die under their hunt. To them, it's just a hunting game, except the prey is us, humans. Isn't that right, Marine Hero Garp? How did you get your hero title? People don't remember now, do they? Marshall's words left the members of the Whitebeard Pirates present and some Marine generals confused. The Valley of the Gods, the Rocks Pirates. Some high-ranking Marines thought of something, their faces becoming uglier. After all, only 36 years have passed since the incident in the Valley of the Gods, and many present were over 40 years old, and many had heard of that pirate crew. At least the 3 Marine admirals know about it, and they have access to more secrets. Young people don't know because they weren't born yet. Coupled with the world government's concealment, many secrets are not known to the public, and revealing them would lead to erasure. Garp didn't expect Marshall to bring up that incident from the past. He never imagined Marshall was a victim of that incident. Why aren't you speaking, Vice Admiral Garp? Is it difficult to talk about? You, who gained the title of Marine Hero by successfully protecting the Celestial Dragons, are now seen worldwide as the one who defeated Roger, the Pirate King. Don't make me laugh. Roger turned himself in that year, and you were just a clown. I might not say as much to other Marines, but I've always looked down on you. Your self-righteousness seems more like avoidance, you never truly followed your heart. Garp's momentum did not weaken at all. It was apparent that Marshall's words didn't affect his determination. Such a strong person wouldn't change just because of a few words. What you said is correct. I did do those things back then, but I have never been wrong. I've always targeted pirates, Garp said. Do you know the origin of pirates? Do you know what their existence is for? You, who helped Roger usher in the Great Pirate Era, who adopted Roger's son, who gave birth to the Revolutionary Army leader Dragon. Are you truly standing in the position of the world government as a father? You know quite a bit and speak eloquently. I didn't expect to find someone like you around Newgate. You don't seem like a pirate at all. Garp remained unfazed, step by step. Advance. In Marineford, Garp did not deny it. Instead, he actually affirmed these things. Helping Roger to create the pirate era. Adopting Roger's son, the father of the Revolutionary Army leader. Garp seems to have too much on his shoulders. Is all this what Vice Admiral Garp has done? The young Marine officer was somewhat unable to accept it. Apparently there are many secrets in this world. Marine, pirates, intertwined, and complex. Ace looked at Garp. He himself was the adopted one, but he never thought that Garp actually helped Roger. I never thought about being a pirate. In my eyes, pirates are a pitiful group of people. If life can be peaceful and prosperous, who would want to be a pirate? The sea is a treacherous place where many pirates die each year, far more than those who die at the hands of the Marines. If there could be a peaceful world, who would want to go out to sea as a pirate, who would want to brave storms and hide? In the dangerous new world. Everything, is nothing but the greed of the world nobles, continuously exploiting ordinary people, and you Marines are their accomplices. Marines cannot bring peace to the world, only endless pain. You are a group of trash who aid in tyranny, and you speak of righteousness and ethics. Have you ever thought about this world? The justice you preach is nothing but an excuse for your violence against the world. 061 If it weren't for you, would the Whitebeard pirate group still exist? The excuse is categorical. Your anger is great, you are right, but the existence of pirates continues to cause destruction to the world. Garp took a deep breath. I just said, where do pirates come from? After reading for more than 30 years, traveling to many places in the world, I have seen only two words. Cannibalism. The celestial dragons lie on this planet, consuming the flesh of people from all over the world. In the eyes of the celestial dragons, humans are just a bunch of garbage, killed off and then born again after some time. As subordinates of the celestial dragons, when the celestial dragons suffer a setback, you want to destroy the world. Is that justice? If you did not carry the words of justice on you, maybe I wouldn't bother to talk to you. But you carry the banner of justice, yet nothing you do on the high seas is just. Full of righteousness and morality, but full of thievery and deception, that's what you Marines are. For 36 years, Maji has read countless books and traveled to many places in the world. He has suffered a great shock in this world. Before the Great Pirate Era, most of those who chose to sail were simply doing so to survive. Just like Whitebeard, who couldn't afford the celestial gold tax in his homeland. The world government issued an order. The country became a lawless zone. A lawless zone is an area not protected by the world government. Even if it was attacked, the Marines wouldn't come. As a result, there were all kinds of crimes, no order, just like the Eagles he knew from his past life, and those countries south of the Eagles. Countries that have been sucked dry by the celestial dragons, how could they resist the criminals? What are pirates? A group of thieves without production capacity, relying on plunder to survive. As a result, those harmed become new pirates, persecuting others. Continuing in a loop, in simple terms, the healers must heal themselves. World government supports the Marines, but at the same time, they are also nurturing pirates. It's all for the purpose of coercing those countries allied with the world government to obediently hand over heavenly treasure. Joy Boy was the first pirate. Maji looked up related information. The emergence of pirates was not caused by Joy Boy, but rather cultivated by the celestial dragons. They use pirates to threaten the world, thus righteously protecting it, stationing troops around the world, provoking wars, and selling weapons. In essence, it is collecting protection money, but the initial purpose was even dirtier, using a hegemonic approach to forcibly demand the heavenly treasure. Later, they found that using pirates was more beneficial to their reputation, and they also knew how to cultivate pirates. Those so-called allied countries also have pirates, with the most typical example being the 8 Treasure Water Army of the Flower Country. Officially it is a navy, but in reality, it is run by pirates. Actually, you should join the Revolutionary Army. Garp said. Maji smiled and shrugged. No need, I just want to defend my territory. Of course, if there's an opportunity, I will join the war and eliminate all those arrogant celestial dragons. Even if you say that, the war must continue. You have killed so many Marine soldiers, the era of the Whitebeard pirates will end. Garp's momentum continued to rise. Then come and try, Marine hero. Garp. Maji clenched his fist, a domineering aura bursting from him, colliding with Garp's aura. Boom. The sky filled with dark clouds was torn apart, the domineering auras released by the two of them instantly disappeared, concentrating on their fists. Fist bone. Explosion void. 2 fists swung towards each other, as if there was a huge resistance in front of them. Their movements became slower and slower. The first collision was with Conqueror's Haki. Boom. The entire frozen sea instantly burst, fortunately beneath their feet had turned into ice. The ice around the two of them shattered and spread, under the force of the impact, crushing outward. This time, the range of the domineering auras, influence was even greater, the shockwaves carrying Haki swept through, causing all the ordinary Marine soldiers to fall asleep on the warships. 2 monsters. Doflamingo exclaimed in fear. After the storm, the sea was calm. A terrifying silence that made everyone conscious feel oppressed. When the dominants tore the sky apart, radiance spread across the land, turning the battlefield into a solo act. The ones who could determine the future of the world would only be a few. There are many kings in the world, but there will always be only one on the throne, just one. Whether it's Garp or Marquis, neither took a step back. The dominance contest between the two sent ripples in all directions, wave after wave. Boom. With a loud noise, the dominance compressed to the extreme finally couldn't hold up, bursting between the two fists, visible shockwaves spreading in all directions. Warships collapsed, ice shattered, countless people were swept up into the sky, leaving only the two in the surroundings. Garp and Marquis backed away from each other, looking at each other. The young people nowadays. Garp looked at his own fist, then at his feet. The distance created wasn't from him retreating voluntarily, but from Marquis pushing him back. Looking at the footprints below, Garp admitted he was getting old, faced Marquis, and didn't expect the man in front of him to be so strong. It seems I can be a little more arrogant. Marquis looked at his own fist, gaining a clear understanding of his strength for the first time. Garp was no longer his match, so who would intimidate him? Marquis clenched both fists, releasing all his dominance at once. This time he didn't plan on restraining his dominance, but to release it all at once. Buzz. When his dominance was released from him, the earth trembled, and the sky and land changed once again. This time, the marine soldiers below the rank of vice admiral, as well as all the pirates on Whitebeard's side below the rank of captain, passed out. The raging dominance was unmatched in the world, causing the three marine admirals in battle to feel their abilities fading, unable to use their devil fruits anymore. This dominance. Garp has never seen such a terrifying dominance before. All the dominance exploded all at once, and the earth seemed as if a chunk had been bitten off, leaving a large gap around Marquis. Marquis. Whitebeard did not expect Marquis to possess such a violent dominance, reaching the peak of dominance, something he had never seen in all his long years. Advertisement. Even his own Haoshoku Haki was suppressed, and the conqueror's dominance was compressed around his body. Big brother. Even Marco and the others couldn't believe it, such terrifying dominance, unfathomable, making it impossible to distinguish friend from foe, be it marine or pirate, there was no fighting spirit left. Big brother, this dominance is too terrifying, I feel powerless myself. Jozu gasped. The released dominance lasted only a moment, quickly retracting and gathering, visibly absorbing something like the shockwave, converging and condensing on Marquise's fist. Flowing conqueror's dominance wrapped around Marquise's fist, a frightening sight to behold. Garp, can you block this move? Even if I can't, I must try. Garp took a step forward. In his eyes Marquis had no fighting technique, clearly lacking experience in battle. A person like this having such dominance was beyond his comprehension. The only way to enhance dominance was through one path. Battle. Only through constant battle could dominance be accumulated continuously, seeking breakthroughs in battles. Marquise's dominance was more like a devil fruit ability, directly endowed with overwhelming dominance. Therefore, it appeared extremely crude in its application, more like a child wielding a weapon in his eyes. Yet, the weapon in his hand could take his life, so he had to be cautious. Garp constantly raised the vigor within himself, his vast experience enabling him to instantly condense the dominance on his fist. Young man, see what true battle is like. Marquis instantly rushed forward. Garp swung a punch, seemingly finding a loophole in Marquis. But to others, this punch seemed a bit outrageous. Mr. Garp. Aokiji was so nervous that he exclaimed. Garp discovered something, but was slow. Clearly he had hit Marco's body, why did he not make contact? When he came to his senses, Marco's fist had already struck his chest. This punch is called fury, it is the anger I hold for this unjust world. Marco's voice echoed in Garp's ear. Garp endured the pain, grinned. You are still too young. Saying that, Garp grabbed Marco's hand and forcefully flung him, lifting him up and slamming him to the ground. Marco did not expect Garp to still have the strength to retaliate, his resilience in taking hits was too high. However, after throwing Marco down, Garp spat blood from his mouth, unable to hold on, and fell flat on the ground. Vice Admiral Garp. Aokiji dashed over. Fire fist. Ace blocked his way, but was instantly frozen. A furious Aokiji unleashed full power. Ace broke out from the ice block, already seeing Aokiji holding Garp. He also wanted to go see, after all, he is his grandfather. Garp lay there, a fist imprint on his chest. One punch determined the outcome. Marco stood up, fresh blood dripping from his hair, quickly spreading to his face. Hasn't bled in a long time, should have been about 30 years ago. Marco touched it, feeling the sticky blood. Though he had prepared, he was still caught by Garp, feeling a little dizzy. Lack of battle experience led to this, thinking a single punch would do in Garp, but Garp seized the opportunity. Next time, I'll be more careful, one wrong step, and I'll fail like him. Wasn't it because Garp's observation Haki was disturbed, his punch was deflected, and thus Garp succeeded. If it wasn't like this, he wouldn't have defeated Garp so easily. His own dominance is indeed supernatural, real battles are fought with willpower, and Kaido still has a long way to go. Should the battle continue, Kaido looked at Aokiji in front of him. He still has fighting power, at least can take down another marine admiral. Aokiji looked at Garp, the huge fist imprint on his chest, estimating that he needs some time to recuperate. Continuing the battle will not yield any benefits. Originally, he did not agree to start a war against the Whitebeard Pirates in the New World, this war was a complete mistake. 0. Seeking flowers. Marines have no absolute certainty, only causing more innocent casualties. Advertisement. However, he could not decide the direction of the war, the command of the war is in the hands of Admiral Suru. Have you made contact? What did they say? Admiral Suru looked at the fallen Garp, with a calm demeanor, and asked the CP-0 agents behind her. The 5 elders have ordered to continue the battle. Do they want all the Marines here to perish? Admiral Suru asked. This is the order of the 5 elders. Get me a Den Den Mushi, I will communicate with the 5 elders, Admiral Suru said. The CP-0 agents looked at each other, took out the Den Den Mushi, and handed it to Admiral Suru. Garp has been defeated, we are currently surrounded, we have received the latest news, Big Mom's pirate group has already mobilized. Soon, the second Yonko will arrive. If we continue the battle, we might all die here, Admiral Suru said to the Den Den Mushi. Garp is defeated. Marihoa, in the halls of power. The 5 elders sat on the sofa, with Sengoku standing in front. The one who just made the announcement was not the 5 elders, but Sengoku. Upon hearing the news of Garp's defeat, the most surprised was not the five elders, but Sengoku. Because he knew Garp's strength too well. Unexpectedly even Garp was defeated. Unbelievable. Garp was actually defeated by the Whitebeard Pirates. Who defeated Garp? Crane. Sengoku asked excitedly. It was the number 2 figure in the Whitebeard Pirates, their new vice captain, Edward Newgate, Vice Admiral Suru said. How could that be possible? Seems like we really underestimated him, to have the strength to defeat Garp, Sengoku said incredulously. Even though Garp is getting old, his fighting strength is still formidable. It's unexpected for him to be defeated by someone like that. What's the current situation? Sakazuki asked. Except for the Vice Admiral, all Marine soldiers have lost their fighting strength. The outer Marine soldiers are trying to break free. The subordinate pirate crews of the Whitebeard Pirates are not with Whitebeard's crew. They are on the outskirts, now holding back our outer army. The soldiers who were captured with Egg HD fell into an ambush. Nearly 80% of them lost their fighting strength. Casualties were severe. Because of his conqueror's Haki attacks, less than 100 people are still fighting on the battlefield, Vice Admiral Suru said. One person changed the battlefield. Icehoku asked. Yes, 2 of the 7 warlords of the sea were defeated. 2 have withdrawn from the battle, Vice Admiral Suru said. You're not joking, are you? Patatsu said incredulously. The current situation is as I described, Vice Admiral Suru said. Originally there was Morgan's live broadcast, but it was affected by Newgate's conqueror's Haki, and had fallen into the sea long ago. No one knows where it is now. The 5 elders looked at each other, not expecting the situation to turn out this way. If the losses are too heavy, retreat is an option. We have received news that Big Mom is heading your way. End the battle early. Withdraw your forces, Vochieri said. There's no need to fight to the death with them. If it's just Whitebeard alone, we should be able to take him down. Didn't expect Newgate to show up. Changing our plans. In that case, let's temporarily hold back, Icehoku said. Okay, I will issue the order right away, Vice Admiral Suru nodded. Newgate overheard the conversation between Vice Admiral Suru and the 5 elders. I really can't understand. Why fight? If it weren't for you, would the Whitebeard Pirates still be around? Vice Admiral Suru asked. It indeed will not exist. Marquis nodded. Following the original plan, the Whitebeard Pirates would become the past, and his presence helped the Whitebeard Pirates to continue on, allowing the Whitebeard Pirates to persist. Kuzan, Sakazuki, Borisorino, receiving the highest command, the war is over. The voice of Admiral Crane reverberated on the battlefield. Even Akainu, feeling dissatisfied, had to retreat. 014602408 Filu 184,512,350. Aged is Marine's territory, but the Whitebeard Pirates chose to stay. It must be said that the Whitebeard Pirates won this war. Marco and others never expected the war to end like this, seemingly without major losses. The biggest loss was undoubtedly that everyone was stunned by Marquise's dominance. Yet it reduced casualties for both sides. A careful look at the battlefield reveals that the Marines and the Whitebeard Pirates seemed to have fought fiercely, but except for the prisoners who were killed at the beginning, the Marines did not actually suffer many casualties. The same goes for the Whitebeard Pirates. 2 of the 7 warlords of the sea were directly forced back by Marquis, 1 was defeated, and 1 was repelled. Although this war seemed large in scale, the casualties were actually around 20,000 people. With the war declared over, Whitebeard notified the surrounding pirate crews to cease attacks and let the Marines depart. Both sides were reorganizing, with the Marines, allies outside coming in for a large-scale rescue to bring the injured back to the warships for treatment. The Whitebeard Pirates did the same. With the Marines' speed, they quickly cleaned up the battlefield. Under Akainu's resentful gaze, the Marine warships started to sail away. The Whitebeard Pirates gradually regained consciousness, with cheers all around. We won. Many people hadn't reacted yet. Did we really win the blessing so quickly? 062 You are too young. Wait a few more years and you will understand. They slept for a while, and when they woke up, the war was over. Of course, but we should leave here quickly. This is still Marines' territory, we need to return it to them, Marco said. Huh, we have to return it. Of course, this is Marines' territory. If we have no business here, we must return it. Otherwise, why do you think Marines are withdrawing? They are moving to G14 branch, not back to Marine headquarters. They could attack us at any time, Marco said. Captain, when are we leaving? We'll wait for Dad's orders. On the other side, Whitebeard never expected the war to end like this. Holding a big knife with one hand, sitting on a rock, he looked at Jozu and asked. What should we do next? What else can we do? Let's regroup and leave. There's no need to stay here. You've survived this ordeal, Jozu replied. It seems I don't have to die, Whitebeard chuckled. Jozu had told him before when he would die. Now it seemed he wouldn't die, but he wasn't sure how long he could live. That wasn't satisfying at all, Whitebeard said. Come on, in that situation just now, you really thought we could hold off the Marines and the 7 warlords of the sea. Think about the consequences if I weren't there, Jozu said. It's not as dire as you think, Whitebeard said. What if the battlefield was in Mariajoy? Jozu's words left Whitebeard speechless. His initial plan was to advance into the city and save people from Marine headquarters. He never thought of kidnapping Marines and forcing them to the New World. If he followed Jozu's advice, he would die, Ace would die, and the Whitebeard Pirates would almost be destroyed. Anyway, Ace has been rescued. How will you handle it next? Whitebeard asked. Are you going to entrust it to me next? Jozu asked. Yes, I'll leave it to you. In the battle just now, I felt really old, Whitebeard nodded. 777. In that case, I will change the current Whitebeard Pirates. Some people will have to face consequences, Jozu said. I'll leave it to you. No matter what, I support you since I've handed it over to you, Whitebeard said. Okay, since you've said that, I'll handle it when the time comes. You must support me. Sure. Dad, something's wrong. What happened? Both Maji and Whitebeard looked up, as Locke rushed over. Big Mom's pirate crew is coming this way. Charlotte Linlin is coming. Whitebeard stood up suddenly. Look, if we continue fighting with the Marines, do you think we will win? Maji imagined that Big Mom's pirate crew was really coming. Obviously, they were unaware that the Marines had already withdrawn. It's perfect timing, I haven't had enough fun yet. Mom, Marine wasn't found. On Big Mom's fleet, Charlotte Linlin was eagerly waiting. The scene of war suddenly disappeared when the intense conflict erupted. Unable to see what was happening, she knew that both sides had engaged completely and couldn't wait to come and take them all down. Especially Whitebeard's pirate crew, it would be best to take them down, so that a large part of the New World would fall into her hands. Dreaming of ruling the New World and thinking about taking out both the Marines and Whitebeard's pirate crew. Hearing her daughter Smudge's words, Charlotte Linlin was somewhat surprised. Marine wasn't found, what does that mean? Charlotte Linlin asked in confusion. I only saw people from Whitebeard's pirate crew, and didn't find any trace of Marine. Smudge said. Marine wasn't found, could it be that the battle is over? Charlotte Linlin walked towards the bow with questions, her voice echoing. I'm not sure, but I didn't see any trace of Marine. Whitebeard's pirate crew is all there, waiting for us on the shore. Smudge said, holding a telescope. Well, it doesn't matter. Even if it's just Whitebeard's pirate crew, they've just experienced a major battle with the Marines. They are weak now, taking them out is enough. If the Marines were here, I would be worried they would cause trouble. Now that they're not, let's kill them. Charlotte Linlin said decisively, staring at the Whitebeard pirate crew in front. Whitebeard is getting old, who wouldn't want to step on him? Charlotte Linlin is no exception. After being suppressed for so many years, she naturally couldn't resist taking advantage of the opportunity. Attack. With a bit of distance between them, both sides fired at each other directly. Whitebeard's pirate crew was in a defensive position, while Big Mom's pirate crew was advancing. Let them in. Maji squinted his eyes. Big Mom pirates really thought their current state was weak and came charging indirectly. Just now, the people standing on the shore were members of the Whitebeard Pirates who were injured, just to create an illusion for Charlotte Linlin, making her think their pirate group was very weak. Big Brother really likes to deceive people like this, Vista said with a smile. To eliminate the most enemies at the smallest cost, that is the form of war. Don't use foolish methods to confront the enemy head-on. When you have a gun in your hand, you must shoot. Understand. Advertisement. Don't foolishly engage in sword fights with the enemy, use your brain more. We are pirates, there's nothing righteous about us. Even the Marines, when necessary, will use despicable means, as long as the goal is achieved, as it's not us who will be harmed. Maji really likes an ancient saying, it was also studied in a past life. To harm heaven and earth, but not the civilization and culture. There are too many fools in this world who foolishly engage in direct combat. When one's strength can overwhelm, it doesn't matter. But when unsure of the opponent's strength, one must prepare and minimize one's own damage, using the smallest cost to achieve the greatest victory. This is why I handed over the pirate group to you. With you around, no one can outwit you. You will use more vicious means than the enemy to attack those who intend to harm your companions, Whitebeard said on the side. You better stay alive. Fighting with the Marines earlier has no benefit. Maji still had blood stains on Madara head wrapped in bandages. Never underestimate the will of people in this world. Although it seems he won, if the three admirals unleash their full power, victory is not guaranteed. He can fight to the death to exchange for the combat power of an admiral, but it cannot be guaranteed that there are no other combatants in the Marines. Counting on Marco and the others is not feasible. Facing the admirals with real power, they are really not opponents. In Maji's eyes, the combat power of the admirals is equal to that of the four emperors, almost the same. In the end, what is fought over is the will of the battlefield. The admirals really want to fight 10-4 emperors, they can definitely take them down. One cannot gamble on uncertain matters. The Whitebeard Pirates winning with minimal casualties is a victory. Moreover, killing so many Marine soldiers and making them retreat means they have already won. You don't look like a pirate at all, more like a merchant, Whitebeard said. I don't like war at all, after all, war results in deaths. Of course, I am not afraid of war, but I will use various means to win the war, regardless of who the enemy is, Maji said. That's why we feel safe, Marco and the others laughed. Are we ready? Marji asked. We are ready, we'll give them a big surprise soon, Marco smiled. Don't be so hasty, let's wait for them to come up. Charlotte Linlin doesn't have much power, all she can rely on is her homie's army, Marji said. The Whitebeard Pirates have had conflicts with the Big Mom Pirates in the New World. Charlotte Linlin has a piece of historical text, which she inherited from the Rocks Pirates back then. When the Rocks Pirates disbanded, Charlotte Linlin acquired the historical text, John swallowed the treasure, Akoku took the territory, and the Golden Lion inherited most of the rest. There are not many pirate crews under the Big Mom Pirates, and Charlotte Linlin, like Whitebeard, has a problem. She does not trust her subordinates. As a member who was early deceived into the pirate crew by Jibek, Charlotte Linlin has seen too many scenes of companions killing each other, and she has lost track of how many companions have died at her hands. The problem left by the Rocks Pirates makes several senior members of the Whitebeard crew have this sequela. Especially when facing subordinates who possess Conqueror's Haki. If Katakuri was not her biological son, Charlotte Linlin would have killed him long ago. There can't be two tigers on one mountain. Whitebeard is also like this, he trusts his family, but he initially did not trust Kazuki Oden. He repeatedly refused to let him board the ship. Because people with Conqueror's Haki will never yield to others. Those who have the potential to become king in the future will never yield to others. The Whitebeard Pirates are all family, Charlotte Linlin is even more so with blood relatives. They are all born from her, with 39 daughters and 46 sons. The 4 emperors each have their own flaws, while the Big Mom Pirates are more like pure pirates. They like to plunder everywhere and start wars. Big brother, they are coming. Step back, Margie said. Yes, everyone stepped back, and Charlotte Linlin led her subordinates to land on the island. Long time no see, Niu get. Charlotte Linlin greeted. It's been over 30 years, right? Bai Hu Zi replied. Well, it seems like we haven't seen each other since that day, and there are not many people left from those years. Charlotte Linlin still held a small parasol in her hands, strolling leisurely as if on vacation. More and more people gathered around her, Katakuri, Cracker, Smoker, Perospero, Oven, Daifuku, one by one coming over, one missing as he was probably watching the home. Be careful where you step. Bai Hu Zi hesitated before they all approached. Be careful where we step. Charlotte Linlin was still a bit confused, looking down at her feet. Katakuri's face changed drastically. His observation Haki was activated, showing a future scene, and in an instant, Katakuri saw a vision in his mind, a towering fire devouring everyone. Mom, run, there are explosives below. Katakuri exclaimed. Boom. With that, an explosion resounded, even the departing Marines heard the sound, looking back at the sky, seeing a dark cloud rising up. It looks like Charlotte Linlin and us were bombed by that guy. Ape Man said. That guy has such strong power, yet he insists on using such despicable means, even though he is a pirate. Akainu gritted his teeth in hatred. The methods may be despicable, but he won this war. Vice Admiral Crane said lightly. Advertisement. Let's continue the fight, the outcome is still unknown. Akainu refused to accept. The Marines will pay a huge price, with Charlotte Linlin here, do you think she won't kick us when we're down? Vice Admiral Crane said. I've always been against conflicts with them, the Whitebeard Pirates are different from other pirate crews, they have indeed never harmed any innocent person. Aokiji commented. Do you believe what he said? Akainu asked. It can be investigated. Aokiji looked up at him. The two locked eyes, not pleased with each other. What are you two doing? Quickly prioritize sending the wounded back. Ape Man intervened. Vice Admiral Crane looked at the two, unsure of what to say. The defeat in this war had caused many casualties for the Marines. World government cannot be blamed. Thus, it can only be carried by the Marine, who can carry it in the Marine. It's not Fleet Admiral Warring States. Warring States is old and ready to retire, letting him take the blame is the best. Now 2 Marine admirals have different ideas. For the current Marine, internal pressure seems to be greater than external pressure. Crane Admiral sits on a box, thinking about what Margie just said. What is the essence of the world, and what role does Marine play? Where did the pirates come from, and can they change the current world order? At the same time, Egghead's fire engulfed Big Mom's pirates. Margie looked displeased at Whitebeard. Why do you have to remind me? Just because of that feeling of righteousness. Faced with Margie's aggressive stance, Whitebeard looked embarrassed. Indeed, he believes that battles should be conducted openly and not as tricks set by Margie. In Margie's eyes, Whitebeard's behavior is too childish and ridiculous, he doesn't know the consequences. Remember, killing enemies is to save your family, each additional enemy may cause more harm to the family behind you. I know your sense of righteousness is at play, you better look back at your family. If someone dies because of your words, it's your fault as a captain, besides, you wouldn't think an explosion could kill Charlotte Linlin. There are opportunities for battles, but the main targets are the Wamis. Whitebeard was being scolded by Margie, and some people were unable to listen, especially the young recruits of the pirate crew. Why should Margie be able to scold the captain? In a pirate crew, the captain's orders are above all. Margie is too much, who is he to speak to old man? Skuiden was furious. Just because he's the big brother, he's qualified. Marco said. Besides, what Gao Gao said is right. The big brother has always had a phrase, you probably heard about it. To be kind to the enemy, 1.4 is to be cruel to oneself. Since the Big Mom pirates are enemies, the most brutal means should be used to kill them, instead of adopting conventional warfare. Marco is a staunch supporter of Maji's approach. Because he is also a doctor like Maji. Fighting is enjoyable for a moment, but as a doctor, one may just tire themselves out. It is they who hear cries every day and see dead people. To reduce casualties on their side, why risk their lives? Are they fools? In the face of Marco's words, others remain unconvinced. In their eyes, Whitebeard's pirates belong to Whitebeard, not Maji. Even though he is the vice captain, even though he is very strong, he still cannot command everyone's attention. In fact, Maji's methods are even considered unsightly by his own son, Roche. As warriors of the sea, they should fight honorably and let their strength speak for itself. I don't like Dad's methods, Roche muttered to Whitebeard. You're still too young. You'll understand in a few more years, Whitebeard ruffled his son's hair. If it were 20 years ago, Maji might have unconditionally supported all of Whitebeard's actions like everyone else. But once a man has a family, he gains responsibilities. If Whitebeard wants to hand over the Whitebeard Pirates to Maji, then Maji must take responsibility for this pirate crew. If not for the good of the Whitebeard Pirates, Maji could have just left, taking his family away from conflicts, and finding a place to retire in peace. Different identities, different perspectives, lead to different ways of viewing problems. Just as Garp shoulders the 2 words of justice, those 2 words press down on him, reminding him constantly of what he should do. It can only be said that Ace is not worth it, not like the position of Kebi in Garp's heart. Perhaps it is also a matter of the enemy's standpoint, but when Maji saw Garp going to find the Blackbeard Pirates for Kebi's sake, he truly felt that Ace was not worth it. Newgate. 063 20 years ago you challenged Newgate and failed, and after that you became the way you are now. The flames were absorbed, and Charlotte Linlin walked out from the flames. The burning flames were devoured by Prometheus bit by bit. Big Mom's pirate group was in a dire situation. Apart from some executives, more than 20,000 homies were scrapped. With 100,000 homies army, 20,000 were scrapped, which meant nothing to Charlotte Linlin. The effect did not meet expectations. Maji shook his head. Linlin. Whitebeard ignored Maji, gripped the halberd, and walked up. You actually use such despicable means, Charlotte Linlin said. It was me who used it, it's none of our captain's business, Maji spoke up. Seeing Maji with bandages wrapped around his head, Charlotte Linlin stared at him fiercely. So it's you. I knew Newgate couldn't have done such a thing. Kid, I seem to have seen you before. Charlotte Linlin stared at Maji intently, suddenly recalling something. At the Valley of the Gods, I also snatched a fruit. Maji nodded. So it's you. Unfortunately, the fruit you had in your hand was not the fruit I was aiming for. Otherwise, I should have killed you, Charlotte Linlin said. Maji said nothing. Indeed, it was just a fleeting glance back then. He saw Charlotte Linlin chasing after the bear, but she paid him no attention. Since it's you who did it, you must die. Charlotte Linlin raised her hand, and the sky was covered in dark clouds. A lightning bolt struck down towards Maji. Crack. The lightning was unimaginably fast. A burst of fire erupted under Maji's feet. An ordinary person hit like this would immediately fall down straight, though there was still a possibility of surviving being struck by lightning. Facing the lightning as thick as a water bucket, Maji didn't move, just struck down beside him. Hiss, a bit tingly, I'll leave it to you, deal with what you want. Maji shivered, a shiver guided the lightning away from his body. Well, you rest, Whitebeard said. Let me fight until I'm exhausted, call me if you can't take it. Maji turned and left. Charlotte Linlin watched all this in a daze. Without paying much attention to Maji, she rushed up to fight Napoleon and Whitebeard with her hands. Marco and others also fought with Katakori's group. The battle was even fiercer than when Marine was involved, with quite a few people participating on both sides. Just you staying. Maji sat on a rock, with a person wearing a motorcycle helmet behind the rock. Just me, Shakia said. Charlotte Linlin should be here for you guys. Maji has analyzed it. Charlotte Linlin's purpose for coming here. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come for no reason, there must be her demands. Then it must be Vegapunk. Vegapunk is very important to the world government. Similarly, Vegapunk is important to Charlotte Linlin, a genius in future technology for the next 500 years. Think about it, the Vinsmoke family pursued by Charlotte Linlin, isn't it also for their technology? Compared with Vegapunk, who is more important, Vinsmoke judge. Why did you leave me here, what is your purpose? I want to cooperate with you. Iguhud is to be returned to you. After this battle is over, we will leave tomorrow. Cooperate. What cooperation? About the cloning of lineage factors and devil fruits. Not possible, we will not agree to this kind of cooperation. Once technology is abused, it will cause catastrophic disasters, and power will spiral out of control. Shakia's reaction was very strong, as expected by Maji. After all, pirates controlling such power, who knows what it will be used for. The power has long been out of control. Now the strength on the high seas is getting stronger and stronger, and the world government has already noticed the threat. Do you think they don't want it? Why did they ask you to invent a permanent power source? If used with certain weapons, have you ever thought about what disasters it might bring to the world? I believe you should have studied what the true threat of this vast sea is. With the destruction of islands, the world will become a vast sea. The best way is to stop all this. You did find out after all, although I don't know how you know all this, but technology cannot be abused. Where has it been abused? Technology is for the benefit of mankind. How many of your technologies have been reused by the world government? Almost none. On the contrary, they ask you to make weapons. The so-called pacifists cannot bring peace to the world, only make the world more passive. It would be better to sell the technology to me, at least it can be used by ordinary people. We won't believe a pirate's words, it's impossible to hand over the technology to you, Shikia refused, shaking his head. They did have countless inventions, but the world government did not view their inventions favorably. Many useful things in their eyes are considered trivial. What the world government wants is simple, the power to enslave the world. I only want one technology, Maji said. What technology? The devil fruit cloning technology. I can give it to you, whether you can research it is up to you. Okay, then I will tell you the information I have. Please go ahead. In fact, the one betraying you is yourselves, York. It's him, I understand now. Shikia nodded and handed over a disc to Maji. The transaction completed, Shikia returned to Punk Hazard. The battles of the four emperors were intense, but Maji had lost interest. Advertisement. With the devil fruit cloning technology, it would be possible to clone more fruits in the future, far superior to Blackbeard's hunting skills. Unfortunately, cloning Logia devil fruits is almost impossible. If Logia could be cloned, it would be great. Vegapunk mentioned that cloning animal and paramesha fruits is easy, but Logia is almost impossible. With the right technology, even mythical zone types could be easily cloned. Years ago, Vegapunk had completed the cloning of devil fruits in Punk Hazard, creating Kaido's dragon fruit. Due to its pink color, it was unacceptable to perfectionist Vegapunk. So he claimed it was a failure externally, but it was not a failure at all. Indeed, that fruit was the dragon fruit, and when Momonosuke reached adulthood, he naturally transformed into a form like Kaido's. Grow the fruit yourself. Maji carefully put away the disc, and Shikia dared not deceive him.
Suddenly, Maji looked up at the sky and heard some movement. Looking up at the sky, there was a whistling sound. Is anyone there? We're gonna die. We're gonna crash into it. We're gonna die. Damn 7 warlords of the sea, damn Bartholomew Kuma. Mom, I don't want to die. The voices were chaotic, but sounded somewhat familiar, as meteor-like lights crashed onto Egger Island. The sudden commotion attracted everyone's attention, even Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin, who were in the midst of battle, stopped to look in that direction.
Ouch, that hurt. I survived, I'm not dead. Got my life back. Captain Buggy, are you okay? Help me. One by one, people appeared in sight. Seeing the bare paw on the ground, Maji knew what was happening. Seeing someone in the smoke, Jinbei stared fiercely at the battlefield with both eyes. Crocodile was dusting himself off, Mr. 1 stood up to stretch his muscles. Buggy, are you okay? Mr. 3 looked at Buggy, who had only half his body above the ground, the rest buried under the sand. Buggy's crew went to pull him out, but accidentally broke him in the process. They hurriedly dug a hole and extracted him from the sand. I'm saved. Buggy spat out some sand. Where are we? Captain Buggy, we've arrived at Egger. Really? What about the Whitebeard Pirates? And the Marines? Buggy suddenly became alert and stood up to look around. But he didn't see any Marines, instead he saw 2 huge figures staring at them. Am I? In an instant, Buggy was so scared that he lost his soul. His 2 eyes popped out of their sockets, and his tongue flew out of his mouth. Charlotte Linlin, aren't the Marines and Whitebeard Pirates at war? Why is it Charlotte Linlin? Buggy exclaimed in shock. Now it looks a bit odd, where's Ace? Jinbei also had sweat on his forehead, why is it Big Mom's pirates? What's going on? Whitebeard Pirates and the other 4 emperors, Big Mom, are fighting. Crocodile was also shocked by the scene in front of him. How did it turn into a war between the 4 emperors, instead of the Marines as planned? The sudden appearance of a group of people changed the focus of the battlefield slightly. If it was just some unknown soldiers, it would be fine, but there were 2 7 warlords of the sea. The combat power of a 7 warlords of the sea is roughly equivalent to a core member of the 4 emperors, capable of changing the battlefield dynamics. If Marine admirals are to face off against 4 emperors, then vice admirals would face off against the core members of the 4 emperors. Of course, vice admirals are just military ranks, and their actual strength can vary. It seems that the 4 emperors are not yet the ceiling of this world, even the peak era Whitebeard and Roger couldn't reach the ceiling. The real ceiling is only one thing. Courage. Only those who have courage can reach the top. The appearance of the 2 Shichibukai broke the stalemate, and no one expected Jinbei and Crocodile to come to the battlefield. Jinbei's presence in the Whitebeard Pirates naturally pleased everyone, after all, he was their brother. Especially Ace, he was very worried about Jinbei's situation, and didn't expect Jinbei to show up. Jinbei. Ace shouted excitedly. Ace. Jinbei saw that Ace was okay, and he was even more happy. His originally fierce expression softened. It's so good to see you're okay. Jinbei, how did you come out? Asked Ace. I came out with Luffy, Jinbei said. And where is Luffy? Ace asked anxiously. He's fine, he was sent to another safe place, he wanted to come over originally, Jinbei smiled. Advertisement. Good to hear that he's fine, Ace breathed a sigh of relief. How did you guys come over? We were, duh. The 2 of them felt something flying past their eyes, and then they saw a bunch of sand flying towards Marigold. Big brother. Ace and the others exclaimed at the scene. Jinbei was ready to take action, water droplets appeared on his palm.
Crocodile appeared behind Marigold, his golden hook aimed to strike at Marigold. What's Crocodile doing? Buggy exclaimed. That guy is not. Buggy stared at Marigold about to be attacked by Crocodile, recalling how Marigold looked 36 years ago. No mistake, it was Marigold. Long time no see. Crocodile's figure appeared behind Marigold, and in Alabasta, he was knocked unconscious by Marigold. He always felt that in Alabasta, he didn't lose to the Straw Hat Kid, but to Marigold. So when he saw Whitebeard, when he saw Marigold, the anger in his heart surged and he went straight for Marigold. Back then, he did lose to Whitebeard, but he couldn't stand losing to Marigold. What? Want to reclaim your position? Are you going to do it in your current state? Marigold remained motionless, Crocodile's hook placed in front of Marigold, not daring to make a move. Hai Sha Jinbei, Sha Yu Ke Luo Ke Da Jie Liang Ren Na Li Lida. Charlotte Linlin Yi Lian Jing Huang Dao, Jie Xie Ren Do Shi Hen Jiao Se, Na Li Lida. Wo Na Ji Dao, Bai Hu Zi Kan Li Yi Yan, Jinbei Ji Ran Kong Tuajan Cheng Chu Lila, Bu Yu De Song La Ko Chi. Yi Rang Ta Shang Chi Lai Teach, Ruchin La Tuajan Cheng De Teach, Dao Di Zen Mi Yong La. Ben Lai Yi Wei Marine Zai Jie Li, Ke Yi Chen Ji Ba Ni Men De Nao De Do Na Zo, Marine Ne. Ke Luo Ke Da Huan Ji Yu Si Jo, General Ben Mei Yu Kan Dao Marine. Song Kan Dao Big Mom Hai Zai Tuan. Baila, Zola, Ma Ji Dao, Marine Baila, Ke Luo Ke Da Lang Li Yi Sha. Jen De Jada, Ace, Marine Baila Ma. Jinbei Hai Yi Wei Shi Jiao Yi Wan Ji Hu Mei Yu Jiao Shoda, Mei Shang Dao Shi Marine Yi Jing Baila. Zun Ke Lai Zhong Bi Yu Shi Baila, Shi Mei Yu Bai Shu Ji Shu Da Sha Kula, Suo Yi Ti Qian Jia Shu La Zondo, Shuang Fang Hu Yu Shang Wang. Ace Shuo Dao. Na Big Mom Hai Zai Tuan Shi. 237. Bu Ji Dao, Fan Zheng Ta Men Lila, Na Ju Hi Ta Men Da. Ace Xiao Dao. Wo Yao Jia Ru Zondo, Bang Zu Ni Men. Jinbei Dao. Xie Xie Ni Jinbei, Do Shi Yi Jia Ren. Buggy J Bian Chao Chao Che Ku, Yi Kyun Ren Duo Zai Yi Kue Da Shi Tu Humian. Women Gai Zen Mi Ban. Marine Zola, Xian Zai Shi 4 Emperors de Zondo, Women Zai Jie Li de Sha Chong Ji Yu Si Lu Yi Tiao, Mr. 3 Dao. Bu K Neng, Buggy Chuan Zhong Yi Ding Neng Gon Diao 4 Emperors Cheng Wei One Piece. Mei Kuo, Women Lai Jie Li de Mu de Shi Wei La Ku Sha Bai Hu Zi de Ren Tu, Xian Zai Charlotte Linlin Yi Zai, Yi Bing Gai Na Sha. Buggy Chuan Zhong, Women Chu Shou Ba, Gon Diao Ta Men. Ni Men Shi Feng La, Mr. 3 Pao Shang Dao, Shu, Marine Ying Gai Hai Mei Dao, Hai Neng Na Yu Na Mi Kue Ju Jia Shula, Yi Ding Shi Hai Zai and Chu Qian Fu, Ji Yu Ji Shi Zai Zuo Shou Yu Weng Ji Li, Women Xian Zai Bi Yu Yao Chu Ku, Deng Hai Jun Chu Xian La, Women Zai Weng Zhong Zhou Bi, Ba Ta Men Do Gon Diao, Ga 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 Ga. Buggy De Yi Dao. Ni Zen Mi Yi Feng La, Mr. 3 Ju De Jie Li Yuan Lai Ji Yu Ta Yi Ji Yi Zheng Chong Ren. Wo De Tien, Wo Zen Mi Wei Shuo Chu Jie Zhong Hua. Buggy's heart was actually in a panic, with his head full of worries. Currently, it seems that the battlefield will not change because of their presence. Jinbei has joined the battle, and the fight between Charlotte Linlin and Whitebeard continues. Meanwhile, Maki sat there, and Crocodile did not continue to attack him. 20 years ago, you failed to challenge Newgate, and after leaving, you became what you are now. Maki looked at Crocodile and couldn't help but sigh. That girl from back then has actually become what she is now. Failing to challenge Whitebeard, even being humiliated by Whitebeard. Crocodile has become what he is now, and it is inseparable from Whitebeard. You should know that when the Whitebeard pirates fight, they will do one thing. Protect their women and children. There are very few women among the Whitebeard pirates fighting members. Why is Vivi remembered by so many people? If you look closely, it's not hard to notice that there are very few women in the Whitebeard pirates crew. There are none of our female pirates on the battlefield. Actually, before the battle, those girls were placed in safe places by them. Do you really think the Whitebeard pirates are all single men? Many of them already have families, but they just don't want others to know, to avoid tragedies from happening to them. After all, they definitely have more enemies than tragedies. When Crocodile was defeated, Whitebeard's machismo erupted. Mocking Crocodile's female identity. In fact, at that time Maki wanted to rope in Crocodile, hoping he would join the Whitebeard pirates and take on the role of the second team captain. Unfortunately, Whitebeard opposed it, which was another humiliation for Crocodile. If at that time Whitebeard had treated Crocodile as he did Ace, then the second team captain of the Whitebeard pirates would definitely be Crocodile. Not many people know about this old story, and no one would have thought that Crocodile was once a woman. 064 Captain Buggy, weren't we supposed to take down Whitebeard's head? Back in the day, I wanted you to join our pirate crew and become the captain of the second division. Do you think I would agree? Crocodile said casually. You might have agreed back then, but unfortunately that guy Newgate's Makoism was too strong. Looking down on women means looking down on women. Now he can't even stand up to Charlotte Linlin. He's old and useless. Crocodile was full of resentment. A person who wanted to create a space where he was not threatened at all. Obviously, the world was extremely dangerous for him. Having power was just for self-defense. All your comrades are fighting. What are you doing here? And what about the injuries on your body? Crocodile asked, puffing on a cigar, making him look more like a man. Got beaten by Garp, Magi said lightly. Garp, it seems like you've really clashed with the Marines, to be able to make them retreat. Impressive, Crocodile said. Because I defeated Garp, Magi said lightly. Crocodile instantly turned his head incredulously, looking at Magi. That Marine hero, defeated. What Marine hero? He's just an old bear. The opponent wasn't the Marines, but the Big Mom Pirates. The battle between the two sides was relatively restrained. At least in Magi's eyes, neither side had reached the point of fighting to the death, and Charlotte Linlin's intentions were also revealed. Since you came looking for Bej Punk, he's not here. He left with the Marines, Whitebeard said. I know. Charlotte Linlin clashed with Whitebeard. Then why are you still here? Whitebeard was puzzled. You're old, Newgate. While you're still alive, now is the best chance to kill you, Charlotte Linlin smirked. I see. Your current goal is to kill me. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? You're old. It's time for you to die, and it's best to die by my hands. Stop talking nonsense. How could I possibly die at your hands? Whitebeard angrily threw a punch, with the power of the tremor fruit wrapped around his fist. Charlotte Linlin also had Haki wrapped around her fist. Facing Whitebeard's punch, she struck back. In terms of physical size, Charlotte Linlin was as tall as a giant. Her dream was to turn the world into a world where everyone was the same size as her. So she longed for the days in Elf Village, wanting to have a group of older friends. The fight between the two kept others at bay: earthquakes, thunder, and flames, three abilities making the sky dark and the earth tremble, changing the scenery. No wonder the burnt fruit is not eaten by dogs. Flames have become the most basic ability, whether it's Charlotte Linlin or Kaido, they are both gods who control the elements. The battle should end now. Macy stood up, flexing his arm joints. Crocodile looked as Macy walked towards Charlotte Linlin. Boss, is he going to seek death by going there? M1 asked. Seek death? You underestimate him. Do you really see him as an ordinary person? Crocodile said indifferently. He indeed exudes a unique aura, but can he really compare to those monsters? Mr. One looked at the battle between Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin. In such a battle, he felt obsolete. The two just glanced at him, and the battle was over. There was absolutely no will to fight. Macy seemed the same to him. How could he stop such a battle? Even if Crocodile went over, he might face a dead end. Keep watching. You'll soon know that guy isn't just talking big. Crocodile recalled the scene where Macy defeated him. The dominating fear, feeling as weak as an ant. Thunder. Charlotte Linlin controlled Zeus, sending down a thunderbolt from the dark clouds, striking Whitebeard straight on. Whitebeard, being elderly, had just fought a battle, and now faced another, obviously struggling to keep up. After the thunder strike, Whitebeard knelt on one knee, clutching his chest. Damn it, of all times. Whitebeard's eyes widened, veins popped in his eyes. Dad, Marco and others noticed Whitebeard's condition. He was old. With age comes ailments, especially after continuous battles in his youth, his body had long been problematic. Otherwise, he wouldn't need such intense IV drips. From the moment Whitebeard appeared, he had beautiful nurse attendants by his side, administering drips. It meant that Whitebeard was truly old, his body showing issues. Newgate, indeed your age is catching up. Charlotte Linlin approached Whitebeard step by step. Victory was within reach. After over 30 years, she finally had the chance to take down Whitebeard. Huff, huff. Whitebeard's breath became extremely rapid, wanting to make his body move, but no matter how strong his will was, he couldn't command his aging body. Facing the encroaching Charlotte Linlin, Whitebeard lifted his head, his forehead covered in sweat. Hum. Never thought you'd see this day too. Whether it's losing to the years or losing to oneself, it doesn't matter. Today, you will die by my hands, and after killing you, I will take the great secret treasure and become the new One Piece. Charlotte Linlin became more excited. The opportunity to kill Whitebeard was right in front of her. The long-awaited opportunity, even if Whitebeard fell into her hands due to injury and illness, would still be her victory. Pirates, what morality is there to speak of? Might makes right. As long as she wins, no one will care about the outcome. Old man. Marco and the others wanted to rush over, but they were stopped by other members of the Charlotte family. Don't try to go past us. Perospero and others stood in their way. Advertisement. Whitebeard is finished. Your Whitebeard pirates are done for. Let us through. Fire Fist. Ace rushed forward anxiously, but Cracker's Biscuit soldiers blocked him, shielding his attacks with their shields. Don't try to go past us. Cracker's Biscuit soldier raised a long knife to stab Ace. Fire Spear. The fire spear pierced through the Biscuit soldier's body, and more Biscuit soldiers kept appearing. The situation on Whitebeard's side was critical. It was difficult for Marco and the others to come through. Old man. Jinbei tried to get closer but was blocked by Smoothie, unable to approach. The sudden change by Whitebeard caught them off guard. Go to hell, Newgate. Charlotte Linlin raised Napoleon high, ready to cleave Whitebeard in two. However, Whitebeard raised his head and smiled. To kill me, have you asked that guy? A grin appeared at the corner of the bearded man's mouth. Charlotte Linlin was puzzled, not understanding why the Whitebeard smiled even when facing death. I don't care, I'll kill you first. Without hesitation, Charlotte Linlin continued to strike with her knife. You two dare to kill our captain. A voice reached Charlotte Linlin's ears, and as she turned her head, she saw a figure appearing next to her right side. When did you arrive? Sensing danger, especially from that fist, growing larger and closer, aiming right at her eyes. Air burst. Charlotte Linlin had never felt such piercing pain. It was too painful. Her eyeball burst open, as if she saw her right eye being shattered. Ah! A chilling scream echoed through the sky as Charlotte Linlin covered her eyes and wailed in agony. The sudden change startled the people from the Charlotte family, seeing Charlotte Linlin rolling on the ground in pain, blood covering her face. Mom's injured. Sparrow couldn't believe his eyes, watching Charlotte Linlin continuously spewing blood. Mom. Others rushed over anxiously. Marco and the others breathed a sigh of relief, feeling relieved to see the person standing in front of Whitebeard. Right. Almost forgot. Their big brother was still there. What a nerve-wracking moment. Whitebeard was in danger, and the first one to step in would be Jozu for sure. In the future scene Jozu saw, Whitebeard indeed knelt down, but Charlotte Linlin failed to kill him. At a critical moment, Whitebeard exchanged blows with Charlotte Linlin, he was slashed by Charlotte Linlin, and also managed to land a hit on her. Both were injured, but Whitebeard, being older, seemed unable to hold out for much longer. As Whitebeard stabbed her, two of her homies, Zeus and Prometheus, responded with thunder and fire. Whitebeard experienced what it means to be caught between thunder and fire. I've said it several times, you're getting old, drink less. Maki wiped the blood from his fist and spoke to Whitebeard. Whitebeard, having passed that intensity, stood up. At this age, you won't let me have some fun. For a dying man, what does it matter how much pain I feel? Having fun is what matters the most. Whitebeard sneered. You are always so stubborn. Sigh, if it were me, I would do the same. Maki remembered what he saw in the hospital in his past life. Old people who are sick want to die. Almost all the old people Maki encountered had this mindset. Upon learning of their serious illness, they almost did not want to live. Living would only burden their descendants. And descendants are selfish, doing everything to prolong the life of the elderly. Maki just wanted Whitebeard to keep living. As long as he is alive, this family will not fall apart. Once he is gone, this family will surely fall apart. Kulalala. That's right, as you said, seize the day and be happy, who knows, you might die tomorrow. Living happily is the right way. Maki, you are just weary of living. Why tire yourself out so much? Whitebeard remarked. Don't you see, what will they do after you die? They have you. They have me. Of course, because of you, I can be at ease. Well, what about me? If I'm not here, who will look after them? Why are you so concerned? Everyone has their own destiny. You can't have control over everything. Relax a bit appropriately. We are pirates, we should be free on this vast sea. If we are bound, what good is freedom? Maybe your perspective differs from mine, but ask Roche, is he willing to be watched by you for a lifetime? Respect their choices, let them walk their own path, avoid excessive interference. Advertisement. It's easy for you to say, who can bear it? The reason why we are humans is because we have emotions. Having emotions is good, you have a compassionate heart, of course, you also have a heart that cares for the world. Unlike me, who only sees this small family. You read more books, understand the world better, just keep walking your path in the future. In any case, this family will always be waiting for you, Lousy is not dead yet. So you can't die. Maji smiled, the two of them completely forgot that there was still a Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin was on the ground howling, rolling in agony. After a while, she finally calmed down, one hand covering her eyes, hands full of fresh blood. The position of her eyeball had turned into a bloody hole. She had lost an eye. Mom. Seeing Charlotte Linlin's bloody face, the members of the Big Mom Pirates were shocked. Who attacked me? Charlotte Linlin frantically searched for the person who attacked her, finally locking onto Maji. It's you, isn't it? I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Charlotte Linlin roared, swinging her knife. Buzz. Maji looked up at Charlotte Linlin, Conqueror's Haki released from him, and in an instant, Remy's body fell due to the impact. Charlotte Linlin's movements also stiffened, startled by Maji's Haki. The power of this Haki was too strong, even her three homies beside her kept shrinking. My head hurts so much, Mom. Prometheus groaned in pain. It hurts so much, I'm going to die. Zeus also echoed in pain. The original homies created by the devil fruits couldn't bear Maji's Haki, let alone the other homies. Charlotte Linlin saw such a terrifying Haki for the first time, a feeling she had never experienced before. How is it possible to have this kind of Haki, even stronger than that guy with red hair? Charlotte Linlin looked incredulously at Maji. Charlotte Linlin and Red Hair briefly fought. Rocky fell in love with Lola at first sight in those days. After being rejected, Lola escaped from Cake Island. 4 years ago, Rocky, in his prime, broke through under the siege of Big Mom's pirate group. The name of Giant Prince Rocky echoed throughout the New World. Red Hair also went to Wano because of Rocky and had a battle with Charlotte Linlin. After returning to Elbaf, Rockmid encountered Red Hair and was caught by him. With this incident, Red Hair became one of the new 4 emperors. Charlotte Linlin has witnessed red hair's dominance and saw a dominance even stronger than red hair for the first time, a level of dominance that even surpassed those she had seen before. With just the Conqueror's Haki, he suppressed her devil fruit power within her. Crack. Flashes of lightning and thunder, black lightning pulses continuously released from him, pierced through Charlotte Linlin's body, causing her immense pain. With her devil fruit power restricted, she was already injured just from the Conqueror's Haki exerted by Rockmut. No, something's wrong with this guy's dominance. Charlotte Linlin's remaining eye fixed on Maddie. Go. Hurry. Charlotte Linlin realized that Whitebeard was also there. Staying here would only lead to a dead end. She saw scattered white bones, her clothes, her bones. A four emperors was okay. Whitebeard was old after all and could fight on, and Maddie, although wrapped in bandages, clearly still had fighting prowess. Watching the fallen homies, Charlotte Linlin waved her big hand, grabbing their souls and fleeing with Katakuri. Kill. Marco led the charge. Whitebeard looked down at Maddie. Are you planning to let her go? Whitebeard asked. It's not about letting her go, it's too crowded here, and more people are coming, Maddie replied. Maddie looked towards the sea to the left. Today was truly bustling. Captain Buggy, weren't we supposed to go get Whitebeard's head? Charlotte Linlin has escaped, let's chase after her. It's good to take down Charlotte Linlin as well. Captain Buggy brought us here probably to find a ship. Yes, Lord Buggy must be here to intercept the pursuit of Charlotte Linlin. Mr. 3 Galdino followed behind, overhearing whispers from the surrounding people. Why does it seem like this guy is just making excuses to escape? He clearly didn't say anything. What are you guys guessing about? Buggy turned around to look at the group of prisoners following him closely, sniffling, while thinking to himself. What am I even doing? Why did I bring this group of people to the new world? Can I handle that Whitebeard guy? He may be old, but he's not someone I can deal with, and then there's that guy, Marco, he's a monster. He almost killed Charlotte Linlin, and I went to chase after an enraged Charlotte Linlin. I don't want to die. Damn it. Where can I find a ship around here? Buggy paced back and forth behind a rock. The puzzled prisoners following him looked at each other, confused. 065 on my boat, nothing else may be lacking, only wine must not be without. What's Captain Buggy doing? It should be some kind of ritual. From Captain Buggy's expression, it seems to have some meaning. Believe in Captain Buggy. Saying that, the prisoner joined Buggy in walking back and forth, with over 100 people following Buggy on the beach, holding one hand with the other, and moving back and forth with their chin on the ground. Are you all crazy? Mr. 3 was dumbfounded. He really couldn't understand how these people's intelligence had deteriorated to this point, why they had become so superstitious about Buggy. In his eyes, Buggy was a despicable and shameless person who somehow managed to gain the trust of these people. It's worth noting that these people were all fierce criminals who had advanced into the town, not lacking in fighting power. But they were loyal to Buggy, with an inexplicable trust. Buggy also found that these people were actually following him in walking back and forth, which startled him. What are you doing? We think Captain Buggy is performing some mysterious ceremony, so we joined in. A simple-minded prisoner said. What mysterious ceremony? But indeed it is challenging to defeat the four emperors. We need strong and capable help, Buggy said. Strong and capable help. Yeah, we need help. So Captain Buggy, who will be your strong and capable helper? Yeah, Captain Buggy, who will be your helper? Back. Faced with the aggressive prisoners, Buggy became even more frightened, jumping onto a rock and pointing behind him. There, over there. He's gone crazy, saying whatever he wants. If they find out he's deceiving them, he'll be dead. Mr. 3 thought Buggy was beyond saving and he needed to leave quickly. Otherwise, these prisoners might actually kill him, so it's better to leave quickly. Ha ha, Buggy, long time no see. Just as Mr. 3 turned around, he heard a voice behind him. Listening to this tone, the relationship with Buggy is very good. Dare to call Buggy the captain by his name directly, are you looking for? Wait a minute, this guy. Is it true or not? 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks. 687. The prisoners who came out of the pushing city felt like they were going crazy. Yes, the person standing in front of them is wearing slippers, draped in a black cloak, with burgundy hair, 3 scars on the left side of his face, lost an arm, and only had one arm waving towards Buggy. Looking in the direction that Buggy pointed, the Red Hair Pirates ship, the Red Force, was approaching. The Red Force, it's really the Red Hair Pirates. Is this the powerful partner that Captain Buggy mentioned? Captain Buggy, have you already figured it out? I see, it's red-haired Shanks. With red-haired Shanks and Captain Buggy, we can definitely take down Whitebeard's head. Long live Captain Buggy. Shanks, how come you're here? Buggy was so scared that his body split into numerous pieces and half of it flew in front of Shanks. Long time no see, Buggy. Long time no see indeed, Shanks. Don't forget, you're the one who made me lose the treasure map. I still hate you for that. Buggy was extremely happy in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud. After all, in his heart, Shanks's future was much better than his, but when he heard in Logatown that Shanks didn't want to become One Piece, he was extremely disappointed in Shanks. Also, at that moment, he started to avoid Shanks. In fact, he truly hoped that Shanks would become the one to inherit Roger's pirate crew. Oh, I almost forgot about that. Shanks laughed. You, I never liked you before. If it weren't for you scaring me, I wouldn't have eaten the devil fruit, nor would I have lost the treasure map. It's all because of you. Buggy grabbed Shanks' clothes and, just like before, vented his anger towards him. Advertisement. He never thought that Shanks' current identity is one of the 4 emperors of the New World, an emperor of the seas. He's just a good brother, a good brotherly figure. In the Valley of the Gods incident back then, the Tianlongren captured a slave from a circus, where one of the clown families had their descendants. And on the side of the Tianlongren, the Fegaran family also lost a child. The 2 one-year-old children fell into the hands of the Roger Pirates during the Valley of the Gods incident and were raised by the Roger Pirates. Haha, good to see you're okay. Shanks said. HMPH, what do you mean, good to see me okay? If it displeases me, I'll finish you off right here and now. Buggy sneered. I still have some matters to attend to. Buggy, let's reunite later. Shanks said. Are you going to deal with Whitebeard? Buggy blocked his way. What's wrong? Shanks looked at Buggy puzzled. Whitebeard is getting old, maybe you have a chance to take him out, but the guy next to him, just now he blew up one of Charlotte Linlin's eyes. If you go up against the 2 of them, you're no match for them. I see, that's why Charlotte Linlin fled. But I'm not here to deal with them. I thought they were still fighting. I just came to take a look. After all, the new world is already chaotic, we can't have more conflicts. Shanks said. As long as it's not a war, that's fine. But of course, if you want to start a war, I'll cooperate with you to take them out. Buggy said. Thanks, Buggy. Shanks waved his hand and continued walking towards the Whitebeard Pirates. Buggy turned around and was shocked to see a group of prisoners crying with tears streaming down their faces. Captain Buggy, you are truly great. It's the friendship between brothers. Indeed, you and the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, have a brotherly relationship. However, what surprised Buggy the most was that this scene was spread all over the world. Morgans got up from a ruin, holding his head with a big lump on top. What's going on? How did I suddenly faint? Morgans muttered, holding his head. You're Morgans, the president of the World Economic News, right? Footsteps sounded. Morgans stood up alertly, his 2 wings clenched into fists. Who are you? Looking at the person in front of him, Morgans didn't recognize him at all. As a media mogul, he actually encountered someone he didn't know. I'm Vegapunk, Vegapunk said. What? You are Vegapunk? Morgans exclaimed. Yes. As the war over, has it ended? Who won? Marine left. Marine actually lost. What happened? Nothing happened. Marine didn't want to continue, but Big Mom's pirate crew arrived, and it seems Red Hair's pirate crew is also here now. It's a situation that has never happened before in Eggard. What? So many 4 emperors have come? No, I must report this news. Shakia saw Morgans rushing out in a hurry and couldn't help but admire these people who dared to risk their lives. Everyone has their own character pursuits, and it will last a lifetime, as long as they go smoothly, that will be their lifelong path. Margie and Whitebeard sat there, while Marco and others went to deal with the situation. Charlotte Linlin had already been scared off by Margie and was packing up and leaving. One after another, what a mess, Whitebeard sneered. It was all caused by your good son, a small incident escalated, who would have thought it would turn out like this? If only Kaido was here, but I hope that guy doesn't show up, Margie said, looking up at the sky, carefully searching but finding no trace of Kaido. Red-haired exuded his dominance as he approached, and Marco and the others had already retreated to defend. After 2 consecutive battles, they were already exhausted, and they didn't expect Red Hair to show up. Are we going to war with Red Hair's pirate crew? A member of Whitebeard's crew asked, panting from exhaustion. It shouldn't be. Red Hair is not that kind of person, Marco said. After dealing with Marine, then Big Mom arrives, and now Red Hair too, it's never ending, Itachi commented. From the looks of Dad and Big Brother, they probably won't start a fight, Thus said. Red Hair and 3 top executives walked towards Whitebeard and Margie. Long time, no see, Mr. Margie, Red Hair greeted Margie without acknowledging Whitebeard. You've grown a lot, I remember you were just a little brat back then, Margie reminisced. Yes, it's been a while, Red Hair said with a smile. I heard that you went to block Kaido's gate. In fact, it's not necessary. That guy can't change anything even if he comes, said Maji. I'm mainly afraid that the current situation will be disrupted, said the red-haired. Advertisement. Hehe, you went to block Kaido, I think it's on someone else's orders, Maji laughed. Mr. Maji is indeed Mr. Maji, you figured it out, the red-haired said solemnly. Your hair reminds me of someone, that's my nightmare, I almost died at his hands back then. Now that I think about it, the scar on Neotype's chest was also left by him, Maji turned around and glanced at Whitebeard. The red-haired did not speak, his deep eyes always looking at Maji. Boom. In an instant, 2 conquerors Haki collided, forming a strong black and red alternation. The 2 powerful forces clashed and tore each other apart. At first, the executives on the red-hair pirates' side were calm, but they soon realized something was wrong. How is this possible? Jesus was stunned. The boss's conqueror's Haki is being suppressed. Lucky Roo held a piece of meat, dumbfounded. Someone can match Shanks in Haki. No, it's suppression. Ben Beckman sharpened his gaze and quietly placed his hand on his gun. Maji's Haki was like a demon, constantly devouring the red-haired Haki. The entanglement of the two conquerors' Haki only lasted for a moment. The Haki on the red-haired was instantly crushed. The impact of the Haki caused the whole island to tremble. You do have strong talent. It's innate because of your background, but too bad you met me. As far as Haki is concerned, I truly fear no one in the world. Maji said. Hacking the system, that's how it is, invincible. He no longer wanted to say anything, he couldn't imagine what he would get by signing in 4 more years. With his Haki, he is already in the top tier of the world. The red-haired Haki can be said to be the pinnacle of the sea, but compared to him, it always falls short. Why did Charlotte Linlin choose to leave when he released Conqueror's Haki, along with Whitebeard? Both of them could have killed her. The entanglement of Conqueror's Haki can tear apart her indestructible body, severely injure her, and kill her. I didn't expect Mr. Maji's Haki to be so extraordinary. No wonder Mr. Rayleigh has always praised you, Shanks smiled. You're not bad either. If a real fight breaks out, you will definitely win, Maji said. Having Haki alone is not enough. Practical experience and courage are the key factors that determine victory. Just look at Luffy's battles and you will know, every battle is won completely by will. One could say he's overpowered, but can't deny one point, he really sticks to it. Fight to the end, never give up. No matter how powerful the enemy is, as long as they stand in front of him, he will throw a punch. No matter who you are. And what about the celestial dragons? He would still fight. On this point, Mugi is not as good as Luffy. If he had been more decisive, catching the celestial dragons in Sabaody, there might not have been so much trouble afterwards. Of course, the trouble would be even greater because he provoked the celestial dragons. Who knows what means the celestial dragons have, if not against him, perhaps against his family. Once a person is worried, they tend to be timid. Mr. Mugi is joking. I thought there would be chaos, but it seems like nothing now, Shanks said. If you had come earlier, maybe Charlotte Linlin's eye could have been saved. Now that she's blind in one eye, she probably hates me deeply, Mugi said. I see, sorry, I should have come earlier, Red Hair smiled. Do you have something to attend to now? Mugi stared at Shanks and spoke lightly. The people behind Red Hair tensed up. Mugi's eyes were hostile, as if he was ready to take action. Could it be? Red Hair whispered, staring at Mugi, with a smile on his face. Ha ha ha, let's have a party to celebrate the victory of our Whitebeard pirate crew, Mugi laughed. The atmosphere suddenly froze, everyone widened their eyes. Kura, Red Hair brat, you should have a bar, did you bring any drinks? Whitebeard also laughed. Ha ha ha, yes, on my ship, I have everything else but can't do without alcohol. You guys, let's have a party. Whitebeard shouted loudly. 2 pirate crews are having a lively feast on Egghead Island. 066 Dad, I will no longer be a member of the Whitebeard Pirates from now on. Please take care. Morgan is also terribly unlucky. He finally made it to the shore and witnessed a historic encounter between 2 pirate crews, only to be knocked unconscious by the clash of conquerors Haki between Marigo and Red Hair. Nothing was recorded, and only when the banquet ended did he find the lost camcorder. He watched a very precious video clip. A man named Buggy was preparing to have a big fight with Red Hair. Ha ha ha, Ace brother, we meet again. Buggy hugged Ace and laughed. It's you, Buggy. I heard you were caught by the Marines and escaped. Ace said happily. Caught? I heard it was you who got caught, and I came to rescue you. Buggy laughed. So you were sent here by Bartholomew Kuma just to eat and drink, but you pretend otherwise. Mr. 3 kept complaining in his heart. Thank you, Buggy. Ace laughed. While Buggy appeared happy on the surface, in his heart, he thought, thank goodness Shanks is here. Otherwise, I would really be looking for trouble by fighting the Whitebeard pirates. No need to be polite. Brother, come, have a drink. Buggy held up a glass. Buggy and Ace were toasting, looked down upon by Crocodile and Jinbei. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ear. Hey, Red Nose over there. Are you calling me? Buggy turned around with a smile, and suddenly remembered something. Who are you calling Red Nose? I'll kill you. Oh, you, Whitebeard. Buggy was so scared that his soul was about to leave his body, and when he turned his head, he saw Whitebeard staring at him. Kuhahaha. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but it seems they're not. The 2 little troublemakers who once demanded my head, one with red hair, the other with a red nose, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Whitebeard laughed at Buggy. Buggy was so scared that he couldn't say a word. The young days were okay, what with Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba backing them up, but now they were gone, except for red hair, of course. He wouldn't back down. It seems you have a good relationship with Ace. Kuhahaha, have a drink. If you don't drink now, you won't be able to when I'm gone in a few years. Seeing old friends like you now is also a kind of happiness. Whitebeard held out a glass of wine to Buggy. Buggy, bewildered, reached out his hand and clinked the glass with Whitebeard's. Did you see that? I saw that, Captain Buggy. Regarded as an old friend by Whitebeard, Captain Whitebeard returned the toast to Captain Buggy, truly worthy of Captain Buggy, extending an olive branch to Whitebeard. How could you tell that Whitebeard was extending an olive branch? Mr. 3 felt the world becoming increasingly incomprehensible. What exactly were these people thinking, and what was it that attracted them to Buggy? After drinking too much, one would naturally get carried away. Whitebeard offering a toast to Buggy was nothing but this guy wanting to have another drink. Maki, give me some wine. Hooray, cheers, have more fun, Whitebeard chuckled. Let him drink, we will have to limit him in the future, said Maki. Jozu then poured more wine for Whitebeard, filling his cup once again. Hooray, let's get drunk while we can, this is what you said yourself, when hosting a banquet, one must do it joyfully, Whitebeard laughed. After a lively night, the red hair pirates left, the clown buggy also departed, along with Crocodile. Jinbei stayed behind. All the captains and ship captains of the Whitebeard Pirates were present. Waking up at noon, having something to eat and packing up their gear, they left Eighthead. Whitebeard called everyone over. I told you all before, I'm getting old and need to retire. Maki will take over the Whitebeard Pirates in the future. After Whitebeard's speech, no one said anything. Indeed, after the battle all day yesterday, they could see that Whitebeard's body could no longer continue to roam the sea with them. Maki had already proven his strength, he will take over the Whitebeard Pirates and continue the journey. Father. Others still felt reluctant. After all, Whitebeard was their benefactor, their belief. Regarding the future of the pirate group, I know many of you do not respect me, and I do not need your approval. Whether you stay or leave is up to you to decide. Next, I will announce the punishment for the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Portgas D. Ace, for violating the captain's orders and leaving the pirate group without permission. Maki calmly spoke, causing a stir among the people present. Ace raised his head to look at Maki, his eyes full of worry. What Maki says is the captain's order, the pirate group has been handed over to him, Whitebeard sat aside. Father. Others looked at Ace, then at Whitebeard. Openly violating the captain's orders and leaving the pirate group without permission, I now, in my capacity as acting captain, hereby decree the expulsion of Portgas D. Ace from the Whitebeard Pirates. From now on, you are no longer the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. What? Advertisement. As the words fell, there was a commotion in the room, with everyone looking shocked towards Maji. Ace was also incredulous. Expel from the pirate crew. Big brother. Big brother. Marco and the others rushed towards Maji, each one unable to believe, doubting if they heard correctly. Big brother, you must be joking, you are going to drive out Ace. Mistral nervously said. Although Ace is wrong, it's not necessary to expel him, Sabo exclaimed. Yes, big brother, he made a mistake so you can punish him, even beat him up, but why expel him? Rakuyo said. Big brother, Ace is our family, we are a family, how can you expel him? Jozu said. The captains were all excited, as were the ship captains, emotions running high. I object, why drive out Ace? The Decabro brothers said. Yeah, why expel Ace? Ace did nothing wrong, it was Teach's fault. The two brothers spoke one after the other. Dad, Ace can't leave, Ace is good. Little Oz spoke up. Oz. Whitebeard looked at him. Dad, what nonsense are you talking, who are you to drive out the captain? Rokdu listened in from the side, jumped out excitedly pointing at Maji. Rokdu, shut up, Haribid grabbed his ear and pulled him away. Mom, let me go, Rokdu struggled. You bunch of troublemakers, shut up. Whitebeard shouted, making them quiet down. Everyone looked quietly at Whitebeard, who calmly said, did you not hear what I just said? From now on, the Whitebeard Pirates will listen to Maji. If you disagree, you can leave the Whitebeard Pirates. Dad, Ace, who disobeyed the captain's orders, your unauthorized departure from the pirate crew has caused all this, and you must bear the consequences. The result of the war, you have also seen, with casualties on both sides, and we have lost many comrades here. You are responsible for this war. From now on, you will no longer be the captain of the Whitebeard 2nd Division. If anyone wants to leave with Ace, you may follow him. Marco's words silenced everyone present. Brother, I still hope to stay in the Whitebeard Pirates and fight for myself, Ace said. Ace. Jinbei shouted in concern. Very well, I admire your courage. Let him pass. According to the rules of the pirate group, if you wish to stay in the Whitebeard Pirates, there is one possibility, defeat me and it's done. Marco stood up and walked to the side. Others stepped aside, clearing a path for Marco to pass through. Ace. Marco and others still worried. In their eyes, it seemed pointless. Ace is indeed powerful, but compared to Marco, there is no comparison at all. Ace resolutely followed Marco's steps, walking towards the open space together. Come, do whatever you want if you win, Marco said. Sorry, brother. Ace unleashed flames from his body, turning his fists into flames and throwing a punch at Marco. Fire fist. Marco took a deep breath and exhaled. Facing Ace's fire fist, Marco extinguished it in one breath. Before Ace could attack again, he felt his body stiffen. You're too slow. Your speed, as it is now, not to mention facing Teach, in 2 years when facing your brother Luffy, you won't be a match. You are pitifully weak now. If you continue to stay in the Whitebeard Pirates, you will be like a flower in a greenhouse, destined to become a waste sooner or later. The Whitebeard Pirates don't need trash, and the future Whitebeard Pirates won't acknowledge you as the captain of the 2nd Division. 0. Requesting flowers. Ace's flames roared. Conqueror's Haki erupted in this moment directly hitting Maji. Maji released his own Haki, the two Conqueror's Haki clashed. Of course, it only lasted for a moment. Ace's Haki was mercilessly overwhelmed by Maji like a baby. Advertisement. Similar to Doflamingo, He exhibited his Haki since childhood, but far less than Luffy, showing his Haki in battle. Such great talent, wasted like this by him. Ace would be better off without eating the flame fruit. I will not leave the Whitebeard Pirates. Ace struggled on the ground. The Whitebeard Pirates will not acknowledge you, the protection from Newgate has ended for you. Do you really think Newgate begged you to join the Whitebeard Pirates? It's just because he pitied you. Without his protection, the Marines would have discovered your identity when you arrived in the New World. Do you really think they didn't know? Be grateful for Newgate's care for you these past 3 years, walk your own path in the future, you have no more ties with the Whitebeard Pirates. Maji's fist was in front of Ace, and Ace stared at him blankly. Until Maji left, he got up and knelt motionless on the beach. Those who want to leave with him can stay. Marco, leave a ship for them, the rest of you, decide whether to go or stay. Maji looked up at the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates and the other captains and said, I will leave with Captain Ace. The first person to speak made Maji's expression stiffen. Losiu. Without paying attention, Maji's son Losiu rushed out, passing Maji without even looking at him. I will leave with Captain Ace, I am a member of the 2nd Division, and I am no longer a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Losiu ran towards Ace. Losiu. Ace never expected the first person to follow him would be Losiu. We were originally members of the Heart Pirates, naturally we must follow the captain. The original members of the Heart Pirates, Deuce, came out, having become a member of the 2nd Division after Ace joined the Whitebeard Pirates. Members of the original Heart Pirates like Miharu, Skull, Ganryu, Vors, Fancy, and the Pet Kodas all came out and headed towards Ace. We are also willing to follow Captain Ace. Those members who originally belonged to the second team also came out, having spent almost 3 years with Ace, they knew who Ace was very well, they had established a relationship with Ace. Whitebeard was ultimately unattainable, the captain was their direct leader. Each small team is actually a pirate crew. People came out one after another, suddenly exceeding 50. You all. Ace looked up at those familiar faces standing in front of them, all his companions. Old man, I'm sorry. Suddenly there was a violent shaking, without looking, they knew who it was. Marco knelt down in front of Whitebeard, bowed, and took out a very small cup. Old man, I will no longer be a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, please take care. Fool, you are still my son. Whitebeard said lightly. Old man. Led by Marco, the DeKalvin brothers, Thalaxi, Zodia, and other pirate captains under the flag also knelt down. They were going to leave the Whitebeard Pirates, and from now on they would become followers of Ace. You all. Ace looked at these captains, 16 captains knelt down, their intentions were clear, they would no longer be members of the Whitebeard Pirates and would follow Ace, becoming Ace's followers. How can even you guys? Ace saw this scene in shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief and emotion. Since you have all made your choice, then I won't say more. Whitebeard said. The captains took out a wine cup from their bosoms. When they saw the wine cup, everyone knew what would happen next. The captains knelt down, placing the wine cup on the ground. Old man, thank you for your care, for your kindness to us, we will pay our filial respect to you another day. Open black lens bracket. 014602408 Feilu 184,542,480 close black lens bracket. 16 captains in total, knelt neatly before Whitebeard. And kowtowed to Whitebeard for a long time. 067 Marine and Whitebeard, have you got any results? Hurry up and give me a newspaper. This scene was recorded by Morgans, the Whitebeard Pirates were splitting up. What a bunch of idiots. Whitebeard's eyes were teary as he lifted his head slightly. Go, the new era has come, the Whitebeard Pirates ship is already old, unable to carry new dreams. The future world belongs to you, walk your own path. Do not look back, do not reminisce. As for Lousy, Marjorie is watching, he is more reliable than you guys. Ace, grow up, find the great treasure, fulfill the dreams that Lousy couldn't fulfill. The great treasure really exists, find it before Lousy dies, show it to Lousy, understand? You bunch of idiots. Dad, Ace sobbed, everyone who left the Whitebeard Pirates knelt down neatly in front of Whitebeard. Thank you for your kindness to us. From then on, the Whitebeard Pirates split into two factions. The former 2nd Division commander, Portgas D. Ace, was kicked out of the Whitebeard Pirates and led the former Spade Pirates members, as well as the Whitebeard 2nd Division members, to establish the Spade Pirates anew. While the Whitebeard Pirates retained 16 crews, Whitebeard Edward Newgate stepped down, and the Vice Captain Marjorie took over the pirates. The 16 crews under the former Whitebeard Pirates left the crew and pledged loyalty to Ace, becoming subordinates of the Spade Pirates. Dad, take care. A ship, the Moby Dick No. 1, sailed away with a new flag depicting the symbol of the Spade Pirates. Everyone on board looked back at the 303 Whitebeard Pirates on Egghead Island. Ace stood in front of Whitebeard, wearing black clothes that covered the Whitebeard Pirates tattoo on his back. You fool, go, Lousy is waiting for you to come back with good news. Whitebeard waved his hand. Dad, Ace knelt, bowing deeply. I will never forget your kindness in this lifetime, I will always be your son. Get lost. Whitebeard kicked Ace out, sending him flying onto the ship. The sound of a ship's whistle came from the boat, as the Vivre card number, which had been modified, slowly started up, its paddle wheel turning. Dad, take care. Ace was on the deck, kneeling down with everyone for Whitebeard. Behind Whitebeard were 15 captains, as well as all the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, waving goodbye to them. After the 16 pirate crews on Ace's ship had set sail, they too knelt down again for Whitebeard and then began their voyage. From now on, they were no longer members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Alright, those who had to leave have left, we should leave too, Whitebeard turned back and said. Set sail. Marco and the others followed in Whitebeard's footsteps and continued on. They couldn't be like Ace. Ace was still young, only 20 years old, with a long future ahead. He had the power to compete for the world, to become the emperor of the seas in the future. Limiting him to the Whitebeard Pirates would only restrict his future. It was destined from the beginning that he would leave the Whitebeard Pirates and sail to the vast seas to experience the waves outside. When the birds grow up, they must fly on their own. If Whitebeard were to pass away, the future Whitebeard Pirates would still disband, or perhaps Ace would step up. In Whitebeard's mind, there were two people fit to lead the Whitebeard Pirates, one was Marco, and the other was Ace. Clearly, Marco was more excellent than Ace. Ace was suited to go out, while Marco was suited to stay and guard home. The decision to let Ace go was made after consulting with Marco. They had decided on this since Ace secretly left. After walking a few steps, Whitebeard sighed. Ace. Hearing the commotion behind him, Whitebeard turned around to see that everyone was in tears. He's not dead yet, why are you all crying? Seeing these sentimental fools, Whitebeard was angered. Advertisement. Didn't expect to part ways with Ace. Jozu wiped away tears. He has left, not died. Whitebeard rolled his eyes. These guys are quite righteous, now they're leaving while wiping their tears. Old man is too mean. If the old man didn't agree, Ace wouldn't have left. Ace leaving means the end of the second division. Ace will definitely become One Piece, surpassing the old man. Whitebeard felt something was wrong as he listened more. These guys were speaking out their thoughts, all blaming him emotionally. It was Marco's idea, nothing to do with me. You bastards, talking nonsense. Right, there's also the big brother. Right, where's the big brother? Haven't seen him, didn't see him just now. Where did the big brother go? On the other side of Aegeon, Marco was facing someone. Big brother, do you want to kill Ace? Marco sat on a piece of scrap metal, legs crossed, looking at the man in front of him. The man in front dared not look at Marco's eyes, avoiding them all the time. Maybe, your subordinates were all slaughtered by Roger back then, and as a bereaved dog, you were taken in by Newgate. Since then, you've been following Whitebeard's pirate crew, you must be unable to accept the fact that your companion was killed, and unable to accept the son of the one who killed your companion as your brother. I can understand your feelings, but, ultimately, this matter involves the grudge between you and Roger, who is already dead. Ace is not Roger, do not forget, Ace is the son of Edward Newgate, he has never admitted to being Roger's son. He has never even seen what Roger looked like since he was born, you cannot transfer your hatred onto him just because of his lineage. Big brother, but I, Squardo still couldn't accept this. Ever since knowing that Ace was Roger's son, he had been thinking back to a scene over 20 years ago. At that time, when he encountered the Roger pirates, they were spirited and ambitious. However, in the face of Roger, they were almost no match and were easily defeated by him. Everyone died, only he remained alive. After Roger's death, he lost his drive for revenge. It was Whitebeard who appeared before him, extending a hand and giving him something to rely on mentally, giving him the motivation to keep living. He also swore that he would devote his life to Whitebeard and would die for him. But when he found out that Ace was Roger's son, the son of his former enemy, the flames of revenge in his heart reignited. He even started to hate Whitebeard. If it weren't for Whitebeard's protection of Ace, Ace would have died in the hands of the Marines. Why was he still alive? Why did Whitebeard protect Roger's son? Squardo's heart was in turmoil. When he heard that Whitebeard and Jozu wanted to kick Ace out, he saw an opportunity. As long as he left Whitebeard's pirate crew and joined Ace, he would have a chance to kill Ace and avenge his comrades. He never expected that his thoughts would be discovered by Jozu, who prevented him from joining the Spade Pirates. Hearing Jozu's words, Squardo calmed down a bit, but he still couldn't accept it in his heart. There is a lot of hatred in this world. Everyone has someone they want to kill, but Roger is already dead. The ones you seek revenge on are the Roger Pirates, not the Whitebeard Pirates. You need to think it over. The Whitebeard Pirates don't owe you anything, and neither does Ace. You have new comrades now, a new beginning, and a group of brothers. Look, they're calling out to you. Jozu turned his head to the side. Jozu, Squardo, what are you doing here? Hurry up and pack, we're setting off. You bunch of bastards muttering on and on about nonsense. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Squardo is leaving. Squardo. Squardo looked up at the people shouting his name, walking towards him with smiles on their faces, and couldn't help but tear up. I'm sorry, Dad, Squardo knelt on the ground, crying out loud. Although no one really understood what was going on with Squardo, they didn't really pay it much mind. Advertisement. Let's go, let's head back. Whitebeard beckoned, and everyone followed in his footsteps. It feels much quieter. Marco chuckled. Yeah, a lot fewer people. Jozu laughed. Big brother, what are our plans for the future? Sakazuki asked. Keep an eye on Newgate, Don't let him drink. Marco said. You bastards, are you trying to kill me? Whitebeard said angrily. If you want to live longer and see Ace become One Piece, you better listen to us. Marco said. Then I might as well just die. Whitebeard said. Don't worry, we won't let you starve, but you can't drink now, and in the future, if you want to drink, it must be timed and in moderation. Whoever dares to secretly give you alcohol, I won't let them drink. Marco said. Big brother has a cruel heart, it seems we can't secretly give the old man alcohol anymore, ha ha ha. Old man, sorry for making you suffer for our alcohol. Sorry, old man, you bunch of bastards, are you deliberately trying to get on my nerves one by one? Whitebeard chased after them with a big blade as they ran away, everyone finished tidying up and left from Edgesland. And everything that happened in these 2 days quickly spread throughout the world. Extra, Marines declare war on Whitebeard's pirate crew. Any results from the battle between Marine and Whitebeard? Bring me a newspaper quickly. Get me one too. I want one too. Hey, can we all look at it together? I haven't agreed yet. UB********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* front page of the newspaper featured the portraits of Whitebeard, Marco, the photo of Garp fallen on the ground, Charlotte Linlin, Buggy, Shanks, and others. Marine hero Garp defeated. Fire Fist Ace is Roger's son from One Piece. After the battle between Whitebeard's pirate crew and Marine, they engaged in a war with Big Mom's pirate crew. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin was severely injured and escaped. Vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Maji, defeated the Shichibukai, then defeated Garp, becoming the new captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Captain of the 2nd Division, Fire Fist Ace, was expelled from the Whitebeard Pirates, splitting the Whitebeard Pirates into 2 factions. Fire Fist Ace went on to establish the Spades Pirates, taking Captain Jimbei along. Red-haired Shanks headed to the battlefield to hold a banquet with the Whitebeard Pirates. The information in the newspaper was explosive. There were 3 pages, one detailing the battle results with the Marines, who were defeated and chose to retreat in the dangerous region of the New World. Another described the clash between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, as well as the encounter with the red-haired pirates. The 3rd page consisted of news from the city of Pushin. 7 warlords of the sea, Blackbeard Teach, captured Ace and handed him over to the Marines. To rescue him, Ace's sworn brother, the Straw Hat pirate Luffy, invaded Pushin City and successfully escaped with the help of the Clown Buggy. The Clown Buggy's identity was revealed as a former member of the Roger Pirates and the 4 Emperors, red-haired Shanks' brother, possessing formidable strength. In Egohead, there was almost a fight between Edgehead and Red-haired, a man comparable to 4 Emperors Red-haired. Buggy threatened Red-haired, highlighting him as a mysterious and powerful underestimated man. After the failed attempt to rescue Ace planned by Luffy and Buggy, the former 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, the Fishman Jinbei, and the Revolutionary Army's Ivankov were saved. While on the Sabaody archipelago, the betrayed member of the 7 warlords of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma, was sent to Egohead by the world government. With so much news pouring in at once, the whole world was shocked. One Piece Roger actually has descendants, and they have always been protected by Whitebeard. Luffy is actually the son of the Revolutionary Army's dragon, and the grandson of marine hero Garp. Isn't Dragon Garp's son? A bounty of 4.5 billion berries, well, second only to Whitebeard's bounty worldwide, the first time the bounty is so high. Defeating Garp, severely injuring Charlotte Linlin, almost fighting with red-haired, is this person really too strong? The legend of the Whitebeard Pirates continues. It's the end of the world, why can't the Whitebeard Pirates die? People of various emotions were present, and pirates who read the newspaper were filled with despair. The good news is that Ace escaped from the Whitebeard Pirates with others, weakening the Whitebeard Pirates' power. The bad news is that the Whitebeard Pirates have a formidable vice-captain. Shanks, let's part ways here, thank you. Buggy, using Shanks' ship, arrived at an island. 068 Get Charlotte Linlin out quickly, I want to see if she can save you. Buggy, goodbye, next time we meet, I will not let you off the hook. Buggy waved. Haha, okay, Shanks waved back. Impressive, Captain Buggy. Red-haired Shanks, just you wait. The next time we meet, Captain Buggy will definitely take you down. Long live Captain Buggy, get ready to face the consequences. Mr. 3 really doesn't know how to comment anymore. You guys really have no self-awareness at all, it's so tiring. Suddenly, a bat flew over. Mr. 3 looked puzzled, but when he saw a letter in the bat's mouth, he clearly paused, took the letter, and started reading. Buggy, who was standing with hands on hips, was interrupted, what's wrong? You, look at this. Mr. 3 handed the letter to Buggy. What is this? Buggy asked curiously. Crocodile glanced at it, looking somewhat surprised. An invitation from the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile said calmly. Buggy also opened the letter, froze at first glance. This guy can also become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Mr. 1 exclaimed in shock. In his eyes, someone like Crocodile should be a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, how could Buggy possibly become one? Buggy is too weak, even though his abilities are countered by Buggy, it doesn't mean he can't take down Buggy. Am I going to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Buggy hesitated, with snot running down his face. Impressive, Captain Buggy. To think it's an invitation to join the 7 Warlords of the Sea, it seems they know how powerful Captain Buggy is, so they deliberately want to recruit him. Captain Buggy, don't agree. We will establish dominance in the New World, become the new 4 Emperors, we don't need the 7 Warlords of the Sea. So great, Captain Buggy, a man even recognized by the world government. Where do you see his greatness? Mr. Three's sarcasm was overflowing, he just couldn't stand watching. No, it's not a mistake. I, this lord, disdain the so-called 7 Warlords of the Sea. How can I, who aim to become the man of One Piece, stoop to being just a subordinate warlord Shichibukai? Buggy stood with his hands on his hips, loudly declaring. Captain Buggy. A group of prisoners all kneeled down, showing immense respect. Hey, Red Nose, shall we have a chat? Crocodile spoke calmly. Buggy was taken aback, only then realizing that Crocodile was still around. Just a mere 7 Warlords of the Sea. Crocodile is none other than a 7 Warlord of the Sea. In an instant, sweat soaked Buggy's back, with beads of sweat streaming down like a waterfall. Boss, look, your bounty is 4.5 billion berries. Marco handed the latest bounty to Jozu. Just take a look at this, how about on Charlotte Linland's side? Jozu asked. Already back at Wano, Marco replied. I'm planning to snatch their territories back, Jozu said with a slight grin. The Whitebeard Pirates have reorganized. Despite losing Ace and the others, they still have 15 teams, over 20 pirate crews, and a massive pirate crew of over 20,000 people. Charlotte Linland leading her crew won't just let the attack go like that, surely she will come back for revenge. The main camp is left to be guarded by Whitebeard, he won't die in a short time, and no one dares to provoke him. Jozu is about to settle the score with Charlotte Linland. Boss, who will go? Jozu and others are eager to fight, wanting to reclaim their lost pride. Bista, Blamenko, Rakuyo, Thatch, Blenheim, Vista, and Izo, Jozu began calling names. The captains of the 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, and 13 battle teams were named. Boss, what about us? Jozu asked in confusion. Yeah, what about us? Saki stepped forward. You all stay at home and watch, we will go, Jozu said. That's right, we are enough, Thatch chuckled. You guys take good care of Dad at home, we'll bring back the news of our triumph, Vista smiled. Don't worry, we will definitely bring back more things for you, even though I'm not a big fan of those desserts, but they have good wine, Blamenko laughed happily. Some were happy, some were worried, those who weren't named had been sulking for a long time. Advertisement. Those named had already gone to gather their men. They were going to plunder the territory where Charlotte Linland was, what a good job. Maki led them, and it was quite a big operation. Stay safe, Whitebeard said. Marco, remember what I told you, don't give him too much wine, Maki said. You talk too much nonsense, get moving, Whitebeard said impatiently. I've prepared medicine for you to remember to drink. Dr. Kurha can live to be 140 years old and still be lively, she can live 70 more years than you, drinking alcohol every day, how many more years do you want to drink? Learn from her about health care. I can't compare to that old lady, didn't expect her to still be alive after so many years. Whitebeard remembered, 30 years ago when he saw the old lady he didn't believe she was over 100 years old, didn't expect that after 30 years, she was still alive, they even drank together back then. She's living fine, very healthy. Are you leaving or not? Why talk so much nonsense here? Whitebeard began to get angry. Maki shrugged, started calling people, it was time to set off to collect debts. Face was something they built for themselves, not given by others. Charlotte Linland had attacked them, this matter was destined not to be overlooked. If they didn't strike back, anyone could come and bully them. Charlotte Linland must pay the price, at the same time, they had to intimidate the New World, show their strength. The incident with Eggert had passed a few days ago, a slight movement from the 4 emperors in the New World would make other pirates tremble. Everyone could see that Whitebeard was old and restless, planning to challenge the old emperor. Maki taking over made them more cautious, but it didn't mean they wouldn't continue to try and control things. Rather than being harassed, it was better to take the initiative and attack, eliminate the enemy first. With 2 ships prepared, accompanied by 5,000 men, they headed towards the Grand Line in a grand manner. 4 days later they attacked an island under the first Big Mom pirate crew flag. The commotion was so big, many intelligence agencies immediately knew the news. As Dad taking action over there. Ace didn't choose to stay in Whitebeard's territory, he wanted to go and establish his own territory, which wasn't far away. He quickly heard relevant news. Earlier, Big Mom led an attack on us. Big Bro is taking people to seek revenge, Ace said with a smile. Big Mom's pirate crew has also taken action. Should we go and help? Diaz asked. No need. We are no longer members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Even if we go to help, Big Bro wouldn't let us intervene, Ace shook his head. That's true. It doesn't matter anymore, Diaz sighed. Ace still felt a bit lost in his heart. After putting on clothes and covering the Whitebeard Pirates flag, it indicated that they no longer had any connection with the Whitebeard Pirates. Dad hopes you can become one piece. We need to grow up quickly, Diaz said. Yes, that's the first goal, Ace said seriously. It's not easy to take him down, Diaz said. Ace's team. No, Captain Ace, a ship is approaching us, Roxy ran over to tell Ace. Roxy was obviously not used to the change in identity. At 16, he was still just an intern sailor of the Spade Pirates. A ship? What ship? Ace looked up and indeed saw a ship approaching. However, there was nothing distinctive about that ship to determine if they were enemies or a merchant ship. Get ready for a battle, Ace said. Okay. The people on the ship all prepared for battle and approached to meet the incoming ship. The two ships drew closer, and there were many people standing on the deck of the approaching ship. Finally, we meet again. I wonder if you can still recognize me, a person standing at the bow of the ship smiled. Behind him was a fish man and a girl looking at him. As the two ships passed each other, before Ace could act, someone had already jumped over and was heading towards Ace. You're quite bold, Ace laughed, raised his fist, and struck out at the opponent. Fist. Dragon Claw Fist. Crash. Asterisk. The flames consumed the opponent, but were also torn apart by the opponent's dominance. The person rushed to Ace and raised his hand to throw a straight punch. Ace started to block and fight back instinctively. Ace didn't use his abilities, just relying on his fighting skills to engage in the battle, and the two fought faster and faster. Both of them were using Haki. Ace sensed something was off as they fought. Who is this guy? Why does he feel so familiar? It was too familiar. This feeling reminded him of something, but he didn't dare to think about it in detail. Fire Fist Ace. Advertisement. Ace activated his power. Flames erupted from under his feet, forcing the opponent to retreat. Who are you, kid? Ace asked. The opponent didn't say much but took out a section of water pipe from behind and smashed the column of fire, swinging it towards Ace. However, Ace stood still. The water pipe fell in front of him, very close to his face. Ace stood still, his widened eyes filled with disbelief, staring blankly at the other person. Captain Ace. Others looked astonished, wondering what was wrong with Ace. You couldn't be. Long time no see, Ace. 13. Ace clenched his jaw, tears streaming down his face. How can you not recognize me? It's me. The other person took off his hat, smiling at Ace, tears welling in his eyes. This guy, could it be? Deuce furrowed his brow, his face changing color as he realized something. Deuce, who is he? What's wrong with Captain Ace? Laxus asked nervously. Golden hair, burnt face, he's the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. Deuce exclaimed. Revolutionary Army. Chief of Staff. Ace was full of tears, choked up and unable to speak. Sabo. Ace hugged Sabo, crying loudly. At this moment, he was no longer the captain of the Blackbeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace. He cried like a child, running to his loved ones. Sabo, we all thought you were dead, you be asterisk 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 D, why didn't you come to us alive, wah? 440 inches Ace. Sabo couldn't stop his tears either, he had waited too long for this moment. Since regaining his memory after seeing the news, he had been waiting for this moment of reunion. He thought he couldn't cry, but couldn't help it, holding Ace and crying loudly. Sorry, it's all my fault, I didn't remember earlier, it's my fault. Sabo cried holding Ace. The two brothers hugged and cried bitterly, just fighting. A moment ago, now hugging each other and crying. The members of the Black Spade Pirates were stunned, and on the side of the Revolutionary Army, Clar was already in tears, crying along with them. Do Captain Ace and the Revolutionary Army chief know each other? Law asked curiously. It seems like it's not just a simple acquaintance. Thus said. Here the brothers meet, while on the other side of the world, the battle rages on. Wano, Onigashima Island. Hey, when is your mommy coming? Under his feet, be trampled on a short, fat guy. Charlotte Zekut. One of the 34 ministers of the Big Mom Pirates, the Wine Minister. In an instant, the island was taken down by the Whitebeard Pirates led by Kaido. As a minister, he was immediately captured and trampled underfoot. You wait, Mom will definitely come to save me. Charlotte Zekut lay on the ground, bruised and swollen. Then hurry up and let Charlotte Linlin come out, I want to see if she can save you. Kaido kicked him away. Big brother, everything has been taken, but seeing these wines, Dad is already delighted. Rakuyo pushed the cart over. Bang. Kaido tapped his head and laughed and scolded, what does it mean he is delighted to death, you wish he was dead. And no, that's not what I meant. Rakuyo covered his head and smiled.
It definitely can make him happy for a while, but we can't let him be too happy, at least let him live well, spend a few more years with us, Maji chuckled. That's right. Raising them to adulthood, naturally, we must see them off in the end. We can't all be getting old and still be under his protection. The Whitebeard Pirates are now united. All for the sake of making Whitebeard happy, giving him a comfortable old age. Big brother, the ship is here. Thumor emerged from the sea and said. Ha ha ha, you smell like fruit juice all over you. Halder laughed heartily, holding his stomach. There's no problem underwater, it's just some fruit juice on the surface. At first, I thought it was all fruit juice. Thumor shook off the water stains on his body. Maji looked into the distance, dark clouds looming over the city. Charlotte Linlin is coming. 069 looks like my idea is correct. I can definitely use dominance to strengthen my body. The mighty army rushed towards them, led by Charlotte Linlin herself. However, her current situation was not good, one eye wrapped in bandages, already blind, irrecoverable. Seeing Marquis, Charlotte Linlin's rage was evident.
How dare you come? Charlotte Linlin jumped onto Zeus's body, wielding the flame blade to charge towards Marquis. All of you step back. Marquis stood up and spoke to Reiki and the others. The group quickly dispersed, realizing they couldn't participate in a battle of the four emperors level. Thunder Bagua. Zeus spewed thunder, Prometheus spewed flames, thunder and flames combined with Charlotte Linlin's slash. The slash was like a laser, quickly piercing towards its target. Too slow. Marquis didn't choose to withstand it, instead quickly dodged, watching the laser pierce through the entire island, landing behind it and causing a violent explosion. Emperor Sword. Broken Blade. Using the momentum of the previous attack, Charlotte Linlin arrived in front of Marquis, raising the flame blade to strike him. Bursting Void. Marquis raised his fist, Conqueror's Haki swirling around it, forming a huge ring of light, similar to what Whitebeard could do after activating his power. Boom. A thunderous sound reverberated through the heavens, the Conqueror's Haki generated by the explosion tearing the sky apart, clearing it in an instant. Everyone's hearts beat violently with the sound. Weaker individuals were directly killed by the shock, falling to the ground, lifeless. Most of the people on Wano Country Island were just common folks, who had to offer up their own lives to seek refuge under Linlin's protection. Exchanging their lives for safety was something many in the New World were willing to do. At the same time, to obtain food, they also needed to work in the factories under Charlotte Linlin's banner, exchanging labor for sustenance. These people were all ordinary individuals, not even comparable to the lowest-ranking Marine soldiers. Under such a heavy blow, some were killed directly in the shockwave. Suddenly, hundreds of voices disappeared in an instant. Blade Mother's Flame. Prometheus behind Charlotte Linlin spewed flames, instantly engulfing Maji in a sea of fire. This degree of flames, no wonder even the burn fruit dogs wouldn't eat. Lighting Thunder. Zeus manipulated lightning to form a laser beam and shot it at Maji, burning everything in its path as if it were a laser. Airburst. Maji crushed Conqueror's Haki, directly releasing all his Haki, shattering both attacks. The Conqueror's Haki on his body formed black lightning pulses, piercing through Zeus and Prometheus. Both homies instantly lost their abilities, turning into a small white cloud and a tiny sun. He disabled Charlotte Linlin's ability with Conqueror's Haki. Mom, I have no strength left, Zeus said, lying on the ground. Albaf's Spear, V. Charlotte Linlin unleashed a circular slash towards Maji, who responded with his fist. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Losing the two homies did not affect Charlotte Linlin's combat power. She was a monster in essence and could fight giants since childhood. Her combat power is extraordinary. On the other side, Katakuri and Vista started fighting, and the battle spread throughout the island, with both sides engaged in intense combat. Charlotte Linlin lost an eye but her combat power remained. She retrieved the homies' souls, realizing that Maji's Haki could counter her abilities. She decided to confront Maji directly with Haki, no longer relying on fancy devil fruit powers. Their straightforward Haki battle made it hard to determine the outcome based on physical conditions alone. Charlotte Linlin's monstrous body has been at a monstrous level since birth. In terms of physical conditions, Maji was definitely not a match. Armament Haki provided him with strength and defense, while Conqueror's Haki gave him the ability to harm Charlotte Linlin. Without relying on special abilities, Charlotte Linlin and Maji couldn't determine a winner in a short period of time. Enjoyment to the fullest. Maji laughed happily in the battle, baffling Charlotte Linlin, who swung a heavy punch. Advertisement, what are you laughing at? Nothing, this kind of thrill in battle is addictive, walking on the line of death, with mind and attention focused on one point. No wonder so many people like fighting. Maji laughed. Everyone's heart has a seed of violence, like when you see others fighting, you also want to join. It's obvious that you have no fighting skills, just relying on dominance, Charlotte Linlin said. You've discovered it, what you said is correct, Maji admitted. He never learned fighting skills or swordsmanship, the only thing he was decent at was sniping. It seemed innate, the moment he held a gun, empowered by Haoshoku Haki, he hit his targets effortlessly. So you're using me to hone your fighting skills, Charlotte Linlin said. You're right, Maji nodded again. Charlotte Linlin angrily raised Napoleon in her hand, with Conqueror's Haki emanating. Then come and try, I'll dismember you, Elbaf's Spear, Wilkoku. Explosion. A halo similar to Whitebeard's ability appeared on Maji's fist, it was his Conqueror's Haki, directed towards Charlotte Linlin. The two clashed with Conqueror's Haki, and Charlotte Linlin quickly realized something. Maji's Haki seemed endless, there was no end in sight. Haki is also a type of stamina, it depletes rapidly as the battle progresses. Luffy's Gear 4th cannot sustain for long, precisely because his Haki cannot endure, he needs to regain stamina and Haki to use Gear 4th again. With the strengthening of battle will, Haki will continue to improve. Haki is also influenced by mentality. Just look at Gecko Moria under Moonlight, his Haki nearly disappeared after his failure, becoming the weakest among the Shichibukai. Maji also witnessed the same thing on Squardo's body. After being defeated by Roger, Squardo fell into a slump, but after meeting Whitebeard and gaining new companions, he regained confidence and started training his Haki again. Haki is a form of energy present in everyone's body. As long as there is life, there will be breath, whether in animals or plants, it's the same, breathing, photosynthesis. The body's pores release energy. Regarding the study of Qi, Maji, in his past life, had studied traditional Huxia medicine at least, which originated from Tao and Taoist principles. The 5 elements of traditional Huxia medicine, TCM, observation, listening, questioning, and pulse-taking, as well as the concepts of tendons, bones, acupoints, and soul all originate from the Tao. The dominance bestowed upon him by the system, through some of his cultivation, has formed a continuous stream of dominance. In addition to the dominance bestowed by the system, over the years Maji has been working hard to stabilize his own dominance and turn it into a method of Qi cultivation. Dominance is also Qi. Charlotte Linlin is an excellent test subject. After exchanging a blow, Linlin saw Maji strike a strange posture in place. She punched the air. "Are you looking down on me?" Charlotte Linlin roared angrily. However, Maji did not pay attention to her and continued punching in place. Charlotte Linlin felt the anger of being ignored, and her anger grew. Since Maji did not want to respond to her, she naturally would not miss the opportunity and raised the knife in her hand to slash at Maji. However, strangely enough, as her knife was about to fall on Maji, the air around them twisted, and Napoleon slid uncontrollably to the side. What's going on? Charlotte Linlin was full of question marks. How could her knife deviate when it was not influenced at all? Her color of observation Haki also had no effect, and Maji was standing in front of her. How could there be a deviation? Sure enough, as I suspected. With a gentle push of his hand, Maji felt Charlotte Linlin's body slowly tilt uncontrollably, a force dragging her down. What's happening? Although very slow, she felt as if she couldn't dodge, as if she had fallen into a trap. Charlotte Linlin fell uncontrollably, and Maji slowly raised his hand, swiftly striking at her chest. Smack. A light slap. Charlotte Linlin couldn't see any trace of dominance. In her eyes, it was just an ordinary slap. However, what happened next shocked everyone watching this scene. Gulp. Advertisement. Charlotte Linlin's body instantly swelled up. Her body, like a big drum, expanded to more than twice its size in an instant. Kr. Charlotte Linlin couldn't finish her words, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out from her mouth. Following closely, Conqueror's Haki exploded inside her body. This ability is Meatball? Anyone familiar with bears would recognize this scene. The compressed air exploded inside the body, causing unimaginable pain. The seemingly plain palm strike just compressed the Conqueror's Haki circulating inside the body to a point, similar to throwing a compressed Conqueror's Haki bomb inside Charlotte Linlin's body. At the moment the Conqueror's Haki exploded inside her, it directly burst open her body. Conqueror's Haki is much more powerful than a bear's compressed air cannon. Even Charlotte Linlin's monstrous body was riddled with holes at that moment, blood bursting out from all pores. Seeing Charlotte Linlin covered in blood, everyone in the Big Mom Pirates was stunned. They had never seen Charlotte Linlin in such a miserable state before. Charlotte Linlin knelt on the ground, eyes rolled back, hands hanging down, looking blankly at the sky. When the Conqueror's Haki erupted inside her, it was true that she had a powerful outer shell, but what about inside? Was there Conqueror's Haki winding around to protect her internally? This strike caused Charlotte Linlin immense damage. Without breaking through her defense, it broke her from within. And Maji completed his speculation, successfully combining his Haki with the traditional Huxia medicine Qi, completing the internal circulation. It seems my idea was correct. I can definitely strengthen my body with Haki. This concept is complete. No, it isn't. Maji thought of something, and a figure appeared in his mind. I see, I understand now. In Maji's mind, a figure appeared. His medical teacher. Lady Gurva. Lady Gurva was an ordinary human, nearly 140 years old, with a body condition similar to that of someone in their 30s or 40s. Maji studied her body's functions, and it really wasn't much different from 3,000 or 4,000 years ago. While smoking, drinking, and occasionally scalding her head, her cells remained active, a condition that completely defied logic. Either there's another possibility. She's not over 100 years old, her actual age is more like 70 or 80, and she's managed her health so well that her body hasn't shown signs of deterioration. If she really is 139 years old, as Maji had seen her last time, it must be due to something beyond medicine. She must have a set of theoretical cultivation methods. After all, if medicine alone were that powerful and couldn't keep the body's cells active, it wouldn't be possible to live for such a long time. Even if one could live for that long, the body's functions would have deteriorated long ago, impossible to remain vigorous, let alone fight. The most obvious possibility is that she practices Qigong. She uses Qi to keep her body in an active state. Research showed that not only people from the New World are powerful, as she, over 100 years old, once dominated the world when she was young. It's very likely she knew about Qigong long ago and understood its special applications. Just now, Maji tried an experiment. Qigong is Qi indeed. It could follow the Qigong method in Taoist medicine. In the past, he practiced it but couldn't feel the existence of Qi. Now, with Qigong, he combed Qi within him and practiced it according to the body's meridian system. As a result, his body's cells changed, receiving nourishment from Qi. The activity level of each cell was unimaginable, directly becoming younger. Qigong has always been used for offensive purposes, but now he realized that if used internally, it might enhance one's physical potential. Through the 8 trigrams palms just now, Maji understood the correct use of internal Qigong circulation. No wonder they say the human body is like a universe. We might even be within a living organism. Just microscopic existence within a biological body and invisible.
The vastness of the universe, the mysteries of the human body, Maji suddenly had a new pursuit. Charlotte Linlin gradually regained her senses. A monster is still a monster. The first thing she did upon coming to her senses was not to check her injuries but to attack Maji. Boom! A punch was thrown at Maji, and the explosive impact sent Maji flying. Landing steadily on a rock, Maji had never felt his body so light. Before, due to the influence of the overbearing power, his movement speed was very fast, and he could teleport short distances like the red-haired person. 070 Your body is your biggest weakness, an ordinary person's body is just that of an ordinary person. Now he feels that his ability to control his body is stronger, as long as he uses chi well, the potential that can be developed in his body is unlimited. Damn, I'm going to kill you. Charlotte Linlin waved her hand, and a large number of homies fell down, their souls caught in her hands. Not only homies, but also some unlucky guys. Charlotte Linlin grabbed a bunch of souls in her hands, opening her mouth. Gururu. Margie could hear the wails of those souls, and color of observation Haki could sense their emotions. Charlotte Linlin chewed these souls with big mouthfuls, just like taking medicine. If Marcos Phoenix was overdrafting the potential of the injured, then Charlotte Linlin's Soru no Mi was devouring other souls to repair her own body with their lifespans. No wonder her body can still be so indestructible. Look at Whitebeard, look at Red Hair, they are all people who have suffered serious injuries. However, her eye cannot be repaired, the eye was completely exploded by Margie, combined with the Conqueror's Haki, leaving her with an irreparable injury. Charlotte Linlin's body began to repair, able to feel her body absorbing souls. Those souls that were absorbed could no longer return to their hosts and had disappeared. And those who had their souls robbed, it meant they were already dead. Charlotte Linlin would not return their souls, as she had already digested them. There are many secrets on Charlotte Linlin's body. How did she become a user of the Soru no Mi ability? How did the nun disappear? What was the secret back then? Perhaps only Luffy and the others at Elbaf can uncover it. After all, everything that happened back then was seen by the kind-hearted Elbaf giants, and Elbaf definitely knows the secrets of that year. Hee, your attacks are very effective. Charlotte Linlin licked her lips. I was just verifying some things, now I have the answers, Margie said. Are you implying that you use me as a test subject? Charlotte Linlin stared fiercely at Margie, with killing intent permeating. That's right, Margie nodded. The momentum on Charlotte Linlin's body became more terrifying. Those souls she just swallowed not only helped repair her body, but also increased her strength. Charlotte Linlin's behavior is similar to Gecko Moria's. Gecko Moria's shadow being devoured also increases the strength of others. Charlotte Linlin, by swallowing the souls of others, also increased her own strength, and her body, after the recent digestion, became slimmer, just like when Margie saw her 36 years ago. You look like this now, it reminds me of the scene we first saw 26 years ago, Margie said. Well, really? I will make you recall the fear you had for me back then. Charlotte Linlin quickly rushed towards him. Margie did only one thing, dodge. With nimble movements, the two started playing hide and seek on the island. No matter how many times Charlotte Linlin attacked, she found she could never touch Margie, yet she relentlessly continued to chase after him. Is this all you've got? Seems like nothing much. Charlotte Linlin, have you not eaten your fill? How about I let you have something to eat, lest you go berserk again in 10 rounds? Margie coaxed. Charlotte Linlin gritted her teeth and continued to launch attacks. You only know how to run? Is the Whitebeard Pirates just a bunch of runners now? Charlotte Linlin taunted Margie as she swung her sword. Run? Is that one eye of yours watching me run? Wasn't it you who ran away in Elgod? Those who fled, wasn't it you? Margie jeered. Charlotte Linlin's anger almost reached its boiling point, adding salt to the wound. Why must this person's mouth be so annoying? Are you afraid to face me head-on? Come on, cowardly little rat, just a bunch of escapees, without Whitebeard. You are all just a bunch of clowns. Charlotte Linlin roared. Without Newgate, there is still me. But what about you? Without you, can Katakoro protect the Big Mom Pirates? I think it is impossible. You are quite old, not many good years left. Maybe I don't even have to get my hands dirty, I can watch you slowly perish, and after you die, I will invite clowns to dance at your grave. Ah! Charlotte Linlin let out a soulful roar, continuing to chase after Margie, becoming a whetstone for him. It looks like we can't continue playing. Margie surveyed the situation on the scene. The Whitebeard Pirates situation was not looking good. Vista and the others were no match for Katakoro. After all, the opponents were Warlords, Whitebeard's 16 division commanders, with only 2 having the strength of vice admirals. Marco and Ace. The others were a bit lacking, especially when facing the bug like Katakoro. Advertisement. Where do you think you can escape to? Charlotte Linlin forced Margie to the seaside. Are you sure I am running? Just like a mouse running around. What are you doing? Not running away, Yuan Luo T. Linlin said. Well, if you say so. Maji put on a stance. Here we go again. Seeing Maji's starting posture, Charlotte Linlin's eyes became sharp. It was these strange methods that had injured her severely. This time, she had to be careful not to fall for the same trick again. Come on. Maji opened his hand and pointed a finger at Charlotte Linlin, beckoning. Charlotte Linlin immediately flew into a rage. She had never seen such an insulting finger pointed at her before.
Maji was the first person to humiliate her like this, and this person turned out to be the successor of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ah, why would there be such despicable people like you? Charlotte Linlin had sailed the seas for decades, but this was the first time she had been insulted like this, especially by someone who had both status and power. Planting explosives to bomb people, attacking to blind their eyes, and now attacking her territory and plundering her wealth. Flying into a rage, even without Prometheus flames, her fury could be seen erupting. Die! Charlotte Linlin rushed forward with a knife and slashed down at Maji. As expected, stirred up, Maji couldn't help but chuckle. It might be hard for red-haired Shanks to do this, but for Charlotte Linlin, or even Kaido, it was easier to provoke them and make their minds unstable. Charlotte Linlin wasn't easy to provoke, but with just a middle finger, Maji made the Great Sea Emperor feel humiliated. Facing the unsettled Charlotte Linlin, Maji had ways to deal with her. Jet bullet. Maji raised his hand and made the motion of Luffy's jet pistol. Quickly struck a palm. Crack. The sound of an explosion in the air, and you could see the shockwave rippling in front of Maji. A visible white gas rushed towards Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin turned her head to avoid it, and the gas grazed her face, causing blood to flow from her cheek. Charlotte Linlin's impulsive heart calmed down a lot. As this? Conqueror's Haki? The only means to break the attacks of monsters like Charlotte Linlin and Kaido is Conqueror's Haki. Maji formed a circulatory operation of Haki within his body, which meant that the Haki on him had already been compressed, and through high-speed pushes, he could launch the Haki like bullets. The principle is similar to Lucci's 6 King guns. The 6 King guns need close-range explosions to be effective, but with the use of pushes with Haki compression, Maji could fix the Haki and launch long-range attacks. No, it's not just Conqueror's Haki, you also used armament Haki. Charlotte Linlin looked at Maji's hand. An entire arm was covered in armament Haki. Clearly Maji used armament Haki as a gun barrel, while Conqueror's Haki was inside his body, which could be fixed without dispersing because Maji wrapped armament Haki around it. You've noticed it all. Maji smiled. Just now, he hit Charlotte Linlin and injected Haki into her body, only to find that his arm was injured. Shooting out Conqueror's Haki is similar to Vinsmoke Judge using raid suits, sacrificing a lot for little gain. Charlotte Linlin could recover, but he couldn't. Shooting out Haki from within, he'd suffer a certain degree of impact as well. If he had Whitebeard's body or a monster like Charlotte Linlin, or Luffy's rubber body, maybe he could endure it. But his body was just that of an ordinary person, incapable of such forces. The best way was to use his Haki to protect his body, making it stronger so the force wouldn't affect his original body. Your body is your biggest weakness, after all, an ordinary person's body is just an ordinary person's, not much different from regular people. Charlotte Linlin had found Maji's weakness. Yes, Maji didn't deny it. In this world, there are various races, but only 2 in Wano. Advertisement without exception, they should be giants and lunarians, while other races have variety. The lineage of the Ashes has become the best vessel for the Chitons, truly showcasing the strength of this race's talents. Charlotte Linlin was a monster from birth, far superior to Maji's body compared to these people. He. Then I'll kill you now. Charlotte Linlin's Haki wrapped around her blade as she swung it towards Maji. Crack. This time, Maji adopted a head-on confrontation, clenching his fists to meet the attack. 2 forces clashed, with Maji's dominance appearing to be stronger than Charlotte Linlin's, yet Charlotte Linlin's strength was superior. After a stalemate, Maji seized the opportunity to launch another Conqueror's Haki bullet at Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin raised her arm to block, relying on her defense and Haki shield. Due to the suppression of observation Haki, she had no idea of the consequences of her actions. Splat. The Haki bullet pierced through her Haki protection, directly through her arm. Ah! Charlotte Linlin screamed in pain, with a bloody hole in her arm. This injury was nothing to Charlotte Linlin as she gritted her teeth and continued to attack. The two engaged in several rounds of head-on confrontation, with more and more reinforcements arriving on Charlotte Linlin's side. Other members of the big RHDM pirates from various islands were joining the battle. It's time to end this. Maji realized that prolonging the fight would cause too many casualties for the Whitebeard Pirates. The situation was already grim, with Vista and others being pushed back to the seaside. Charlotte Linlin sensed the danger as she noticed a change in Maji's eyes. What is this guy up to? Trying to use observation Haki, Charlotte Linlin found her ability suppressed, unable to see anything. Phew! Suddenly, Maji's Haki surged, and the Conqueror's Haki spewed out from his body, compressed without being released. Here it comes. Feeling the imminent danger, Charlotte Linlin opened her mouth and let out a soul roar with her soul fruit power having an intimidating effect. Using the power of her soul, she dispelled the influence of Maji's observation Haki, catching a glimpse of the future. Napoleon! Charlotte Linlin roared, raising her sword in response, slashing at the air. Dia! The once ordinary air suddenly exploded, revealing something from within. And the Napoleon in Charlotte Linlin's hand shattered, with Homie suffering a heavy blow inside. Charlotte Linlin herself also spat out blood, her soul damaged by Conqueror's Haki. Interruption. Or failure. 4 emperors are indeed 4 emperors, only 4 people in the whole world can become 4 emperors. Charlotte Linlin cannot be so easily defeated. At a critical moment, Maki's actions were discovered, at the moment when observation Haki was released. Charlotte Linlin was already prepared to sacrifice Napoleon,
using the blade of Napoleon to block the attack. Napoleon returned to her body, the explosion between the two, Charlotte Linlin fainted, and Maki coughed up blood and fell to the ground. My body's strength is not enough, cells are active, still need time to train. Hopefully, it's not too late now. Take care, and maintain this state by taking care of yourself. Maki got up from the ground, clutching his chest. Charlotte Linlin's current state is like when Wan Guo fell into the sea, a momentary loss of consciousness. Now she is capable of killing or being killed. Maki naturally won't miss this opportunity. I'll send you to your death. Maki reached for Charlotte Linlin's neck. Charlotte Linlin suddenly opened her eyes, turned her head, and that single eye stared at him, then she slapped his hand. Boom. The earth shook, and Maki luckily dodged the sudden blow. 071 The business of Seastone in the underground world is mostly controlled by Kaido. It is said that Ace is causing trouble for Kaido. Wow, it's not easy to kill her. Her soul is in a deep sleep, but her body's self-reaction is still there. Forget it, this time the goal is plundering, which has been achieved. Maji glanced at Charlotte Linlin's eyes and turned away. Charlotte Linlin's eyes continued to stare, watching Maji leave. In her eyes was Maji's figure, deep and terrifying, extremely scary. No one knows what secrets lie within her soul. Just now, when Charlotte Linlin opened her eyes, Maji felt scared for some reason. When he tried to use the color of observation to listen to Charlotte Linlin's thoughts, he couldn't hear anything at all. The various noises were too chaotic. Charlotte Linlin's voice was completely inaudible. The only thing he could confirm was, she was a monster. On the other side, with Owen and Dafu joining the battlefield, Bista and the others were gradually becoming overwhelmed. Did Big Brother finish it over there? We need to retreat, Bista said. It should be done, Vermonk replied. You can't escape. Hand over everything you took from us. Katakuri clenched a weapon in his hand, taking steps closer to them. The pressure at that moment was overwhelming. The things you took definitely belong to us. When did your big mom pirates become so naive? Bista chuckled. If you continue to fight, all of you will die here. Who do you think will die? A faint voice appeared behind Katakuri. Many people behind Katakuri had already fallen, with Maji holding Owen in one hand. This guy's body was heating up. However, under the domineering dominance, his devil fruit power was completely suppressed, unable to be activated at all. Katakuri turned around to see his brothers and sisters all fall down. He couldn't believe it and asked, "Where's Mom?" Charlotte Linlin fell. Don't worry, I didn't kill her. Of course, I could have killed her, Maji shrugged. What do you want? Katakuri asked. I will take what I want. How about you join our pirate crew? I'll leave the position of the second squad captain to you, Maji said to Katakuri. Don't joke around, Katakuri said angrily. He immediately thrust the weapon, the mole, in front of Maji but dared not continue piercing. Maji held Owen in his hand, using him as a shield in front of him. Owen was larger in size, completely hiding Maji well. Members of the Big Mom family were all of considerable size, while Maji was just a regular human size. The difference was quite significant. Owen knelt on the ground, with his throat firmly held, unable to move. If you move again, your little brother will die, Maji chuckled. Hidden beneath the scarf, Katakuri did not move again, retracting the trident. I will never join another pirate crew, Katakuri said firmly. It's okay, I was just saying it casually, but it'd be great if you could join, Maji smiled. Inviting him to be the second division captain meant he would be Whitebeard's son, something Katakuri would not agree to. Can we leave now? If we continue fighting, do you think you can beat me? Maji smiled. Katakuri remained silent, watching Maji and his crew leave. He knew where they were headed, to Cake Island. As expected, when Charlotte Linlin woke up and took her people back to Cake Island. Cake Island was already empty. The treasure, historical texts, everything had been stolen, even the food in their warehouse. All they could see were rats crying. We can't see a single grain of rice. Maji, I won't spare you, Charlotte Linlin roared to the sky, furious. Maji, on the other hand, returned triumphantly, and news of this battle quickly reached the Marines' ears. The battle is over, Whitebeard's pirate crew won, Sengoku said in the meeting room. The world was still chaotic, Whitebeard was not dead, the sea was still in turmoil, and it was impossible to hide the fact that so many people ran out of the city. The Marines were now capturing people worldwide. Momonga stayed in the New World, Akainu went to capture Blackbeard's pirate crew, and Aokiji went to arrest the fugitives in Tequila Wolf. Charlotte Linlin has lost twice in a row, and even her own home was ransacked. That guy is more dominant and despicable than Red Hair, Vice Admiral Suru said helplessly. Many pirates have one-track minds, especially many captains, hardly any of them have brains. Those who use despicable methods usually have problems with strength, like Doflamingo and Crocodile. Magi's extraordinary dominance was matched with despicable methods, not caring about face at all, just about achieving the goal, making such pirates the most troublesome. Forget about what's happening in the New World for now, it won't affect us with all that chaos there. We must find those who escaped from Tequila Wolf, especially Blackbeard, Sengoku said through gritted teeth. The impact of this defeat in the war was not significant for him, but the situation in Tequila Wolf was too serious for him to ignore. We don't know where he has fled to at the moment. Sakazuki is chasing him. That guy with the prisoners from level 6 is still the biggest threat, Vice Admiral Suru nodded. Advertisement, as for the replacement candidate, Small Crane, the world government has rejected it, Sengoku said.
I disagree with Kuzan. Crane General crosses his hands. They hope for Sakazuki to take my place, said Warlord. Anyway, there will be a result, just wait and see. Crane General shook his head helplessly. There have been issues within Marine, and the news of Warlord stepping down is widely known. So, the question arises, should it be the favored Kuzan by everyone in Marine, or the highly expected Sakazuki by the world government? It's better to make a decision as soon as possible, otherwise there will be major problems within Marine. Nobody wants to see Marine in chaos. Especially when the pirate forces become stronger, once the balance is lost, the world will become more chaotic. After returning to their base for a short time, Maji began another round of operations. In the New World, there are various islands, and Maji continues to go out with his men to search for things. This time the target is the Dwarf Kingdom. Dwarves are not only in Dressrosa, but also in many other places in the New World, and there are also many dwarf kingdoms. Among the countless islands in the world, there is a dwarf kingdom located in a dangerous sea area.
Big brother, why do we have to attack the Tata Dong Kingdom? This time Marji brought Marco and the others. If they cooperate, there's no need to attack, but if they don't cooperate, we can only resort to violent means. Marji said. What kind of cooperation? Marco asked in surprise. We need a certain fruit tree. Marji said. Marji saw Punk's experimental data. Demon fruits can be carried by any fruit as a carrier. It is obvious that the fruit has to be grown. Caesar's half-hearted method is not enough. Punk's method is much more complete. We need a special apple tree, by feeding, concentrating all the nutrients on one fruit. Caesar failed because when Doflamingo planted demon fruit trees, all the nutrients were distributed to many fruits. This led to malnutrition of the fruits, resulting in crooked or deformed fruits. The most important point is that the nutrients Caesar used were diluting liquids for demon fruits left over from the laboratory in the past. From the fruit ability users, or the extracted fruits, they are already impure. Fish fruit can all be made, and it is also a common fruit. In a side note, it explains how Caesar's research level is rubbish. From Punk's data, a special apple tree is needed. This type of apple tree is one that Punk studied many plants and finally determined. It's only found in the Tata Dong Kingdom of the small people tribe in the New World, a treacherous place well protected. Punk found it by traveling the world and managed to get an apple tree from there. The goal of Marji this time is to get an apple tree, and if it's not given, they will have to go to war. The storm is quite strong, and this sea area is very dangerous. The closer to the windless zone, the more dangerous it gets, with turbulent waves. A tsunami can reach hundreds of meters. The ship seems to be moving forward, but is actually moving backward and can't get close at all. Brother, we can't continue forward, we can't pass through at all, says Marco flying up. Charge again. Marji gives the order, and Moby Dick pushes forward with full force, roaring into the exhaust port. However, after pushing for a few tens of meters, they found that they couldn't go in at all and were still pushed out. Brother, it's impossible, can't get in at all. Maybe I should fly in to take a look, says Marco. 0. Requesting flowers. You can try to see if you can fly over, Marji says towards the storm ahead. Okay. After charging in, Marco soon finds himself uncontrollably falling from the sky. When Marco awkwardly lands on the deck, Marji sighs, no way, I'll try to see if I can shake it open. Marji's conqueror spirit is in full swing and launches a conqueror's burst into the sky. Boom. The conqueror's spirit pulse bursts between heaven and earth, dispersing the dark clouds momentarily, with many people on the Moby Dick boat spitting white foam and passing out. Indeed, the sky briefly clears up, but it quickly disappears. Advertisement. Let's go. Retreat for now and see the situation later. Marji can only give the order to retreat. Indeed, this sea area is not that simple, and it's unknown how Punk and his crew managed to enter here. A place hundreds of miles away, there is an island. The island is very peculiar, half with raging winds. Half without a single breeze, quiet and peaceful. Grandpa, the sun just appeared over there. A lively little dwarf in an orchard said to an elderly dwarf. The sun. What sun? The elderly dwarf with a beard dragging on the ground raised his head to look at the sky. It's over there, look. The elderly dwarf looked up at the sky, and indeed a ray of sunlight appeared. Oh gods, this is impossible, go find the king quickly. The elderly dwarf with a cane, supported by his grandson, headed towards the city. Exiting the dangerous waters, the New World Sea is the most perilous. Countless people die at sea every year. Unable to get closer, they must find another way. In the New World, there is nowhere they cannot go. Tokyo Water Star Island, Marseille has been there. Located at the last stop of the New World, Tokyo Water Star Island. The waters there are the most dangerous, rivaling Fishman Island. Not to mention Elbak, with the country of And, he has been there, those places are extremely perilous. It is these natural barriers that prevent them from being attacked by other pirates, by the world government. Do they really think the world government doesn't want to exterminate them? It's just that the world government can't do it. The strength of the giant country, Elbak, is very terrifying. A giant composed of 5 giants can flatten a country. 100 years ago, Dongli and Broke were the kings of this sea. The giants are a very terrifying race. 1 ounce can destroy a country.
No wonder Kaido likes ancient giants, and Charlotte Linlin is also obsessed with the giants. What do we do now? Is there a way to get in? Mars said. We can't go in head on, or we can choose another way, but it will be more dangerous. Marco said. What way? Go in from behind, that's North Blue, we'll pass through the windless zone and enter from North Blue. Marco, you're crazy, Brahmank exclaimed. The windless zone, filled with Poseidon-type creatures, how could they enter from there? However, Mars began to ponder, this method was not impossible, but it required some means. Poseidon-type creatures are not unbeatable, it's just that the Poseidon-type creatures near North Blue are more ferocious. Need to think carefully. No problem, let's try it out, we'll head to Yanbian and buy some sea rock, said Maji. Why buy sea rock? Marco and the others were puzzled. Sea rock shares the same property as the sea, sticking it under the boat can confuse Poseidon-type beings, Maji explained. Can it really do that? Blamank was curious, as a shipwright, he had never heard of it. Of course it can, try it and you'll know, let's go back first, find that guy Umit, and have him deliver the sea rock, Maji continued. The sea rock trade in the underworld is mostly controlled by Kaido, I heard Ace is causing trouble for Kaido, Marco chuckled. I hope he's cautious, don't seek death, Kaido is not that easy to deal with, Maji smiled. Certainly not worried about Ace, but his son-in-law, if he dies, he will kill Kaido. Contacting Umit, he is the king of maritime transport responsible for underground world shipping, responsible for quickly transporting goods in the underground world.
3 Stone 072 Also, the 7 warlords of the sea must have both strength and prestige. Upon hearing that Marji needed sea stone, without a second thought, I purchased it from the 100 beast pirates and transported it quickly. Boss, Umit said it would take a week for the delivery, Brumanch said. A week's time is fine, we can wait for him to deliver the sea stone, Marji said. A week passed quickly, and Umit personally brought the ship over. Umit is one of the emperors of the underground world, known as the Deep Sea Current, the king of sea transport. His method of transportation is actually quite simple, as part of it does not move on the surface of the sea but inside the sea. Hence the term Deep Sea Current, and most of the transportation ships are submarines. It is worth noting that even smugglers are afraid of attacks on the sea surface, so many smuggling operations involve transporting goods via submarines. In this world, there are all kinds of ships, so submarines are not surprising. Of course, if he could be like the Golden Lion, he would definitely become the world's best courier. Don't underestimate him, even the Celestial Dragon's cargo supplies are his responsibility. Mr. Marji, the goods have been delivered, Umit said coming out of the cabin. Unload the goods, Marji said. Hurry and unload the goods, Umit waved his hand. His subordinates walked out of the cabin, all fishmen. The strength of fishmen is naturally stronger than humans, and due to their ability to navigate ships under the sea, a group of fishmen is more useful than ordinary sailors. Pieces of sea stone, thin as glass, were taken down, and Marco went up to inspect them, ensuring each piece was indeed sea stone. The method of confirmation was quite simple, just touching it would suffice. Both him and Brumanch are 60-40 ability users, and they lose their abilities on contact. However, sea stone is different from the sea. The sea can make ability users lose their powers and be unable to swim, but they will not lose their ability to survive. This is why Kaido is called the strongest across land, sea, and air, as he truly has no fear of the sea. Even underwater, he can utilize the abilities of the fish fruit to escape the sea. But sea stone is different. Sea stone can make ability users lose their powers and strength but can adapt to its effects through training. It only takes away their abilities without completely diminishing their combat capabilities. Ability users do not lose their powers when in contact with the sea, otherwise, Luffy would have died when Arlong threw him into the sea long ago. Nami's sister sneaked into the seafloor and pulled up Luffy's neck to prevent him from suffocating to death. It was known since then that devil fruit users lose their ability to swim when they fall into the sea, not their devil fruit powers. Through the touch of the two, it ensures that all sea prism stones are usable. Any recent information? Marji sat across from Umit, who took out a cigar, and they both started smoking. I haven't been to many places recently, so I have limited information, Umit said. What about the recent conflicts between the Animal King Pirates and the Spade Pirates? Marji asked. Umit guessed that Marji would ask this and nodded, saying, the Animal King Pirates have recently absorbed many prisoners who escaped from the Impel Down, and the Supernova Drake has also joined the Animal King Pirates. Oh, by the way, the Straw Hat Kid from the Supernovas recently made an appearance. Oh, he showed up? Where? Marji inquired. He showed up in Sabaody, someone spotted him there, and Roger Pirate's former first mate, Pluton Rayleigh, was with him. The newspaper is here. Umit handed over a newspaper with a carefully taken photo, reported by World Economic News Agency. There was a clear symbol on Luffy's arm, and Marji understood at once that they would meet in 2 years. Presumably, his companions would see this news. And? Marji asked. Other supernovas have started moving in the New World, causing trouble everywhere. The Spade Pirates are attacking the Animal King Pirates' territory, and as far as I know, Jack the Drought will take action, Umit hesitated but honestly revealed. Jack, he's nothing to worry about. That guy's not a big deal, Marji chuckled. Advertisement. Umit then briefed on Charlotte Linlin, the Red Hair Pirates, and the situation of the world government. There are many underground intelligence dealers, and Umit is one of them, just not as professional as Morgan's.
Are you saying things are chaotic within the Marines? Marji laughed. It's not quite chaotic, but internally, the Marines want Vice Admiral Aokiji to become Fleet Admiral, while the world government has designated Akainu as Fleet Admiral, causing some conflict. If the world government forces it through for better leadership, it could lead to a split within the Marines. Umid analyzed. It's possible indeed. If Aokiji leaves the Marines, many Marines would be willing to follow him, Marji chuckled. Yes, it's clear that within the Marines, more people respect Aokiji and dislike Akainu, Umid nodded. Things are about to get interesting. Any other news? Marji asked. Oh, there is something about the 7 warlords of the sea. One person seems to have been invited, Umid whispered. Who? Marji asked. Edward Weevil, Umid said. As for him. Maji laughed. Yes, I heard he was with Whitebeard. Umid began but stopped. It's nothing. All men have flaws, Maji chuckled. Is he really your biological son? Umid widened his eyes. It's complicated, yes and no, just a messy situation, Maji smiled. Umid didn't understand, but from Maji's expression, he could tell that Edward Weevil was still connected to Whitebeard. Besides Edward Weevil, the newly appointed 7 warlords of the sea also include Buddy the Clown. That's 2 filled in. Let me count, there are currently only 3 7 warlords of the sea, Hawkeye, Doflamingo, Boa Hancock, Weevil, Buddy, that's only 5, Maji said with a smile. Mariah is said to be killed by you, Kuma has defected, so there are still 2 missing, Umid said. The world government can't seem to find anyone, Maji said with a smile. It's not that they can't find anyone, it's that they can't find strong individuals. Indeed, the 7 warlords of the sea need strength and reputation at least, Maji nodded. Umid didn't ask Maji what to do, he followed his instructions, unloaded the goods, relayed the latest news, and then left. After all, knowing too much could lead to trouble. Collaborating with the 4 emperors in the New World made them nervous, especially Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, who demanded favors from them from time to time. They were giants, they were merchants, but that didn't mean they weren't afraid of the 4 emperors, who were like kings and warlords in the New World, where looting was rampant without reason. Maji being more approachable didn't mean prying into his secrets wouldn't end in death. Open black lens bracket 014602408 Filu 184,582,110 close black lens bracket. Thank you, brothers. Because they were laying on the bottom of the ship, Muir and Aluon came to help, sticking those sea stones under the ship's bottom. Since they couldn't go in directly, they could only go past it along the calm belt. The boundary between the calm belt and the Grand Line was distinct. Suddenly there was no wind, indicating entry into the calm belt's range. The external propulsion started, carefully navigating through the calm belt. Muir kept an eye on the seabed, while Maji was also on the seabed, but he was in a bubble. Big brother. Muir was leading the way ahead. Suddenly a Poseidon-like creature passed by, frightening him, and he quickly looked back at Maji. Poseidon-like creatures were enormous, and most of them were extremely fierce, making communication impossible. Facing the gargantuan Poseidon-class ship, which was many times larger than the Moby Dick, Suru's power could not have any effect on it. Maji glanced at the Poseidon-class ship, clearly realizing they had been spotted, and it was now heading towards them. HMPH. Maji released the Conqueror's Haki specifically at it, transforming into a black lightning pulse that struck the top of the Poseidon-class ship. Advertisement: when the Poseidon-class ship received the Conqueror's Haki, Maji appeared in its mind as a more fierce Poseidon-class being, the king amongst Poseidon-class beings. Twisting its body, this half-rhino-bodied Poseidon-class ship revealed its tail and submerged into the deep sea by swaying its tail. It's still not safe. Adding sea stone to the ship's hull couldn't fully conceal it in the windless area. The Poseidon-class ship would still detect it when it approached. It was estimated that the entire ship needed to be constructed with sea stone. I should find time to go to Wano Country. Sea stone is too expensive. As a pirate, it's only right to plunder, especially if it's Kaido's stuff. Maji folded his arms, sat cross-legged inside the bubble, with Suru pulling him forward up ahead. Big brother, you were worried about Ace, right? Suru smiled. No, I'm worried about my son, Maji said. Haha, that's true. Roju now has earned quite a reputation by following Ace, Suru said. After all, he is my biological son. During the rebellious phase of children, let them be however they want. He is luckier than us, Maji sighed. Yes, he's luckier than us. We grew up hungry without parents. We didn't have time to rebel, only children raised with love will rebel. Roju is a child, whether he rebels or not, Maji naturally understands. So, he didn't oppose Roju's choice but let him decide and make his own way. When the time comes for bloodshed, he will grow up. The moral compass of a normal child forms after entering society as an adult. When young, they just think they are superior. Millions are nothing, being the richest is nothing, riding a motorcycle, the whole world belongs to me. After that phase passes, one day they suddenly grow up, realizing this society is oppressive. Children favored by others are fearless, not knowing the bounds of the world. Maji was very clear in his heart about the outcome of Roju challenging Kaido following Ace. Young people challenge things and grow up afterward. Scars are the medals of men's growth. Sigh, Newgate was too fond of him. Maji didn't know what to say. As the third generation of the Whitebeard Pirates, being a grandpa, Whitebeard naturally loves and cares for these kids too much. Luo Shu's thick-skinned personality is also the result of being favored by Whitebeard. Dad not only loves them, but also loves us. Na Muir smiled happily. Yeah. Maji chuckled. As they chatted, they headed towards the Tattadong Kingdom, and along the way, they also killed a small Poseidon-like creature to replenish their food supplies. 2 days later, they finally saw an island, with a fierce wind, thunder and lightning on one side, and calm sunny weather with flourishing flora on the other. Here we are. Seeing the island, Maji and Na Muir emerged from the sea. Buzz, just as they were getting closer, a booming sound came from the air, and a group of beetles flew out. These beetles were huge, resembling ancient insects. They are ancient insects. Members of the Whitebeard Pirates have been to many places, including ancient islands. They instantly recognized these as giant insects from ancient times. The largest island in the world for insects should be the Boeing Islands 1.1. Due to the abundance of food, the insects there can almost be compared to small Poseidon-like creatures. These insects were huge, with thick armor on their bodies making them invulnerable to normal firearms and even cannons. Spray the disinfectant, be careful. Marcos flew over them with a sprayer. The sprayer released disinfectant, spraying everyone. The most terrifying thing on the ancient island was not the ancient creatures, but the ancient viruses. A slight negligence could lead to infection and death. Isn't it because Roger died of infection from a virus? A long time ago, Maji started related research. Because of the viruses, they might carry them, and the natives might have viruses too, so they usually disinfect before landing. Many indigenous people in the Americas died in the hands of colonizers, the deadliest being the various viruses brought over. Bringing foreign viruses to a land where they didn't belong resulted in more deaths from infections. Outsiders, leave quickly from here. After disinfection, they heard a voice, and a pterosaur flew out. Marcos was startled. Pterosaur, could it be? Marcos, don't be nervous. Maji stopped the flying Marco, who was already on fire with both hands, and Marco, puzzled, looked at Maji. It's not Ash, it's another ancient species of pterosaur. This pterosaur flew down and landed in front of them. Everyone looked down at this pterosaur, which was only the size of a sparrow, and it was hard to imagine that there were still such small pterosaurs in the world. 073 Mr. Kaido, maybe I should go instead. Once you act, it may not end well. Retreating forest pterosaur. Marji exclaimed in surprise. He had read about this type of pterosaur in a book before. It was the smallest pterosaur in the world, only as big as an adult's palm. There were a total of 120 species of pterosaurs in the world, and the retreating forest pterosaur was the smallest in size. Outsiders, you cannot continue forward. The pterosaur's body began to transform and eventually turned into a small humanoid holding a sword. Hello, I am Marji, the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. We come to visit King Tattadong of the Tattadong Kingdom, Marji stated. Pirates? You all are pirates. Yes, we are members of the Whitebeard Pirates, and may I ask who you are? I am Quentin, the general of the Air Force Legion of the Tattadong Kingdom. Hello, General Quentin. We are here to do business with you, not to invade your land. If possible, please allow us to meet your king. No, pirates are a group of bad people. We cannot allow you to enter. What business do you have here? In that case, we will not go ashore. We hope you can sell us some magical apple trees, preferably those nearing 3 years old. What do you need magical apple trees for? Quentin asked. It is said that the apples on these trees have various flavors. We want to sell them outside, Marji explained. HMPH, I can see through your lies. You're lying. Quentin pointed his toothpick-like sword at Marji. Alright, there are other purposes. Please sell them to us. As soon as we get the magical apple tree, we will leave, Marji said. Wait here, I will go back to inform His Majesty the King. Quentin leapt into the air and transformed into a pterosaur, flying back to the island. The Whitebeard Pirates remained waiting at sea. Boss, why bother with so much talk? Blamink was very unhappy with Quentin's attitude just now. If anyone saw them outside, they should be courteous. Doing business with them was already showing them respect. More assertive pirates would just resort to looting. Do not act recklessly without understanding the enemy's situation. Also, haven't I always taught you guys not to resort to violence so easily? Marxie said. I feel like they have ill intentions, Blamink said. They do have ill intentions, Marji chuckled. What's wrong, boss? Marco asked. It's simple. Where are we now? No wind belt. What's up with the no wind belt, Poseidon type? That's right. Marquis shrugged, and they suddenly understood that they were to be killed by Poseidon type. Quentin glanced back at them, then disappeared on the island. Marquis's eyes narrowed, and everyone present felt a sense of fear. Centered around Marquis, a huge circle spread in all directions. It extended tens of thousands of meters, covering the Tattadong Kingdom. It's fortunate that it's color of observation Haki. If it were Conqueror's Haki. Marco smiled. Marquis limits of observation Haki had not been witnessed by them yet, but there were no secrets in front of Marquis. Many of the spies planted within the Whitebeard Pirates were removed by him. Without using devil fruit abilities, he covered the entire Tattadong Kingdom with his color of observation Haki. Your Majesty, we have identified the other party. It's the Whitebeard Pirates, Quentin's voice resounded. The Whitebeard Pirates? Did they come from the no-wind belt? Another powerful voice resounded. Yes. Wasn't attacked by Poseidon type. No, it seems like the Poseidon type did not notice them. Do we know their motives? Why have they come to our Tattadong Kingdom? Yes, we know. They're after the mystical apple tree and want us to provide them with seedlings for about 3 years, Quentin said. What do you all think about giving it to them? Your Majesty, I don't think we should give it to them. Pirates are untrustworthy people. Yeah, Your Majesty, pirates don't need apple trees. They're not botanists. Pirates only know looting. They just want an excuse. Once we provide them with seedlings, and if they find fault with it, they will have an excuse to attack us, Quentin said. Advertisement, I think we can provide it, but make sure they leave here. General Quentin, what do you think of their strength? Can't tell, but if they're not attacked by the Poseidon type underwater, they're clearly not ordinary people, Quentin said. On this island, aren't there other adult tribes? Ask them if they know about the Whitebeard Pirates, the king said. Yes, let's call them over quickly. Before long, other people came over. All of you are people who survived a shipwreck and ended up here. Do you know about the Whitebeard Pirates? What? The Whitebeard Pirates? How is that possible? Is it that Whitebeard? A group of people exclaimed. Shut up, quickly tell us everything you know about the Whitebeard Pirates, Quentin scolded. We say. The Whitebeard Pirates are the strongest pirate crew in the world. Their leader, Whitebeard, is a terrifying man who ate the tremor fruit. Anger him, and he can easily destroy an island. The only ones in the world who can rival him are Gold D. Roger and the Golden Lion Shiki. So powerful? The dwarf tribe of Total Land exclaimed. Extremely terrifying. Whitebeard is hailed as the strongest man in the world, with almost no rivals. What should we do? Will they attack us? Should we surrender? Total Land Kingdom descended into chaos, with ministers in a panic. Do not worry, esteemed adults. The Whitebeard Pirates are indeed strong, but they do not actively invade other places. Compared to other pirate crews, they are decent people, only conducting business collaborations. As long as you do not provoke them, they will not harm ordinary people, the human said. They won't actively harm people? That's right? Understood. Do you want to leave with the Whitebeard Pirates? No need, esteemed adults. It is safe here. We are willing to stay and live here. Very well. If you wish to stay, then continue to do so. Quentin, take the sapling of the miraculous apple tree over there and give it to them. Yes. Upon hearing this, Maji retracted his dominant presence. How is Big Brother? Marco asked. It's been resolved. I didn't expect there were still humans on the island, Maji chuckled. What happened? Marco and the others looked curious. Maji explained the situation to them, and one by one they understood. So that's how it is. They did help us after all, Marco smiled. Well, it's indirectly helping us. Soon, Quentin brought a group of ancient insects over, handed them the seedlings, and told them how to plant them. Thank you. As a token of exchange, this is our brewing method. Hope it can help you. Maji handed some brewing recipes to Quentin, and left with the others from the sea. These guys are quite easy to talk to. Quentin held a book bigger than himself, watching Maji and the others leave. Boom. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly the sea shook, and a huge Poseidon-like creature rushed out from the sea. A gigantic Poseidon. Those humans won't die, right? Quentin exclaimed. In front of the giant Poseidon, the Moby Dick looked like a tiny dot, a huge eye staring at them. Go away. Just as the Poseidon stared at them, ready to open its mouth, an angry rebuke echoed through the sky. Quentin was almost thrown off his feet from the sky, and the ancient insects around him fell like rain into the sea, floating on the surface. The giant Poseidon hesitated for a moment, then as if it no longer cared for its life, quickly dived into the sea. The Poseidon is afraid? Quentin widened his eyes. Indeed, those humans were right. Absolutely must not provoke. Luckily no conflict occurred. Quentin, trembling with fear, flew back. Advertisement, take care of those apple trees for me, Maji said. No problem, big brother, I've already selected a suitable island with the right climate. There are all kinds of people among pirates, but mostly trash. When it comes to selecting talent, it's easy to find a pirate who can kill, but not so easy to find one who can plant apple trees. The magical apple tree doesn't require high planting conditions. The laboratory has been set up, and we can plant the tree when we go back. Brother, what are you experimenting on again? Now you're even coming all the way here for an apple tree, asked Marco. You'll know later, no rush for now, answered Gia. Alright, keeping it mysterious. The group returned to their base from the sea without wind. The territory of the Whitebeard Pirates is still the best area in the New World. Many sea areas are stable, and they found a suitable island to build a laboratory. Gia started his research in the laboratory, and it wasn't that difficult. As long as there is experimental data and materials, it can be done. Just produce, sad, and feed it to the fruits. The fruits planted are currently only suitable for animal types. As for paramecia, the blood lineage factors of the ability holder must be cloned and turned into green blood for massive blood transfusions on humans. The problem is that green blood is not something ordinary people can withstand, requiring an extremely strong body. According to the data of Vegapunk, the Lunaria tribe is currently the most suitable for this kind of blood transfusion. Their abilities are too special and are the best fit for the modification. Brother, you're not joking, are you? Marco sat on a chair in the laboratory and laughed. Not joking, your body's recovery ability is strong and won't be overused. Give me some of your blood, Gia said. Okay, sure. Marco drew some blood himself. Brother, what have you been researching so mysteriously during this time? Marco's body was burning with phoenix flames, rapidly recovering. Most people's bodies would be exhausted from regeneration, but not Marco's. His body can be reborn from ashes, so losing a bit of blood isn't a big deal. Artificial devil fruit, Gia said. Artificial devil fruit? Marco paused, his eyes widening. Wait, brother, you're not trying to create my ability, are you? Marco exclaimed. Yes, try it out, see if it can be replicated, Gia said. How is that possible? Can devil fruits really be artificially created? Marco questioned. Of course, it can. However, currently, only animal types can be created. You're the only animal type user on board. Test your ability. If it works, I will look for other animal type fruit ability users, Gia said. If everything can be replicated, wouldn't that be? Marco thought of that scene, feeling a bit scared. The Whitebeard Pirates have been very quiet lately. The previous battle with Charlotte Linlin had a huge impact. The whole world now knows that messing with Kaido is not a good idea. Defeating the 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin, although Whitebeard is still around, Kaido has proven himself and is destined to become the new 4 Emperors. As long as Whitebeard is not around, he will automatically become the new 4 Emperors. Linlin lost. When Kaido received the news a few days later, he had been drinking and somewhat disconnected from the outside world. If it weren't for Ash bringing the news to him, Kaido would still be drinking. Mr. Kaido. What's up? There's news coming from Jack's side. Oh, how is it? Is it resolved? I'm sorry, Jack lost. Ash said solemnly, handing a newspaper to Kaido. This is the latest newspaper. Kaido took a look at it, which depicted Jack lying on the ground with someone standing in front of him. It was Ace, whose body was covered in flames. The newspaper reported the outcome of the battle. Ace defeated Jack of the Beast's pirates. Since his true identity was revealed along with this battle, Ace's bounty has increased. Portgas D. Ace, Roger's son, bounty, 1,250,000,000 berries. HMPH, useless. Kaido threw the newspaper away, and it burned in the air, turning into ashes. He picked up the nearby gourd of alcohol and drank heavily. I'm going over there. Kaido stood up. Mr. Kaido, why don't I go instead? Once you get involved, it may not end well, Ash suggested. Are you afraid I'll be defeated by that guy? Kaido sneered. No, not really, Jin shook his head. I know what you're thinking, you're just worried that I'll clash with the Whitebeard Pirates, afraid of what might happen. Well, I also want to see what strength he truly possesses, Kaido said. 074 Kaido attacked the Heart Pirates and is currently battling Ace. But Mr. Kaido. Enough, Ash. You watch over Wano Country, I'll be back soon. Kaido scolded, his body began to transform, turning into a blue dragon and flew out from Onigashima. Ash helplessly watched Kaido ascend into the sky. Oh, Mr. Kaido has left. Is it because of that idiot Jack? I told you earlier, sending him over wouldn't work, Queen said. No need for your constant nagging, just do your job. Ash didn't even look at him and walked away. HMPH, you are always wearing a helmet and unwilling to show your face, afraid of being captured by the world government when you go out, Queen said. Abu. Ash turned and kicked in front of Queen, who used his mechanical arm to block Ash's attack. Getting angry from embarrassment, idiot, Queen laughed. The two started fighting without hesitation, while Kaido was soaring in the sky. Charlotte Linlin was defeated, losing an eye, and Kaido laughed and cried for a while. Then it was heard that Charlotte Linlin was completely defeated, and the world was looted. Kaido became even more curious about Marshall, a man who had been fighting all his life. How could he not want to continue fighting? An island is flying in the sky? Kaido suddenly noticed an island appearing in the sky. A familiar feeling made him think of someone. He isn't dead yet, Kaido exclaimed, twisting his body and stepping on the clouds towards the floating island in the sky. At the same time, cheers erupted on the island. Ha, didn't get the Gura fruit, but got the fruit I wanted. Teach sat in the great hall, laughing happily. So devil fruits are born like this, so interesting. Davy Back clapped and laughed. You seem to be a devil fruit user too, meow. Bastille glanced at Davy Back. Why, do you want to try it? Davy Back grasped the hilt of his sword with a smile. Not interested, I'll find a fruit more suited for me, meow. When are we going down? Shiryu asked. Let me get familiar with the fruit first. Teach chuckled. You're not Shiki, who are you? A figure dropped from the sky, startling the members of the Blackbeard Pirates. Who? Wait, could it be? 4 Emperors, beasts. Kaido, why are you here? The faces of the Blackbeard Pirates were full of shock, each of them taken aback, never expecting Kaido to appear. Me. Kaido squinted at the people present. At first, he thought it was his old companion Shiki, but he was surprised to see a group of strangers. Well, I remember now, you're the one who betrayed Newgate, betrayed the Marines. What was your name again? Blackbeard Teach, right? Kaido, full of alcohol, looked at the people in front of him, and after some thought, immediately identified their identities. Beastly Kaido, how come you're here? Teach nervously laughed. Why wouldn't I be here, but you? The ability of the float fruit is Shiki's ability. Where is Shiki? Kaido looked around. I almost forgot, you and Golden Lion were once comrades, Teach chuckled. Sort of. Where is he? Kaido inquired. He's already dead. Teach suddenly made a move, causing the ground to shake. A giant rock mouth appeared behind Kaido, swallowing him in one gulp.
continuously squeezing and dragging Kaido's body into the ground, making him disappear on the spot. Hey, you're really daring, he's a 4 emperors, someone exclaimed. If we don't strike now, we won't have a chance later, Teach said excitedly. Fool. Dopamine shivered in fear. Even if we don't act, he will come after us, Shiryu said. Don't hold out hope for enemies, we are all pirates. Seeing them, they are definitely enemies, Lafitte said. If we can take down a 4 emperors, wouldn't we become a new 4 emperors pirates crew? Meow, King of Evil Governance laughed. 4 emperors me, Xian Zai Zui Hao Ku Dai De Ju Shi Charla Linlin, Ben Lai Wo Men De Mu Biao Shi Hong Fa Lai J. J, Ju Tong Pai Te Zui Xuan Xuan Dao. Shi Ha Ha Ha, Gan Diao Kai Duo Ba Chuan Zhang, Fan Zhang Do Shi 4 emperors, Ba Jie Si Gao Ju Shuang Shou Dao Ideographic period advertisement. Ni Men J Chun Ben Dan, Kue Dian Zun Bei Zan Do, Na Jia Huo Yao Chu Lila, Teach Lien Se Da Bian Dao, Suo Yu Ren Fen Fen Tiao Kai, Ta Men Gan Wei Dao La Jiao Sha De Zhen Dong. Hong Long, Yi Dao Shen Ying Chong La Chu Lai, Na Shi Yi Diao Lan Se Ju Long, Piao Piao Guo Shi, Kan Lai Shiki Na Jia Huo Shi Sila, Ta De Guo Shi Luo Zai Ni Shou Li, Kai Duo Piao Fu Zai Ban Kong Zhang, Di Tu Kan Jie Teach Dao. Zei Ha Ha Ha, Wo Sha La Na Gi Jia Huo, De Dao La Ta De Guo Shi, Teach Dao, Ni Ju Ran Nen Sha La Shiki, Kai Duo Jing Ya De Kan Jie Teach, Dui Yu Jin Shi Zi, Ta Shi Ji Wei La Jia De. Zai Sen Jing De Rox Hai Zei Tuan, Bai Hu Zi Shi Jin Si Yu Chuan Zhang Rox De Di Yi Zan Do Li, Di Zan Do Li Ju Shi Jin Shi Zi Shiki, Ran Hu Shi Charla Linlin Ta Men. Kai Duo Na Shi Hu Ji Shi 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 Chuan Yuan, Hai Bu Shi Zhang Shi De Chuan Yuan, Jin Shi Zi Da Ta Jian Ji Bu Yao Tai Jian Dan, Hu Shu Na Dao La Yu Yu Guo Shi, Guo La Hao Xie Nian Kai Zui Shang La Ta Men. Shi Ba Nian Qian Dui Shang Kazuki Oden De Ta Mian Chang Mo Dao La 4 emperors De Men Kan, Shen Ji Cha Dian Bei Zhang Wo La Conquerors Ba Chi Chan Rao De Oden Gei Sha La. Xian Zai Ting Dao Jin Shi Zi Si La De Shao Shi, Kai Duo Hai Yu Dian Y Nian Dang Nian De Shi Hu, Na Shi Hu De Rox Hai Zei Tuan Ba Ren Bu Shi Huan, Ta Dao Shi Hen Shi Huan, Yin Wei Hen Luan, Hu Shang Ji Jian Shang Hu Si Sha. Chang Jie Ru Yun De Hai Zei Tuan, Zui Hu Yin Wei Bu Tuan Jie Er Po Mie, Zai Kai Duo Yan Zhang Do Shi Ji Bei Ke De Quo, Ju Yin Wei Ta Shula, Shu Ge La Luo Jie He Garp, Ru Guo Ta Yingla, Nami Shi Jia Zhao Ju Shi Ta Men De La. Hen Zhen Jing Ma, Ni Sen Jing De Tong Ban Yi Jing Sila, Teach Xiao Dao, Shi Yu Dian Zhen Jing, Bai Jing Dang Nian De Shiki Ke Shi Hen Chang De, Ting Shuo Ta Wei La Yu Yu Zan Duan La Shuang Tui, Ru Guo Shi Rang Wo Peng Dao, Ying Gai Ke Yi Ching Yi Sha Si Ta, Kai Duo Zi Shin Dao. Teach Ji Dan De Kan J Kai Duo, Yan Xian Shen Sui, He Ta Dui Shi, Kai Duo De Zui Jiao Lai Chi, Huo Yan Zai Ya Kai Ji Jian Feng Shi Pen Chu, Teach Dang Ren Shun Jian Ming Bai Kai Duo Yao Gan Mala. Ri Shi, Kai Duo Yang Tu, Dui Jie Sha Fang De He Hu Zi Hai Zei Tuan Ju Shi Yi Ko Lai Yan. The scorching flames burned the sky red, a certain sea area instantly turned crimson, dyeing the clouds red. Get up! Teach raised his hand, the earth trembled, and a huge rock appeared in front of him. However, facing Kaido's fiery breath attack, this rock was instantly melted and smashed through, colliding on the ground, and Blackbeard and his crew had to flee in embarrassment. The land was covered with flames, and the Blackbeard pirates were in disarray. Ha ha, is this all you've got? Kaido looked down at the Blackbeard pirates with disdain in his eyes. Abu, a cold light flashed, a blood-colored knife caught the eye in the sky, cutting through the night sky to reach Kaido's side. Clang, Kaido's body burst into flames, the clash of metal, and the brightness scattered. Not bad. Kaido looked down at the opponent, who was very shocked. How is this possible? Shiryu widened his eyes, unable to break through Kaido's defense. Your knife is good, but your will is not sharp enough. It's impossible to break through my defense without a righteous blade. Kaido sneered, raising his dragon claw and slapping Shiryu. Smack. Shiryu was blasted away like a cannonball, and Kaido opened his mouth again. Bad wind. Countless wind blades slashed towards the Blackbeard pirates, while Teach was being dragged away by Burgess. Phew. A huge figure jumped down from the clouds, a monster 100 times larger than a giant, like a mountain, reaching out a hand and pressing down on Kaido. How can it be so big? Kaido turned his head, surprised to see such a colossal person, even taller than the ancient and giant races. He had spent a considerable amount of wealth to make an agreement with the world government just to obtain the devil fruit user. Such a huge person. He kind of liked it. I got you, the evil wolf said. Before he could feel happy, Kaido turned around and released a scorching breath at him, directly blasting the evil wolf away. But he bought time for Teach, as Teach flew over and grabbed Kaido by the chest. Dark water. Advertisement. With his strength completely drained, Kaido sensed something was wrong, feeling weak all over as the scales on his body began to recede. He felt his power draining away. My powers. Kaido widened his eyes, looking at Teach. What did you do to me?
Kaido asked angrily. This is my second devil fruit power, the Logia dark fruit, Teach said with a smile, raising his hand into a fist and punching Kaido in the face. Taking the blow, Kaido glanced at Teach with a sideways look. What are you waiting for? Attack. Teach said. Here I come. Burgess rushed forward for the first time and punched Kaido in the face. Fujitora fired his gun, Lafitte swung his sword, and Doflamingo struggled to lift a cannon aiming at Kaido's head for a shot, while Dopung and the others joined the attack. They had done a similar scene recently, but the target was the elderly and weak Golden Lion Shiki. Their target was no longer Shiki, but Kaido. Facing their combined assault, after the cannonballs were fired, they saw a face unscathed, and eyes looking at them coldly. Is this all? So, having two types of devil fruit powers can actually make my powers disappear, Kaido said, pulling out a large iron rod from behind him. Thunder. 8 trigrams. B. Teach had never felt this way before. Struck on the head by the thunderous staff, he felt darkness envelop him before being thrown away. Captain. Burgess and the others turned to see Blackbeard already lying on the ground, his bearded face full of disbelief. Before they could react, Kaido had already lifted his staff and swept it horizontally, wiping out the remaining members of the Blackbeard Pirates. TCH, is this the extent of your strength? Seems like Shiki has really aged, to be killed by you bunch of losers. Neagate, who is similar to Shiki, will probably meet the same fate. After I finish off that brat, I'll go deal with Neagate. Kaido carried the large iron rod, looking disappointed as he left. It means nothing. Just a group of weaklings. In the background of ruins, the Blackbeard pirates in front of him were truly a group of weaklings, beyond weak. This battle took place in the sky, unknown to others, as Kaido transformed into a blue dragon and left. After a long time, Blackbeard finally crawled out of the rubble. Kaido, you and I are at odds. Resentful voices echoed in the sky. Maji was still busy in the laboratory, researching on one side and improving his own strength on the other. It must be said that his methods were right, and he wanted to use them on Newgate, but he refused. I'm already old, stop bothering me. Whitebeard glanced at Maji and said. Okay. Maji, should be Lee, said helplessly. Wait. Maji suddenly stopped the Whitebeard who had been facing away from him. What's wrong? Whitebeard turned to look at him. Are you stealing something? Maji squinted his eyes. Where did you see me steal something? Which eye of yours saw it? Whitebeard exclaimed. Then turn around. Maji said. Whitebeard turned unwillingly, hands behind his back. Where are your hands? What are you holding? Maji squinted his eyes. I've already said, I haven't, really haven't. Whitebeard angrily showed his hands. Maji squinted his eyes, a bit disbelieving, but after some thought, he let it go, as long as he made him happy. He turned his head, Whitebeard heaved a sigh of relief, waited for Maji to go far away, and then reached behind to take out a bottle of wine. I almost got caught. Whitebeard opened the lid and happily took a drink. Life, how could there be no alcohol? Kula la 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 la. Whitebeard laughed heartily and left. Marco knew that Whitebeard was hiding alcohol, so let him drink. Dad, something bad happened. Marco was still in the laboratory, and Whitebeard received the news. What's wrong? So agitated. Whitebeard was still sleeping lazily when someone shouted for him. He opened his eyes and glanced. Kaido has attacked the Heart Pirates, and is currently battling Ace. Hearing this, Whitebeard immediately sat up, grinned, and said, really, that son of ABCH can't control himself. Notify the others to go support. Dad, don't forget, we are already separated, Marco came out to remind him. Whitebeard looked troubled, pursed his lips, looking unhappy. No matter what, he's still my son, how can he be bullied? Whitebeard said. 075 Do you think you can leave a scar on me, just with yourself? It was Ace who took the initiative to provoke, he attacked the Beast Pirates, defeated Jack the Drought, that's his business, we are not suitable to participate, Marco shrugged. HMPH, but if I must participate, Whitebeard said. Even our big brother wouldn't agree, since they left the Whitebeard Pirates from that moment, they have nothing to do with us, our big brother also said, birds learn to fly, stumble first, since Ace chose to challenge Kaido, then he should be well prepared, Marco said. You go talk to him, Roshu is also on Ace's ship, Whitebeard said. Okay. I got it, Marco nodded and flew away from Whitebeard. Whitebeard watched Marco leave, he must be worried, Marco was not wrong. Pirates have their own rules, Ace is no longer a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, his future is his own choice, whether to live or die, it's all up to him. After that battle, he should have grown up and not act rashly. In the laboratory, Maji was doing research and paused when he heard Marco's words. The path they choose, let them walk it, when the eaglet flies, you can't take care of him forever, Maji waved his hand. I said the same to Dad, Marco smiled. Well, let them go, Maji said. As for whether they will die, he is not sure, even if Roshu dies, he won't intervene, if he really dies, then he will kill Kaido, avenging his own son is the most he can do. After integrating into this world, Maji understands better how the world operates. Young people will transform as they cross over, failure, at worst, is death. How many times has Luffy experienced life and death, will Dragon and Garp always watch over him? Not at all, one will grow as needed. Maji was just waiting to see the outcome, and will speak when the outcome is revealed. After dealing with Blackbeard, Kaido arrived at Onigashima. There are so many islands in the world, and Kaido also has many high-tech islands. Mainly due to the many research facilities left by Dr. Vegapunk, currently this island has been taken over by Ace. After Jack was defeated, he fled and his whereabouts are currently unknown. A fierce wind blows. Lightning flashes in the sky. Ace and the others come out of the building, looking up at the sky. 007. Everyone felt the pressure. What's going on? How did the atmosphere change? Roshu asked in surprise. Without unexpected occurrences, it should be that guy coming. Ace looked up at the sky, his expression serious. Amidst the dark clouds, lightning flashed and thunder roared, a huge figure moving within the thunderstorm. What is that? Law exclaimed. The monster in the sky was enormous and long, stirring up the winds and clouds. Crack. A thunderclap exploded beside them, the pressure from the dark clouds seemingly about to crush the island they were on. The members of the Black Spade Pirates looked up solemnly at the sky. Amid the rolling dark clouds, a giant dragon head emerged, looking down at them. Roger's son. Kaido saw Ace and actually thought of the past Roger, looking a bit similar. Little did he know, this statement directly enraged Ace. He acknowledged that his real father was only Whitebeard, not Roger. His lower body spewed flames as he rushed into the sky. Shut up. Kaido didn't expect Ace's reaction to be so intense. Before he could say more, Ace had already rushed in front of him. Fire fist. Kaido was horrified to find that the fist was already coming towards his face, flames directly blasting his face. Originally a spectacular beginning, but instead, Kaido's face was burned by Ace's flames, and the flames wrapped around his body like a rope, pulling Kaido down from the sky. Boom. Kaido fell from the sky, raising a huge cloud of dust. The Black Spade Pirates were overjoyed to see Ace starting to hit from the sky. The remaining beast pirates on the island were dumbfounded. That's Lord Kaido. Falling down. How is that possible? On one side, the Black Spade Pirates were cheering, while Kaido had been brought down. Captain is too amazing, defeated Kaido. Law exclaimed excitedly. Hey, you're celebrating too early, how is that possible? Doflamingo stopped him. In the smoke, Ace's expression was serious, a huge figure emerged from the smoke. Seriously, all of you are like this. Kaido stood in front of Ace, twisting his neck. I absolutely won't allow you to insult me, my only father is Whitebeard. Ace gritted his teeth. Advertisement. Only that old man Newgate has such thoughts of being a father, a pirate crew should respect the strong, finding a bunch of kids to play house, he's old, almost dead. Kaido said. You're the one who's almost dead, I'll kill you. Ace was furious. Haha, just you. Kaido pulled out his kanabo from behind. Fire fist. Thunder 8 trigrams. Crackle. As thunder and fire clashed, in no time Ace's flames were split open, and Kaido's club hit him. Splurt. Ace, being Logia, wouldn't be easily taken down, immediately turned into flames and charged towards Kaido. Divine fire. Unknowing fire. Ace's hands grabbed the flames, forming 2 spears of flames, piercing into Kaido's chest. Who? The flames exploded, smoke rose from Kaido's chest, flames enveloping his body. Thinking he succeeded, Ace's face turned extremely grim. How is this possible? Is this all you've got? Can't even pierce my skin. Kaido looked down at Ace, raising 4 fingers and flicking Ace away from his chest. Ace fell to the ground, rolling for a distance. Compared to that guy called Blackbeard, you're a bit lacking, aren't you? I heard he defeated you and then handed you over to the Marines, right? Kaido sneered. You've seen Teach. Ace stopped, looking up at Kaido in shock. On the way, you took care of it easily. I probably won't die. You can't even defeat that kind of trash, and yet you still want to provoke me. Neptunian might be the next one to come. Kaido transformed into a divine dragon and opened his mouth facing Ace. Heat haze. Ace raised his fist, flames swirling around it, and threw a punch towards the direction of the heat haze. Fire fist. The 2 flames confronted each other, unexpectedly canceling each other out. It could be seen that Ace had also grown significantly during this time. Where is Teach? Ace asked. Kaido flew up into the sky, smiling, do you want to know? Tell me. Ace rushed up, leaving a trail of burning flames behind. Phoenix wing. Kaido opened his hands, spewing flames like the wings of a phoenix, surrounding Ace. Puff. Kaido's body burned within the 2 huge flame wings. However, Kaido was still unscathed. On the contrary, his body turned crimson. Great dragon fire. Kaido's burning body, like the heat fruit of Ace, charged towards Ace. Ace's observation Haki saw something, and flames erupted from his legs as he quickly ascended into the sky. However, Kaido seemed to have anticipated his next move, twisting his body at a right angle and charging straight into the sky, colliding with Ace amidst flames. Puff. Ace spat out blood. Conqueror's Haki. Despite having used his abilities, he was still injured, clearly impacted by Conqueror's Haki. Fierce fire fist. Ace, with a determined character, raised his fist, armament Haki swirling around it, flames erupting behind him. Bam. His fist smashed into Kaido's nose, the flames erupting behind him locked in a stalemate with Kaido's soaring cloud power. The 2 stood facing each other in midair for a while, and in the end, Ace was sent flying out. Is this all the strength you have? Kaido transformed into human form and plummeted from the sky. rumbling 8 trigrams. With Thunder and Conqueror's Haki wrapped around the iron rod, it headed straight for Ace. Ace didn't have time to react and could only choose to face it head-on. Blaze Dragon. Turning into flames, a flame dragon surged up, confronting Kaido's iron rod head-on. Boom. The heavens and earth lost their color as the two conquerors' Haki collided. Quote. Kaido stared at Ace below the rod. Advertisement. Well, you are Roger's son after all, how could you not have Conqueror's Haki? But at your level, how could you be my opponent? Kaido roared and pressed down with overwhelming force. Shoo. Ace's body was hit into the ground like a shooting star. Boom. The earth exploded, flames swept over 100-meter radius, igniting everything in sight. Ace stood up from the flames, blood flowing from multiple injuries. You're afraid of people with Conqueror's Haki. Ace staggered to his feet. The 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, such a nostalgic position, do you know what this means? Kaido descended from the sky and stood in front of Ace, pointing at his abdomen. Ace looked at the wound on Kaido's abdomen, unable to harm Kaido in the recent battle at all, yet there was a fatal wound on his body that he couldn't believe who left it for him. The person who left this scar on me is called Kazuki Oden, you should be familiar with this name, right? Kazuki Oden. Ace fell into a memory. Why do we have 16 captains, but only the 2nd Division has no captain? After joining the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace was assigned to the 2nd Division, but there was no captain for the 2nd Division. Curious, he asked Marco. Because the captain of the 2nd Division died. He died a long time ago, and after his death, this position remained vacant. Ah, who was he? His name is Kazuki Oden, a very strong man. 3 years ago, in the Wano Country. My dream is to become Kazuki Oden. Said a person who claimed to be Kazuki Oden, but turned out to be Kaido's daughter. This name resonated deeply with him. He never thought he would hear this name again here. The scar you bear was left by him, the former 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ace said. That's right, the Oden of that year left this scar on me. Compared to Oden, you, who also served as the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, are truly too weak. You don't deserve the position of the Whitebeard 2nd Division captain at all, no wonder you were expelled. Standing up in the flames, Ace smiled, so that's how it is, Mr. Oden left a scar on you, so. Just based on you, he wanted to leave a scar on me. Feeling underestimated, Kaido thought Ace was simply too weak in his eyes. Let's see if you can handle it. Ace struck a pose, flames erupting from his body, the flames turning blood red. Kaido noticed something unusual, the flames around Ace were changing. Interesting. Kaido laughed and took a step toward Ace. Ace took the initiative, raising his hands and swinging them, 2 fiery dragons shot out. Double dragons out to sea. 2 fire dragons under Ace's control, rushed towards Kaido. Kaido dodged 1 fire dragon, lowered his head to look at the scales on his body, feeling a pungent smell.
This flame. Kaido's tone was solemn, the temperature of the flames seemed to exceed the ordinary flames. Among all the elements in the world, fire is the greatest, it is because humans discovered fire that civilization began. With fire, one can farm and cook food, changing human dietary habits and allowing evolution. Fire is not as simple as it seems. In theory, there is no limit to the temperature of fire, whereas there is a limit to the temperature of lava. Even though Awen can swim in lava, he cannot soar in flames. This time, Ace's flames were obviously hotter and more terrifying, burning his scales. Continuing to control the 2 dragons to attack Kaido, Kaido dared not easily bear with his body. He wielded a stick to shatter 1 dragon, while 10 other fire dragons bit his arm. Where the flames burned, black smoke emerged, along with a charred smell. Kaido turned around and punched to extinguish the other fire dragon. Looking back, he saw Ace with his hands stretched out in the flames, and the 2 fire dragons recovered. It seems you have developed your devil fruit ability well, Kaido said. Thank you for the compliment, Ace replied. It's somewhat impressive, but not enough yet. Kaido charged forward, his speed too fast for Ace to react. Inferno Dragon. Ace roared, and a dragon head of flames surged from under his feet, enveloping him in the inferno, the dragon's eyes opening. At that moment, Ace merged with the flame dragon, becoming a fire dragon as well. Third Awakening. Inferno Descent. Kaido leapt into the air, twirling the Wolf-Tooth Club in his hand, Conqueror's Haki wrapping around it, invoking the power of heaven and earth thunder. 076 What's so good to watch, just join the Beast's pirates, and not die. The sky above is filled with dark clouds and lightning is jumping, the ground below is burning with flames. Light and darkness are clearly separated, incompatible with each other, devouring each other. The duel between 2 dragons, Ace turns into a fire dragon, and Kaido himself is a blue dragon. Bang! There was only a flash of light between heaven and earth, and the nearest islands all saw a sky darker than during the day. What's happening? The sky is bright, is it strange weather? Doesn't seem like lightning. The sky is turning red. The islands around saw this scene, feeling uneasy in their hearts. On the island, a sea of fire, Kaido put down the Wolf Fang Club in his hand and looked down. Ace lay on the ground, coughing up blood from his mouth, his hand opened up to form a big character, but he did not admit defeat, exuding an imposing dominance. Kaido reached up to touch his head, a piece of scale missing from his forehead, blood continuously flowing down.
Ha ha ha. Well done, Fire Fist Ace, to leave a mark on me, said Kaido. Ace couldn't even move, turning into flames, and facing Conqueror's Haki, he was still hit in his physical form. Just like when Garp knocked down Marco with one punch, his physical form was knocked out by Conqueror's Haki. Looks like you're going to die. In that case, let me send you off. I'll go find Whitebeard later, and kill him too. Kaido raised the Wolf Fang Club in his hand. Ace widened his eyes, trying to move but found it extremely difficult. Am I going to die? Luffy, Sabo, Dad. Ace widened his eyes. Kaido was very satisfied with the look Ace gave him. This kind of weak and helpless look was exactly the sorrow of the weak he wanted to see. If you blame anyone, blame your own weakness. Kaido struck down with his club. Don't you dare hurt our captain. Members of the Spade Pirates launched an attack against Kaido. However, Kaido's club was still swinging down. Dang. Durso rushed out, standing in front of Ace, taking Kaido's blow. Poochie. Durso held a knife and a spike club in his hands, spitting out blood from his mouth. I will never let you kill our captain, Durso said. Low, then you go ahead and die first. Kaido exerted force. Durso fell to his knees, the ground cracking beneath him, but he still clenched his teeth tightly. He knew that if he fell, it would be Ace who dies. HMPH. Kaido snorted coldly. Durso's bones deformed all over his body, but he still held on tightly with his hands. Durso, big brother. Lorax stood in place, feeling his legs trembling. He felt the threat of death, fear, and panic. Move, why don't you move? Lorax, who had never experienced such a crisis, yelled out. Originating from his fear of Kaido, he was scared. He knew he would die, as if he could see the scene of Ace and the others dying, followed by his own death. He wanted to save Ace, to move, but the fear in his heart immobilized him, making him, who had never felt the threat of death, fearful. Some things cannot be solved just by talking. What use is it to shout loudly? Dogs bark louder than humans, but a dog is still a dog, and the master is still the master. The voice of Marcy appeared in Lorax's mind, once rebellious Lorax who despised his useless father. So he roared at Marcy, mocking him. Even if Marcy proved his strength, Lorax still looked down on Marcy, thinking he was weak, with strength but hiding it, being laughed at by weaker people. Only now did he realize that he was the weak one. With his companions all taking action, he was fearful and scared inside. Facing an enemy holding a cudgel, he shrank back. He remembered the words Marcy had said to him, speaking loudly doesn't represent reason. A fist is the true reason. Everything I've done was built on being a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, but now I've lost Whitebeard and the protection from my own dad. The captain lying on the ground, when my comrades were about to be killed, I was actually afraid. Advertisement, you don't deserve to be my son. Law saw in his mind's eye Doflamingo looking down on him, eyes full of disappointment and disdain. Those were the eyes he loathed the most. I won't let you look down on me. Law's sense of injustice turned into anger. He roared. A powerful aura surged towards Kaido. Kaido's movements came to a halt. He turned around in disbelief, looking at Law. Ace turned his head towards Law. Law, you too. Kaido also turned his head and looked at Law, who was continuously releasing Conqueror's Haki, surprise filling his eyes. Before he could react, Law had already rushed forward, drawing his sword from his waist, aiming at Kaido's neck. Kaido looked somewhat horrified. After all, it was Conqueror's Haki, a power that could harm him. Thousand Waterfalls slash. The blade slashed at Kaido's neck, sparks flew from Kaido's throat. Under Law's erupting powerful force, Kaido was sent flying. Kaido, crashing to the ground, smiled. Thud. Kaido's massive body fell to the ground, Law gasping for breath holding the sword. Ace Captain, D siblings, are you guys okay? After all, being not even 17, just 16, he had never experienced such a thing. If the Straw Hat Pirates were here, Chopper, Usopp, Nami would definitely give him a thumbs up. Fellow travelers, usually submissive, could step up in crucial moments. Ace eased up a bit, able to stand up. D's sibling was a bit worse off, bones shattered, body deformed. Hurry and take D away, I'll cover you guys. Ace stood up with force, addressing the others. Ace Captain, hurry, go. Ace unleashed flames, similar to when he faced Whitebeard before, creating a wall of fire for them to escape. Facing the four emperors, the pressure was unusually high. Everyone staying here would die, he needed to buy time. Captain Ace, go, Ace roared, using his flames to force them back. Roar. Kaido stood up, laughing loudly. I didn't expect there would be a second one. I almost thought I would die. Such a good opportunity wasted. Couldn't kill me. Kaido stared at Luffy on the other side of the fire. Before, Luffy had fear when facing Kaido, now there was none, glaring at him as if to say he would take him down. Hey, kid, tell me your name. You have the qualifications to die by my hands. Kaido chuckled. Luffy. Luffy glared at him. Luffy, how old are you this year? 16. Kaido remembered something. When he was 15, he had already joined the Rocks Pirates and became an apprentice. Seeing Mugi, he suddenly had an idea. Kid, join our Beasts Pirates. What a joke, Luffy responded angrily. Roar, I will make you join. Kaido suddenly took a step forward. Infernal Dragon. Ace transformed into a fire dragon again, charging at Kaido. Thud. Kaido smashed Ace's flames with a single blow, knocking Ace out of the fire. Roger's son, I won't kill you now, but I'm more interested in someone else, you little devil, now this guy's fate is in your hands. Make your decision, if you don't agree, I will kill him now. Kaido grabbed Ace's body and squeezed hard. Ah! Ace cried out in pain, blood spewing from his mouth. Advertisement seeing this scene, Roger was stunned, and shouted after reacting, what are you doing, release Captain Ace now. Release him? Have you made up your mind? I will spare him only if you join the Beast Pirates, Kaido smiled. Okay, I join the Beast Pirates, Roger gritted his teeth. No, no. Ace gritted his teeth and turned to look at Roger. Captain Ace, I won't let you die, la 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 la. Kaido laughed heartily and threw Ace to the ground. Survive, little devil, this life of yours is exchanged for your comrade's life. Spare your life for the sake of my reputation, Kaido said with a smirk, walking up to Roger. Go on, little devil, from now on, you are no longer a member of the Spade Pirates, but a companion of my Beast Pirates, Kaido chuckled. Flowers. Please. Roger glared at Kaido viciously, I will kill you when I have the chance, I definitely will. La 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 la, we'll see if you have the ability. Kaido transformed into a divine dragon, opened his dragon claw and grabbed Roger, carrying him into the sky. Roger. Ace watched Roger being taken away in the sky, reaching out his hand, ultimately dropping it in helplessness. Others watched helplessly as Roger was taken away. Scopper Gabon rushed to Ace, checking his injuries. Inform. Big brother. Ace passed out, Gabon ignoring his own injuries, quickly bandaged Ace's wounds. As the ship's doctor, Gabon managed to treat Ace's injuries with his determination, unable to handle his own injuries, eventually falling aside to be rescued by others. The news of this battle quickly spread worldwide. The Spade Pirates were defeated by Kaido of the Beast Pirates. Fire Fist Ace was severely injured. Ace lost. On the Whitebeard's territory, Law continued to observe the things extracted in the laboratory. If he loses, he loses. You don't think he can win, do you? Maki said indifferently. But Law was taken away by Kaido, Marco said. At these words, Maki's hand paused, turned his head to Marco and asked, what's the situation? Kaido proposed a way to spare Ace, which is to have Law join the Beast Pirates, Marco said with a light laugh. So, Law is a member of the Beast Pirates now? Maki said with a wry smile. Are you still able to laugh? A voice came from behind Law. Before Marco could react, like a whirlwind passing in front of him, Law was grabbed by the ear. Your son has been captured, and you can still find it in you to laugh? Viola roared as she lifted Law by the ear almost angrily. Easy, easy, he's not dead, it's good that he's fine now, Maki hastened to say. Your son has joined another pirate crew, and you think everything is fine? Viola roared. Of course it's fine. He's doing well now. The baby eagle has already flown. His future is in his hands. You agreed to let him join the Heart Pirates before, and now joining the Beast Pirates is also his own decision, Law said. He's your own son. Are you not concerned at all? Are you deliberately doing this? No, where have I doubted any of this? No doubts even though you're never home. Always hiding out here? Viola paced around in anger. I definitely didn't mean that. I'm not always at the park, Maki said with a bitter smile. I don't care. Our son has been captured by Kaido now, what do you suggest we do? What else can we do? He's not dead now, and besides, there's nothing wrong with joining the Beast Pirates. Let him know the dangers of the sea, see the difference between other pirates and us, it's beneficial for his growth. Remember what I said, he's going through adolescence now, he will grow up, he will be sensible. Each generation has their own luck, don't indoctrinate him with too many thoughts. Come, let's go home. Viola pulled Maki by the ear and dragged him out. Marco stood by, feeling helpless. Why go home? While I can still give birth, have another one. During this time, Maji's waist has suffered, and finally had to agree to go see Luo Shu. If he continues to suffer and may not bear a child, he might die first. What's so good about it? It's just joining the 100 Beasts pirate group, it's not like dying. Maji muttered on the ship. Big brother, aren't you worried at all? Itaku asked beside him. When he heard that Maji was going back to the Kingdom of G, Itaku hesitated for a long time, but still agreed to Maji's invitation to go back with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't want to go back to the Kingdom of G. After all, the Kingdom of G is no longer the country he is familiar with. What's the use of going back? What's the rush? It's just Wei Daib is worrying. When he made the decision to join the Spades pirate group, he essentially left home and went out on his own. Just like you did in the beginning, from the moment he stepped into Whitebeard's pirate group, his identity changed, Maji said. Itaku lowered his head, knowing what Maji was saying was true. 077 I really appreciate you, big brother Kaido, what if we accidentally kill him? Initially he didn't choose to go back to Wano and fight side by side with Kazuki Oden, because he was already a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. If Whitebeard didn't give the order, then he would have been a member of the Whitebeard Pirates for life. The same goes for Roger, he is not a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, but a member of the Heart Pirates. Now being coerced by Kaido of the Beasts Pirates to join, he will be a member of the Beasts Pirates. When Ace was captured by the Marines, the ones who tried to save him were not the former Roger Pirates, but the Whitebeard Pirates he belonged to. This is a rule and also their responsibility. This time, Marco didn't bring any Whitebeard Pirates members with him, just Inuarashi. He is a person from Wano, and he found him to lead the way.
And Marco's identity is Roger's father, a blood relative, so whatever he does is acceptable, after all, he is his son. Seeing how his son is doing as a father, whether he is being bullied or not, if Roger is doing fine in the Beast's Pirates, Marco doesn't say a word and just leaves. Big brother is still worried about Roger's safety, Inuarashi smiled. After all, he is his own son, watching him grow up. It's understandable to find him annoying now. Who hasn't been through a rebellious stage? We can't rely on him to support us when we're old. His mother just needs to stop bothering me. In fact, I just planned to come out for a walk and then return, but as you can see. Marco turned to look and saw a group of pirates under Hawkins. Hawkins didn't come this time, but his subordinates did, all uncles and aunts who watched Roger grow up. The relationship between these people and Roger is closer than with his own 990 father. Seeing this group of people, Marco could guarantee that Roger will definitely call out to them first and then call out to his own father. It's all because you haven't been good to Roger since he was young. That's why he's not close to you, Inuarashi laughed. Children who grow up in love only see flowers. They're different from us. We grew up scavenging in the trash. There are too many people who love him, and I'm just one of them. In fact, those who don't love him only include me. Doesn't that make me special? Marco said proudly. This is the first time I've heard of such a saying. Inuarashi found it outrageous that there could be such a father. The sea has been restless lately, there might be trouble brewing in the Marines, Marco suddenly said in a serious tone. Yeah, I can feel it too. The Marine deployment in the New World is increasing, Inuarashi said solemnly. There are 2 candidates for Fleet Admiral, looks like they'll have to fight it out to decide, Marco chuckled. They have to fight it out? Inuarashi exclaimed. Otherwise, how do you think they should decide? Look at strength, whoever is stronger gets chosen, whoever has a bigger fist gets to speak. I didn't expect the Marines to decide leadership by fighting. Barring any surprises, there should be a result soon. Dragging it out won't be good for the Marines. Who do you think will win? I definitely hope Akainu will win. Why? Because Aokiji stepped down, Akainu will definitely continue to stay in the Marines. He is the kind of person who will not leave the Marines, so for the position of Fleet Admiral, Akainu's will surpass Aokiji by far. In a serious fight, Akainu will win for sure. Aokiji's belief and willpower are not as strong as Akainu's. In short, Aokiji's beliefs have been shaken since the Ohara incident. When he was young, Aokiji had a hot-headed and impulsive personality, acting recklessly. But after the Ohara incident, he began to doubt the world government, and the Marines. He wanted to change the Marines, while Akainu was just fulfilling his duty as a soldier. He is a professional soldier, his mission is to obey orders and eliminate all enemies. Such a person is a good weapon, and Aokiji obviously has his own ideas, not what the world government wants to see in a Marine leader. Big brother, we're almost there. The situation at sea suddenly changed, the wind picked up, and whirlpools appeared on the sea. Let's go through the safe passage, Maji said. I thought you were going to climb the waterfall. That's foolish behavior. Don't compare me with them, Maji laughed. Big brother, you are just too calm. Yizang looked up at Wano Country, feeling uneasy inside. Maji also looked up. Perhaps because the sea level had risen by 200 meters, Wano Country feared that the sea level would continue to rise. So, they surrounded the entire country and relocated everyone to live on top. Cat and dog were right, there are only 5 continents in the world because of the rising sea level, leading to the division into numerous countries. The reason why Wano Country is so high is still there, waiting for years to have the strength to continue the fight. Whether it is Wano Country or Elbaf, they are both located at a very high place. These countries knew what would happen in the world long ago, and they had been preparing for it. The royal families of 20 countries headed straight for the Red Soil continent because they feared drowning too. Advertisement: the country of gods that has been living on the Red Soil continent for so long is unlucky, they have been driven down by them, massacred until only one remains. There is a safe passage to go up to Wano Country, which is currently controlled by the Beast's Pirates. It's almost impossible to go up, and the only way to enter Wano Country is through the waterfall. Big brother, what should we do? Yizang asked. Why bother so much, just go over there, said Maji. Huh? Are we going over like this? Yes, why not? Oh, switch the flag. Having spent such a long time with Zhang, one could be considered to understand Maji's ways, but they still underestimated Maji's casual nature. Indeed, Maji was different from other pirates. Other pirates would rather die than lose face, but Maji never cared about his own face, he only had one request. To achieve the goal. Hoisting the flag of the 100 Beast Pirates, they arrived at the elevator. The elevator was a huge water tank. When the ship entered, the tank was dragged up from the seabed by 2 huge steel cables. When the ship reached the top, the tank would be lowered back into the water and the ship would arrive at Wano Country. Looking up at the huge wall, Zhang's heart was in turmoil. Huh? Is there still a ship today? I don't think so. What do you see? What? Oh, it really is our ship. It must have returned to port early. There happens to be one last trip. Wait, let them in. Signal to them with flags, there happens to be a space. After discussing with the lookout member of the 100 Beast Pirates, the ship was allowed in. Once the large water tank closed after the ship entered, the iron cables slowly rose. Let's go, it's time to clock out, there's a welcome party today. The members of the 100 Beast Pirates hadn't realized anything yet, the ship went up and they returned on their own.
Hey, which division are you from? Upon arrival, there were 5 larger cargo ships together. The 100 Beast Pirates occupied a good location, continuously producing weapons to sell around the world. During the ascent, they spotted a small boat. If it weren't for the flag of the 100 Beast Pirates, they would have thought it was an enemy sneaking in. We are under Lord Kuan. Waving with sunglasses, Maji replied. Under Lord Kuan, it's been tough, brothers. Let's have a drink together when we get to Ghost Island. No problem. The boat slowly sailed to the land of Wa, with 6 boats heading to Onigashima. Maji and the others were also among them. Big brother, is this really okay? Yizang asked with concern. What's the problem? Let's eat and drink as if we're just here for sightseeing, Maji chuckled. Well, Yizang didn't expect Maji to be so relaxed. He thought they were here for a vacation. He didn't know that Maji did come for a vacation. He had no intention of fighting Kaido, just checking on his son. If his son was locked up, he would take him back, and if he was free and wild, he would leave. The Beast's pirates are a bunch of barbarians, with all kinds of people. Maji and Yizang sneaked in, claiming to be Kaido's men, and no one bothered to verify their identity. The people on Onigashima didn't think much either, as they all headed to the banquet together. The Beast's pirates are hosting a banquet today, and many subordinates have come. It seems like there are new recruits again today. Who are the new recruits this time, and they're having a banquet? Last time, when Hawkins and Drake joined, there was no banquet, so who joined this time to warrant a banquet? It must be a significant figure. Look, the Tobiropo are all back. It's so lively, so many people. Onigashima was bustling with activity, filled with the aroma of food and alcohol. Maji and Yizang mingled in, sitting on the floor. Advertisement. This tastes really good. Maji ate meat voraciously, the activity of his cells increasing his appetite, converting what he ate into energy quickly. In contrast to Maji's indulgence, Yizang seemed distracted. Big brother, aren't you eating? This is Onigashima after all. I know. We are on someone else's turf. They don't know us, hurry and eat, so we'll have energy if things get rough later. Yi nodded and started eating, with munching and drinking sounds. Kaido came out, followed by 3 big men of similar build, Ash, Queen, and Jack. The 6 members of the Flying Six sat below. I don't understand why Kaido values that brat so much, Juin said angrily. Big sis, please say less, Page 1 said. What is there not to say? It's just a brat we snatched from the Spade pirate crew. Not a member of our Beast Pirates, Juin remarked. He will be a comrade in the future, little Juin. Don't say it like that, Black Maria said. That guy looks like a troublemaker. He will definitely betray us in the future. He doesn't have any intention of joining us. Just like that guy, Yamato, Juin said. Who joined the Beast Pirates from the beginning? Sasaki said. We did, brother, Juin said. The other 4 chuckled. Why was Juin so willful? She and her brother Page 1 were adopted by Kaido. Their father was once a member of the Beast Pirates and entrusted his children to Kaido before dying. As Kaido raised the siblings, they were considered Kaido's children. They never looked at Yamato, who had Kaido's bloodline. While being Kaido's biological daughter, she had to go against Kaido, being arrogant due to favoritism. But they didn't consider that Kaido wanted a son, not a daughter. That was why Kaido was more vicious towards Yamato than them. If they were Kaido's actual children, their fate may have been even worse. Yamato turned into what he is due to Kaido's failed upbringing. If Kaido were a good father, Yamato wouldn't have wanted to be like Oden. Just like Oden, he desired the outside world, oppressed at a young age. The newcomer joining this time is extraordinary, Drake said. What's so extraordinary about it? Isn't it just a little brat from the Whitebeard Pirates who split and joined the Spade Pirates? Kaido values him too much. Juin lifted her head and looked up, a black-haired youth standing next to the 4 giants. Year. Lord Kaido, below is quiet, everyone looked up at Kaido on stage. Today is a happy day, la 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 la, welcome our new companion, Law. Kaido pushed Law out 1 step. Law was pushed out, standing on the stage, looked back fiercely at Kaido. Someday I will kill you. Law's words silenced the whole audience, followed by hearty laughter. La 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 la. Kaido also laughed heartily. Law looked around puzzled, everyone was laughing, one by one. What are you laughing at? I'm serious. Law shouted at the laughing Kane. Ash was quiet, Jack was angry, and Kane just kept laughing. The reason is simple, those people you see, once wanted to kill Mr. Kaido, now they're our companions. In the Beast Pirates, as long as you have the strength, anyone can be replaced, including Mr. Kaido, Ash said flatly. You also want to defeat Lord Kaido, Jack sneered. Ha ha ha, go for it, little trash. Although I don't know why Lord Kaido values you, I hope you grow up quickly. Kane laughed heartily. Not just him, but all of you, I will kill, Law said. I admire you, Lord Kaido. What if accidentally kill him? Kane asked Kaido with a smile, pointing at Maji. Then you're dead. Kaido grinned. Surely not, this little trash can just die. Kane's smile stiffened, incredulous. Advertisement 078. This aura is even stronger than that guy with red hair. The Ashes squinted his eyes next to him. Jack was somewhat surprised. Why? If I kill him, I will die too. Of course, if my son is killed by you, don't you think you can still live? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Queen suspected that he had misheard and quickly turned around.
Ash and Jack were startled, turning their heads to find the source of the voice. Kaido gritted his teeth, looking displeased. Roger, on the other hand, went from shock to being happy. Who are you? Queen found the target, lowering his head to stare at the person sitting cross-legged behind them, eating meat heartily. The wine is good. If Newgate saw this, he'd be delighted. Dad? Is he your father? Queen turned his head to look at Roger upon hearing. Who is this guy? Jack asked. Kaido laughed. I never expected you to dare come here. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you here? Afraid, but I don't think you have the ability. I just came to see how my son is doing. Since he joined the Beast Pirates and is still lively, then it's okay. Just stay here, my wife and I are doing well. Your mom is planning to have another child, so you don't have to worry about the family. Maji raised his head and said to Roger. The smile on Roger's face instantly stiffened, incredulous. What do you mean? Literal meaning, from the moment you left the Whitebeard Pirates, your life is your own to decide. A man should rely on himself and not expect others to save him. Without strength, this is the first lesson you have to learn on this vast sea. Whoever has the bigger fist, talks sense. Weakness is a sin. Son, you have grown up. Apart from blood ties, you are an individual who can decide your own future. Your mother and I have high hopes for you, hoping for a better future for you. Maji smiled and said to Roger. But I am your biological son, Roger said angrily. When you followed Ace, you didn't consider me and your mother. We also respected your choice. If you choose to come back with me now, then you will still be a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, but you will be betraying the Heart Pirates as well as the Beast Pirates you have joined now. Maji said with a smile. Are you willing to be a traitor, a coward who flees at the critical moment? I will not go back. I will never go back. If one day I go back, I will definitely not see you again. Roger roared in anger. That's right, I also don't want my son to be a coward. Enjoy your life well. My life and your mother's life belong to us. Your life is for you to decide, Maji said calmly. Roger gritted his teeth tightly, staring at Maji fiercely, eyes full of anger. I won't acknowledge you as my father. The dialogue between father and son, no one from the Beast Pirates interrupted, but it also indicates that the relationship between father and son is very bad at the moment. As for who Marquis is, the three disasters also recognized him. If they still didn't recognize him, they would be fools. Vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, known for his cunning, Marquis. What the three disasters didn't expect was that the little demon favored by Kaido turned out to be Marquis's son. No wonder Kaido favored him and held a grand welcoming banquet. It turned out to be luring the son of another 4 Emperors level big shot over, thinking he was coming to claim his son. It seems that wasn't the case now. He completely disregarded his own son's feelings. Kaido wanted a son so badly, but Marquis threw his son out and let him join the Beast Pirates. He actually invaded the venue, Ash muttered. Sorry, Ash, it was a problem with our security, Jack apologized. Foolish Jack. Did this guy come alone? Or did he bring the Whitebeard Pirates with him? Hurry up and find him. Find everyone, must find the invading guy, Queen nervously. If the entire Whitebeard Pirates came over, they wouldn't stand a chance and would have to prepare to run. Don't worry, it's just me alone, just coming to see my son as a father. He looks good, so I can rest assured, I can go back and have a talk with his mother. Marquis waved his hand and continued to drink and eat. Law was glaring at Marquis, but he felt a bit relieved when he heard the name Vivi. His own mother still loved him. As for Marquis, he didn't have this father, never loved him since he was a child, always criticizing him, pushing him to learn this and that. He didn't like it, never liked those pretentious stuff since he was a child. He believed that pirates only needed to burn, kill, and plunder. What's the point of being cultured? Just you alone dared to come over. I was planning to come find you earlier, but you came to me on your own. Kaido walked up, looking down at Marquis. I don't think there's any danger here. I come when I want, leave when I want. Someone like you, I've taken care of before. You should be familiar with Charlotte Linlin, just a defeated underling. Kaido laughed, reaching for the jug on the table. Thump thump thump. He drank heavily. Don't waste it, you be asterisk 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 D. You spilled the wine all over yourself. Marquis, seeing Kaido drinking, felt a bit sorry, it was too wasteful. Wine is made from food, wasting food is shameful. Well, take it, advertisement. Kaido grabbed the jug and smashed it at Marquis. Ha, the wine jug exploded in front of Maji, splashing wine everywhere. Maji looked up at Kaido, who grinned. Boom. 2 conquerors Haki collided, and in an instant, the sky darkened, with black lightning pulses exploding between the two. Everyone on the bottom floor of the banquet drinking wine fell down, foaming at the mouth. Itozai raised his cup and looked up at the platform ahead. The 2 conquerors Haki made him both shocked and relieved. He was clear about Maji's strength, and Kaido, who was on the same level as Charlotte Linlin, could not be Maji's opponent. What's going on? Asked Drake. Is this the clash of conquerors Haki? Sasagi said. Who is using conquerors Haki? Exclaimed Foxfire Kanamon. It must be Lord Kaido and that person Yamato, right? Junko stood up. It couldn't be Yamato. This Haki even scares me. Black Maria clutched her chest. Let's go help Lord Kaido, said Perospero as he stood up. Boom. Onigashima trembled, and the black lightning pulses caused by the collision of Haki swept across the whole venue, causing destruction to the surrounding buildings. The 3 calamities stood behind Kaido, their expressions serious and tense.
Hey, is that all you've got? Sitting on Kaido's throne, Maji laughed, picked up his cup, smiled, took a sip. Lao Shu looked at his father, he had never seen Maji so domineering. Crack. The wine glass in his hand shattered, Maji stared at Kaido with both eyes, and all his Conqueror's Haki exploded, causing everyone to black out in an instant. The impact of Conqueror's Haki swept across the whole Onigashima, and some who hadn't fallen down yet all collapsed at that moment. The three calamities knelt down in unison with a thud, struggling to lift their heads and look at the person on the throne. That person's body size is so small, but the image of him in their minds is even larger than that of ancient giants, making themselves look tiny like ants in front of him. Trash. How is this possible? Sanzai knelt on the ground, unable to lift his head under the dominance of Kaido. Especially when that dominance pierced their bodies, they couldn't even use their abilities. The abilities of the devil fruit were firmly suppressed at this moment, enduring pain while also attempting to resist. Kaido endured the most dominance, squinting his eyes. This dominance is stronger than that guy with red hair. Kaido has never seen such a level of dominance, having been in this sea for so many years, this is the first time encountering it. Except for the Flying Six, all the members of the Beast Pirates fell to the ground and couldn't get up, no one could withstand the outbreak of Kaido's Conqueror's Haki. They all fell. Fozov looked at the people below, all foaming at the mouth and falling to the ground. Someone, Sasagi said, as that guy, Drake squinted and looked over. Someone was walking towards them, just happened to look up and meet their gaze. The 16th Division Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Izo. Fozov said. Is it a member of the Whitebeard Pirates attacking us? Sasagi said nervously. It's not Yamato. Juniu said disappointedly. Sister, don't provoke her, are you happy only if Yamato dies? Pagiven said. Of course, I would be very happy if she died, only then it would be good. Junshi said. Keep your mouth shut, Pagiven interjected. The conversation between the two was indifferent to the other four people, as they looked at Izo, who also looked at them. Hey, Izo smiled at them. Advertisement. I really can't stand it, I'm going to take him out. Junyi, the most irritable, jumped down and went straight towards Izo. Sister. After seeing her older sister make a move, Patty Fang also followed suit and jumped down. Boom. A roaring sound came from above, something flew down and heavily hit the ground. What is it? The group looked down. Three things smashed into the ground, the dust cleared, Ash, Kuin, and Jack lay on the ground, unable to get up. The three calamities, why are they? Black Maria exclaimed. It seems like they've been taken out. Fuchsia was sweating on his forehead, he had never fought the three calamities before. In the rules of the Beast's Pirates, whoever has the strength goes up. Fuchsia had challenged them before and ended up losing. Sasagi had also challenged them and was given to Kuin. Now seeing the three calamities lying on the ground, the two of them were terrified. Drake looked up towards the direction of the top floor. What exactly was happening up there? Who was battling with them? The Whitebeard Pirates appeared here, did Whitebeard come in person? To avenge Fire Fist Ace. Boom. With a loud noise, Kaido, who had transformed into a blue dragon, flew out, still holding a person in his claws. That guy, Whitebeard Pirates Vice Captain, Edward Newgate. The one who defeated Charlotte Linlin. 760 inches. How did he end up here? Are we going to war with the Whitebeard Pirates? Besides them, who else is in the Whitebeard Pirates? A group of people rushed in from the doorway. Rosh, where are you? Little Rosh, Uncle Limu. Voices came from above, and these people were delighted to see Rosh. Xiao Luo Shu, as long as you're okay, we'll take you back. Uncle Limu, I'm not going back. Luo Shu suddenly calmed down and said lightly. Why? Wadabay's group of subordinates were stunned. I am now a member of the Beast Pirates. I can't go back. Luo Shu gritted his teeth. Don't joke around. Luo Shu, the captain is waiting for you to go back, the leader Lemieux said incredulously. I won't go back. Tell my mom for me that I must return in glory. I absolutely won't go back with you now. Luo Shu gritted his teeth. What happened exactly? Just because of a threat, Lord Maji personally came to pick you up, why still unwilling to go back? Lemieux asked. Luo Shu raised his voice, I have nothing to do with him. He's not my father, and I won't go back to the Whitebeard Pirates. I'm now a member of the Beast Pirates, and I will prove myself. Drake and the others began to understand the situation a bit. It turns out the little devil who joined their pirate crew has quite a background. He is actually the son of Whitebeard Pirates Vice Captain Maji. No wonder Kaido hosted a banquet to welcome him. Recruiting the son of a great emperor into his ranks feels a bit familiar. The difference is that one's father died long ago, while the other's father is currently dominating the seas. Run-T and Peguin confronted Yasui, with Yasui holding his ground against the two. Outside, a fierce wind was blowing. Kaido brought Maji to Curl Island. La 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 la, this is Curl Island in Wano Country, Kaido exclaimed, leaving Maji as they stood atop a mountain. No need for introductions. I came here over 20 years ago, but it looks drastically different now. Maji surveyed the surroundings. Back then, this place had green mountains and rivers, meticulously managed by Oden. The former Curl Island was the territory of the Kurozumi family, who later betrayed the Kazuki family in a rebellion. Wano Country tends to involve everyone when the authorities have problems, leading to punishment for the entire population. It's reminiscent of a scene from Journey to the West. Later, as punishment to Oden, Curl Island was entrusted to him. Little did they expect that Kazuki Oden would truly achieve. Since you've brought up Newton, there's not much for me to say. As for charisma, it's a joke. Maji never thought that Guy Oden had any charisma. The biggest failure, Maji couldn't stand him even when they were on the ship. Low, now this is my territory, I am the king here, Kaido laughed. Yamanaka no Tiger Monkey King, is that talking about you, Kaido? Maji sneered. Who? A gust of wind blew, Kaido turned into lightning and charged towards Maji. Roaring thunder 8 trigrams. Facing a formidable enemy, Kaido did not take it lightly, directly transforming into his strongest dragon form, wielding a wolf-tooth club, empowered by Conqueror's Haki and lightning. With one arrow-like step, he arrived in front of Maji in an instant, very close. Discharge. Maji raised his hand, not directly blocking, but at a strange angle, used a light touch to push the wolf-tooth club upwards. Kaido felt his attack was out of control, the club lifted upwards. Boom. Empowered with Conqueror's Haki, the thunderous attack hit a mountain, the explosive flames engulfed it, turning it into ruins in an instant. Kaido lowered his head, seeing Maji's eyes locked onto him, raised his hand and slapped down towards his abdomen. Chi power burst. Bang. Maji's palm exploded with the force of Conqueror's Haki. Kaido's abdomen caved in, his body took a heavy blow, uncontrollably spewing blood from his mouth. Kaido also counterattacked, swung his tail behind him, fiercely smashing it into Maji before they both flew out. Cough cough. Kaido crawled out of the dust, in his half-dragon form, continuously coughing up blood. Wiping his hand with the back, it was all blood. That guy's Haki hurt my organs. Kaido looked down at his abdomen, a large area caved in, the muscles shattered. The super regeneration ability of the zone-type devil fruit was slowly repairing him, but the continued destructive force from the Conqueror's Haki kept damaging his cells, preventing quick recovery. How despicable means. Kaido tried to take a step, each step causing pain, with blood still flowing from his mouth. On the other side, although Maji was flicked by Kaido's one tail, he had prepared for defense in advance, and the tail only hit his hand, making it a bit numb. Body conditions are still flawed, it's annoying that the system does not upgrade the body. To still be able to move, truly deserving of being a monster, if it were an ordinary person, that punch just now would have been fatal. Maji looked from a distance at Kaido still walking over, feeling envious yet helpless. The natural gap in body conditions is too significant, Maji envies the bodies of these monsters very much. Some people are born with abnormal bodies, Kaido was targeted by the world government when he was in his teens. Even at a young age, Charlotte Linlin was discovered by a nun to be extraordinary, and was being prepared to be sold to the world government at a good price. From this, it can be seen that the world government has always been collecting monsters from around the world, especially those born as monsters. The purpose of gathering these people can be imagined. Some were taken for research purposes, others were nurtured to become fighters. Kaido has been captured by the world government several times, mainly for researching his body. Kaido is also not an ordinary person, he belongs to the rare ghost tribe. Another special race, the most distinctive feature being their prominent horns, it is unknown whether Gecko Moria is also a member of the ghost tribe. His daughter, Yamato, also has a pair of horns. However, strictly speaking, Yamato is not his biological daughter. Maji learned from Bej Punk that for the sake of researching Kaido, some things were extracted from Kaido's body back then. Yamato was born through cloning in a laboratory, and was later brought back to Wano Country by Kaido. Kaido and Whitebeard share a similar trait. They favor men over women. Yamato had to endure hardships from a very young age. Kaido hoped she would grow to hate the world and become a killing lunatic. However, this daughter turned out to be so kind, lacking the inherent hatred towards the world typical of the ghost tribe, she even fell in love with Kazuki Oden. I acknowledge your dominance, Kaido said. Are you afraid? Maji laughed. Afraid? Me, afraid? Kaido widened his eyes, laughing angrily. You are not afraid, why else would anyone fear the owner of Conqueror's Haki? Maji sneered. It seems you don't understand the meaning of Conqueror's Haki, Kaido said coldly. Advertisement. In my opinion, Conqueror's Haki is just a means, but in your eyes, Conqueror's Haki is a knife that can kill you. Maji sneered. So you are afraid of being defeated or even killed by someone who possesses Conqueror's Haki like you. The scar left on you by Kazuki Oden shows you the fate of death. You keep talking about wanting to die, but every time you are trying your best to stay alive. Do you really want to die? You don't want to die at all. You are afraid of death, just finding excuses for your fear, trying to make others believe you are not afraid of death. There are no people in this world who truly want to die but can't. Instead, there are many people like you, afraid of death, pretending to be fearless. Am I right? You are not Kaido the Immortal, you are Kaido the Fearful. Maji's mockery and sarcasm left Kaido unsure of how to respond. Is he wrong? No, if you really want to die, just give yourself a cut. Who constantly proclaims they want to die but never actually die? Those who truly want to die, have you seen them making a scene, announcing to the world? Find a quiet place, it will be over quickly, or let go, close your eyes and fall. Maji has encountered people who commit suicide. They go quickly without making a fuss, without announcing to the world, I'm going to die tomorrow or the day after. People who constantly publicize their desire to die might show up on live streams tomorrow. When Kaido yells for someone to kill him, when facing the opportunity to kill someone else, he doesn't care about those words. Otherwise, why doesn't Kaido give Oden another chance? Treating Kaido as if he were Katakuri. He would only kill those who interfere with his battles, not give the enemy a chance to fight again. Kaido is not like that, he is not at the level of Katakuri. So he is afraid, fearful of those who possess Conqueror's Haki. Those people were once stronger than him, once taught him a lesson, and could also kill him. Maji's words lifted the veil of shame on Kaido, exposing his inner fear. La 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 la, have you studied me as well? I heard your tongue is sharp, but it seems quite impressive now. Too bad you're wrong, I'm not afraid at all. Kaido laughed. As that's so, Maji disappeared in an instant. Kaido quickly searched. How is this possible? Kaido found out that his observation Haki failed. I will kill you, really will kill you. Maji's voice rang in Kaido's ears. Come out for me. Kaido felt uneasy, searching everywhere for Maji's whereabouts, but Maji did not show up. Kaido looked around, feeling uneasy. What are you afraid of? Aren't you not afraid of death? Just stand still and wait for me to strike, what are you afraid of? Maji's voice kept ringing in his ears. Kaido searched for Maji's whereabouts, but could not find him. He knew Maji was by his side, his heart filled with unease, especially when the enemy lurked in the dark. Just like the ninjas in Wano Country, hiding in the shadows, waiting to assassinate him. This feeling made Kaido more and more uneasy. He could really be fearless, he wouldn't be so nervous. Each of the four emperors has their own shortcomings, their own plans. Kaido's dominance seemed more like a disguise to Maji. This guy is actually very afraid of death. No need to attack, just circle him, toy with him. Come out for me. No wonder everyone says you're despicable. I've seen it now, you're really a rat hiding in the dark, too scared to show your face. Kaido said. I am despicable, I am shameless, I never denied this, but what about you? Have you ever admitted that you really want to die? Why don't you admit that you're afraid of death? Just because you have the nickname of Immortal Kaido, do you really think you won't die? I think you should be called Coward Kaido. Used despicable means to defeat Kazuki Oden, pretended to kill the companions who helped you, a fake righteous man, Kaido. The dirty things you've done, you don't want anyone else to know. You killed Kurozumi Orochi to silence him, to hide the fact that you won with dirty tactics against Kazuki Oden. Come out for me, fight me fair and square, ah. Boring. Maji hid behind a rock, constantly using observation Haki to confuse Kaido, making Kaido unable to find him, just knowing he was nearby but unable to locate him. Watching the furious Kaido, Maji felt like playing with him again. I really hit the nail on the head, thinking about it, although this guy is very dominant, in some aspects, he really can't compare to Katakuri. Maji really admired Katakuri, otherwise he wouldn't have invited him to join the Whitebeard Pirates. When Luffy went to Wano, although it was rushed, Katakuri's character stayed in Maji's mind. During the reign of the Kingdom of Haji, it was too hasty, coupled with various light pollution, which weakened the beast pirates instead. Apart from Kaido becoming Luffy's teacher, the rest of the crew members had little presence. 014602408 Feilu 194022240. Advertisement. Kaido was also seen as a despicable pirate in Maki's heart. Boasting loudly but acting extremely viciously. Katakuri chose to self-harm when he knew his sister was affecting the battle, reaching an equilibrium with Luffy. However, when faced with Oden's situation, Kaido did not show any mercy and ruthlessly acted without hesitation. He couldn't keep up with dealing with Luffy, once was forgivable, but for the second time, Kaido also felt embarrassed. Maki simply stayed in, letting Kaido be anxious, keeping himself vigilant at all times. Anyway, he didn't know where he was, so he continued to drag on. Exhale. A violent wind blew in Kuri, as if a doomsday disaster was approaching. Since you won't come out, I'll force you out. Kaido transformed into a blue dragon, stirring up the wind and rain. Tornado. Countless tornadoes descended from the sky, causing severe destruction all around. Tornadoes were destroying the earth, with lightning flashing in the sky, and thunder falling. What's that? Asura boy on a mountaintop in Kuri saw this scene and didn't understand what was happening. Just now, he heard the thunder, and now he was sure. Who was fighting that monster? Asura boy decided to go take a look. Big brother, where are you going? I'm going to see. That might be the beast Kaido. I know, I'm just going to take a look, won't do anything. Shaking off his subordinates, Asura boy ran quickly with his short legs towards the direction of the battle. The tornado, accompanied by wind blades, was destroying everything around, and a mountain was crushed in an instant. Kaido swept his tail, destroying a mountain, his dragon claw pressing on a massive rock, a pair of huge lantern-like eyes not lowly, scanning around. Come out, wherever you are. How long do you plan to hide? Here I am. Marie's voice rang in his ear. Kaido turned towards a direction, flames brewing in his mouth. Heat breath. A mouthful of flame spewed out, melting a mountain clean in an instant, Kaido staring at that spot. But there was nothing. Come out, you coward. Where do you think you can hide? Nugent actually handed over the pirate crew to you, making a fool of yourself. Kaido roared. Alright, since you've brought up Nugent, I have nothing more to say. Marie walked out right in front of Kaido, catching him by surprise that Marie was right under his nose. You have powers. Kaido realized that he unexpectedly failed to detect Marie's presence. It was highly likely that Marie was also a power user. Yes, Marie nodded. What power? Invisibility Devil Fruit, can make myself invisible. Invisibility Devil Fruit. Kaido stared at Marie, suddenly feeling a bit envious. Really a despicable power. Are you envious? How could I be envious? I can openly go to the women's bathhouse to peep. You jerk. Kaido opened his mouth, another heat breath. Impact dial. Marie chose to directly confront him, a punch extinguishing Kaido's heat breath. Ashura Boy happened to catch up with this scene, seeing Kaido's warmth extinguished, his eyeballs almost falling out. The monster's attack was actually blocked. Who did this? He only dared to stick his head out sneakily, barely looking at it. 080 isn't this acceptable? You're not doing so well either. Failed to launch Haki, flames burst out from Kaido's body. Flamethrower. Burning flames turned into a dragon of fire, straight towards Maji. It's so hot, these abilities are truly abnormal. Maji hurriedly dodged, unwilling to confront him head on. All devil fruits are the same. It's only a matter of how developed they are. What a joke, comparing the jacket fruit to the burn fruit. The burn fruit that even dogs won't eat is still more useful than the trash-like jacket fruit. Could it be that everyone's fruit tastes better after eating it? It's only effective against animals and doesn't turn them into humans but into monsters. Everyone's fruit is more suited for devouring large beasts, transforming into a greater monstrous giant. The fish fruit is already transformation enough, in the form of the blue dragon, possessing various abilities. It can fly, control thunder and lightning, breathe fire, manipulate wind, summon hail, master wind, fire, and thunder. It excels in every aspect. Never seen an ability as versatile. Of course, the Nika fruit is no exception, being able to manifest things within nothingness, rich in imagination. Nika can realize anything. Fruit abilities are becoming more and more outrageous. Conqueror's Haki can break through everything, and even Roger with the world's top Conqueror's Haki died from illness. In the end, he was just an ordinary person. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are natural abnormalities, born protagonists of the world. Maji's body is fundamentally that of an ordinary person, being granted 3 types of Conqueror's Haki by the system, but the enhancement to physical condition is average. Even now, by practicing Conqueror's Haki, he has improved his body somewhat, but it does not mean he can recklessly confront Kaido's attacks. It could lead to death. It will be over 3 years before the 4th signing. Buggy probably will have found One Piece by then. I still need to change my body condition with the fruit. Maji kept dodging, Kaido's body burning with flames, continuously striking Maji's body. At this moment, his body was his weapon. Just imagine, a python is already intimidating enough to keep people at bay. A gigantic dragon spewing flames all over, who would dare to touch it? The air temperature kept rising, and rocks touched by the flames melted. Kaido surrounded Maji, inflicting continuous damage on him. It's so hot, I can't continue like this, or I might really be played to death by him. Maji stood firm, looking up at Kaido, who seemed to have discovered Maji's secret as he was preparing to charge down. Your body seems quite weak, Kaido lowered his head and chuckled. If you've found it out, I'll reward you a bit. Maji's eyes narrowed, and Conqueror's Haki erupted between his brows. Crack. The black Haki condensed into lightning striking Kaido's chest, freezing his massive body in place. Quote. Kaido's body kept shrinking, the attack of Conqueror's Haki forcing his devil fruit ability within to contract. Come back to me. Kaido struggled to control his devil fruit ability. As he said, Haki can override everything. No matter how much he controls it, his ability within his body still couldn't maintain his dragon form. Deprived of his ability, Kaido fell from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. Is that kind of Haki still human? Asura looked at the scene in front of him, unable to describe the shock he felt. He had never seen such a powerful Haki before. Did he use Sea Prism Stone? Asura was curious about how Maji managed to control Kaido, actually forcing him out of the sky and even his devil fruit ability state. In his human form, Kaido screamed in agony, tormented by Haki. Ah! At the height of his scream, Kaido let out a roar, as his Conqueror's Haki clashed, dispersing Maji's Haki from within. Scales grew back on his body. Kaido reverted to his dragon human form, maintaining his own Haki to prevent his abilities from being influenced by Maji's Conqueror's Haki again. Such a powerful Conqueror's Haki, actually able to suppress my devil fruit abilities within me. Kaido panted. This won't do. You're not that great either. Maji said lightly. Kaido's expression became more wary as he looked at Maji. Despite having only crossed paths a few times, Maji felt extremely dangerous to him, even more so than Red Hair. Red Hair's Haki was overflowing, while Maji's Haki was bottomless, and Kaido didn't even know where his Haki limit was. The only thing that could be considered a weakness was his body. His physical condition was very average, just like that of a normal person. At most his cells were more active. I won't let you die so easily. Killing you slowly will give me a great sense of honor. Kaido swung the tail behind him, propelled forward with his spiked club in hand. Wind rushing and electricity flashing all the way, carrying a purple electric arc on the body, thunder shining in the sky and earth, in an instant came in front of Maji. Advertisement. Go to hell. With a lightning strike, wrapped in the Conqueror's aura. Shove. The aura inside Maji gushed out. The powerful aura made Kaido feel like his body was falling into the sea, his devil fruit ability fading by half. Half of Kaido's body remained in dragon form, while the other half returned to a normal human state. Aura palm. In Kaido's moment of distraction, Maji instantly struck, slapping him on the abdomen. Gulu. Kaido's body inflated rapidly, like Charlotte Linlin did at first, quickly swelling up. PFF'd. Opening his mouth wide, blood gushed out, spattering the ground. Boom. Kaido's huge body flew backwards, heavily smashing onto a mountaintop, causing a violent explosion. No, the body still can't handle it, can't bear all my aura at all. Maji looked at his trembling hands. With the use of his Conqueror's aura, he increasingly felt the limits his body could bear, unable to withstand this aura any longer, even with internal circulation, even with using Haki to protect his body. In the face of a strong enemy, the gap in power has become apparent. With trembling hands, he yearned more for his body to become stronger, to be able to use his aura to its fullest extent soon. Otherwise, his aura wouldn't be able to be unleashed, it wouldn't be a problem for the baby either. Kaido's fish fruit is not bad either. Rumble. Rumbling stones, Kaido bounced out of the rocks, stepping on lightning and rushing up again. Your body has limits, I can see that now, you can't endure prolonged battles, Kaido exclaimed excitedly. Ignoring the injuries on his body, Kaido charged again, and brought down a blow on Maji. Clang. The earth shook, cracks spread, the dominance erupting from the underground lifted the already dodging Maki. I want to see where your body's limits lie. Kaido opened his mouth, aiming at the airborne Maki. Heat breath. Kaido, in his half-dragon form, spewed out flames from his open mouth. Facing the incoming heat breath, Maki's eyes narrowed, releasing dominance and using it to deflect the heat breath, taking out 10 guns from his waist. He's using guns. Ashura Doji was puzzled, how could guns be effective against Kaido? Just as he was still pondering Maki's actions, Maki pulled the trigger. Bang. The gunshot sounded, the bullet pierced through the flame and hit Kaido's chest. Puff. Kaido's body stiffened, the bullet passed through his back. Kazuki Oden died at the hands of Kaido. Firearms are indeed weapons, and they are effective. Kaido clutched his chest, frozen in place, fortunately the bullet passed through. Bang. The sound of the gunshot rang again, this time Kaido was prepared, raising his club to hit. Quote exclamation mark quote. Sparks flew from the club, hitting the bullet, which was then shot towards the mountain where Ashura Doji was. Boom. With a loud bang, the bullet pierced through the mountain, shattering it instantly, with Ashura Doji falling along with the rocks. What kind of bullet is this? Ashura Doji finally realized, no wonder Kaido was shot, the dominance contained within the bullet was beyond imagination. Bang. The gunshot sounded, Kaido once again used the club to knock away the bullet. His body couldn't withstand Marji's dominance bullet at all, only weapons can block it. Advertisement. When the bullets in Marji's gun ran out, Kaido looked at the wolf tooth stick in his hand, which was already covered in cracks, on the verge of collapsing. It's hard to imagine that this wolf tooth stick made of sea tower stone material is about to give way. Don't worry, I have plenty of dominance. Marji took out and replaced the bullets. I won't give you a chance, Diamond Javelin. Kaido swung the wolf tooth stick hard, a shockwave rushing towards Marji as if it were a slash. Bang. Marji replaced the bullets and lightly fired a shot. Dib. The bullet shattered the shockwave, detonating in midair. Kaido quickly rushed forward, he knew Marji's weakness, he must wear down his stamina, his body has limits, hitting his body can defeat Marji. Sake drunk thunder shock. Kaido entered a drunken state, at this moment his emotions were out of control, his dominance also increased several times. A falling blow from the sky, hands gripping an iron rod, Conqueror's Haki reaching its peak. Kaido looked at the wolf tooth stick in his hand, this was the last blow, whether successful or not, his weapon, Hasai Kai, would be scrapped. Using his own weapon, unleashing the strongest blow, was to break through Marji's dominance. However, Marji still pointed the gun at him. Are you underestimating me? The flames of anger burned in Kaido's heart, Marji actually aimed the gun at him, completely underestimating him, that kind of contemptuous look, Kaido had only seen on celestial dragons. Yes, I am underestimating you. Marji, one hand in his pocket, casually pulled the trigger. Atomic bomb. A small bullet made Kaido see his unknown parents. At this moment, even though his observation Haki was suppressed by Marji, his survival instinct showed him a future scene. An instant of a future scene. In a critical moment, Kaido slammed on the brakes, forcefully halting his own attack. The bullet shot from Mochi's pistol pierced through the Rokushiki. This time, Kaido's weapon in hand could no longer stand firm. It shattered. The bullet hit the horn on Kaido's head, breaking one off. The onlookers included only Ashura Doji. Watching this scene unfold before him, he felt his life turned upside down. Someone could be so strong, almost killing Kaido. He realized, if it wasn't for Kaido stopping, that shot was aimed at his head. Mochi was somewhat surprised, seeing the future where Kaido's head was pierced by him aligned, unexpectedly halted. It seems your crisis awareness kicked in, actually able to stop. Mochi exclaimed. I almost died, Kaido said in a deep voice. Let's end it here today. For now, killing you doesn't benefit me, but as a defeated subordinate, you must pay the price. Mochi smiled. What do you mean? Have I lost? Kaido glared at Mochi. The battle was not over yet. Stepping on his chest, the gun aimed at his head. This time the distance was very close. Before Kaido could make the next move, Mochi could shoot and kill him. Defeat is defeat. Don't make excuses. Mochi said coldly. With the gun against him, Kaido realized he was completely powerless to resist, as Mochi's conqueror's Haki enveloped him, leaving him no chance to resist. Their Haki layered upon each other, Mochi using him as a weapon, wrapping him in Conqueror's Haki. Sizzle. Black lightning pulses continuously emanated from Kaido's body, Conqueror's Haki tightly restraining his movements. My son who will not return will stay in your pirate crew in the future, and you don't need to take care of him more. If you mess around, I will come and kill you. Mochi said plainly. What is your purpose? Kaido asked. You'll find out later. Mochi released the Haki on him, jumped off Kaido's shoulder, and picked up the horn Kaido dropped on the ground. I wonder if it works for soaking wine. Suddenly, Maji thought of something. Can this thing be used to soak wine? What if it has the same effect as deer antlers? The power of dragon horns should be better than deer antlers. It seems like it might not be impossible. 081 I won't go back. You guys can leave. I am now a member of the Beast Pirates. Maji, in front of Kaido, wrapped his dragon horn in a cloth bag and hung it on his shoulder. Kaido could only watch helplessly as Maji packed up his horn. Just as Maji said, he had already lost. For him, it was a disgrace that he would never forget. On Onigashima, Osamu had lost, and the others were the same, all defeated. Sanzai and Flying Six defeated them, and captured them all. Should we wait for Lord Kaido to come back and deal with them? Jack held an ivory curved knife. Safer to wait for Lord Kaido to come back, who knows how long that monster will fight, and we still don't know how many people the Whitebeard Pirates have sent. Queen said. Are these guys all dead? Can't wake any of them up no matter how much we call. Ruishi kicked a fainting Beast Pirates member nearby. Sister, they're just unconscious, don't torture them. Pei Wan said. Little Pepe, have you been opposing me lately? Ruishi said. No, sister, don't get upset. After all, they're from the Whitebeard Pirates, we can't execute them, or it will really start a war. Fokufu said. It seems that the Whitebeard Pirates are very powerful, making you all so fearful. Black Maria said. Haven't you been out to sea? Drake asked Black Maria. I don't like going out, I like to stay here, the Whitebeard Pirates are very powerful, right? Black Maria shook her head. Drake immediately noted down the information about the Beast Pirates to pass on later. Stronger than the Beast Pirates. Drake nodded. What do you mean? Jack glared at Drake. I'm stating a fact, if it came to a fight, with both Whitebeard and Maji coming, do you think we can win? Drake said. HMPH. Jack snorted coldly, looking displeased at Osamu and the others, with thoughts of killing them. Lord Kaido is back. Jien stood up, looked towards the doorway, and Kaido flew in, with one of his dragon horns broken off, covered in blood, with a bloody hole in his chest, looking extremely terrifying. Lord Kaido. Seeing Kaido in this state, everyone present was shocked, they had never seen such a pitiful Kaido. Kaido landed on the ground, looked down at his subordinates, said nothing, and walked straight towards the main building. Lord Kaido, are you okay? Black Maria asked nervously. Lord Kaido, where is that guy? Jack asked. Are you looking for me? Behind Kaido, Yamato jumped down. Big brother, Tosho exclaimed, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the unharmed Yamato and Kaido in that state, the outcome could be imagined, but no one expected that neither of them had died. It seems like you guys had a tough time. Yamato walked over to them and released them from the sea prism stone restraints, giving them a slight squeeze before letting them go. Let's go back, Yamato said. What about Laozu? He can stay here, that's the price for losing. He better stay here. Yamato turned to look at Laozu, who noticed Yamato's gaze and turned away. Kaido, I leave the people to you now. They are your subordinates from now on. Yamato said calmly. Don't worry, I will make him a true pirate, and then he will defeat you. Kaido gritted his teeth. You are thinking too much. Yamato said calmly. Give me back my horn. Kaido demanded. This is my spoils of war. You are already dead, Kaido. I spared you, so what's wrong with taking your thing? Yamato said. With these words, the faces of the 3 calamities and 6 pleasures changed at the same time, looking at the two with disbelief. Kaido lost. Advertisement. It was like a bolt from the blue that shocked them inside and out. Laozu's limbs were numb as well. He had experienced Kaido's strength, yet he unexpectedly lost to his own father. How is this possible? How could Lord Kaido lose to the likes of you? Run didn't believe it, couldn't accept it, and ran towards Yamato. Big sister. Peggy tried to stop her but couldn't. She watched as Run transformed into a dinosaur and charged at Yamato. Quote exclamation mark quote. Runting fell at the feet of Maji, with a head wound and bleeding. Has she always been this brave? Looking at Runting at his feet, Maji was also confused. This child seemed a bit reckless. He was a little worried that his son in the pirate group might also become reckless and unable to distinguish between right and wrong. She's quite good looking, just a bit brainless. Luoxiu, if you want to fall in love and find a wife, you can't find someone like her. Maji glanced at Runting, then lifted his head and cautioned Luoxiu. Luoxiu couldn't believe Maji would say such words. The solemn atmosphere suddenly made him blush. Yikang, let's go. Maji carried Kaido's dragon horn and led the way back. Are we just leaving like this? Handing Luoxiu over to them. Whitebeard's subordinates found it hard to believe. It's his choice. Ask him if he wants to come home. Maji said. 51. I won't go back. Quote. Quote. Stop being stubborn, come back with us quickly. Yes, your mother is still waiting for you at home. If you don't come back soon, you'll have another brother or sister. I won't go back. You all go, I am now a member of the 100 Beasts pirate group. Luoxiu said angrily. The group couldn't persuade Luoxiu at all. With Maji and Yikang leaving, a few of them gritted their teeth and said, we're not going back either. We'll stay here to protect Luoxiu. Am I? Luoxiu looked in disbelief at the uncles who had watched him grow up. It's not safe for you to stay here alone. We'll stay with you. Yes, we'll keep an eye on you. If there's any problem, we'll contact your D father and he'll come to save you. No need, I don't need you. Luoxiu turned and walked away upon hearing this, unwilling to see these people. The group was heartbroken, their goodwill rejected. Yikang glanced back at Luoxiu and then followed in Maji's footsteps. Those who stayed in place watched as Luoshu left, looking disappointed, following Maji back. Kaido did not say a word from start to finish. He did not understand why Maji did not kill him. Maji had the strength to shoot him dead just now but let him go. What is his goal after all? Kaido watched Maji's back and kept replaying the battle scene in his mind. What made Maji stop in the end? Takumi did not suggest going back to sea, he couldn't do anything now. Oden was dead, others were gone, he was a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, no need to get involved. Big brother, can you kill Kaido? Leaving Wano Country, Takumi looked back at Wano Country's high walls and asked Maji. I can, but there will be some costs. Maji nodded. Then why didn't you kill him? Takumi asked. Maji pondered for a moment and said, he can't die yet, I need him for my experiment. Kaido can't die. If Kaido dies, the devil fruit ability will run out from him and he won't be able to clone the fish fruit for experimentation. Devil fruits are unique. Once Kaido dies, the ability in his blood will automatically disappear. Just like when one person eats 2 fruits, the first person who eats will get the ability. If I kill Kaido in Wano, the fish fruit might escape, it could be in Wano or even overseas. Without carrying any fruits, I dare not take the risk. Leaving Kaido alive is also to complete the cloning experiment, and on the other hand, it's to let my son grow up. He just joined a pirate crew, can't let that crew be wiped out, that would be too good for him. Besides, is it better to have a more powerful teacher than Beto? Don't be deceived by his dominance, it's just a system-given dominance, he knows nothing about teaching others in that regard. It's like being born on a mountaintop, how would he know the hardships of those climbing mountains? Returning to the Whitebeard Pirates base, Maji started studying Kaido's dragon horn, not in a hurry to use it for brewing alcohol but to study it first. Extracting genetic factors, cultivating them, and using it to water the miracle apple trees. There are now 6 trees, each apple tree having only 1 fruit. Data from experiments is being collected, the miracle apples are being watered little by little, and the fruits are gradually growing. Ace arrived. Advertisement. Dofi is wrapped in bandages with a black eye and swollen face at the base of the bearded pirates. 014602408 Filu 194,032,340. 0. Seeking fresh flowers. Big brother. Seeing Maki, Ace and Dofi feel ashamed. Law joined the Beast Pirates to save them, but due to their incompetence, Law sacrificed himself. What's wrong? Where is Law? In the Beast Pirates. Ah, big brother, didn't you bring Law back with you? Why would I bring him back? Maki said strangely. Why didn't you bring him back? Ace was shocked. He is my son indeed, but more importantly, he is a member of the Heart Pirates and your subordinate. You should be responsible for him, not me. I entrusted my son to you, now that he is in trouble, it should be your responsibility, not Kaido's. Do you understand this cause and effect relationship? Now it's my turn to hold you accountable. You lost my son, something happened to your crew, it proves your incompetence as a captain. Law joined the Beast Pirates because of you, as his captain, you should take the main responsibility. I can only guarantee that he won't die in the Beast Pirates, whether he can leave the Beast Pirates depends on when you go there to save him. Quote. Ace lowered his head in shame. After careful thought, he realized that it was indeed his fault. Big brother, I will definitely save Law, he is our crew member, and I am his captain. Ace rallied. That's right, strive to become stronger. If you remain passive, your life will be stagnant. Do you still want to achieve your dream of becoming the One Piece? Under Maki's influence, Ace left the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates and set out again. He will become stronger and then challenge Kaido again, all to save Law one day. He believes that Law is also waiting for Ace to come back. Both are moving towards each other. Maki may not show concern for his son, as long as he doesn't die, but as for the younger generation, they need to figure it out themselves. Big brother, the Marines have decided on the Fleet Admiral candidate. You guessed it right, it's Akainu. Marco showed Maki the latest newspaper. The newspaper prominently writes about the news of Akainu becoming Fleet Admiral, and the competition for Fleet Admiral. The two engaged in a 10-day battle at Punk Hazard, just before they departed for the land of Wano. The battle lasted for 10 days and nights, with Akainu emerging alive at the end, while Aokiji suffered a miserable defeat and reportedly sustained serious injuries, now lying in the Marine hospital. Indeed, it's a predetermined matter. I need to go out for a while, watch over things for me. Maji handed the newspaper back to Marco. Going to hide from Hawkeye again? Marco chuckled. Impossible, I have something to do, Maji quickly denied. Where are you going? Do you need us to accompany you? Marco asked. I'll think about it, I need to go to the first half, let Muir accompany me, Maji said. Alright, I'll call him back then, Marco nodded. What are you going to do in the first half? Oh, don't ask so much, you'll know when the time comes, Maji waved his hand. You're always like this. Okay, I'll go inform Muir to go with you. Marco knew Maji must have a purpose, since he didn't disclose it. Moreover, what danger could there be in going to the first half of the place? In the afternoon, Muir took his subordinates and accompanied Maji to the first half, taking the Fishman Island route. Big brother, do we need coating for the ship? How many days? Arriving under the red soil continent, the ship needed coating before proceeding. There must be algae trees in the New World too, and they needed coating to head to Fishman Island. No problem, coat it, it's much faster than taking the route through the sea, Maji said. That's true, Muir nodded. By the way, Muir, is that burned guy still wandering around the world? Maji asked. Big brother, we don't know his whereabouts now either, Muir said. Next time we meet him, let's have a drink, Maji smiled. Okay, after coating the ship, under Muir's guidance, they arrived at Fishman Island. It was still such a beautiful place. Not in a hurry this time, Maji decided to stay on Fishman Island. That red piece you sent out was the wisest decision, otherwise Fishman Island will never be at peace. Monk Masada. 082 We've arrived at Sabaody again, let's take a break, we'll continue our journey later. Neptune stood nearby, arms crossed, saying, yes, it would be troublesome if we don't send him away. He has been kind to our Fishman tribe, and it's a good thing that he is willing to take things with him. It seems not all celestial dragons are completely trash. With more people, there will be bad individuals, but also good ones. We were lucky to meet quite a few good ones. He left Mariajoy for you and took away your trouble. That's truly remarkable. Neptune fell into reminiscence. Back then, Fisher Tiger climbed up the red line, but why was he able to escape with slaves from there? Did he rely solely on himself? During that big fire, someone got burnt trying to help him. Later, this person was saved by his slave and brought to Fishman Island, taking the original text of history with them. Now it wanders around the new world. Meanwhile, the world government was in session. Our spies have reported that Emperor Kaido and the Whitebeard Pirates Marco had a skirmish. Standing before the five elders was the new Marine Fleet Admiral Akainu, with bandages wrapped around him, smoking a cigar in front of the five elders. We are already aware of this matter, said Natsujiro Sengoku. You are aware? Akainu looked at the five people with bewilderment. What's the matter? Do we need to report to you? Said Maz Sengoku. I am now the Marine Fleet Admiral. The intelligence of the world government should be shared with the Marine and should not solely rely on our limited intelligence capabilities. If we could share information, the Marine could do more to eliminate more pirates. Akainu said. This is Mariajoy, not Marineford. You just became the Marine Fleet Admiral. What qualifications do you have to yell at us? Understand your position clearly, said Sakazuki with an unpleasant tone. The duty of the Marine is to eliminate pirates. This kind of pirate-related information should be passed on to the Marine in a timely manner, allowing the Marine to have more effective ways to eradicate more pirates, instead of keeping this information hidden and digested. What is the point of the Marine if not to eliminate pirates? Akainu said. We have our own plans. Just follow orders. Marine is just a dog under the world government. Sakazuki, know your place. If you dare to continue shouting, your position as Fleet Admiral will be forfeited, said Vijuli Sengoku coldly. All the five elders stared at Akainu. At this moment, Akainu felt both incredibly angry and helpless. He never thought that even as the Marine Fleet Admiral, he was just a mere dog. They didn't share intelligence with them, and the information the world government received was at least 7 days earlier than that of the Marine. The information from Drake was first passed to the Sharp Edge unit, which then relayed it to the Marine. Drake, a former Marine Rear Admiral, must have been monitored by the Beast's pirates, who would never let a former Marine enter easily. Drake had to exert some effort to deliver the message. Clearly, the world government had much more powerful intelligence capabilities than them, and they didn't share this intelligence with the Marine, preventing the Marine from grasping pirate information promptly. For Akainu, who had just become the Marine Fleet Admiral, there were only 2 words. Feel wronged. Clearly, the world government and the Marine headquarters are integrated, but Marine's intelligence must be given to the world government. And the world government's intelligence is only given to the Marine based on the situation, or sometimes not at all. If it were other intelligence information, it would be acceptable, but the fact that pirate-related intelligence is not provided is insulting, especially for him as the new Marine Fleet Admiral. Will my proposal this time be approved? Akainu asked. No problem. The 5 elders exchanged glances and after looking at each other, they said. Without saying a word, Akainu turned around and left, returning to Marineford. What are you doing here? Akainu saw a person sitting on the sofa and asked harshly. Just coming to take a look, feeling uncomfortable, right? Kong replied, already taking off his seagull hat, sitting on the sofa, pouring himself some tea. This used to be his office, but now the master has changed to Akainu, and the style has changed as well. Originally relatively warm, it has now become more concise. To put it bluntly, there's nothing left. Hearing this, Akainu snorted. Clearly Kong knew that he had been frustrated in Marineford. How did you know? I guessed. At first, I was like you, I have been there. Later, I realized that in front of them, Marine is just a dog. What you are walking now is just the path I walked before. But yours is more difficult, Kong sighed. What do you mean, more difficult than me? Akainu frowned. Some things can't just be judged by the surface. You only see the bad side of pirates, but you cannot see the benefits of pirates, Kong said. Advertisement. Pirates have benefits. Are you kidding me? Akainu gritted his teeth and slammed the table. When I say benefits, I'm not talking about you, certainly not about Marine, but about the world government, Kong said, taking a sip of tea, completely ignoring the furious Akainu. Calm as ever, he also began to show his true nature. Akainu was still staring at him, asking, what do you mean exactly? It's simple. The world government needs to nurture pirates. Otherwise, why do you think the beast's pirates exist? Important strategic locations like Wano Country are places that the world government has been unable to take over for 800 years. They can only be controlled through the beast's pirates. All the seastone weapons in the marine currently, especially the procurement volume in the past decade. Kong explained. Come in. Akainu shouted at the door. Sakazuki, Fleet Admiral, please give your orders. Kizaru hurried over and stood at the door, saluting. Go bring me Marine's procurement list for Sea Tower Stone over the years, as well as the weapons procurement list. Akainu commanded. Yes. Pen ran out. While Kong continued to drink, Akainu gradually calmed down and took out a cigar to smoke. Not long after, Pen came in carrying a bunch of stuff, followed by several soldiers who brought in the documents together. Akainu casually picked up one and looked through it. Inside were detailed procurement lists for Marine, each one clear. The world government provided the money, and then the world government's own people went to find suppliers for procurement. Any problems? Akainu asked. 99% of the Sea Tower Stone in the world is produced in the Wano Country. By comparing the supply of Sea Tower Stone 18 years ago with the current one, you will understand the problem, Kong said. Akainu found the procurement data for Sea Tower Stone from 18 years ago and compared it with the following years, confirming a significant increase in procurement. What's going on? Because our Sea Tower Stone weapons are all purchased through the underworld, from the 100 Beasts Pirates. Are you saying that the world government took down Wano Country through the 100 Beasts Pirates and then bought weapons from Wano Country through underground traders? Akainu asked in shock. That's right. Isn't that helping the 100 Beasts Pirates grow stronger? Yes. Absurd. That's why the intelligence on the 100 Beasts Pirates has been so scarce in recent years. We were not even allowed to send people in. It turns out they have been harboring criminals for their own benefit, Akainu said. There is still a lot more for you to learn, not just about the 100 Beasts Pirates, but also about other pirates. The existence of all of them is reasonable. Eliminating some pirates is only part of the job. Some need to be left behind, as they are useful. Kong stood up, walked to the door, and after his final words, he left Akainu's office. You probably think the position of the Marine Fleet Admiral is easy to hold, but the view you see is no longer the one you saw when you were a Vice Admiral. Are you working for Marine, for the world government, or for the common people of the world? I look forward to seeing your actions. Many Marines who saw Kong walking past them noticed something. Kong's back was slightly hunched. Over the years, the burden on his shoulders had not lightened at all. After all, he had taken over during the Great Pirate Era. Marine's current strength was also something he had built up single-handedly. No wonder you wanted to leave Fishman Island. Staying down here is indeed oppressive. The ship emerged from the sea, the bubble film shattered, and Sabaody archipelago could be seen not far away. Bro, to be honest, Fishman tribe is fine. Humans are definitely not suited for that kind of environment. The light from the mother tree Eve has no heat, and the whole Fishman Island has always been in a cold state, murmured. Eve releasing light doesn't mean she can release heat like the sun. Living on Fishman Island is very difficult. It's wetter than land, and you can't see the sun. Fishman tribe is definitely adaptable. They need a sticky environment. But without the sun, their living space is limited. Who says fishmen don't lack the sun? It is precisely the longing for the sun that leads to the sun pirates and the sun god. In any mythological system, the sun always has a place. Even likening the earth to a mother and the sun to a father. According to them, the former Fishman tribe actually lived on land, but their ancestors came to the seabed to protect them and found the sun tree Eve. Alabasta has a history of over 4,000 years, and Fishman Island has a history of thousands of years. Land is still better, Ajid nodded. Yes, murmured Fishman tribe also has its advantages. What advantages? Advertisement. You won't drown in the ocean. Huh. We've arrived at Sabaody again. Take a break, we'll continue on later. Yes, the ship docked at Sabaody Archipelago. Compared to a few months ago, it was much quieter here. The supernovas gathering for a whole year was a rare sight. Now Kid and others are causing chaos everywhere in the new world. Majid has heard a lot about their news, just like a monkey jumping up and down. Apparently, the new world has taught them a lesson. No one is invincible all the time. There are only 3 ways for newcomers to enter the new world. Challenge, submit, die. Challenge the 4 emperors, replace them, and step by step become the One Piece. Submit to the 4 emperors and survive in the new world. The last one is simple, died in new world. Very few escaped from new world. Escaping is almost the same as death. Those newcomers are now jumping up and down. They have also encountered the power of the 4 emperors. The pirates under the 4 emperors are enough to teach them a lesson. There are currently no challenges to the 4 emperors, at least it will take a few years. But their goals are very clear, they have targets to challenge. Sabaody Archipelago is still lively, they just dock here briefly to replenish fresh water and the like. Maji went to see Shaki, and got a log pose from her. Big brother, where are we going? The erroneous one is curious. This time they didn't bring many people with them, apparently not here for a fight. To Amazon Lily. Amazon Lily, really? Big brother, are you kidding? Legendary Amazon Lily, a place full of women. I've only heard of it, never been. Can we go? Before the erroneous one realized, his subordinates had already become excited. It's Amazon Lily, a kingdom said to be only women. Just going to ask for directions, why are you all so eager? Maji couldn't help but laugh. Big brother, no wonder you didn't tell Sister Vivi, if she finds out, she will definitely hit you, the erroneous one laughed. I said we're just going to ask for directions, not to fight, Maji said impatiently. He didn't know where Luffy was, so he would go to Amazon Lily to ask around, find out about Luffy, and that's it. Of course, his goal for this trip is also the Nico Nico no Mi. Since the Nico Nico no Mi is a zone type, there is a way. If it's a Paramecia, there's a lot of work to be done, but the animal series is much simpler. Besides, the Devil Fruit Dokusan Muso of the Warring States is also an animal series. The Hito Hito no Mi is quite powerful in some aspects, but only in the case of Chopper. Well, he's quite powerful too. They are all devil fruits of the animal series, so there is a possibility of cultivation. Knowing that Mariji is heading to Daughter Island, the members on the ship are very excited. It will probably take about 7 days, with a stopover in the capital of 7 Waters. Because Daughter Island is located between the Grand Line and the South Blue in the Windless Zone, that position is probably a little closer to the advanced city, not too far away. But there is a large whirlpool nearby, with control over the ocean currents in the hands of the Marines. To reach Daughter Island, one can only bypass the large whirlpool, arrive at the capital of 7 Waters, set out from there, take a detour to reach Daughter Island. Advertisement 083. Why has the world become like this? What role does a Marine play in this world? This route was told to him by Shaki. If they followed the direction of the compass needle, they would go straight into the whirlpool. They had to go to the city of 7 Waters to use the needle given to them in order to reach Amazon Lily. Report, Fleet Admiral Sakazuki, we have urgent information. What's the matter? Inside the Marine headquarters, Akainu was having a headache because Aokiji had disappeared. He had a bad feeling about where this guy had gone. As the strongest combat force in the Marines, he was originally going to promote someone to take his place, but now he might need 2 replacements. The world government had already approved his large-scale recruitment and headquarters relocation plan, but before it even began, they had lost another admiral. While needing to replenish 2 admirals, they also needed to build a new Marine headquarters. Marine branch stationed at the Sabaody Archipelago sent a message saying they found the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard Pirates at the Sabaody Archipelago, said Payne. What? Upon hearing this, Akainu could not sit still. The Whitebeard Pirates, one of the 4 emperors, had just fought Kaido of the 100 Beasts, and now they were showing up in their territory. Even he could see that the Whitebeard Pirates were more aggressive now than before. When Whitebeard led the pirates, they were just a pirate crew, but now under Marshal D. Teach's control, both the world government and the Marines noticed a change in the entire crew's demeanor. They no longer seemed just like a pirate organization, it was almost as if they were transforming into a country. Where are they now? They didn't stay long at Sabaody and have already left. Did you send anyone to follow them? Our men are too scared to get close, Payne said awkwardly. Damn it, send reconnaissance ships to keep an eye on them and closely monitor their movements, Akainu ordered. Yes, do you know who's on the ship? There's the commander of the 8th Division, Admiral, and the vice captain, Marshal. That guy is out too. Inform Admiral Borsellino, and have him go over there, Akainu said through his cigar. Yes, damn it, Kuzan, causing trouble at this time. Hung En hurriedly ran, now the entire marine is looking for Kuzan's whereabouts, Akainu is furious, no one dares to touch the mold head. Sister Kyla. Marine specifically came to find Kyla, bringing her good wine. Marine boy, seeing you again, hey this kid looks familiar, oh, he's a fishman, Kyla laughed. This is Namuel, my companion, Marine introduced, this is Sister Kyla, a mermaid. Ah, hello. Namuel didn't expect this person to be a mermaid. I haven't been back for decades. Boy, what's your purpose for coming this time? Just passing by, came to see you. What's there to see? What's happening on the island? There's a person with a crazy idea. What idea? He wants to turn the entire island into a ship. Why? The sea level rises every year in Seven Water Capital. If you dive into the sea, you can see the former island buildings. The entire island has actually been submerged in many places. The land is almost disappearing. Do you remember the small piece of land you came to 30 years ago? It's almost disappearing. Kyla said. That's a big project, Marine suddenly realized. Yes, but if they want to do it, let them try. After all, the world is full of wonders. Who would have thought there would be sea trains before? Kyla smiled. By the way, I happen to need to find Iceberg. What for? To share the technology of sea trains. Relying on shipping in the new world is still too slow. Planning to connect several islands with sea trains much more convenient with sea trains. As the new world weather suitable? No problem, the islands I picked are quite stable. That's good, I'll take you to find him. Advertisement. With Kyla leading the way, Iceberg also saw Marine for the first time, having seen him in the newspaper before. Iceberg now has a little secretary, resembling Khalifa. Upon hearing Marine's intentions, Iceberg didn't think much of it and readily handed over the technology to Marine. Technology mainly consists of two aspects. One is the material of the railway track, which needs to be a metal that can withstand corrosion from seawater and a buoyant material that can make the sea train run on the sea surface. The other aspect is the design of the train head, how to achieve the ability to run on the sea while reducing weight. Indeed, the key technology lies on the track. Maji is not completely clueless either. Over the years, he has read a lot of books and has not shied away from researching and pondering on things. Of course, the things he manufactures are related to people's livelihood, such as wine and machinery. The world is full of wonders, and with more exposure, one can easily spot the problems at a glance. That's right, the focus is on the track. There are two main materials used for the track. One is the super corrosion resistant buoyant wood, preferably made from a damwood, and the other is the main material of the railway track, which must be made from seastone, Iceberg said. No wonder Tom struggled with the sea train issue at first. Seastone is mainly provided by the world government. At first, Mr. Tom bought it from the black market with his own money. I see. First create it, show the world government its utility, and then spend money to purchase seastone. So it's no wonder Tom's sea train took over a decade to develop, limited by the scarcity of seastone. Even the procurement of seastone by the world government depends on Kaido's approval. If Kaido didn't take over the Wano Country, how could they have so much seastone for building tracks? It was Kaido's initiative that allowed seastone to flow out. Otherwise, with the integrity of the Kazuki family in Wano, it would be difficult to obtain seastone from there, relying solely on illegal merchants to steal it. Thank you, Holy Kaido. With one important material in Wano and the other in Elbaf, one can imagine how scarce these valuable resources are. Without the support of the world government, even if the sea train is successfully manufactured, without seeing any benefits, the world government would not invest in it. How much does it cost to build a ship? How much does it cost to buy a slave? Is it necessary to spend so much manpower and resources to build a sea train? Can't the world government see the benefits of a sea train? They've long seen it, but for them, what use does it have? What they need is not the world's development, but to enslave the world. Tom's ideas are good, but unfortunately, he never thought that the world government had no intention of popularizing it, but rather keeping it for their own use. With the technology of the sea train in hand, Maji can really shine. Going back to a few islands to tinker around will make things more convenient in the future, but the forces of those pirates outside of his influence need to be eradicated. Pirates rely on nothing but plundering. Even though the current Whitebeard Pirates flag bears the pirate emblem, fundamentally, they are aligning with commercial forces, even evolving into a country. Whitebeard is the king and Maji is a prime minister. Work hard, I believe in you. Maji bid farewell to Iceberg. HMPH, who does he think he is, so full of himself, the miniature version of Khalifa muttered. He is really an amazing person, Coco Luo laughed. Big brother, the sea train is indeed a good thing, but is New World suitable? The climate conditions there are also unknown, Nami said. There are still several islands that can be connected, not all need to be connected, Maji said. What's the use of connecting them? It's better to use ships for transportation, Nami said. You will understand in the future. Time is money, time is wealth. The Water 7 you see now is not what we saw before. When we came here over 30 years ago, the people here were almost starving to death. Now, isn't everyone on the island living well? They don't produce food here. Apart from the thriving shipbuilding industry, tourism is even more important. Have you not noticed? Maji said. It seems so. Each island has its own value of existence. Just because it doesn't exist now doesn't mean it won't in the future. The so-called Great One Piece may just be a plan. When the sea level rose by 200 meters, the whole world felt the crisis. The original 5 continents turned into scattered islands. Joy Boy went out to sea to find a solution, hoping to unite countries to connect the world. Among them, there was a traitor, the huge kingdom disappeared, and the original plan was cancelled. Perhaps the Great One Piece simply does not exist, no wonder the Roger pirates laughed. It must be a very naive idea. Maji doesn't know what the final One Piece is, but based on existing information, it's just to prevent the world from being affected by rising sea levels. Perhaps it's a very far-fetched idea. Using the sea train can also connect the world. The world's oceans have become so treacherous, it should have a lot to do with the rising sea levels. The celestial dragons are so arrogant, it's just because they fear death. Sadly, they didn't think about whether they could survive if the world is submerged. On the red soil continent, can they really survive? The revolutionary army attacking the transport ship directly made the celestial dragons lose their food. I don't understand how those people think. Advertisement. Just as they left Water 7, they encountered unexpected guests. Is this fate? Maji was surprised to see the person standing on the sea. Big Brother. Nami and the others beside him were extremely nervous. The person who had arrived was no ordinary person. He could stand on the sea and render their ship immobile. If the Fishmen are invincible in the sea, then meeting this person would mean only a dead end. It's not fate. I heard you were here and came specifically to find you. The man sat on the sea surface, freezing the ocean beneath into ice. He sat on a piece of floating ice, just waking up a moment ago. When I found it, I thought it was a treasure. Only when I got closer did I realize it was him. Marine Admiral Aokiji, real name Kuzan. You, a Marine Admiral, came out alone to find me. Maji asked in surprise. That's right, just me. Well then, come up. Kuzan disappeared from the ice and appeared on the Moby Dick in the next second. Thatch led the others to the back, leaving only the two of them on the front deck. What do you want with me? I have some things I want to get answers from you. What could there be that you, as a Marine Admiral, couldn't find out? Whatever you want to know, you can find it in the Marine's archives, it should be easy. Even as a Marine Admiral, there are many restrictions, I need to get some answers. What exactly is the question? If you don't ask, I won't know the answer. What has happened to this world? Is that the question you have? Yes. How would I know what has happened? I am just a pirate, I can only consider the people around me, I never thought about the world. The previous altercation with Garp was just because I was dissatisfied with certain actions of his. How would I know how the world has changed? Maji felt that Kuzan was confused, he began to question the justice of the Marines and his commitment over the years began to waver. Of course, he had already noticed this point in the Ohara incident 20 years ago, he just didn't want to face it. Why has the world become like this? What role does the Marines play in this world? Kuzan asked. Who is currently dominating the world? The world government. You're wrong, it's I am. I am. Who is I am? Kuzan was stunned, hearing this name for the first time. I don't know much either. Among the 20 founding countries of the Celestial Dragons, there is a king named I am. It's very likely to be him, and he's still alive, Maji said. 084 Tell Boa Hancock, say that the Whitebeard Pirates have arrived, she will know. Today is different from the past, 50 billion berries were the price 14 years ago, now 60 billion berries are possible. Why is it so valuable? Because the surgery fruit has an ultimate ability, it can complete a perfect surgery. Once the surgery is successful, the person who underwent the surgery will gain the ability of immortality, while the one who ate the surgery fruit will die. Kuzan's eyes widened as he heard this. Immortality. Always immortal. It should be so, unless they are killed. You mean, among the 20 former celestial dragon nations, there is still someone alive who underwent the immortality surgery? Yes, the 5 elders have been alive for a long time. Since you saw the 5 elders, they have been like that. Kuzan thought of something and nodded. So, the 5 elders are basically eternal beings, but their lives are granted by I am, although it's unclear what their relationship with I am is. Apparently, their lives are under IM's control. If I am wants them to live, they will live, if I am wants them to die, they will die. So now you know who is ruling the world. There has always been someone sitting on the vacant throne, you just can't see it. As for why the celestial dragons can exist, I'm not sure. They are just a group of livestock. As for the 5 elders, they are just puppets. If you want to know more about the truth of the world, I guess you have to wait until you find the great secret treasure, which should have the answers you seek. Of course, I also want to know. Why do we have to find the great secret treasure to know? It's simple. Because in these blank 100 years, only the appearance of the celestial dragons has been recorded. If you want to know the truth of the world, you can only search through historical records. How many years has it been since the Valley of the Gods appeared? We can't find relevant information anymore, except for those of us who have lived through it. Who else knows that there are 10 rocks pirate crews? Don't underestimate the world government's ability to erase. If you want to know the truth of history, you can never avoid the world government's eradication. The great secret treasure can only be sought by pirates. It's true, only pirates can go looking for it. Otherwise, how could you, as a marine, come into contact with it? Once the world government finds out you have made contact, they will erase you. Just wait and see, the next unlucky one will be Buggy. Buggy, what does he have to do with this? He is also researching history. He still has utility value now, that's why the world government hasn't touched him. Really? Do I need to lie to you? Some of my information also came from him. There were only 5 countries in the world back then, but later the sea level rose by 200 meters, and the whole world changed. Why do the celestial dragons live on the red soil continent? Do you really think they like it there? It's just because they are afraid of drowning, so they ran to the highest place. Maji sneered. There's also this kind of thing. I've never heard of it before. The reason why they are on the red soil continent is because the sea level rose. I was also surprised. Don't say. You can understand this from various documents. There was indeed a huge change in the past. Only then we have the current world order. As for the marine character you mentioned, marine is just a dog. What role can it have, unless a Kainu can overthrow the world government, with his conscience? But is it possible? I feel very slim. He is not that kind of person, you know, a marine fleet admiral who targets ordinary people for the sake of eradicating pirates. Do you expect him to protect ordinary people? I don't think the same way as you. I think he will change the marine as it is. Kuzan said. So you have left the marines now. How did you know I left? Guessing, but you haven't gone far. You can still go back now. Do you, a pirate, hope that I will go back to be a marine? Not hoping. Why would you create unnecessary enemies out of nothing? I want to see what the world is really like. Sure, go and see. Traveling 10,000 miles is like reading 10,000 books. You see more by going far. In case one day you suddenly figure it out, you won't be lost. What is your purpose for this trip? I won't tell you. Can I follow you? No. What if I join the Whitebeard Pirates? Then you will be the captain of the second team. Maji smiled. Okay, and you have to call me Old Man Newgate. No. Ha ha ha. So you are not suitable for the Whitebeard Pirates. We are a family, and you can't be part of our family. I said in Egret that our Whitebeard Pirates are a group of pitiful bugs, persecuted by the world government, persecuted by pirates, homeless and pitiful bugs. It was Newgate who adopted us and kept us alive, giving us a haven. You are different. You have the ability. You are not Ace. That child has no parents, although you don't have them either, but you have your master. Although I look down on Garp, it is undeniable that you are one of the few Marines with a conscience. Although you may not have as much justice as Kizaru, at least you have awakened. Are you really saying that Borsarino is more just than me? Kuzan asked in surprise. Do you understand Kizaru? Advertisement. Not really. Then that's it. You don't understand him at all. You don't know the kindness and conflicts in his heart. As you say, I realize that I indeed don't understand him. Kuzan nodded. Among the 3 current admirals in the Marines, the ambiguous Kizaru is the most humane. Kuzan is kind, Sakazuki is extreme, and Borsarino is in between the two. In the future, Senji and Aramaki also came through the large conscription plan of life. Just like Kuzan, they have experienced the kindness and conflicts of life, seen what darkness is, so they blinded themselves. Aramaki is an extreme person. He replaced Akainu and became an extreme marine. Only Borsarino has always been walking a fine line between various justice conflicts centered around himself. He can follow orders to kill his friends and feel guilty for their death, even shedding tears, and even at a critical moment, giving food to Luffy to help him continue the fight. His position is as ambiguous as his sense of justice. There is a song that goes, whether he is his uncle or not. There are still many things you don't understand. The Whitebeard Pirates may not be suitable for you. You can travel the world, see the dark side of the world. You probably haven't taken off your uniform for a long time, Senji laughed. I will come back to find you, hoping you can give me an accurate answer. No, I hope you will find the answer yourself. I just want to know what you really think. When you have figured it out, talk to me. I wonder what your purpose is now. What are you going to do? If you follow me, it will be dangerous. Senji took out a gun from his waist and aimed it at Kuzan. Kuzan felt creepy for a moment, feeling a threat of death. If he continues to follow, Senji will definitely not hesitate to kill him. Of course, it would be difficult for him to die. If they really fight, there will definitely be no good outcome, one of them will die. Hey, what you have in your hand is too dangerous. Kuzan raised his hand. Then you'd better not follow. Senji put away the gun. Let's go, I won't see you off. See you in the new world when you have time. By the way, I can give you a clue, a burned man, a man who has been burned by fire like you. If you can find him, you can get more answers. The burned man, who is he? Kuzan asked. When you find the right person, he will give you the answer, Maji smiled. Kuzan left the questions on the sea, and the Moby Dick had already left. Kuzan sighed and turned to leave. Meanwhile, in a nearby area of the sea, 3 warships were anchored. Can't move. Sorry Admiral Kizaru, our rudders all seem to be stuck and can't move, the soldier said. All 3 ships can't move at the same time. Let me see what's going on. Kizaru walked towards the stern of the ship and raised his glasses to look underwater. So that's it. No wonder they can't move. It will take at least an hour to thaw at this rate. Underwater, Kizaru saw a huge block of ice, freezing the 3 ships together and connecting them to the seabed continental shelf. It was like they were fixed in place by deadly ice pillars. At the current melting rate, it would take an hour. It seems that guy is nearby. What does he want to do? Kizaru was puzzled, about to shoot a laser beam before suddenly having a thought. Never mind, respect everyone's opinions. Kizaru withdrew his hand and said to the soldiers behind him, wait a moment, just a little longer. But Admiral, the Whitebeard Pirates ship has already left, we can't find the target, the soldier said. It's okay to wait a bit longer, Kizaru said lightly, finding a spot to sit down and sunbathe. The other Marines could only helplessly wait with Kizaru. Brother, we're entering the doldrums, Mule said, leading the way in the sea. Activate the paddle wheel and move forward with minimal power. Yes. The two paddle wheels turned, and in less than 100 meters, the sails suddenly stopped moving, and the sailors began to pull in the sails. They had now entered the doldrums area. After modifications, the Moby Dick was better suited to the doldrums environment. They passed through the doldrums without any pressure and headed straight for the Nine-Snake Island. Advertisement. In fact, there were many islands in the doldrums. The reason for the formation of the doldrums is still unknown, but it can only be said that this world is set up in this way. The world could turn into this state either due to a violent tectonic movement or because of a superpower that changed this world. The speed was slow, as moving too fast would easily startle the Poseidon below, so they could only move forward little by little. I see it, Maji suddenly said. The legendary daughter island. Amazon Lily, a country with only women. Big brother, can we go ashore? Big brother, don't act recklessly. We are not here for war. Of course, if they don't cooperate, you must be careful. The abilities of the Kuja pirates can easily kill you. I don't think you can resist their charm. Sometimes, people are easily fooled. In the face of beauty, these people are truly unafraid of death for beauty. As soon as the boat docked, the female warriors of the Kuja pirates had already spotted them and aimed their bows and arrows at them on the pier. Outsiders, do not come any closer, or we will attack. Wow, friends, so many beautiful women. They are dressed so simply. Big brother, let's form alliances with them. We have many bachelors in our pirate crew. You all go hide inside. Wait for Boa Hancock to come out. I cannot save you. Big brother, can we see the rumored most beautiful woman? Are you courting death? Maji just couldn't stand these humbugs anymore and turned around to scold them. The Kuja people looked at Maji scolding others with a strange expression on their faces. Go tell Boa Hancock that the Whitebeard pirates have arrived. She will know. In fact, someone had already informed Hancock. The three Hancock sisters arrived slowly. When they saw the Whitebeard pirate flag, the expressions of the three sisters turned serious. The four emperors, pirate crew is no joke. Big sister, it's that guy. Hancock saw Maji and walked towards him with a serious expression. Why are you here at Nine Snakes? Wow, Empress. She's really beautiful. Why are there such beautiful women? Those guys who were driven to the back by Maji couldn't help but peek, and one by one ran out, cheering uncontrollably as if they were bewitched. Maji was speechless, looking at these guys. Everyone shut up. The conqueror swept past, except for that Mio the rest fell to the ground, unconscious. Ask Ruakana for directions, Maji said. Why do you want to go there? Hancock asked nervously. I have something to find Rayleigh for, he's over there, right? Maji said. You're looking for Rayleigh? Hancock asked unsurely. She was afraid that Maji was looking for Luffy. If you're looking for him, then it's okay. Yes, it was Shaki who told me the coordinates of Nine Snakes, otherwise how would I have come here? Maji took out the eternal compass. The former King Shaki, Hancock asked. You're the successor of the Whitebeard pirates, right? An old lady with white hair, short and squashy, came out and said. 085 A dangerous person like you naturally needs to be carefully watched. Garoliasa. Maji looked at her and said. Do you know me? Kind of, because we met once at the Valley of Gods. Za Grandma's eyes narrowed, nodded and said, I see, you are the little devil who left with Nugget during the incident at the Valley of Gods. 36 years ago at the Valley of Gods, when they were fleeing the valley, Maji caught a glimpse of Garoliasa. At that time, after the defeat of Jibek, everyone was leaving, including Garoliasa, who was also a Nine-Snake Emperor. Having met once, it's hard to imagine such a drastic change. The once beautiful Nine-Snake Emperor has become what she is now. I need to find Rayleigh, can you lead the way? Maji asked. You don't actually need to be led, the Ruskana you want to go to is over there. Za Grandma pointed to a sharp island not far away. Oh, okay. Maji didn't expect that. Once there was a country on the island. Later, they failed in their struggle against nature, and now that area is the hunting ground of our Amazon lilies. Garoliasa said. I see, then I won't disturb you. Why do you need to find Rayleigh? That's between him and me, no need to tell you. Snake Princess, aren't you supposed to resupply Luffy? It's a good opportunity to go together. I don't need your instructions, I'll go by myself. Hancock didn't have a good temper towards Garoliasa. Maji signaled Missile to set off. As for the guys on the ship, let them rest well. Maji didn't want them to become hostages for Hancock to threaten him. Since the distance was not far, they could just go straight there. However, the Nine-Snake pirates caught up and stared at them, suspecting they had other intentions. Arriving on the island, indeed there was the aura of fierce beasts, and the climate on the island was changeable. Being in the doldrums, with such a climate, did not mean that where there was no wind, there would be no strange weather. Each island has its own magnetic field, the magnetic field determines the weather of the island. Feeling the arrival of outsiders, Rayleigh came out. Rayleigh was also surprised to see the Moby Dick. Rare visitor, how did you find your way here? Just happened to have something to do, so I came over to do an experiment. Maji said. What experiment? Rayleigh was puzzled for a moment. Need to see Luffy. Maji said. Weren't you here to find Rayleigh? A furious roar came from beside them. Hancock was glaring at him angrily. I'm a pirate. How could you believe what I say, you naive one? Maji said casually. You're looking for trouble. Hancock charged up from the Kuja pirates ship and aimed a kick at Maji. If you strike, I will reveal the secret behind you. Maji remained unaffected and said lightly. Hancock's high heels stopped just within a centimeter in front of Maji, abruptly halting. Maji was about the same height as her dazzling long white leg right in front of him, but he remained unfazed. What did you say? Don't you understand human language? Do you want the whole world to know your secret? Maji looked coldly at her. This woman was insane. Who would ever like her? Hancock gritted her teeth, wanting to kick, but she knew that if she did so, the entire Kuja might be in danger, and Rayleigh was already preparing to stop her. With unwillingness in her heart, Hancock put her foot down. If you dare to harm Luffy, I will never forgive you. I've known him longer than you have. Maji said casually. Rayleigh, who's coming? In the forest, Luffy was being chased by a group of animals. While running, he asked with a smile. Who's coming? Rayleigh, your friend is here, Rayleigh said with a smile. Friend. Luffy looked up and saw Hancock, as well as Maji standing beside her. Maji, haha, long time no see, Luffy said happily. Hancock felt her heart shatter. Luffy didn't greet her but greeted this man Maji. Countless divorce scenes appeared in her mind, even scenes of Luffy and Maji flying away together. No, Luffy. Coincidentally, Maji had the top-tier observation Haki, which included listening to Princess Vivi's inner thoughts. Hearing Hancock's thoughts, the corner of Maji's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Damn, did she have a notebook too? Still with Luffy. Emotions, this Snake Emperor is still a Fujoshi. What are you thinking? Get lost. Advertisement. Maji couldn't stand it and sternly rebuked with Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki not only knocked the dead Fujoshi Hancock away, but also scared away the group of beasts behind Luffy. Big brother. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates lying on the deck were already a bit dizzy and about to wake up. They opened their eyes ready to speak, but fainted again under the Conqueror's Haki. Hey, what are you doing, Maji? Luffy was startled by the sudden change, unable to understand why Maji would attack Hancock. He was not excited at all, his instinct told him that Maji did not use all his strength. He understood Maji's strength to a certain extent, he must be one of the strongest people he had ever seen, and his grandpa had lost to Maji, he had heard about that. It's nothing, just teaching her a lesson, this time I'm here to find you. Find me? What for? I need some blood from you, Maji said. My blood. Luffy was full of question marks, while Rayleigh thought of something and squinted his eyes. Don't stare at me like that, I just need a little blood for an experiment, Maji said. You give me a bad feeling, I always feel like you have other motives. I have told you my purpose, I just need some blood. Alright, Luffy nodded. It's no big deal, just a little bit. Maji put a small bag of blood in a bag and saved it in a medical box. Whether the Nico no Mi can be cultivated is hard to say, the Suk no Mi can turn into various shapes of imagination in the future, and also into Nico. This conscious devil fruit will actively seek a host. Over the past 800 years, it has been changed by the world government into a rubber fruit, but it is actually a zone-type human fruit. Chopper. Sigh, different fates for different people. Can the Nico duplicate? Maji has some doubts, after all, Nika seems like she has an ideology. According to Vegapunk, the devil fruit is another dimension born from human desires, like another personality of humans. You can change into any form you want. The sun god is almost a deity worshipped by all humans when they have the concept of gods. No matter what civilization, as long as there are humans, civilization, and fire, they will worship the sun. But after all, the sun is the sun. The sun god also has an image in their eyes, that is a god who can do as he pleases and save the world. There are two places in the world where the worship of the sun god is most devout, one is the giant country Elbaf, and the other is Fishman Island. Okay, thank you. Maji treated the food brought by Hancock as a gift and gave it to Luffy. Luffy's eyes lit up when he saw the food, he quickly swallowed it, replenishing his blood in an instant. Maji, how is Ace? Luffy asked, as he had also heard news about Ace. Itisk. Maji remembered that after returning from Wano, Ace had come to see him once. Both he and Doflamingo came back with injuries, asking Maji if he had brought Law back. He's fine now, just failed once, fortunately not dead, waiting for you in the new world, Maji smiled. That's great, let him wait for me, I'll go find him in the new world in a little over a year, Luffy said. He's probably waiting for you, not just him, but Shanks is also waiting for you, Maji said. Hee, I will go find them, Luffy said happily. Well, I'll leave, waiting for you in the new world, Maji said. Okay, goodbye to new world, Luffy waved. Maji glanced at Rayleigh and smiled, don't look at me like this, I'll be embarrassed. I hope it's not something bad, Rayleigh said. It's okay, even if it's something bad, you have survived until now, can there be a worse situation than now? That's true, at my age. Maji left with his people, leaving Rusukaina. Sumur wondered, why did Maji come all the way here just for Luffy's blood? Big brother, why did we come all the way here just for the blood of that straw hat kid? Leaving the windless grate after, I couldn't help but ask Maki about his purpose on the deck. In his view, Maki collected Kaido's blood for a good reason. Planting devil fruits could only be done with zone types. Naturally, one would choose powerful zone types, like Marco's Phoenix or Kaido's Dragon. Why would they seek Ace's brother, the Straw Hat Kid? Isn't he a rubber fruit user? Paramesha fruits can also be cultivated. That kid's fruit ability is also zone. Huh, isn't he the rubber man who ate the rubber fruit? Advertisement. Who said that? Ace did. He knows nothing. Deal with it. So what kind of fruit does he have? I can't say it now, you'll know later. Big brother, you're still as secretive as ever. Go wake them all up, a bunch of fools who almost fell for it. The Empress's charm is indeed very strong, I am almost succumbing, but you remain unmoved like a mountain. When your wife nags you every day, you won't feel anything for other women. Maki slapped his shoulder. When he reappeared, Maki found a marine tracking them, and he could confirm that the people on the ship were marines. Big brother, Admiral Kizaru is on the ship, said the lookout. I know, let's run. There's no need to fight them here, they're just tailing us, said Maki. On the side of the warship, accompanied by Admiral Kizaru, several vice admirals were already gathering for a buster call. Mr. Kizaru, should we attack? Let's see what their purpose is first. There's no need to start a war. Kizaru had no intention to act, just to tail. Only Akainu felt unsure, hence sending a fleet of buster call specification ships over. It's just one ship with only one captain, we can take him down here easily, Doberman said. The question is, can we take him down? Kizaru shrugged. At this, all 5 vice admirals present lowered their heads. Under the dominance of Marquis, the intermediate generals below have no combat power, that is, only the 6 of them have combat power. Is it okay for 6 to fight 1? The only one who can fight is Yellow Ape, the other 5 are just cannon fodder, their dominance is enough to make them fall. Having seen Marquis battle in eager heat, the 2 high-ranking generals are the most reliable. If Aokiji is here as well, then they can completely defeat Marquis. The current problem is that Aokiji has run away and his whereabouts are unknown. The only high-ranking general who can handle things in the marine is Yellow Ape. But do we just watch him leave like this? Doberman said. Let's see what his purpose is first. Just now he came out of the no-fly zone. That place, it seems to be in the direction of 9 serpents, something happened there. We have informed the world government, they will ask for details. That guy is an early bird, I'll go talk to him. Yellow Ape's body turned into a flash, streaking across the night sky towards the Moby Dick. So bright. It's a flash. It's Vice Admiral Yellow Ape. The Moby Dick was in chaos as Yellow Ape suddenly appeared, catching them off guard. 2 people made the first move, attacking Yellow Ape. What are you doing? Are you asking for death? Marquis. Voice sounded from behind, making the 2 stop their hands abruptly. You almost died there, Yellow Ape said lightly. Yeah, they almost died. Marquis said, although I don't want to fight you, after all, first I'm a marine and you are a pirate, your actions should come at a price. Yellow Ape said. What actions did I do? I'm just a pirate, do all pirate actions have to be approved by the marines? Marquis said. Yes, the marines maintain peace in the seas. Yellow Ape said. The problem is I haven't done anything wrong either. So that's why I came to ask, what are you doing in 9 serpents territory? Is it really in that direction or have you already taken down the 9 serpents? You don't have to worry about that, I'm just going to South Blue. Don't lie, you just left for a while, how could you possibly go to South Blue? The Marines in South Blue haven't said anything. It seems that the Marines have been monitoring me. Of course, someone as dangerous as you naturally needs to be closely watched. Have you figured something out? I haven't done anything bad, have I? In that case, bad deeds must be suppressed first. You are overthinking it, I am now preparing to go back to the New World, do you want to continue to follow me? I think I'll pass, but I have something to ask you about. What is it? About the disappearance of the large bird from the Marines, have you seen it? 086 Let's go to New World together, I want to see what your future holds. Marshall didn't expect Yellow Monkey to be here for Aokiji's matter. It makes sense, after all, they only met a few days ago and had a good conversation. How should I put it, we met only once. Marshall nodded. Where did he go? I don't know. He was originally planning to join Whitebeard's pirate crew, but I rejected him. He wanted to join Whitebeard's pirate crew. Yellow Monkey was surprised. He didn't expect Aokiji to have such thoughts, wanting to join Whitebeard's crew, transitioning from the Marines to pirates. You're not joking, are you? No, he said it himself, that he wants to join Whitebeard's crew. If it wasn't inappropriate, I would have considered letting him join, Marshall said. It's really a headache. It seems we need to investigate thoroughly. We can't allow that guy to have such intentions. Why did you reject him? He is an admiral in the Marines. If he were to join Whitebeard's crew, it would be greatly beneficial to them, Yellow Monkey said. It would indeed be very beneficial, but that guy can't be called a comrade like Newgate, so I don't plan on letting him join. Our Whitebeard pirate crew is a family. Who knows if he joins us, he might be a spy, Marshall chuckled. That's reasonable. Since that guy has thoughts of becoming a pirate, his mindset is dangerous, Yellow Monkey said coldly. Can we leave now? I don't want to start a fight here, Marshall said. Actually, I don't want to fight with you either, Yellow Monkey shrugged. Let's take a step back and each go home. The issue with that guy is more serious for the Marines, it needs to be handled properly. I need to report back to headquarters now. As for you, head back to the New World soon. Thank you for your mercy. Neither of them had the intention to fight, and Yellow Monkey needed to deal with Aokiji's matter quickly. If he truly becomes a pirate, it would be a huge blow to the Marines, losing a top combatant while gaining a formidable enemy. The power of an admiral in the seas is almost equivalent to one of the 4 emperors, and the fame of an admiral is well known, capable of easily recruiting a large number of people. Yellow Monkey returned to his warship, where all 5 vice admirals were present. Mr. Borisolino, what's the situation? Stoloberi asked. Nothing much, let them be. They will return to the New World. We need to go back to headquarters now, Yellow Monkey said. What's wrong? Why do we need to leave now? Dobman asked puzzled. There are more important matters at hand, Yellow Monkey said solemnly. Is there something more important than the Whitebeard pirate crew? Kizaru asked. Yes, said Huang Yuan. What's the matter? Fireburn Mountain smiled. About Kuzan. Kuzan. The flying squirrel looked at Huang Yuan. Where is he now? Not long ago, Kuzan met with Maji. Though it's not confirmed yet, that guy told me some important news. Kuzan proposed to join the Whitebeard Pirates. What? Are you kidding me? Is this true or false, Mr. Versalino? I don't believe it. We must find him, or get rid of him. The 5 vice admirals of the Buster Call were almost going crazy and couldn't accept it. Doberman even thought about getting rid of Aokiji, absolutely cannot let him become a pirate, otherwise, he would become a strong enemy of the Marines. Is the information accurate? The flying squirrel asked in disbelief again. Maji said it. Although he often deceives people, this time is unlikely to be false news, Huang Yuan said. In any case, we must find him and get rid of him, Doberman said. If he really betrays the Marines, we can't keep him, Ghost Spider said. Let's discuss this with Fleet Admiral Sengoku first, Fireburn Mountain said. Yeah, that's why I said we should go back to headquarters first and make a decision. A Marine Admiral betraying us is not a small matter, Huang Yuan nodded. If that's the case, it will become a big trouble, Stoloberi said. The Marines were getting anxious, and Maji, the one who sparked the situation, had arrived at Sabaody. Big brother, did Aokiji really betray the Marines? When Maji and Aokiji communicated before, Mugi didn't hear it, but suddenly he was told that Aokiji wanted to join them. Advertisement. Yes, he's planning to leave the Marines, and now he can't even go back, Maji smiled. Is it because of you, big brother? Do you think someone who says they want to join a pirate crew can turn back? Maji laughed. Big brother has blocked his path. Numier exclaimed. Not really. Magi chuckled. Suddenly I feel scared of big brother. Numier said. I just told him the truth. As for what Marine thinks, that's Marine's business. The Marine fleet had long since returned to Marine headquarters. What? Akainu slammed his hand hard on the table, fuming. This is what Magi said, it could also be false. As Aokiji's good friend, the lemur has been defending him. Regardless, whether what he said is true or false, we must bring him back. Akainu said. First bring him back, he hasn't clearly become a pirate yet. War said solemnly beside. Marine is searching for Aokiji worldwide, as there is an intention to strangle him in the cradle. Not only Marine, even the world government is searching. Since he wants to join the Whitebeard Pirates, what is he thinking? Satansei couldn't contain his anger. Marine is already looking for people. Now that Marine's forces are understaffed, War's idea is to promote Gion and Cake to become the new Marine admirals. Mazarshi said. Isn't Sakazuki against it? Vucherisei said. He is very against it. The 2 people being promoted are both War's men. He doesn't want the current Marine to be the same as before. He hopes to bring in new blood through recruitment plans. Nasushiro said. Gion and Cake do have issues. Their ties to War are too deep. Jupiter nodded. Let's follow his instructions. The current Marine is more obedient under his management than when War was in charge. Vucherisei said. Kuzan still needs to be captured, even if he is detained and impelled down. We must not let him become a pirate, become our enemy. After all, he is the strongest combat power of the Marines. We cannot let him become a pirate. Eliminate him when necessary. The atmosphere in the Hall of Authority was solemn, and Magi on the ground in Sabaody was also intimidating people. Are all pirates so brave nowadays? Because of the plating process, it was necessary to stay here for a while. During this time, many pirates came looking for trouble, each one reckless, wanting to make a name for themselves by taking him down. These fearless spikehead pirates, fearlessly coming up. Is the plating done? Maji asked Bluer. It's almost done, we can set off today, Bluer said. We need to set off quickly, or there will be trouble, Maji said. What kind of trouble? You'll know when we get to Fishman Island. Big brother, you're always like this, not telling us what will happen next. The coding of the Moby Dick is done, setting off from Sabaody. Really, you revealed our identity, and now I have to rely on you to handle the trouble, Maji said lightly. Who? Bluer and others were startled, hastily turning around to see a man in a cloak standing behind them, a chill creeping in. It's all right, once we reach the new world, it will be difficult for the world government to find you, Maji said with a faint smile. I hope so. Aokiji, when did you come up? Big brother, you. Yes, I let him in, Maji nodded. Maji didn't expect this guy to be hiding in Sabaody and now causing trouble for him. There was no choice but to send him to the New World. The New World is where the world government's power is weakest. Once he's there, he'll be safe. Advertisement. You exposed me to the Marines, causing me a lot of trouble. Now not only the Marines are looking for me, but also the world government. Once found, I might be eliminated by them, Kuzan said. Yes, you are a traitor. Of course they want to eliminate you, Maji laughed. And all because of you, Kuzan said indignantly. Ha ha ha, isn't it interesting? The most dangerous place is the safest. They would never have guessed that you would hide with me. So I came to find you. Let's go to New World together. I want to see what your future holds. 0. You didn't refuse my request, but forced me onto the path of a pirate. What exactly is your purpose? Asked Kuzan. Just curious to see how you would choose. Joining the Whitebeard Pirates is not an option. You could consider other pirate crews, or even start your own crew, replied Maji with a smile. Your sense of humor is twisted. You are not only despicable and ruthless, but also filled with a twisted sense of humor, remarked Kuzan. As long as you know. What was your purpose in the first half before coming here? I can't tell you. You went to find 9 snakes. With your personality, it's impossible for you to have no purpose. Haha, there is definitely a purpose, but it's not to find 9 snakes, said Maji. What is that purpose? As I said, I can't tell you. So boring. Aokiji had never been to the bottom of the sea, let alone seen Fishman Island. It was his first time visiting and seeing the island. It's so beautiful, like a crystal ball. This is Fishman Island, Kuzan said, looking up at Fishman Island. I had the same feeling the first time I came here. I can't believe there are islands like this in the world. Enjoy it. As a marine, you can't take this path. This is a path only for pirates to walk. Why is there a large hole at 10,000 meters deep, and why does Fishman Island exist there? How would I know? You have too many questions. You should go find adventurers. They can answer your questions. I'm just a pirate. Aren't you well read? You don't know this either. A person's knowledge is limited. I have come across some information in ancient texts about the world's races. Books on races. Kuzan looked at Maji. The Moby Dick set sail towards Fishman Island, and the ship was quiet, with only Maji's voice remaining. You've also noticed, haven't you? There are many different races in this world, such as the ancient giants, the present-day giants, humans, long-arm tribe, long-leg tribe, dwarves, fishmen, Anawaban, snake-neck tribe, long-lime tribe, and so on. Just think, with so many races in one world, what could happen? War, Kuzan said seriously. Yes, powerful races desire more resources, and they continue to expand with the growth of their population, so war is inevitable. The Fishman tribe failed, they naturally have to leverage their advantages, perhaps hiding in the depths of the sea is the best solution. With various major races fighting against each other, it is actually the weaker humans who have gotten a chance to breathe. Developed thousands of years ago, gradually replacing the ancient major races, humans have launched attacks against other races time and time again, eventually achieving victory. I read from some ancient civilization records that the history of those civilizations is even more ancient, dating back to a time before written records, only passed down through drawings. Maybe at that time the Fishman tribe discovered this place and moved their tribe to Fishman Island, which is why we have the Fishman Island today. Race, resources, war, are always unavoidable topics, Kuzan said. As long as people are alive, they will naturally need to eat, drink, and relieve themselves. When their appetite grows, they will seek out places with richer resources, but those resource-rich places are already occupied by others, leading to inevitable war. If Fishman Island is worth plundering, the world government will not hesitate to attack here. Being weak is a crime. It's Kuzan's first time on Fishman Island, being welcomed by Neptune and his 3 princes. Mr. Maki. The joyful star tumbles happily. Hey there, I'm back again, Maki waved. Are you so welcomed on Fishman Island? Kuzan asked curiously. Look up ahead, what do you see first? Maki didn't speak, the one beside him said. Kuzan heard his words, looked up at Fishman Island, a beautiful view, and saw a big gate, with a pirate flag hanging on the gate pillar, with 2 lines of large characters on each side. Open black lens bracket disturbers of Fishman Island, death penalty worldwide close black lens bracket. With the Whitebeard Pirates flag hanging, it was clear that Fishman Island is the sanctuary of the Whitebeard Pirates, also their territory. I see, turning this world government member country into your territory, Kuzan said.